3, 2,
one more, you could attack for this, just the past pennies there, it's over! Fernando Zzweilous has found it!
You've been patient, you've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Haven't heard of you, then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep!
From that
Close combat onto a Mungus, is that enough? Yes! Jump across, gets the knockout, defeats Koxchack!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the look down, K, you look down the Wishcash where he has a little bit of health left. Oh! What HP left, I know, it's over!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Hello and welcome to a new regional.
You heard that right. Welcome in, trainers, to the Pokemon Go broadcast. We are kicking off the 2026 Play Pokemon circuit here at the Frankfurt Regional Championships. My name is Fede, and I'm joined by two familiar faces, Lou and Leo, and one familiar voice. We welcome Semyon, also known as Junko, who will be joining the Pokemon Go broadcast team, and it is a pleasure to have you.
I'm so excited to be here, especially now as the first tournament of the season with an entire new meta. We have a lot of new buffs coming up here. I'm so excited how this event is going to play out.
Well, we're very excited to see you in action, and I'm also very excited to be reunited with you both. It's been a while since we've been sat on the sofas. How does it feel to be back?
Oh, dude, I'm absolutely thrilled. As you just said before, completely new meta. Of course, also reset all the championship points. Every player now has these same chances to go to the World Championship in the end. It is thrilling to be here.
And I mean, for me, it's always a pleasure to be joined on the casting desk with your wonderful selves. But we're kicking off the new season. It's in Frankfurt, my home city. And I've heard a cheeky rumor there's a little slug Pokemon out there who's back in action.
Well, there is so much to look forward to this weekend. This is the first time that we are returning to Frankfurt since the European International Championships in 2022. And for the players that are here this weekend, this is the start of a new season. It's also the start of a new story, as our players will adventure across Europe and around the world, taking on every challenge and event the 2026 season has in store.
I mean, all the colors are back on this graphic, a brand new one for 2026. As I've said, we're kicking things off here in Frankfurt. We then go to Lille, Gdańsk before our first international of the season at Sao Paulo for the LIC Championships. We then have a few more events before we hit EeveeQ, my favorite event of the season in London. And then again, in the run-up towards NAIC and New Orleans, we've got some places like Seville, Prague, Utrecht, Turin. Those are going to be some great destinations for our players to try and get those elusive championship points before the end of the season. The pinnacle of Pokemon play at the World Championships in San Francisco complete this year with a Pokemon XP. It's going to be better than ever, and I didn't think it could get better than last year, but they do it every year.
The anticipation, I can feel it in my bones. Our best players in Europe will be looking to spend their summers in San Fran. And as we start this new chapter, we of course have to close the one behind us. But what a chapter that was. Last year, all roads led to Anaheim for the 2025 Pokemon World Championships. And what a grand finals we got to witness. But if you missed any of the Anaheim action, if it feels like it was a lifetime ago, let's relive those magical moments one more time.
Hello trainers, my name is Will Dunphy. Let's take a look back at the 2025 Pokemon World Championships in Anaheim, California. Pokemon like Credilli, Lapras, and Dusclops were meta staples, but picks like Galarian Moltres, Shadow Marowak, and Tinkaton set themselves apart. There were plenty of meta surprises too, like Senhudigo's Turtonator and Toedscruel, Lyle Jeffs III's Shadow Dusknoir, and Tonton Batus's Dragapult. After 2 days of extremely hard-fought battles, only Spain's Patoman and India's Beelzeboy remained. These two trainers were destined to meet on Championship Sunday, in the arena, for the very first time. On a Sunday morning unlike any other, the roar of the crowd was carried onto every street corner by the soft California summer breeze. As the palm trees swayed and Pokemon fans took their seats, Patoman and Beelzeboy clashed on center stage. Beelzeboy struck first, and he struck ferociously, dominating Game 1 with a triple Brave Bird barrage. Patoman rebounded in Game 2, overwhelming Galarian Moltres and delivering back-to-back Sparkling Arias to knock out the Shadow Steelix. Beelzeboy clamped down in Game 3 with a lights-out bait call on Patoman's Shadow Marowak, and then leaned on his mighty Shadow Steelix to win Game 4, forcing the bracket reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Patoman brought both of his Rock Tomb users to corner Beelzeboy's Galarian Moltres, but the trainer from India was one step ahead.
He gets in the resistant grass knot on his Moltres here.
Patoman's strategy unraveled completely when Shadow Steelix connected a stadium-shaking crunch onto Galarian Corsola. After stumbling in Game 2, Beelzeboy unleashed his fury in Game 3, leading Shadow Annihilate for the first time in the entire series. This decision paid off, big time. Patoman's Credilli outlasted Beelzeboy's team in Game 4, and the table was set for a decisive Game number 5. In the final battle of the 2025 season, Beelzeboy's Galarian Moltres and Shadow Steelix shattered Patoman's shields and shredded through his Pokemon's HP. Then, with Patoman's 3 remaining Pokemon and Beelzeboy's championship dreams on the line, Beelzeboy turned to his final Pokemon, Lapras. Beelzeboy's Lapras reverse swept Patoman's entire team, striking decisively with Ice Beam and Sparkling Aria. The crowd cheered as Beelzeboy became our 2025 Pokemon Go World Champion, proudly hoisting his trophy for India.
It's Beelzeboy in 2023 World Spectator. It's Beelzeboy in 2024 World Commander. It's Beelzeboy, your 2025 World Champion.
Beelzeboy proved to countless trainers that the key to becoming a world champion is trusting in yourself and your Pokemon. The future of competitive Pokemon is incredibly bright, and we can't wait for you to be a part of it. Visit Pokemon.com/compete, and we'll see you in the arena.
I still feel chills watching and listening to those final moments from the Pokemon World Championships. And if that's hyped you up for this weekend, if that wants you on the edge of your seat to watch our matches, then we've got something special now available. We have the Community Choice Match Selection. This will show the first few matches that we're able to show on the broadcast that you will get to choose.
As always, you can vote on Twitch for one of these 4 matches. So we have Lindos Azure in the first match versus the Mansour. Then we have EeveeQ versus 9Elfie2. The third match is Pandalight 1 versus Judith BP5. And then the last match, we have 19 Lawrence 92 versus Vamperist. There are some familiar names on there as well. Some people that we've seen in the last season that have performed very well already. But there are also some newcomers, which is also really exciting because they have the chance to showcase their strength for the first time.
And every player wants to start their journey to become a champion. We've all just watched those World Championships. I was there in Anaheim. I know many of you were watching from home. What was that like looking back at those moments?
I think the viewer experience is something that is absolutely incredible for this particular event. I mean, you got to see all the emotions, the heartbreak at the end for Paman, but also for Beelzeboy, the jubilation at the end. And the fact that you had that new setup with the arena and the stage, it just made everything feel that extra bit more magical. And again, Pokemon every single year goes above and beyond, and it was even more incredible. I can't wait to see what they're going to do at San Fran this year.
Yeah, Beelzeboy, Pataman, so many of the best players in the world on show, and I think it was really exciting getting to root for players from all across these different regions.
Absolutely. There were actually, like, the winner was from India, which we don't really see that often. Like, we don't really see, like, any regional from them. So it's really nice to see a player from this region to win it all. And here we're going to see also the teams from the top 3. We're going to see here the team from Beelzebub, which you just saw as well, that trusty Galarian Moltres, which won him that last battle there as well. We're going to see here also a lot of Pokemon that mostly going to see here in today's regional, because, well, the meta, there are a lot of updates. A lot of the Pokemon that we saw already in the World Championships are still very, very strong. For example, we're going to also have here the Kanto Marowak, which is going to have the upgrade to Rock Slide, which is going to be one of the main Pokemon this event. And there's going to be a lot of the Pokemon that you see here going to be familiar in today's regional.
Lots of very exciting Pokemon. Many fan favorites. What was your favorite from last season?
Oh, there's definitely one. So I have been a Fortress stan ever since Johto came out, basically, and I would just love to see it perform on the big stage. Paman brought it so far. Paman, he's a bug catcher Paman, right? He has performed last season so well with the Golai support and then with Fortress at the World Championship as well. Truly a trainer that utilizes these Pokemon to their maximum strength.
So many of these players will be coming to this event looking back at last season and really trying to think and work out what can they take from last year going forwards into this new season. Lou, we know that you're a huge fan of Gastrodon. Is that a Pokemon that you enjoyed seeing last season you want to see more of?
I think, for me, it's about the journey with Pokemon. So, yes, let's pick Gastrodon. Why not? You set me up beautifully for that one. But it was a Pokemon I always wanted to see do well. And then at the end of, I believe it was the Hawaii Worlds, it got the update. And then suddenly it was meta. And this dream had been realized. I'm not the only Gastrodon fan out there. And suddenly people were able to pick up this Pokemon and utilize play. Then as the meta goes on, it drops off. There are hard counters to it. But then it comes back. And being able to tell the stories of not only our players, but the Pokemon as well, I think is a beautiful part of this game. And I'm looking forward to seeing what it can do this weekend.
There are so many Pokemon from last season that were really, really strong. As we've mentioned, not many of these have been nerfed as part of the attack update. And so I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of these Pokemon featuring again here in Frankfurt. But we do also have a number of buffs, a lot of new Pokemon that could rise and shine, and these players could be bringing them this weekend. Are there any Pokemon that we're aware of that we'd really like to see shine?
Like, there are a lot of Pokemon that got buffed, of course, there, especially as the buff towards Peck, which is going to be something that is going to be very impactful this season. But also, what I like the most is that a lot of Pokemon that has been featured previously in regionals, winning even regionals, that kind of dropped off are now back. For example, that Charizard is going to be one of those Pokemon that could perform really well this tournament.
I'm really hoping for one specific thing. I want Jirachi in the tournament. Confusion has been so much stronger now with the new season, but I haven't quite seen it pop off in like practice tournaments or in the Go Battle League. I think Jirachi would be a nice addition to the tournaments.
So many different options available. Why don't we take a look at the Pokemon that are about to shine here in Frankfurt? We have our day one top usage. These are the 12 most popular Pokemon that the players are bringing. There is that Shadow Charizard making top usage.
I mean, the Shadow Charizard's there. We've still got Pokemon like the Shadow Marowak, but Cradilly has been knocked off the #1 spot. The Galarian Corsola is there, reigning supreme. Obviously, we've still got some Pokemon we know from the previous meta, Azumarill, the Galarian Moltres, but Gastrodon is back, Pokemon trainers. I love to see it, but there's a lot of Pokemon on here. I maybe wasn't expecting to make the top 12.
But there's one Pokemon it seems we're missing from this top usage.
There is definitely the Denny, which is most likely a Pokemon that you'll still see today. I'm curious if it's going to be maybe more popular in day 2, but also what I see here is another fairy type, which I didn't really expect, which is going to be the Wigglytuff, which got also changed to the move Charm.
Yeah, the pacing is just so much better for Wigglytuff right now. It's in a very interesting spot where it's not really relying too much on the fast attack damage anymore. What I think is really impressive is that Galarian Corsola, also within last season, made such a huge comeback all of a sudden. It got nerfed on the Nightshade, people dropped it kind of, and now it's over there with 56%.
So those are a few of our thoughts. We've also asked some of the best players in the world what they think could perform well here in Frankfurt. We went and spoke to the top 4 competitors from the World Championships to see what they think will shine in Frankfurt.
We're going to see here as the first pick that Empoleon, a Pokemon that we didn't see on the list yet. Well, it's going to be a Pokemon that got a heavy buff with Metal Sound being added to the moveset and Drill Peck getting buffed as well. Going to have great coverage against the current meta. And also we're going to have, of course, that Shadow Marowak, which got access or like a buff to the move Rock Slide, a Pokemon that we already seen before.
So that is what is on offer. We cannot wait to see all of the action that is available here in Frankfurt and throughout the rest of the season. So if you want to keep up, to make sure you're on top of what's going on, make sure to follow all of the action at Pokemon.com/broadcast. That will show our streams across the regions and throughout the season. You want to make sure that you're on top of that so that you can also tune in at the right times. Follow on Twitch and on YouTube.
You can also like and subscribe on YouTube.
Make sure to really get involved. We want to hear from you. We want you to get the most of all of this action. We're very excited to see how things go. Why don't we get started? Let's see you at the battles.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon Go matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners' finals, losers' finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a Bring 6 Pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
I am beyond excited to be able to kick off the 2026 season here in Frankfurt and with my good friend Leo, no less. How are you feeling? Ready to get started?
Oh, I'm super excited. As we just already repeated in the intro, there are so many new Pokemon in the meta. From the usage graphs, there were quite a few familiar faces. But if you're taking a closer look there, the last Pokemon on the top 12 graph was Wigglytuff on 15 or 16%. And usually in the tournaments before that, the 12th spot was always at like 25%. So every 4th team had this Pokemon in it. Now it's a much bigger range of Pokemon, which also makes it trickier for the trainers to build their teams.
It's definitely a lot more varied out there at the moment. You know, trainers maybe trying to test out a new Pokemon that the meta is enabling success for, or they're picking their favorites. And I think that's what a lot of those Gastrodon fans are doing out there, as well as a lot of trainers who maybe are well-versed with Pokemon from the previous meta that are tried and trusted MVPs that they want to be able to bring to their team. But it's not just about the glory. They've got to get some championship points to this event as well, right?
Yeah, but definitely. This has also changed a little bit as to last season, or quite a lot, actually, I want to say. Last season it was all about getting into the top 8 cut and then getting the most amounts of points, while now, not only the first gets 350 points, the second gets 325 points, third and fourth 300, fifth and eighth 280, but 9th to 16th get 200 points, which is also quite a lot, so they matter a lot more even if you do not make it into day 2, which with top 16 might actually still happen from time to time. And then 17th to 32nd still get a lot of points, as well as 33rd to 64th.
That's the thing, there's so much at stake for these tournaments here, and as you mentioned, there's a few changes from last season to this season, and if we take a look at, you know, how many players are able to attend these events, Europe, we've got 65 there as well, and I think being able to have this prestige of going to the World Championships makes these coveted spots even more desirable.
Yeah, definitely. 65 players now for Europe, and LATAM also has 65 spots there. very, very interesting. I'm curious to see how the grind is going to continue for these players. In the last events, we have seen those travel awards. We've seen the races there got closer and closer towards the end. Of course, you also have stipends for ICs now as well. It is incredibly cool. And now there's, of course, also the prizes, because not only the glory and not only the championship points are important.
Yes, you want to get those prizes as well that you can get at these regional championships. First place will go home with an incredible $2,500 as well as 108 booster packs. Regardless of what game you play, whether it is the trading card game, video game, or Pokemon Go, everybody loves a booster pack and maybe trying to pull your favorite Pokemon or have a little pack battle with a friend or something like that. So it's great to be able to take those home. Second place, $2,000 and the same amount of boosters, and then it keeps cascading down. $1,500 for third place, and our top four will finish with $1,200.
What's your favorite Pokemon card, Lou?
I honestly love all the Pikachu cards. That was a decision that turned out to be a very expensive one, but I'm still on that train. Pikachu was my original favorite Pokemon, let's say.
All right, that is really cool. My favorite one. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, I didn't have a chance to breathe to ask you. Here we go. Leo, what is your favorite Pokemon card?
Thank you so much. It is the full art Mantike, where there's a researcher in this underwater lab. I love it so much. The story that this card tells is just phenomenal. But the stories that we're going to tell this weekend, that we're going to see unfold on the featured match table, are going to be absolutely wild as well. Do you have any predictions as to which player might succeed in this tournament?
Well, I have a few. So I think we should probably take a look at our players to watch to let the viewers at home know who to keep an eye on. Paman, I want to talk about this trainer. He was #1 at the end of last season finish and was just off a second place finish at the World Championships. I have probably been Paman's #1 fan since day one. I remember when after 3 grand finals, he won a championship finally with that Ninetales no less as well, charming the way to victory. And considering the buff Charm has got again, I wonder if maybe there's going to be some charming nature on Paman's team. But of course, he's not the only esteemed trainer here. We've got Martine as well, another trainer who knows what second place at Worlds feels like.
Definitely, and he's been known for charms as well. Talking about the second place at Worlds, his team with the Giratina origin next to the Wigglytuff that was charming all the way, as he'd like to say. And then there's, of course, also Zzweilous, one of the best trainers we've had in Europe, one of the most consistent trainers as well, who's always performed when he had the chance to add a tournament so far, and coincidentally, Junko's brother.
It really is a great kind of family-feeling community here, regardless of which Pokemon game it is. We all speak that Pokemon language. But those trainers, again, trainers, if you were able to watch the broadcast last season, you will be familiar with. And if you're tuning in for the first time, maybe inspired following the World Championships to check out what Pokemon Go is all about, these are definitely some trainers that you can look up to and can try and pick up some tricks from as well.
Yep, there are plenty of newer trainers as well that we haven't seen too much in Top Cuts players, like we've seen it in the community choice earlier. Laurens, who is a player who can perform at a really, really high level, hasn't had that breakthrough yet, but of course you can already see he is going to still keep on participating in those tournaments, waiting for that breakthrough moments. And there I want to mention a few trainers from the last season. The first one I want to mention is KingOWT. He came into the season as not the biggest star, not the name everyone knew. Sometimes you've seen him perform in grassroots and you're like, okay, KingOWT can play, we know that. But then at EeveeQ, the big breakthrough before that Stuttgart Regional, got a top 8 there with he was one of the first players who actually played Ariados, if I remember correctly. Ooh. So he actually went in for a big run there, and now he's a name to be feared in the tournaments.
And I think I love those stories where maybe you've got the whispering, you know, under the leaves kind of story of this is a trainer who's kind of good but hasn't been able to have that big break. Or sometimes in a double elimination tournament, you take those 2 losses early and then nobody gets to see your full potential. So when those storylines can be made, and sometimes in that losers bracket when we call it the Cinderella story run, where you drop early and then you can go all the way through into the end stage of the tournament, that's where champions, I think, are really hardened and really made, and they can come through with a legacy to leave behind. Yep.
Absolutely. And there's also another trainer that I want to mention, but we might go into that later, who's had a phenomenal run last season, because our community choice is now finished. It is now ready, and we are ready to present you the winners of the community choice here. And it is going to be Laurens versus Vamperist. That is, of course, a community favorite match, I want to say, because Vamperist has also been known for judging, doing a great job there, helping out the tournaments, and is, of course, a really strong trainer.
It's going to be great to see these trainers kick off our 2026 season here. Lawrence, like you were just saying, a trainer who knows how to bring it at the high level, and it's going to be great to showcase their potential up here on the broadcast. And Vamperist, having this kind of knowledge and wisdom around Pokemon events as well, maybe seeing it from different perspectives, could give you an advantage.
Yep, I know that he loves the Pokemon Umbreon. We haven't seen it on the top 12 graph, but maybe we can see it. It has some great bulk to its name, so I think it has potential from time to time. You could see an Umbreon.
I think as well, like Umbreon is one of those Pokemon that always strikes me as kind of the secret third shield Pokemon. You know, it can take a hit really well, but there's a lot of Pokemon out there that can also do just that. And when we have a new meta, yes, a lot of Pokemon have been able to get buffed, so we know they're going to be even more threatening out there, which means there's a reliant for having more bulky Pokemon out there as well. So who knows, Leo, maybe we will see something like an Umbreon coming forward. Not on this team, however, but there are some bulky Pokemon choices there.
There are very, very interesting choices indeed. That is a lot of spice, and this is what you're knowing from these trainers. Loudens likes to get creative, but Vamperist, he is a magician at building those teams. I can see him dance through the match a little bit with his trusty Meowscarada.
Love to see the Meowscarada. Really good to be able to have one of those first partner Pokemon evolutions on the screen as well. Let's take a deeper dive into this team here, first of all. Little bit of some magic going on the screen, but Moltres, a Pokemon that we have featured a lot in the past. And then we also know that Pokemon like the Cradily have been really strong in the previous season, but Torterra, a new face.
Yep, Torterra has received Mudslap now, so is incredibly strong, powerful with those fast attacks. And the pacing to this almighty Charge Attack Frenzy Plant is not too bad. Here you can see these teams. I think, yes, they were reversed, of course. This team is a little bit more meta, even though you are having the Shadow Torterra there, which is, while it is a cool new Pokemon, it's not really the meta shaper, I want to say. Which is funny because it has like a garden shape on the back.
Yeah, that's true actually,
What I love about Shadow Torterra is that it is a Mudslap using Pokemon that resists other Mudslap using Pokemon, which is really, really cool and really handy, because if you're having your Kanto Marowak on it, it's a really tough ask to win that matchup, which is also why a Pokemon like Nidoqueen that has received Mudslap is not going to be too relevant perhaps in the metagame, because Mudslaps are super effective against it.
Yes, you need to make sure that you have the defensive capabilities as well as the offensive potential to get some damage out on the board. Looks like we're trying to see if a Malamar is playing around with our graphics as well. You know, it's definitely the hot Pokemon at the moment. Everyone is a friend of Malamar. Everybody's talking about it, but it's not out here on the screen. One of the Pokemon I want to talk about as well is Charjabug, because Charjabug was, again, one of these bulky Pokemon that would be out there, had a good range of you know, coverage with the electric and bug typing as well. Why is it back in the meta now, do you think? What's its potential?
Volt Switch has received a huge buff, which is 2 more damage per Volt Switch, and that can flip so many different matchups. It has a little more pressure here. So when you're having these Pokemon with those charge attacks that do not hit super hard, like Accessor or Discharge, or perhaps Crunch if you want to be a little bit freaky on the Charjabug, then having this extra little bit of oomph on your fast attacks really does help to put your opponent into having to shield range with your Accessors or Discharges. Yeah,
I think the extra damage sometimes is what can, you know, when you see trainers getting right down to the wire, both in that red zone, that little bit of extra damage, if you can get one more bullet see-through, for example, then you can get the extra little bit of chip to get that KO. And ultimately in Pokemon, you need to get KOs to get the win.
Yeah, that's a very, very, very smart one. Listen to this.
Wisdom
Put
right
down some
here.
notes here. All right, you have to KO Pokemon to win.
To get
also,
the win.
You can get more farm downs, which is huge, absolutely huge. Sometimes it's a little bit of a disadvantage if you're trying to go for a 2-volt switch farm down, but now your volt switch is just so much stronger that you can get it in one, and then you don't have the necessary energy. All factors you will have to take into account. But I am very sure that these two trainers, 19, Loudens, 92, and Vamperist, they are very much aware of all of these technologies.
Yes, and it's great to see them on the stage as well. This is part of the focus before a match as well. They've got access to each other's team sheets. They're going to be able to take a look at what Pokemon their opponent are bringing. And as the video for the format kind of said, you know, you bring 6, pick 3, you need to make sure that you have the 3 that are going to be victorious in this match. What are we thinking about Charizard's odds? This was a Pokemon we were very excited to see on the top 12. Yes, it can do decent to things like Torterra, but it has to watch out for those Volt switches, like you said.
That is true. I think that it looks phenomenal here, though. Yes, Charjabug is now really dangerous for the Shadow Charizard, but it can hit hard with those blast burns. Now we're going to see the lead. It is Cradily, the meta monster, versus Meowscarada in new face.
Grass types a piece, but Meowscarada getting out of there. A switch on both sides as it's a Corsola face-off to kick off the Frankfurt Regional. Both these Pokemon just chipping away at each other, getting lots of energy up so they can unleash these charge attacks.
Big advantage on the side of Vamperist here because it is a mirror match. This one turn that he got through switching earlier is just leading towards such a energy advantage here.
There's a lot of super effective damage being dealt down, so if they're able to get that edge, then they could possibly get the knockout. A shield goes up on Vamperist's side, just protecting the Corsola so that it can try and get to that second attack. Corsola goes down on Lawrence's side.
Switch is now on the side of Vamperist. However, Lawrence can use a shield to go for a big farm down here. With the Galarian Moltres, of course, a Power Gem is nothing you want to take on the Galarian Moltres, but a shield would be used wisely. If you want to win the game with Cradily, you can choose to use 2 shields on this Pokemon, but this is a very good choice there. And now Switch is immediately giving up here. Oh, that is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, the Moltres has to get out there. You want to use those Sucker Punches on the Galarian Corsola later on. Cradily able to come in and take the wrath of this Aurorus here. Going to be able to go for the shield on Lawrence's side.
Aurorus is such a huge answer. I don't think that Lawrence expected this Pokemon to be in here, given the Shadow Primeape on the team. But 2 Weather Balls being launched into this Cradily now is absolutely huge. Huge pressure. Weather Ball has also been buffed.
Yep, back-to-back, super effective damage coming through. The Cradily is able to get a charge attack in here. Naturally, a shield is going to come up on Vamperist's side because you want to be able to utilize the full potential of this Aurorus and try and get Cradily off the field.
The question is, can you farm down this Cradily now? It is going to be really close. Cradily hangs on by 3, but there's a catch on the Corsola. That is absolutely huge.
Oh, a sigh of relief for Vamperist there, being able to get the Corsola switching in, can take this Rock Tomb, and now Cradily just on a slither of HP in a position to maybe get one more fast attack down.
And Meowscarada is just sitting there at full HP going, what are we doing, Chief?
It's back.
Where are we going here? Lawrence is now, of course, in a little bit of an advantage when it comes to the matchup that we're seeing on screen right now. Goes for the fly immediately, and Meowscarada is not the bulkiest Pokemon, so I don't think it can on here, but there is still the Aurorus in the back.
Oh, not the bulkiest Pokemon. It is gone. It takes that charge attack and goes right back into its Pokeball. Aurorus comes back in, though. There are no Protect Shields remaining on Lawrence's side, so the Moltres will be vulnerable to this Meteor Beam. KOs it from the sky, and Cradily just does not have enough in the tank to be able to deal with Aurorus. Vamperist takes game 1.
Shadow Aurorus, everyone, takes a leap on the stage, shows how strong the Weather Ball really is right now. Of course, those ice types in the past, historically in Pokemon, have always been offensive threats. So strong when it comes to their coverage. Of course, if you have ice and rock type coverage, there's barely anything that stops you. You have neutral damage versus Primeape, you have super effective damage on the Charjabug, on the Cradily, on the Moltres, on the Torterra, and neutral damage on the Corsola. Of course, it is very dangerous to play versus the Shadow Primeape, but if you can get the Aurorus ahead, it is going to sweep the game for you.
I mean, Aurorus definitely wasn't a Pokemon on my bingo card, let's say. Wasn't expecting to see that come in and do so dominantly. I think as well, being able to get quite quickly to the Weather Balls gave a lot of momentum back-to-back, constantly forcing these shields to come through, particularly when Lawrence was bringing Pokemon like the Cradily and like the Moltres. It left them incredibly vulnerable to a lot that Aurorus was capable of doing.
Yeah, but I think that Lawrence will now kind of have to bring the Shadow Primeape here, because in the last matchup, he did not really bring an answer for the Aurorus whatsoever. Okay, Corsola is decent. You're pacing a little bit slowly there. It is also a dangerous matchup because you do not want to shield Weather Balls, you want to shield the Meteor Beams. So it's always more of a 50-50 there. But Cradily has problems, Moltres has big problems with Ice-type coverage. The Aurorus is in such a great position here. But the Shadow Primeape would have been amazing against the team. Has decent coverage versus the Corsola and hits Meowscarada for super effective damage and double super effective damage on the Aurorus.
I have to say, Meowscarada was a tale of two halves for me. At the beginning, it got out of there, and then it could come back in with full HP, looked relatively threatening, but it just absolutely dropped to that flying type attack. So it needs to be in a position where Vamperist can set it up for success, either with shields and utility, or to be able to get that alignment correct. And if Lawrence wants to adjust and, like you say, bring that Primate, then it's going to be a little bit more difficult, even more difficult for Meowscarada to maneuver. But Corsola's out on the field. Both these trainers deciding to start off with this mirror instead of having to shift into it.
And this is now looking splendid for 19 Lawrence 92, because if you're looking at the backline of Vamperist,
there's the Primate.
Yeah, it is so fragile to the Primate's fighting type damage here. I want to see how good Meowscarada plays versus a Primate, though, because Leafage has been buffed and it does a lot of damage. But now, for the moment, we are having the Corsola Mirror Match trainers deciding to use up shields here.
Yep, Nightshades going off into both the opposing Corsolas here, shields being burnt through. But I think critically there's going to be a switch at some point, and Meowscarada comes in, using its Dark typing to be able to take this Nightshade, preserve a shield on Vamperist's side.
Yep, that is a nice catch here. However, I think that Cradley can be an answer. Oh, wow! Loudon's predicting that there might not be an Auroras in the back here. Goes for the Primate immediately here. And I don't know if that is the perfect decision for this moment here.
I mean, it's doing some decent damage with those fast attacks, taking down the Meowscarada, but as you said, it's got to get through this Auroras as well. Corsola's joining the field, though, a Pokemon that's primed to be able to take Primate's attacks here, and that shield has to go up on Lawrence's side, knowing that the Primate is going to be key to try and secure the victory.
Yep, Karate Chop's not really doing a lot of damage, but you just at this point have to get to 2 Rage Fists here. Corsola is not quite at the Nightshade yet, but is Lawrence 1 Karate Chop away or 2? Oh,
just goes down straight away. You get the attack buff as well.
Look at this.
Oh, look at that. The attack boost going through, meaning that all of these extra bits of damage are going to hurt Auroras, and Vamperist preserving that shield for precisely this moment. But is it going to be enough? There's going to be another attack buff. It goes down.
Yep, Auroras is already at half HP, but it is a Pokemon that can deal massive amounts of damage with this Meteor Beam. Can you reach it though? Cradley comes in here, resisted attacks, but just needs 1 Rock Tomb to finish the game for 19 Lawrence 92. First Weather Ball is going to be thrown by Vamperist. How much energy is there still on the Corsola? Is this still a good position for Lawrence?
You know the Cradilly can take that. There's going to be an adaptation. Corsola comes in. The Auroras not even going for the charge down here, just taking up some little bits of energy. The undercharge on that Weather Ball, trying to farm back up to get to that Weather Ball again for when it can target down the Cradilly.
The big question is, was that too much of an undercharge or was it perfect? It was absolutely sublime! The full farm down here. Weather Ball is ready and Auroras goes for game!
Aurora's the MVP. We didn't see it coming, able to get the Weather Ball connecting so beautifully targeted, so beautifully timed by Vamperist's side to secure this first match 2-0.
Vampirist with the perfection plays here. Did you see his face when he realized that he made the perfect undercharge to go for 7 Powder Snows there to farm down the Corsola? He looked at Lawrence, was like, oh wow,
I
did you see that coming?
I don't think any of us saw, Auroras coming to such great prowess in that particular game. And I think it's definitely a Pokemon that I'm going to be keeping my eye on as we go throughout the tournament, as well as Vamperist being so calculated in that end game, knowing, okay, I can go for the undercharge to get back a Weather Ball. But you can see what Lawrence was doing the switch to try and burn through that Weather Ball. And that's also a good play.
Yep, definitely. Was a nice anticipation there, but thankfully for Vamperist, there is a countermeasure to these catches. If the Pokemon that are trying to catch have a decent amount of HP, you can go for certain undercharges, as we call them. So you're not hitting all of these damage bubbles from your charge attacks. So you deal less damage, you can get more fast attacks in to possibly get a KO with those fast attacks and come out with a ton of energy.
And I think that's a great example for some of our newer trainers out there as well. Maybe wondering, why aren't you trying to, collect all the bubbles and do as much damage as possible? And as Leo explained, sometimes only doing a little bit to gain more in the long run is what will win you the match.
Definitely. I'm super excited about the Auroras though, and this is also something that Vamperist did well there, bringing in the Meowscarada in Game 3 to bait out the Primate, to just showcase again how good Auroras can be if you take those fighting type Pokemon away from them. This is going to be a common theme in the meta where you're trying to bait out some Pokemon. Here you can see, look at this energy management, and there is already the first catch here. Cradley with 1 HP remaining was forced to throw. Every single fast attack would have knocked it out. Here we can see the Meteor Beam later on landing on the Galarian Moltres. That was a lot of damage, let me tell you that.
I mean, in that game 1, Cradilly really did hang on right at the end, but it just took 1 fast attack to be able to fell it here. I mean, you can see the reactions. I think that's a beautiful thing as well. We get to showcase how these players are focused and how they prepare and adapt throughout a tournament. The reactions from both of them there, I think, tell the story of that set.
Yeah, Vamperist at first was shaking his head like, nah, that was way too little damage there. And went, ooh, You got it. All calculated, of course. This was all planned by Vamperist.
And sometimes, you know, with Pokemon Go, everything is so fast.
Yeah.
You really only have that half a second thinking time for each turn to go through. And sometimes being accurate with your maths and your calculations is what will set people apart from the victory or becoming the runner-up. And I think making sure that you can stay calm and collected while out there on the stream stage as well is a really great kind of attribute for our trainers.
You've mentioned math. The preparation for
There's
these
so
tournaments.
much math.
Yeah, there is a lot of math. The preparation for these trainers are, I think, in this tournament, the most important things. Next to, of course, keeping calm under the pressure of the stage, under the chance of becoming a regional champion, the best like no one ever was, basically. But there is a thing in this meta where you have to basically read your opponent's backline. In previous metas, oftentimes it was kind of clear what your opponent had in the back. You could say, oh, if I see this Cradilly in the lead, there's probably going to be a Galarian Moltres in the back, so I can plan accordingly. This time, the meta is so open that you can bring so many different Pokemon. We'll always find something to, as we call it, core break your opponent, that basically, due to type advantage, takes away the biggest part of the opposing team, that you will have to take guesses or that you will have to get a feel for the matchups there. In this case, Lawrence used his Primeape to basically take a KO on the Meowscarada earlier because he anticipated, okay, my opponent is not going to bring the Shadow Auroras again. Well,
then he did. And then suddenly you have to come up with a plan B as the match is going through. And I think you've mentioned how it's a new meta and our trainers are trying to figure out what works and things like that. And we're in a very unique situation for this 2026 season because a lot of the time our regionals are kind of a testing ground for the first international championship of the season. But the first international LAIC this season is going to have a very different meta to what we're working with right now. So it's kind of interesting seeing how trainers are preparing and focusing for their regional tournaments versus their internationals. And that brings a whole new scope of practice and determination to our trainers.
And that brings a whole new scope of Pokemon as well. Not only do we get a bunch of new Pokemon in these regional championships here, you've seen Shadow Auroras and Meowscaradas successfully on one team, both being brought there. But of course, at LAIC, you're going to see Pokemon like Bronzong and like Glalie, Pokemon that have been used already in grassroots tournament, but never on the big stage. And I'm just looking forward to this. But first of all, we need to crown a regional champion for Frankfurt of the 2026 season. And that's what we're here for this entire weekend. We have assembled so many players, so many prestigious faces, players who have dominated the competitive circuit for years now. But also we have these newer trainers coming in who have watched those streams. Prime example of this, Boom 20 of last season, Ineos, who just came into a tournament after being on the sidelines for ages, just casually came in and said, hey, you know what, I'm going to win this entire tournament. And that's what he did.
Well, speaking of trainers who want to try and win the entire tournament, we're up with our second stream game of the day, a Mind Joke versus Narval. Now, taking a deep dive here on a Mind Joke's team, I'm seeing a Malamar. We've already said Malamar is the great friend of the weekend, but a Mind Joke looks to be the bestest of friends.
That is, I thought I was the bestest of friends of Malamar.
Maybe it's up for debate. We'll see how well a Mind Joke does with this Malamar. But on the team, I'm seeing a lot of very tried and tested Pokemon that we're familiar with from the previous season. Azumarill, the Alolan Marowak, Cradilly, and the Galarian Moltres. But the Galarian, the Shadow Steelix, is a Pokemon that a Mind Joke is quite well known for. And, you know, it's a Pokemon that he has championed in the past, done really well with in the past, and there are some other trainers as well who's kind of maybe team built with him and have been able to have great success. But I like seeing him bringing that back. It's a little bit of a flashback from previous seasons.
Shadow Steelix has kind of changed. Back then, in I think the first time it really popped off, it was in Turin 2024 season, and now it is a Thunderfang using Pokemon, even though Dragon Tail has just been changed recently, so you are able to generate energy a lot more quickly while doing a little less damage. This Pokemon is a good answer to Water-type Pokemon.
Yes, definitely. Being able to have its positioning on the field is really, really strong. You see the Empoleon as well, speaking of Water-type Pokemon. It's one that was one of our world's top 4 predictions, so interesting to see if that's going to have some fruition over the weekend. But to get to know our trainers as well, and Mind Joke has so many top finishes, top 4 in Gdansk and Malmo across various seasons, as well as top 8 in Liverpool and Dortmund, but he's still missing that gold medal to be able to be the champion. And a Mind Joke is incredibly consistent, incredibly focused, but we want to see if this season is the one where he's going to break past that top 4 barrier.
Definitely, I think he can do it.
He's definitely capable.
We've all thought he would do it already, but nevertheless, great accomplishments on his side. I also love how he's already telling the story why Empoleon might not be on the top picks for the weekend so far, just because Shadow Marowak is so strong against. You can just swap it in, throw some mud at it, and it is going to be KO'd. You're going off energy, so bringing the Empoleon can be considered risky at times. Here we're going to also see a Pokemon on the side of Narval that I think might be a game changer for this entire tournament, and that is the regular, not Shadow, Feraligatr. This Pokemon is still incredibly spammy and has such great matchups into most of the Pokemon. Look at this. Against Shadow Kanto Marowak, you do not get farmed down as opposed to the Shadow Feraligatr, so you have an edge there because your Hydro Cannon still deal a lot of damage. You can threaten an Ice Beam for the Cradily, so you also have play there. If it gets shielded, or if it gets no shielded when you bait, still not a big problem, a lot of damage. Against the Shadow Steelix, you can land some Hydro Cannons as well. The matchup versus Azumarill is also really good. Shadow Claws ramp up. It just doesn't stop there. The Shadow Malamar is also a Pokemon that you're dealing a lot of damage to. And if you connect an Ice Beam onto the Moltres, I think you see what I'm getting at here.
Yeah, 100%. There's great coverage from the Feraligatr into a Mindjokes team. And yes, you said it, you know, all of these benefits to it don't stop coming, but nor do the Hydro Cannons. Because Shadow Claw is able to farm up so much energy so quickly. It's just Hydro Cannon back to back to back. And I wonder if Narval's going to be able to apply pressure to a Mindjokes team, maybe pin a Pokemon in and force those shields out early so that he's not able to utilize them later on in the match.
Yep, and maybe some of these other Pokemon can support the Feraligatr in the mission of winning the match. Maybe grab a shield here and there, or leave a Pokemon at a little bit of a farm down range there, just so the Feraligatr can get some extra energy and go for game there. But let's look at the other Pokemon as well. Charjabug is looking really, really strong against the Azumarill. Against the Malamar, you don't want to take an
Yeah, and the Moltres too. You know, there's a lot of coverage going down. But let's see how these trainers have opted to lead a Mindjoke with that trusty Steelix by his side out front and center against the Primate though.
And this matchup is actually not as straightforward as you would think. Safe swap of the best friend Malamar is immediately answered by the Tinkaton there on the side of Narval. This is not looking good for a Mindjoke so far.
Yeah, Malamar is going to try desperately to get a charge attack out there onto the Tinkaton, but no shield coming through. The superpower will connect, do a significant amount of damage, but of course you take those debuffs to defense and attack on Malamar's side for your troubles, and Tinkaton is ready to retaliate.
And Narval goes for the smart choice here, throws a Bulldoze, will go unshielded. The defenses are debuffed, but this is still not enough to knock out. Goes for another Bulldoze immediately before Mindjoke gets the chance to throw a superpower here. But maybe he doesn't also want to throw a superpower, because this could look like a good chance for him to farm down the opposing Pokemon there with the Shadow Steelix. And then the matchup against Primate doesn't look half bad, does it?
Exactly, a nice opportunity to get lots of energy up, particularly as those charge attacks have been utilized on Tinkatong's side, but it is able to get another Bulldoze through. It's going to do super effective damage, but as you can see, the Steelix able to take that so well. Lots of energy charged up and ready for whatever Narval is bringing in.
The 50% debuff is, of course, rough on a Mindjoke. So much more damage with fast attacks are going to come down here. Oh, immediately goes for the Psychic Fangs here. No matter what comes in, it is the Primate. Super effective damage. Not the strongest charge attack, but it is a Primate. Still deals half. Swaps out immediately into the Shadow Marowak.
Yeah, and this Primeape not being the Shadow variant is going to be able to take those attacks a little bit better as defenses are not as weakened. But once again, for Alligator, we know this in the past, it likes to use those shields up. It goes for one on Narval's side. It is not going to take any damage from the Bone Club. And that Hydro Cannon is already primed and ready. Both of these attacks can deal super effective damage. Utilize the opportunity to get as much energy as possible to apply pressure to this Marowak.
And you can see how close of a race this is. Narval is one Shadow Claw away from the next. Hydro Cannon lets it go. It completely brings in the Shadow Steelix. This is going to use all of those shields now. Is the Primate going to be able to overcome the HP? Karate Chop is a strong fast attack, but is it as strong as Steelix defenses?
Well, Mindjoke had to make a choice there. He goes for the shield to make sure that the Hydro Cannon doesn't come through and can deal with it before that Hydro Cannon could be reached again.
Oh, that is absolutely massive for a Mindjoke. Narval is shaking his head. The Maestro has done it again. Shadow Steelix connoisseurs rise up, because this Pokemon has just officially swapped a bad lead there. Hold on. Do you actually farm it down with those Thunderfangs, or is Primeape still going to come out on top? Because those fast attacks we reach the Psychic Fangs already, and the Mindjoke wins this game.
Yeah, the Steelix a little bit too quick off the mark there for Narval. Is going to be able to go for the Psychic Fangs, deal with that Primeape, and a Mindjoke takes the first game in this winners round 2.
Wow, flipping the lead against the Primeape. Just saying with the Shadow Malamar, you know what? I connected a superpower on your Tinkaton. That is fine for me. I know you want the alignment. You want your Primeape on my Shadow Steelix, so you cannot give up switch here. But then I get a tremendous amount of farm on your Tinkaton, and then all of a sudden, Shadow Steelix looks incredibly strong here.
I really like the preservation of the shields there for a Mind Joke as well, keeping them towards the end and doubling down onto that Shadow Steelix. Its coverage is fantastic. The Thunder Fang does a lot of work, but Psychic Fangs applies so much pressure to Pokemon like the Primeape as well that you know Narval was trying to keep in for that end game. So really great positioning and a nice way to showcase that Shadow Steelix still has got it in this new meta.
Yep, and a perfect way to showcase also what these great trainers can bring to the table here. This was magnificent plays by a Mind Joke here. Narval maybe a little bit thrown off guard by this. I'm just going to let my Shadow Malamar play go. But this is still his chance to come back. He is sitting next to one of the titans of competitive Pokemon Go, but this is his chance to manifest his name in the Pokemon tournaments here. Narval has almost won game 1, maybe with a little bit of an adaptation here in game 2, can overcome his Italian opponent.
I mean, the Feraligatr was a great Pokemon choice to try and deal with Pokemon like the Alola Marowak, and you potentially can have some match against a Steelix if it's low. You can try and get that Hydro Cannon and just apply a lot of pressure to it. But I wonder if it's something like the Cradily is going to be the Pokemon that's going to come in and apply pressure. It can again hit well with those grass types, hitting heavy with something like a Grass Knot. It's just acid into a Pokemon like the Steelix just isn't going to be cutting the mustard.
Yeah, it's not going to be cutting anything if you're asking me there. It's going to deal 1 damage tops, if it even does. Basically looks like it's going to heal, but both of these trainers are locked in. Shadow Steelix versus the Feraligatr, and I'm quite curious actually to see how this matchup plays out if you just play it out straight, because the Thunder Fang damage is enormous, but your Hydro Cannons are super effective regardless.
That's the thing, the fast attacks on the advantage of Steelix's side, the charge attacks coming through fast and furious on the Feraligatr, forcing an early shield from a Mind Joke here. Once again, on that Steelix, though, Psychic Fangs is ready, Crunch is primed as well, but right now you can just farm down with that Thunder Fang.
Oh, goes for a Crunch immediately. Doesn't want to take the off chance that the Psychic Fangs let it hang on, so it gets to another Hydro Cannon. Narval is going to do one more Shadow Claw just before a Psychic Fangs is reached on the side of a Mind Joke. Goes for yet another Hydro Cannon. Can you live this? Actually invests 2 shields here, and that might be an advantage in the long run for Narval. Swaps into the trusty Ferret now, and the Mind Joke just wants to go for a quick little debuff here before possibly switching out.
Love to see the Ferret in action. Sucker Punch is not going to be doing too much here, but Ferret may be in a position where he can get that Trailblaze ready to go. Malamar coming in, however, going for that side spam down as the Trailblaze is coming through. Now, this is obviously going to be able to give a nice attack boost to the Ferret as well, maybe making it a little more formidable and definitely evening the scores HP-wise between these Pokemon.
Mind Joke is going to farm up a ton here, goes for a foul play with the debuff defenses on the side of Narval. This should be able to knock out. He recognizes that, so puts up a shield here. Doesn't take too much damage from those Psywave fast attacks. Cannot go for down too much energy on the side of a Mind Joke. Would have reached another foul play, so has to throw a Swift here.
Yep, Swift's going to come through and deal with this opposing Malamar. It goes down. It may be a friend indeed, but it's got to rest up in the Pokeball. And now a Mind Joke has a choice to make. Which Pokemon do you want to utilize to try and get that energy farm down onto the opposing Ferret? It looks like the Steelix is in prime position. Gets to the Psychic Fangs, but there's a switch on Narval's side, and Tinkaton's here to play.
Yep, Tinkaton looks decent here, does not take too much damage from Psychic Fangs or Crunch. Thunder Fang is a different story, but this is a whole different story. This is Shadow Marowak on a defense debuffed Tinkaton here, dealing so much damage with Mud Slaps, but Play Rough deals a lot of damage back.
That is very true, but the Mud Slaps will stack up. There's no shields remaining on a Mind Joke side, though, so it will be vulnerable. That does a huge amount. It cannot take another one, but the Marowak is in a prime position to stop Tinkaton from doing so with those Mud Slaps, and it's got a bunch of energy to boot as well on a Mind Joke side. Bone Club is prime, but the Ferret gets there first.
The question is there any energy left on the Feraligatr that it can throw into the Shadow Steelix? If not, this looks like it has way too little HP to withstand 1 or 2 Thunder Fangs. There's no energy whatsoever. Narval concedes the match, and the Mind Joke advances to win his round 3.
What an incredible match. I mean, Steelix did just win the World Championships. We knew it was good, but that was an absolute spotlight showcase on that Pokemon. And Mind Joke playing so synergetically well with that Pokemon choice, using the shields late in Game 1, early in Game 2, knowing Steelix was going to be the superstar needed for success.
Yeah, if there is no Pokemon that can use Mud Slap against you, you're basically golden with the Shadow Steelix. Ground types are a strong force in the metagame for a reason, and a Mind Joke here. He is back on track. all cards are shuffled again. No championship points yet from any regionals or special championships this season. So Mindjoke is back on his way to become one of the best trainers that we are having here in Europe.
That's the kind of the beautiful thing as well. It's a new season. Literally everyone's CP counts are 0. You know, you don't have that tournament coming in. Yes, you have your previous seeding from the season, but to be able to come in with a blank space and a fresh start for all of our trainers, like they can write their own stories however they like this season.
That is true.
I love that.
Even though some CP has already been given out at local tournaments,
true, from locals.
at challenges and cups already. And
no regional CP though. No regional CP.
Exactly, and those are the big numbers, right? This is what you need. But you also want to play some local tournaments, which is also something I could recommend you at home, because those are always fun. The community is very nice, and you can rack up some CP there in those small tournaments, and you get a feeling what it's like to compete at the best trainers at regional level as well.
Yeah, and you can be inspired as well. A lot of the time at the local events, trainers are maybe bringing something a little different to what they'd bring to a regional, and there's sometimes a Pokemon that you can really vibe with and pick up and have a look at. If you're just joining, let's take a replay of the previous set we just watched. A Mindjoke bringing that Steelix to great play here, even up against this Primate that Narval did so well with to get alignment with at the end of game 1, but a Mindjoke had this Psychic Fangs ready to deal with it.
Who would have thought that your Shadow Steelix is going to be the Primate counter in the end as well? I was maybe focusing a little bit too much in the beginning on the Feraligatr there on Narval's side, because there is no Mudslap using Pokemon on the side of Narval's team, and this made the Shadow Steelix run wild in this matchup. It could be used as anything. It's basically a counter to all of the Pokemon that Narval had there, except for the Primate. But even that was a problem solved by a Mindjoke.
And I still want to focus on Narval's Feraligatr there, because don't trust the story here. The Thunder Bang was just a little bit too difficult for the Feraligatr to deal with, but I still think it has a lot of place here, hitting those Hydro Cannons really, really quick. The Shadow Claw is still doing a lot of damage into potential Pokemon out there like the Galarian Corsola. It's going to be really good if you can get alignment on there. But with Thunder Fang against you and no shields remaining, it just makes it so difficult for a Feraligatr to find its feet.
Yep, that is true. Shadow Feraligatr, incredibly versatile, but keep in mind it is still in the tournament. Narval is now in the losers bracket, which means that you have to play a few more matches than if you would only win in the entire tournament, but you are still able to win your way up to day 2, and even then you can go all the way up to the grand finals to try and reset the bracket. We've seen that time and time again, even at the World Championships this year.
Yes, our first Pokemon World Champion, Dancing Rob, actually did that Cinderella story, you know, going into the losers bracket and then went all the way to win, and that's a story that is a legacy here for Pokemon Go, and who knows what other stories we're going to have this season.
Belzeboy too, so that was also came into the match with Paman on the loser's side, but actually managed to take it back from him and become your 2025 Pokemon Go World Champion.
Yeah, and as Frankfurt has kind of started out, we've been able to see a lot of Pokemon that we're familiar with from the previous season. Again, there's a lot of Azumarill out there. Cradilly is front and center, but we've also had a few really interesting choices coming through. We mentioned the Meowscarada that came through earlier, but Leo, if there's a Pokemon that you think is going to be good, but not necessarily in that top 12, like a Pokemon that you really want to see, have some success and then be a talking point, have you got one out there that you would like to see?
I mean, now at this point, after this performance, is 100% the Shadow Steelix. This looked phenomenal there, just dominating both of these games there, but that was, of course, also due to the prowess and the professionalism of a Mindjoke here, and I personally want to hear more from him. So let's go over to the interview.
Thank you, Lou and Leo. I am joined by a Mindjoke, the winner of that last match, Alessio. New season, new haircut. How are we feeling this weekend in Frankfurt?
I'd say very good. Words didn't go as expected. I wish I could have done a bit better, so why not starting fresh with a new season, new haircut? Like,
yeah,
I have to change something.
You've got a new opportunity. This season is a new story for you, and I know you are a player. You want to be at the very top, going to get medals, championship points, and hopefully a better Worlds run this year. But in terms of this weekend, what are your ambitions?
So last season in the first tournament, which was Dortmund, so still Germany, it went pretty well. I got 5th. So if I could do at least as like the same as last year, it would be very fine. But I always try to win, you know.
And you've got a very exciting team. You brought back Shadow Steelix. That's a Pokemon we've seen from you in the past. It's now really shining again. How did it feel?
Yeah, I of course took it from Bill's boy around at Words, of course. It's literally the same one I ran in Gdansk that year, so I was like, why just not running the same? It brought me luck that time. It might be bring me luck again, right?
Yeah, and we've obviously got a new meta, so it's a new opportunity to team build, and there are lots of exciting picks out there. Are there any Pokemon, maybe not one that's on your team, but a Pokemon in this new meta that you're really excited to see do well this season?
I would like to see Empoleon doing good. I like Empoleon. It's like, let's say, the symbol of my team, so I would love to see it doing good. I was about to run it, but in the end I had to drop it because my team was too weak to certain things I didn't want to be weak to. And the thing I'm running that I like a lot is Shadow Malamar right now. I had Corsola in my team, like most of the people. I think it was #1 in usage, if I'm correct. But I dropped it to Malamar just because I thought if I just run Cradily, Marowak, Azumarill, Corsola all together, I'm just gonna face mirrors most likely. So I don't want to play too many mirrors, and that's why I swapped out to Malamar, because I think it's very good now. It's harder to play bug types because of all the steals, all the flyers with Peck. So I think Malamar can do good in this tournament.
Well, your friend Malamar looked very strong in that match, and you mentioned your team and your friends that are supporting, so I'm sure they'll be rooting for you. I know you at home want to watch Alessio do well as well. That was the winner of our first match. We've got so many matches still to come. Casters, take it away.
Thanks, Farid, and a mind joke, of course, as well. And I am already excited for the next round. I've got a little peek on which players we're going to have there, and we have a titan of the Pokemon Go competitive scene and another very, very strong player over there who could, I think, challenge him a little.
Yes, we're going to tell you. We've got to let the cat out of the bag, right? We've got Paman coming up straight off a second place finish at Worlds. Cannot wait to be able to see him as one of our players to watch as up against RGR. Now, this is a trainer that I can't wait to get to know better.
Yep, definitely. Has had quite some success in grassroots tournaments already, and now is also ready to challenge Paman here. Of course, you don't love to play versus Paman this early in the group. This is not what you necessarily need to do in a tournament, or what you want to do, but this is what you need to do here. Winners round 3, you are playing versus maybe the best European player.
And this is the thing for Paman coming into this tournament, you know, he had an incredible 2025 season, and second place at the World Championships is such an incredible achievement, but there's obviously going to be that little bit of, I didn't get first. How am I going to go even further this season? And so Paman's got to come in here, shake off all of those nerves from last season and take that prestige forward. RJR, I'm loving taking a look at this team. We've got some firm favorites again, like the Alola, Marowak and the Corsola, but Lapras, really good to see it still out there on the roster.
Yep, and of course, also the big Panda is there. Pangoro is going to hit hard once again with those close combats. And look at this. NAIC top 4, EYC champion, Worlds finalist. And that was all in one season.
Yes,
this
crazy.
is almost, I think, if he became world champion, I think this would have topped Marto Galde's record of having the most amazing season in a vacuum. But also, of course, Gdansk regional champion in the season before that. And there we're having RGR, who got to NAIC top 32 last year. He's an up-and-coming trainer, so there is still a lot of potential here. And we have already seen some big upsets in previous tournaments, so it would not shock me if he came out on top here.
I mean, I remember how stacked that NAIC tournament was. It was very intense competition. To come away with a top 32 finish is a really great achievement. Now in the 2026 season, let's see what accolades our trainers are going to be able to add to those graphics going forward. We can take a little bit of a deeper dive into the team. Let's look at Paman's side first. We've got Pokemon like that Wigglytuff. We mentioned how he won the Gdansk Regional Championships with Charm Ninetales. Now we have a Charm Wigglytuff. I mean, might be Charm, but that's the move that's been buffed, so that's the one that we're looking for.
I would have loved to see Alolan Ninetales again, because Charm got changed, and of course also Weather Ball got changed.
True.
So, or buffed as well, just. I think the atmosphere is becoming a little bit electric in here, because it is the rise of Charger Bug again. We've already seen quite a few here. So many trainers have the little electric bug type Pokemon on their team, but there is of course also, I don't want to say the villain Pokemon of the last season, because it is just so incredibly cool, but the dominant force of Shadow Caesar is here on Paman's team, and this is one one of those Pokemon where you will need to have an answer. You can maybe guess, okay, this might not have the highest usage in this tournament because of its position in the metagame, but if it's on the opposing team and you don't have an answer, you are in trouble.
Yes, and of course, dragons as well have been the talk of the new meta because dragons have had a nice little bit of a buff as well. So Goodra, a Pokemon that's relatively bulky as well, will give a little bit of longevity out there on the field for Paman, maybe to allow some of the heavy hitters like the Shadow Scizor and the Shadow Marowak. I don't know why I'm struggling with the word shadow today. I've got to get over that. It's going to be a lot of shadow talk over the weekend. But those two Pokemon can hit really, really hard. So maybe you need your bulkier Pokemon like the Wigglytuff and the Goodra to be able to provide that defensive support.
By the way, Goodra is in a really, really funny spot now just because the pacing of the attacks have changed. You need 10 Dragon Breath to get to your Thunder Punch, and this makes the Azumarill matchup actually kind of good now. You are basically dominating that matchup now. In the Zeros, I mean not dominating, you're still losing it against most Azumarill, but Azumarill just lives with 1 HP. So if you're in a matchup where you do not need Switch, but you just need a farm down instead, Goodra is your Pokemon.
Yeah, it's got that potential, and I think not only do we have to contend with these new updates, meaning that the maths is a little bit different as well, but the switch timer, that's something that these trainers have to calculate as well because they have earlier opportunities to switch their Pokemon out on the field, and if they're still working with the parameters of the previous one, then they could miss some vital opportunities to gain momentum.
I think that the switch timer change was actually a nerf to a Pokemon like Dedenne in disguise, basically. Maybe it was not intended, but Dedenne was profiting so much from boosting its own defenses. Now that you have the option to swap in a harder answer like a Cradily or a Shadow Kanto Marowak in there, you're not profiting too much from your boost because once you threw 2 Parabolic Charges and your opponent threw a Charge Deck as well, switch timer is already up.
So then you can already switch things up a little bit. So it's a little bit like buying time in a way. And we see that sometimes with the mirrors between like Galarian Corsola or the Azumarill mirrors that we see a lot as well. Those opportunities now to just get that timer reset to then switch up your ball position can be really nice while farming up lots of energy as well. And then you have to contend with that later when Azumarill rejoins the field. I mean, the Pangoro. Do we think it has some good play in this particular match at the moment? Obviously, it can do some decent things with Night Slash down into a Pokemon like the Galarian Corsola, but the fighting type attacks of Karate Chop are going to be doing nothing to it if it's not able to get that energy up.
I think it's actually looking really good versus the Shadow Caesar. It's a nice pick there. It is very strong against Corsola. Against Goodra, it is also quite decent, but I wouldn't say it is the greatest of matchups, but I'm quite excited to see how this is going to work out. If you can land a close combat, of course it might already be over for the Goodra.
That Dragon Breath is disgustingly fast, able to get to both its charge attacks, lickety-split, as the Pangoro is now in play to be able to go for this Night Slash. As you can see, bulk on the Goodra, but still that hits incredibly hard.
What a call there from Paman, but also that means because of the chip damage, another Night Slash will be enough for Pangoro to take out the Goodra here. But look at this perfect Thunder Rage. Oh, a swap in. The mud is flying. The mud is being slapped here onto the Pangoro. Does this one Mud Slap knock out here? I think that maybe you have 1 more HP left. Talonflame comes in here. Of course, a little bit of an energy disadvantage, but you have the shields, so Rock Slide doesn't bother you as much.
Yeah, and Pangoro nice and safe in the back. Rock Slide is primed, and this is going to be able to fell the Talonflame from the sky. So a Wise Shield coming up, but actually Paman was going for the bait here with that Bone Club instead.
Yep, is all very nice counting by RGR because another Incinerate would have meant that you are going to be in Rock Slide range once again with the Marowak. So actually Paman just got a shield out there, not too much energy on the Talonflame, so that is quite interesting as well. Now Goodra will need to put up a shield against the Talonflame. Not at very high HP, but the Wigglytuff in the back would have a tough time against this Talonflame.
But if Goodra can just hang on here, it's in a prime position to do a lot of damage to that opposing Talonflame. You can farm up energy with that Dragon Breath, but both of his charge attacks can deal super effective damage. So RGR could be forced to go for a shield, decides to reserve it for a Pokemon in the back. Talonflame able to hang on, and the switch comes through. Wigglytuff gets a cheeky charm on here to get some energy up on the board.
I want to see how this matchup changed with the charm changes. You get a lot more energy now per charm, but you deal a little less damage. The first Bone Club is going to be shielded. And of course, the sensible thing to do here would be to throw an Icy Wind to debuff your opponent's attack and of course hit for super effective damage if it would have gone unshielded.
Yeah, Wigglytuff able to retaliate here with that Icy Wind, but a Wise Shield on the RGS side will keep the Marowak in the game. Yes, the debuff comes through, but Bone Club and Rock Slide are ready and prime, but you still have some time to get the energy over on that, as it takes Wigglytuff a little longer to get to their charge attacks. Paman, no shields remaining here, so Wigglytuff's going to have to take it, but it is able to hang on. Can it get to another charge attack? Swift is ready, and it does lock in.
Yep, Swift connecting here is absolutely huge. No catch from RGR. The timer was barely up in this situation. Takes out the Marowak. Of course, there's little HP on the Gudra, but is there even any energy left on the side of RGR? Goes in here. One Dragon Breath for the Pangoro KO. And now you're already at the Aqua Tail to take out the Talonflame of RGR. And Paman again showcases how he is the most dominant force in European Pokemon Go.
Absolutely love this Gudra play. The fact that it can get to this charge attack so quick with Dragon Breath is formidable, and the way that Dragon Breath can actually whittle down an opponent in the process as well. That Pangoro really didn't stand a chance at the beginning.
Yep, it is still dealing a lot of damage. You have lost 1 damage per Dragon Breath, basically, but it is still quite a lot. It is basically a Shadow Claw clone. Of course, you have the same type attack bonus on it as well, so still pretty decent damage. Gudra also has decent attack, and just your pacing is so quick. I have also seen players now opt for Draco Meteor.
Ooh, to deal even more devastating damage. You can get the same type attack bonus as well on that to hit really, really hard. But I do like the versatile coverage that the Gudra has in play with that electric and water types, and that makes it really easy into a Pokemon like the Talonflame. At the same time, if Pokemon like the Lapras come, you've got that electric coverage, you've got the water type from Marowak, and into RJR's team, there's just so much flexibility that the Gudra is able to give you.
You're not hitting the Charger Bug for super effective damage, but you're resisting the Volt Switches, which is also a very big factor there, even though with the buff, I'm quite curious to see if you are in 2x scissor ranges from the Charger Bug, because it also packs quite the punch. You have a neutral play versus the Pangoro, and because of your fast pacing, you're now setting yourself up some good catches, as we have seen in the first game as well, where Paman used the pressure of being almost at the second Aqua Tail there to just have a perfect catch there of the Night Slash.
But I guess that's why the Marowak is a good partner in crime for that Gudra, because it can, if it gets the alignment down on the Charger Bug, deal with that potential threat, not having to take any unnecessary Volt Switch damage, or as you said, the X-Scissors can still come through really strong. On RJR's side, I mean, the Pangoro, did we feel like it was in a good enough position to have momentum in this match, or could it be benched for something else to come forward and deal a little bit more damage?
I mean, for Pangoro, it is often a 50-50 situation, as we've just seen before as well. Night Slash bait was called successfully by Paman, and that put RGR in a difficult position there, because he had to throw another charge attack there on. This is a catastrophic matchup for RGR. He has to get out of there immediately. Swaps in the Kanto Marowak, and now Paman doesn't have a hard answer for that. The first Bone Club is going to be caught on the own Corsola. Now let's see if Paman is able to keep switch here, because RGR, if he shields through this basically and throws the Bone Club here, I think there might be a chance to keep switch for RGR to have the Talonflame on the Wigglytuff.
Paman was able to get some good energy on that Wigglytuff as well, so we've got to bear that in mind for later in the match. Bone Club, though, is coming through once again by RGR's Marowak here. The Corsola, we know, is able to take it, but it's not going to be able to take too many in a row, particularly with the damage being stacked up by these Mud Slaps. I feel like the Marowak's in a position where it could even try and farm it down if RGR wants to utilize shields, but there's definitely some Pokemon on the side. The Talonflame, very vulnerable. I think they'd be better utilized there.
Well, RGR does not go for a shield there, so actually accepts that his Galarian Corsola will have to try and deal with a Wigglytuff. And now then, this means that the Talonflame is going to sit on this Gudra as well. Paman throws a Nightshade immediately. How precise is the counting of RGR? Calls that it is not a Power Gem perfectly. Oh wait, brought in the Galarian Corsola there.
Yeah, so it was taking that damage, but was able to get out of there, and now we have got the Dragon Breath down against the Incinerate. Incinerate doing barely any damage, and Talonflame pinned in against 2 charge attacks that can do devastating damage. We know that it can hang on from this Aqua Tail, but another one is going to be able to absolutely devastate it. But RGR does have the utility to go for Brave Bird, instead opts for that Fly. Now, is Paman going to go for a shield? Yes, not wanting to take a potential Brave Bird there.
I think Paman is super fine with shielding here, because as long as you preserve some HP on the Wigglytuff, and as long as you deal damage to the Talonflame, immediate farm down as well. When he wanted to throw the attack, the last bit of Dragon Breath damage came through there. As long as you have the Wigglytuff on the Galarian Corsola, you're golden here.
And I think there's a second Aqua Tail almost ready to go there as well. So one shield goes up on RGR's side, just 2 more Dragon Breaths, I think, there. And now another Aqua Tail is coming down. RGR saying, I'm not going to shield this one. I need to keep that final shield, maybe for that Talonflame.
Yep, I mean, the Wigglytuff is on the side of Paman here as a threat there. Wants to go for the Icy Wind as well. And are you going to even shield this? No, you're not, because otherwise it's going to be Charm, Charm, Charm all the way. And Paman takes this game 2-0. Oh, not quite yet. Now he's got it.
Yep, Even is able to get that cheeky Charm in at the end. And There we go. Paman showing exactly why he is one of the best players we have ever seen. Such dominant form here in Frankfurt to kick off the tournament. Commiserations, of course, to RGR as well, but I think on Paman's side, there was just so much prowess with those Pokemon. It was such a monumental hill to climb.
Yep, had a tough start in game 1. Called it perfectly fine that there was going to be a Night Slash and not a close combat. If the close combat would have connected from the side of RGR, would have been devastating for Paman, because the Goodra can barely tank a close combat there, but managed to maneuver his way through RGR's Pokemon. And then in game 2, Paman had the alignment, was able to stick with it, and then just played it out in the end.
I did like the adaptation, you know, that RGR was bringing, but that turn 0, as it were, coming out in the leads was just so devastating. Straight away forced to go for the switch, and then yes, you have to go through the switch timer, but that utilized the opportunity for Paman to let that Wigglytuff get some charms off, get some energy up, and set up almost for the end game right at the beginning of that game too, in a way.
Even though I think that RGR could have gone for a shield there on the Marowak versus the Galarian Corsola to try and get the farm down there, come out with a charge attack, and then align the Talonflame onto the Wigglytuff and go into a Corsola mirror match, basically, because the Corsola versus Wigglytuff is really not something you would want to play. And we can see in game 1 a swift here from Wigglytuff, and then the Goodra finishing this entire match.
I like kind of always thinking about which Pokemon for me was really the MVP, the star of the show, and for me it was this Goodra. Yes, this Wigglytuff that you see on the stage did do quite a lot. You have the Icy Wind, you had the Charm, but for me the game 1 with that Goodra was so pivotal. Wigglytuff, its counterpart, you know, Dragon to Fairy, did try and put on a really good show there, and again showing that the Charm buff is there for a reason. It's able to do formidable damage.
Wigglytuff is really strong, and I think it's going to definitely stick in this meta. I've seen multiple people already with high prestige play this Pokemon in the past, and I think now that it has a little bit more flexibility, it has a little bit more wiggle room with the energy buff it has received, but I think that players can maximize the potential that it has even more. Can you maximize something more? I don't think so, right?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
We've seen how Gastrodon keeps getting buff upon buff upon buff. Wigglytuff is now having that same storyline carved out for it.
Yep, Wigglytuff is not having the toughest time in the meta game because Pokemon, like if you're looking at the top 3 Pokemon, yes, Cradily is a really tough answer for it, but also you have the Galarian Corsola. If you're playing versus Galarian Corsola with Wigglytuff, you're taking basically no damage from Astonishes. It's double resisted. You're having a good time versus Marowak, as we've seen already before. Marowak is super forced to shield your Icy Winds. It's super effective damage, and shielding a charge attack that will debuff you in the process never feels great.
And I think that's the thing about Galarian Corsola. It's #1 for a reason. It does so much damage, and it has a decent amount of bulk as well, and the coverage is great, being able to have that Ghost and Rock type coverage. But when the alignment doesn't work out for you, it's a sitting duck out there on the field, and you can be trying to deal as much damage as possible with those Astonishes, getting up your charge attacks, but if there's a Wigglytuff against you, like, what are you realistically doing to it?
Yep, there's not a lot you can do with your Corsola, but thankfully you have other Pokemon on your team that can help you, even though if you do not have the switch advantage, if you do not have the necessary alignment, it is going to be tough. You will basically need some perfect plays to get out of that situation, and this is what we're also trying to teach you. So if you want to see how to do some perfect plays, we have a video coming your way.
Here we are again, trainers, yet with another episode of Perfect Play. Here we highlight and break down some of the best plays made in the Championship Series. My name is Martijn Versteeg. You may also know me as 2024 Worlds finalist Inadequance. Let's talk about Zzweilous, a competitor from India who had reached top 4 at 2024 Worlds. He made a return to the big stage in 2025. He pressured the opponents with Shadow Marowak, made waves with Lapras, and punched through the competition with Shadow Annihilate. The Pokemon Zzweilous relied the most on, however, was Galarian Moltres. This is a legendary Pokemon that is only encountered on the Daily Adventure incense, and it was the key to overcoming the Grand Finals on Championship Sunday. His opponent was Paman, who had defeated Zzweilous before on day 2. How do you overcome a fearsome opponent like that? The team of Paman doesn't answer Galarian Moltres quite well, and Zzweilous exploits this weakness. His plan is to set up Galarian Moltres for an energy advantage. If he notices a lead matchup that will be favorable for Galarian Moltres, he just swaps it in immediately. This gives Galarian Moltres a head start on whatever Paman will bring in to answer it. We call this an energy advantage. Let's analyze how Zzweilous utilizes this strategy under great pressure. The final battle for the title of World Champion. Beelzeboy leads his Lapras into the Galarian Corsola from Paman. This is not a lead he likes, so he swaps out into Galarian Moltres. This is a terrible matchup for Paman, so he's forced to switch out. His best answer is Cradily, but this is a tricky position. Cradily and Galarian Moltres usually plays equally fast to their first and second charge attacks, but now that Galarian Moltres is ahead, Paman needs to call the charge attack launched at Cradily. A Brave Bird would inflict massive damage, but letting a fly go means that Cradily may feint to fast attacks if Beelzeboy decides to use his protections on Galarian Moltres. This forces Paman to switch out and it allows Beelzeboy to save his Galarian Moltres. Steelix tanks the energy from Galarian Corsola, so Galarian Moltres can then launch a Brave Bird into Lapras. Beelzeboy now has his own Lapras to close the game, and this secures him the 2025 World Championships title. You ever heard players talk about energy advantage? This was the base of Beelzeboy's plan. A strategy well executed. Think you have what it takes to become a champion? Visit Pokemon.com/compete and start your road to victory.
Welcome back, trainers. That was an exciting opportunity to see our world finalist, Paman, play his first game of the 2026 season. This is a new journey for everyone. It's a new journey for yourself.
Yeah.
Welcome backstage, back behind the desk for the very first time, Samuel.
It is a very exciting year today. We saw already a lot of new Pokemon as well, performing really well. In the first battle, the Auroras was very, very exciting to see. But yeah, we're gonna have a lot of new Pokemon coming up as well. Gonna be exciting games that we're gonna have ahead.
So already some interesting players and Pokemon that we are seeing on show. A Wigglytuff, that wasn't something that we've seen for a while. We remember Inadequance taking it to the World Finals in 2024. But now back on stage fighting up against Corsola. That's an interesting matchup.
It was definitely an interesting matchup. What I also found interesting was on Paman's team, they actually had 5 different Pokemon that were able to hit those flying type Pokemon, which he struggled with in the finals for the World, so he was prepared.
Yeah, so many flying type Pokemon and Paman already soaring through these early rounds. But now we have Galax, Bolton and the EeveeQ making their mark. They're up on stage. They're coming from Group B, and this is their winners round 3.
Yeah.
So the way that it works is that a lot of the top players have higher seeding. That means that they might have a bye for the first round, but these players are already underway. We're in winners round 3, so that means that these players will have already won at least one match. They've started their momentum and they want to see how far they can go.
Galax Bolton especially is a player that I remember from early stage of the Go Battle League battling him, and he was always a player who liked to play the Pokemon Bastiodon, which we see also on his team here.
So let's see if Bastiodon makes a feature in this match. We are underway. There is a Shadow Charizard. It is up against a Gastrodon on the side of Galax Bolton. This is a really interesting matchup. Gastrodon is obviously a ground type Pokemon, but also water. It's up against a fire and flying in that Shadow Charizard, so it will be very interesting to see how this pans out.
Lou is definitely happy with that Gastrodon on the screen right now, but also what is very interesting is that this Charizard is running the fast move of Ember. This is going to be one of 2 fast moves that this Pokemon can use, generating a little bit more energy than the Dragon Breath, but also doing resisted damage against this Gastrodon.
I really like this. A first catch immediately there for the Reeve onto his Shadow Malamar, a really flexible Pokemon that can pace so quickly to its charge attacks. Another Body Slam coming through, but this is a bait. Galax Bolton had enough energy for the Water Pulse, and he's drawn that first shield from the Reeve.
But we're also going to see here still on Galax Bolton's side there the Wigglytuff, which is a possible option here to come in now against this Malamar, being able to do some super effective fast move pressure with that charm.
And do you know what's very interesting is that Galax Bolton didn't opt to immediately go into the Wigglytuff when that Shadow Malamar came out. That allowed Shadow Malamar to charge up so much energy, Psywave down the Gastrodon. There is a shield going up on the first superpower, and then Galax Bolton catches the second superpower, double resisted on the ghost type of his Galarian Corsola.
What a catch this is, but also it's a bit of a risky one, because if the Reeve would have had that ferret in the back, this would have been a tough matchup here, but he does not bring this Pokemon. We're going to have that Quagsire here right now, which is going to charge off an Awkward Tail against the Corsola.
Shadow Quagsire, such a flexible Pokemon. We've seen the water ground type of Gastrodon on the side of Galax Bolton. The Reeve, he's opting for a different water and ground type Pokemon. This one has access to the rock type Stone Edge. It will have to eat this Nightshade up first from the Galarian Corsola, which is putting in a ton of work for Galax Bolton. The Reeve now reaching that hard hitting rock type attack.
This is going to do a little bit more than the Awkward Tail did just previously, but we're going to see the shield coming up here. Galax Bolton really wants to get this Corsair against the Charizard because we see here already this charge move is going to do a lot of damage. You're going to see the shield immediately from the Reeve.
The Reeve has so much energy available on the Charizard. It's close to a Blast Burn, but Air Cutter also has same type attack bonus. Are we going to see a Blast Burn land? The Reeve is charging up ever so slightly more. Ember generating so much more energy this season. Charizard is now a threat. It is a weapon. Look at the damage land. Wigglytuff goes down. There is an Air Cutter available, but Charizard reaches one more Blast Burn.
This is so much damage, and of course, this Corsair will not be able to survive with this one. This is going to be a clean sweep with that Charizard at the end. What a finish to this game.
Let's go! Shadow Charizard, a triple Shadow team there on the side of the Riv. Shadow Charizard, Shadow Malamar, and Shadow Quagsire. So much offensive pressure onto the side of Galaxco Bolton. The Reeve sealing up that first game. That puts him in a great position. This is a best of 3. One more win, and he will proceed to the next round here in the Frankfurt Regional Championships.
Definitely for the Reeve, there was the hero, the Charizard. But also what I found quite interesting is that the fast move really matters for this Pokemon. This is going to be something that really mattered in this first battle because you had more energy generation with the fast move of Ember, but also you did more damage against this Wigglytuff, which put it then into the Blast Burn range to get this KO.
So Charm, it has been adjusted going into this season. It's an attack that we've seen so frequently over the years in Pokemon Go PvP as a heavy damage fast attack. This season, that damage has been reduced, those charms doing a little less than they otherwise would have. And we saw that Shadow Charizard, despite being a fire type that resists Fairy, it still is a very fragile Pokemon, but not fragile enough, and the offensive output there for the Reeve really sealed that first game.
I'm curious now if you're going to see in the next battle the Bastion though on Galaxco Bolton's side being maybe a bit more aware now of the problem of the Charizard doing so much damage. I think this could be a very interesting Pokemon to maybe even lead into.
What I really liked about the playstyle of the Reeve in that first game was that it was aggressive, it was flexible, but it was also really well paced. The tempo, he was switching in and out, and by comparison, Galaxco Bolton opting for Gastrodon, Wigglytuff, and Galarian Corsola, all Pokemon with 3-turn fast attacks. And if I'm honest, it felt clunky for him. It felt like he was one step behind, and the Reeve fully took advantage of that.
Especially with that Malamar being only 1 turn of a fast move there. This Pokemon still did a lot of work there, especially against the Wigglytuff getting the shield. But yeah, we're going to see on how the next battle is going to go.
Yeah, we are ready for game number 2. We see that Furret that you mentioned in game 1. Wigglytuff is going to be its opponent, and it's a very similar team on the left there for Galaxco Bolton. We can see the Gastrodon and the Corsola in the back, so Galaxco Bolton is going for that bulk and that fast attack pressure. The Reeve, it's using this, the Furret's using a dark type Sucker Punch. It reaches Trailblaze, which will allow it to do a little bit more damage.
This is going to be a very interesting matchup. It's going to be, of course, with the Sucker Punch being resisted, a bit more tougher for this Furret, but we're going to see the Icy Wind coming in now, which is going to drop that attack even further. I'm curious if we're maybe going to see a swap out soon, or if we're just going to see like this first matchup playing out, but it looks like the Reeve is just opting to go for this Swift here, doing a little bit more chip damage. It's not going to be enough to take out the Wigglytuff though.
Yeah, the Reeve is willing to let the Furret go down against this Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff holds on, both shields still remaining for these players. And here comes Shadow Charizard. You see the Swift come through. Shadow Charizard is going to let this go and then look to maybe Ember down this Wigglytuff. One more Ember is enough. Charizard has a slight energy lead, but its health, it's already in the yellow.
And now we're going to see that Gaston coming back in. And while the fast move is actually still chunk, even though it's resisted damage, yeah, we're going to see the swap out here straight away into my friend, the Shadow Malamar.
Shadow Malamar, it is a little bit more willing to take damage than the Shadow Charizard, but it's still a very squishy Pokemon in itself. So we do see that shield come up from the Reeve. As he looks to preserve the Malamar, he sees this as an opportunity going into the endgame as having so much potential. And this dark type foul play charge attack would do a ton of damage. Galaxco Bolton with a great shield.
This is going to be a very interesting matchup, but also very smart from Galaxco Bolton here to keep this Gasman for the late game. Because Air Cutter, while it has the option to boost your own attack on the Charizard, it's not really doing that much damage. And the Blast Bomb is going to be resisted, so it's very, very smart to keep this Pokemon still at the back here. As you're going to see a last second foul play landing against this Corsair. Do we see the final shield?
No shield there, so this foul play will connect. It does do a ton of damage, not enough to knock out the Corsola, but now Charizard is able to come in, and the Reeve has to use some of this energy to take out the Galarian Corsola. Galaxco Bolton knows that the Astonish went through, and there is the potential now to just come straight in with the Gastrodon. It can comfortably take this Air Cutter and look to fast attack down.
This is looking really good for Galaxco Bolton. This is going to be just a few mud slaps now for this Gastrodon to take home this game. We're going to see here now the Malamar with 1 HP left, and this is going to be it for game number 2.
Really smartly adjusted by Galaxco Bolton, recognizing that maybe bulk is still best. Just because his opponent managed to get the advantage in game number 1 doesn't require a wholesale change, just a slight adjustment to the line composition, and that Wigglytuff resisting the Dark-type Sucker Punch from Furret put Galaxco Bolton in a great position. Charm generating more energy now.
This was really an interesting thing for this battle here right now, because Wigglytuff actually got so many moves, and especially that Icy Wind. Having the pressure to drop the attack, it just changes those matchups quite a bit.
Wigglytuff now a slightly different fairy type and normal type to what we've seen in the past. No longer entirely reliant on its fast attack pressure, reaching swift much more quickly, and that Icy Wind, which is an ice type attack that guarantees a debuff of the opponent's attack stat. That set Galaxco Bolton up really, really well going into the mid game, where the Gastrodon and the Galarian Corsola, which have so much neutral play into the team of the Reeve. When we're looking at the Reeve's team, there is only one ghost resist, and that's the Furret. And as soon as that went down, Galaxco Bolton knows that Galarian Corsola is effectively a free swap, a free option to take him through the endgame.
I'm really curious on how these players are going to now adjust. We haven't seen something like the Altaria yet. I'm not too sure if the Reeve wants to play it against a team with a Wigglytuff and a Bastiodon. But yeah, there has to be some changes most likely. I could definitely see that, for example, that Steelix could come this battle.
It's an interesting one for the Reeve because, as we mentioned, Furret is his only really strong Galarian Corsola answer, but the problem is it doesn't quite have the offensive pressure that a lot of his shadow Pokemon have. We saw the Shadow Quagsire really taking shields away from his opponent. That Furret, it didn't draw a shield away from Wigglytuff, and it was simply out bulked. Is that an adjustment that he now needs to reconsider, or will he be so concerned by the Corsola that Galaxco Bolton could maybe shift his own tactics and catch the Reeve off guard? The players look ready to go in this decisive game number 3.
And we're gonna see the Bastiodon. This is going to be such a huge matchup for Galaxco Bolton. Bastion getting buffed this season as well, but also being up against a Furret. Furret is doing some neutral damage, but against a Bastion, neutral damage is just most of the time not enough. This Pokemon needs to get hit by some super effective hits in order to take it down fast. But here we're going to see the Trailblaze coming through, boosting that attack from that Furret, getting a little bit more Sucker Punch damage in here right now. Going to be crucial, but as you see already, Furret is going to be quite low already.
Bastiodon is a rock and steel type Pokemon. It has so many resistances. It doesn't resist dark and grass, which is why we saw that from the Furret. And the Reeve recognizes that his Furret might have more play. He's seeking for that Galarian Corsola. So Malamar comes in, and it will be able to reach this superpower Charm. It's not doing as much damage. It doesn't take out the Shadow Malamar before it's able to reach an attack. And this superpower for heavy neutral damage, taking that Wigglytuff into the yellow.
This is going to be looking very good so far for Galaxco Bolton. Being able to keep alignment, especially now knowing the entire team from the Reeve. We saw now the final Pokemon with that Quagsire. We know also, of course, on Galaxco Bolton's side, there's going to be that Superior still lurking. We have the alignment here right now. The Wigglytuff needs to still get hit by a Charge Move to really get taken out. This is looking really well.
Yeah, really, really well played by Galaxco Bolton. He still has that very bulky Superior, as you say. Obviously, it's a great thing for the Reeve that it's being avoided by this Shadow Quagsire. But as soon as it comes in, the Reeve recognizes this is not the Galarian Corsola that I wanted to see. And now I've got a half-health Furret that is up against a full-health Superior and a half-health Bastiodon, as well as 2 shields. And that is a massive mountain to climb. Galaxco Bolton has read this game to perfection. Can he close it out now with these bulky Pokemon?
Still, the Furret is kind of scary though. This Pokemon is going to be able to get so many attack boosts right now. The Bastion is getting quite low already as well, but of course the Stone Edge is going to get here shielded. This is the only real way to take on this Bastion right now. We're going to have 2 Trailblazers, but we're going to see the bait with a Swift. Double resisted hit.
The Reeve desperate to get Bastiodon off the field. A double resisted normal type Swift hits the Bastiodon. It doesn't even take it out, but 1 Sucker Punch is enough. And now you might be able to get 2 Swifts against this Superior. These are boosted. So Galaxco Bolton is going to use one of his Protect Shields now. If the Reeve can reach another Swift, that will invite perhaps the second. But Quagsire would have so much work to do because this Superior is not in range of a Stone Edge. There is still a shield available, and super effective Vine Whips will do a ton of damage now in this endgame.
This is looking very much like a good game there already. Galaxco Bolton is going to be able to now win this battle. The Reeve knows this is going to be it. Quagsire, double weakness to grass. This is a Leaf Tornado actually landing, which is an interesting choice because Aerial Ace got nerfed.
Yeah, Aerial Ace no longer anywhere near as efficient as it was last season. A little bit slower for his Pokemon to reach, but Galaxco Bolton actually famous for running Leaf Tornado on Superior no matter what. Even when Aerial Ace was an option for players, Galaxco Bolton and his Superior still shines through. He's paired it with Bastiodon, with Wigglytuff, with Galarian Corsola for a really oppressive, bulky, fast attack, pressure-focused team, and it sees him through these winners round 3 and on to the next stage of the tournament.
But also, what a comeback that was. Going down the first battle and then coming back like this. Also, leaving the Bastion for the last battle. It's quite an interesting one. I thought the Bastion might even come a little bit earlier with 2 Flying-type Pokemon in the third on the other team there.
I think that's the really exciting thing about the best-of-3 format. You basically use that first game to try and get some momentum, but even if you don't, you're able to gauge the tactics of your opponent. You're able to start adjusting to their strategies, and the Reeve had such a strong game 1. It looked so dominant, so meticulously played, that Galaxco Bolton perhaps was starting to think, do I need to make an adjustment? But he kept his composure, making catches, making moves throughout the games and the series, and coming out on top.
The Charizard looked so strong in the first battle, which you see as well, those Blast Burns just doing so much damage. This is going to be something that we mostly going to see throughout the tournament as well. Charizard is like one of those Pokemon that are going to mostly shine this tournament because of the damage that we see here already. The Blast Burn is just so crazy.
Shadow, Charizard, and that Blast Burn putting out a huge amount of damage, but it didn't get the targets that it needed to going into the late stage. Shadow Malamar, it looked like such a flexible pick, interestingly, from the Reeve. He was using it more as a safe swap in a lot of those games, and it was getting feasted on by that Wigglytuff. Although it was able to still deal damage, the Wigglytuff able to come in, soak a lot of the pressure, and then get a charge attack into the end game, and the Reeve's team, it just didn't quite have the bulk to be able to deal with that Superior in the end.
I feel like really for Galaxco Bolton that Wigglytuff was the MVP here in this battle. It was so strong. It was so strong, especially with the Ice Winds dropped. It's just, it makes matchups so difficult for the opponent. If you get the debuff, you just don't do as much damage anymore.
Yeah, so much pressure there for Galaxco Bolton, but that is a lot of pressure also off his shoulders because that was a great opponent to be able to take down in the early stages of the tournament. And it is really, really difficult sometimes when you enter a tournament and you have to play in those early stages, particularly when you're in a new meta, particularly when you're at the start of a season and you want to get off to a really running start. Then these types of moments can be very impactful from a mental perspective.
But also the Reeve still has, of course, the opportunity to go through the losers bracket. We've seen it time and time again, where the losers bracket winners sometimes win even the entire tournament.
That is right. Just because you go down into the losers bracket doesn't mean it is not over. This is a double elimination tournament. That means you would need to lose twice to be knocked out. And we've seen players, as you say, go all the way through the losers bracket straight into phase 2 of the tournament and into those grand finals by resetting the bracket and maybe even winning it all. So our players still have everything to play for. But for now, you want to stay in the winner's side of the bracket. Galaxco Bolton has stayed in the winner's side of the bracket, and I'm sure he'll be eyeing up the rest of the competition now and wondering just how far he can go.
Absolutely. Like, the winner's side is just such an advantage. You have to play way less games, which of course gives you also less opportunities to lose those games and go down. But yeah, Galaxco Bolton is looking to have a really good start there with a very interesting team. Very much something that we didn't see last season, which is really cool to see. Like, I enjoy always when like the meta shifts a little bit, when you have like new Pokemon. We're going to have my brother on stage.
Well, look at that. We've seen Galaxco Bolton already a very, very popular, well-known face in the PvP community, and we have another one in store. Zzweilous, your older brother is now on stage, and you get the opportunity to cast over his games. And I know that you're aware of his journey. Tell us a little bit about him, how he came into PvP and got to the place that he is now.
He actually came to PvP during the COVID season there. Like, I actually didn't really know that he was competing still. He actually changed his in-game name, so he didn't tell me. I didn't know who he was. He wasn't my friend. I was like, who is this guy? Was apparently my brother. But yeah, he started off strong. He just invests a lot of time into it. Like, he really does a lot of tournaments. He really takes his time in building his teams. And we're going to see a very strong team here as well today. He was very happy with the consistency last season from himself, reaching, I think,
he had
3
a great
times
season,
yeah,
a really
finals,
strong season.
But he wasn't able to win any of the finals, and he wants to do it today.
He really does want to win, but what a player he is. EUIC finalist, NAIC top 4. He is a special champion. I played him there in Barcelona 2024, and he is a Birmingham regional finalist. As you said, he was whiskers away from that gold. He wants gold this weekend. He wants gold throughout his season because he is one of the best players in the world, and he is desperate for the chance to show it.
I also talked a little bit with him before, and he was like, he really wants to win this tournament. Like, he really prepared well for it. He brings the Pokemon he thinks are the best, not the spice that we saw sometimes before. So I'm curious on how it's going to go for him.
And he is up against a player called Pandalight. This is a player that we've seen a little bit of in previous seasons. He has shone on stage before. He used a Pangoro last time. I see a Pancham plushie on stage with him. I would love to see a Pangoro again, but not this event. He's opted for something different. His fighter of choice is that Primate, but he knows the caliber of opponent he's up against, and he is no stranger to taking big names down. This is his opportunity to shine. He's on stage in this winners round 3, and he will be licking his lips, I think, at the opportunity to go up against not one of Europe's best, but one of the best in the world.
Absolutely. I'm curious about the Primate. Primate is a Pokemon that I really like currently as well, even in the Go Battle League. And it's also interesting which moveset it's going to have, because there's a big difference between Close Combat or the Ice Punch. Here, this time around, we're going to see Close Combat though, which is going to do some heavy damage against a lot of these Pokemon here. And also, of course, that Rage Fist is such a unique move on this Pokemon, being able to hit Ghost types with super effective damage, which, of course, as a fighter, is quite good, I would say.
Yeah, a lot of flexibility for Primate. As you mentioned, Zzweilous, on the other hand, he's gone for a much more meta team. For the first time, perhaps, ever in his play Pokemon career, his entire team is in the top usage of day 1. That's not something that we often see, but perhaps it goes to what you were saying about he is really focusing this weekend. He really wants to win, and he thinks, look, perhaps this isn't the moment for Spice. Everyone is brand new. Everyone is trying to establish what the meta is, and before the meta is able to consolidate, it probably makes more sense just to go for the best Pokemon available.
This is the thing as well here. He had actually the Blastoise in before the Azumarill and changed last second just because he thinks he really wants to just bring the meta here right now. And we see actually that the players just locked in, so let's go right to the first battle.
Yeah, the players are ready. Will we see those Shadow Pokemon that they have as available? And yes, we do! Both Shadow Pokemon, both bug types, Shadow Sizzle and Shadow Charge Bug. Volt Switch coming through immediately, and Zzweilous looks to take the damage on the Galarian Corsola. Pandalight responds with a Bullet Seed Cradley. This will do a little bit better than the Acid variant. Acid, a poison type attack, would be resisted by the ghost typing of Galarian Corsola. Galarian Corsola reaching that first Nightshade, and it lands on the Cradley.
Bullet Seed also generates a tiny bit more energy as far as I know. But also what we see here is for the Zzweilous, the Corsa doesn't really have any Pokemon it has to worry about. It seems quite solid against the entire team of Pandalight. Seems to be like a very, very good face-up in this kind of scenario, which you see as well in the first battle.
So many players will immediately look to their opponent's team sheets and ask this question: do they have a Ghost Resist? Pandalight does not. That means, as you say, Galarian Corsola is extremely safe. It has incredible bulk, and look at this catch coming in. If this were a Rock Tomb, it would do heavy damage, but it is a Grass Knot, and Zzweilous has taken a double resisted attack on this Shadow Sizzle, immediately responded to by the Shadow Charger Bug, a Pokemon that we have not seen before in the play Pokemon circuit. Let's see how much damage it can do. Zzweilous says, not quite yet.
This is going to be a very interesting one there. Also, what we still have to see there is like that the Cradily still had the charge moves stored. So it can still hit a Rock Tomb late game, which is going to be also, if we take a look at the Zzweilous side, interesting against this Charger Bug, doing some super effective damage. So this is going to be an interesting endgame scenario, as you're going to see the full farm, but both Pokemon go down at the same time.
2-turn attack for that Bullet Punch for Shadow Says, or 4-turn attack for the Shadow Charger Bug. That means the damage of that last Volt Switch registered at the same time as the last Bullet Punch. And now Lapras and Zzweilous Charger Bug take the field. Zzweilous with a slight advantage. The electric type opportunity of discharge would do super effective. Pandalight does not want to let that land. His Protect Shield goes up.
Volt Switch is also one of the moves that got buffed this season, doing a little bit more damage, which actually kind of helps quite a bit in the Lapras matchup here right now. Discharge, not known to be the strongest move, but with the Volt Switch in total, it does a lot of electric type damage and should be able to outspeed here, as you're going to see the discharge connecting now.
Here we go, another discharge coming through. Pandalight not letting it happen. It's cute, it's red, but Charger Bug can't hurt you. Lapras really powering up to those attacks. And then the Cradley comes in to try and catch an attack, but it actually gets Astonished down. And now a super effective Power Gem will land on this Lapras instead.
This is insane. This is going to be enough to knock out the Lapras. Or is it not? No, actually going to see just a few more HP there. And yeah, 2 more Astonish is all it takes. Of course, Pandalight knew at this point there was nothing he could have done, and Costa will take the game.
Very, very well played by Zzweilous, showcasing, as we've said, why he is one of the best, pulling the shields away from that Lapras with the Charger Bug, the shiny Charger Bug, before coming in aggressively with that Galarian Corsola, slightly ahead of the curve. Pandalight comes in with that Cradley. It takes the Astonish damage, loses the Rock Tomb that it had banked, and Zzweilous has an open field to then close out the endgame.
Zzweilous definitely is in a great position now, having a Pokemon where he knows he can just use it as a safe stop. There's nothing that really can go in there that can just stop that Galarian Corsola. Galarian Corsola generally with a bulk as well, it's just so difficult to take down. We have to see on how this is going to be going for Pandalight. Really needs to think on how to align himself there. Maybe brings his own Galarian Corsola to try to counter Zzweilous' good Galarian Corsola.
Perhaps it is that case of, if I bring my Galarian Corsola in first, my opponent might not be able to respond immediately with theirs. I suppose the risk that comes with that is, what if Zzweilous is able to chip the Galarian Corsola, put a decent chunk of damage into it, and then use his own Galarian Corsola to fully farm down? These are the types of strategies that I'm sure will be running through Zzweilous' head. And as you say, if Pandalight does seek to make that adjustment into Galarian Corsola, Zzweilous could also anticipate that and bring out his Galarian Moltres, one of the most popular Pokemon. I think it was 5th in usage here in Frankfurt, a dark flying type Pokemon that we saw Beelzeboy take to great success at the World Championships. Will that inspire Zzweilous going into this game too?
Zzweilous definitely is able now to take some risk as well, being 1 game up, while also having this very safe safe stop. We're going to maybe see the Moltres here. I think Moltres has a lot of potential, especially against this Toadscrew, which is also a very interesting Pokemon. Also received a little bit of a buff this season with Seed Bomb getting changed. It's going to be an interesting one here. Maybe we're going to see it in this battle.
Now, there is only one Pokemon on Pandalight's team that resists dark type damage. That is that Primeape. Will Pandalight find the alignment that he needs? Let's get into this game too. And yes, he does! The shiny Galarian Moltres, but it's up against the one Pokemon that Zzweilous didn't want to see. So here comes the safe swap of Galarian Corsola. Pandalight isn't going to throw the Rage Fist. He's going to respond with a Toadscrew, a grass and ground type Pokemon. A very interesting response.
It's a very interesting response, but it's a very neutral matchup. So like this should be alright for Pandalight. And also we still have a lot of energy on this Primeape. That's going to be interesting for the late game. Keeping energy on Primeape is crucial. If you get up in scenarios where you can go for a Rage Fist, boost yourself up, and have then a close combat, you one-shot most of the Pokemon.
2 interesting opportunities here for both players. The first, Pandalight goes, my Toadscrew needs to avoid Galarian Moltres. That's probably why he's bringing it out here now. Zzweilous thinks to himself, well, I don't mind if my opponent's shields go down, because if that's the case, my Galarian Moltres, one attack, if it lands on the Primeape in the endgame, will seal the deal. So Zzweilous taking the shield advantage, that is more important to him. And the Galarian Corsola will go down. Zzweilous will now look to take as much advantage as he can of the energy.
You see the swap out into the Cradily, and this is going to be a tough matchup, but also Cradily still takes neutral damage from the Moltres. We see here that the Fly is coming through. This should do a lot of damage, but not enough to knock out the Cradily. Of course, Pandalight knows that, and no shields.
Yeah, Pandalight also recognizes that Primeape is one of the Pokemon on his team that is very shield hungry. It needs shields to operate at its best. He cannot afford to go 2 shields down. He lets the first Fly go, and these Pokemon will now reach their second attack at the same time as well. Will they throw on charge attack priority? Yes, they do. And the Galarian Moltres yet again will go first. It has a higher attack.
Zzweilous keeping her shields for the final Pokemon, which is going to be that Shadow Marowak. And this Pokemon is going to come in right now. We saw already that the Toadskull got like a little bit lower here as well in farm down range for this Marowak.
So Primeape going for a Rage Fist bait. This could be a close combat. If Zzweilous calls this Rage Fist, that could be massive for him. He does call it. The Rage Fist unboosted lands. It only does a sliver of damage to that Galarian, to the Kanto Marowak compared to what a close combat would have done. But Pandalight now in a position where the Primeape can get both shields, and then perhaps he could switch into his Toadskull and use the energy that was left on that.
We see here the sub array, and we see the farm down done from that Marowak. This is a huge for Zzweilous, and we're also going to have here now 2 charge moves stored. Shield is coming up, Shield is still on Zzweilous' side. This is looking very, very good for that Marowak. Keeping the Marowak with the 2 shields in the back was such a genius play against Pandalight's team.
Shadow Kanto Marowak, what a Pokemon. Masterfully played by Zzweilous. What a player. Utilizing that negative lead, the Galarian Corsola coming in as a safe swap, and everything shifted. Zzweilous getting the momentum he wanted, he needed, winning his winners round 3 and progressing to the next stage of the Frankfurt Regional Championships.
This was really well executed there. This was an amazing showcase on also what the Galarian Corsola can do though. If you're not prepared, this Pokemon is going to be very, very tough to deal with. But yeah, Zzweilous was using this as the safe stop the entire time, so he was able to bring some more interesting Pokemon, more stronger Pokemon like the Moltres in the lead, and even if it doesn't work out, Corsola is still there to save him.
Really interesting strategy as well from Pandalight, and it almost worked. He looked to come in with the Toadskull to catch the energy of the Shadow Kanto Marowak, but Zzweilous didn't throw it. He put that Mud Slap through, and the second Mud Slap took it out. Perhaps if the Pandalight were to go back and reapproach that game, he was so close to a Seed Bomb. If he'd come in a bit more aggressively, he perhaps could have reached it. Kanto Marowak wouldn't have had enough shields to manage both the Primeape and the Toadskull. So Zzweilous, very fortunate there that his opponent didn't go for that strategy, but perhaps he would have been able to adjust regardless. Either way, you can only go up against what you face, and Zzweilous managed that perfectly.
Still really nicely played from Pandalight there as well though. Like we saw the adjustment with the Primeape, I think that was the exact right decision there, having a really great lead there. But yeah, we see also as well, I really like the Shadow Charger Bug on Pandalight's side. I think it's a really, really interesting Pokemon for this meta currently.
Some really exciting picks for both players. Pandalight with that Shadow Charger Bug, as you say, gives other players something really to think about. They might have prepared for regular Charger Bug and their preparations for this tournament, but Shadow Charger Bug operating a little bit differently. Zzweilous, he says, I want to stick with meta. It looks safest going into this new tournament with this new meta, and he showed that he has perhaps made exactly the right call.
Definitely. We didn't even see a lot of the Pokemon yet. The Azumarill didn't even hit the field there yet. Going to be interesting on if the meta is going to be actually what's going to win the tournament today, or like tomorrow, or if we're going to see more Space Air picks coming up. I really want to see still a Murkrow.
And I really liked Galarian Moltres as well. That is a Pokemon that so many players have now had an opportunity to get. It's a spawn that features on your daily incense. That's how you get these Galarian legendary birds, and Zzweilous has managed to get his hands on a shiny, and he did really shine in that first match. A very dominant victory, really well played, and Galarian Corsola showing that you have to respect the damage of a Ghost type. Ghost resist could be really, really important in your team building, and Zzweilous, Galarian Corsola, top usage, and he will be looking to get to the very top this weekend.
Do you want to know a fun fact about the Moltres from Zzweilous?
Tell me.
He actually used his bottle cap on it.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, so last season we were all given the opportunity to get a golden bottle cap. That was an opportunity to increase the stats, the attack, the defense, the stamina of your Pokemon, but only one Pokemon, and so many players will have opted for Pokemon like a shiny Meloetta, for example, trying to take their stats all the way to the very top and reach that perfection. Galarian Moltres, on the other hand, PvP focus, and I really, really respect that from Zzweilous, opting for his Galarian Moltres as his bottle cap candidate. I want to hear a lot more from Zzweilous. He's ready for an interview with Leo.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm joined by the victor of the previous round, Zzweilous. A familiar face, unfamiliar strategy. Zizi, why are you playing no spice at all?
I know, I'm a little embarrassed. All 6 of my Pokemon are within the top 8 of usage for today. But this is just how the start of a new meta tends to happen, because you don't know what the meta is. You just run the Pokemon that you think are good and that have a lot of neutral play into all the other picks that you may have seen in practice. So I went with a little bit of a more conventional strategy, and I think after this weekend the meta will settle, and then there's going to be an established meta to target for me.
Yeah, I can definitely see that happening. So the question I have for you right now is, were there any other Pokemon that are not in the top 12 that you were considering before this tournament?
Oh, there were a lot of Pokemon. I was considering Meowscarada, which we did see on stream previously. Little known fact about Meowscarada, that cat is able to take the matchup against the Galarian Moltres in the 2-shield if you land the Frenzy Plant first. So a lot of very interesting Pokemon have benefited from the recent move updates, and United States in a friendly manner, don't worry. But yeah, I may be bringing some spice over there.
But I want to talk a little bit about your Moltres 1499 CP. We've already heard it before that it was bottle capped, you hyper trained it. Why did you choose a Moltres for this?
I personally believe that when it comes to flying types, and flying types are very important, especially to check the dominant mud steppers in the meta, Galarian Moltres is essentially second to none. You've seen it at Worlds where Beelzeboy, our world champion, was able to take a day one matchup against the Tinkaton, which you would imagine would be the worst matchup possible for the Galarian Moltres, just by managing his energy well and landing a bunch of Brave Birds. And with that hard-hitting secondary fast attack, charge attack rather, I believe that Galarian Moltres is able to overcome just about any matchup.
It is definitely an absolute powerhouse. It's such a great answer for Galarian Corsola. When you looked at your opponent's team, were you extremely hyped when you saw there was no answer for your Corsola and you had a real safe switch there? Yes,
I'm always looking for the safe pivot that allows me to set up the sweepers of my team in a way, because there's Pokemon that can just close out a game. You saw the Galarian Moltres in the lead, and then the Galarian Corsola pivot. And yeah, this is essentially the strategy. If the opponent has no answer, they will have to give me an advantage on the switch. And yeah, I was able to capitalize on that, get my shield advantage, and win the game.
Definitely. Now, no shade here, but you definitely got outspiced in that matchup. What were your thoughts when you saw the team sheet? There was Bullet Seed, Cradley, there was a Shadow Charjabug. Were you even familiar with the matchups of these Pokemon?
I was familiar with the Bullet Seed Cradilly, not as much with the Shadow Charjabug, because I'm a Charjabug enjoyer myself, but I believe the non-Shadow to be slightly superior. I was not surprised to see Spice on the roster, because I know Pandalight is a trainer who top cut with an Alolan Raticate before, certainly one of the most talented French battlers, so it was an honor to play him. Again, just inspires me to bring more Spice to my next event, right? But for now, I'm fine just winning with hard meta.
Yeah, okay, winning with hard meta. Okay, do you think you're with a meta team with Pokemon that you're super familiar with? Are you an unstoppable force now?
I am stoppable by exactly one Pokemon, and that is Bastiodon. So somebody take out Galax and we're cooking. Otherwise, I'm not so sure.
All right, thank you so much for your time. I bet you have plenty of rounds coming up very soon, and we're going to kick it back to the guys behind the desk.
Thank you, Leo and Zzweilous. He is a Charjabug enjoyer himself. He is also a bit of a scientist himself there. We got to hear a lot more about his strategies and his approaches. And he also mentioned, you heard it here first, that he will be approaching North America for the Pittsburgh Regional Championship with a smile.
Yeah, he already said to me that he's going to be able to just use a lot of spice he wants to run. So I'm curious on what he's going to bring. He's known for bringing a lot of spice. For example, in the World Championship, KingGambit wasn't really on most people's radar there.
That is true. KingGambit was an option that he lent into. He's gone for meta, and it has worked for him in that first round. I know a lot of people will be really excited to see just how far he can go. But for now, we have some big name players on stage once again. On the left, you see our world's finalist, our Spanish prodigy. It is Paman. He is coming off the back of one of the most sensational seasons we have ever seen in Pokemon Go, and he will be up against the Warsaw 2023 champion, Koxchack. Koxchack is a player that I have played against before. He's got a very interesting team here, but bigger question for him is, how do you face an opponent like Paman? What do you do when someone with this much aura is sat opposite you?
It's definitely going to be an interesting one. But also, Koxchack, actually, when he won the tournament, I was there as well. I actually was talking to him as well.
Really?
I competed in this tournament. I lost pretty hard. But yeah, he definitely deserved, and he's still already playing like for such a long time. I think he has the experience to maybe even beat someone like Paman.
Perhaps, but Paman is a player that has so much confidence, but also so much composure. And I think that these have been some of the traits that have really seen him rise to the top. His consistency has been sublime, and he will have absolute respect for the opponent that he is sat opposite against. He knows just how good Koxchack can be. Koxchack, he has an opportunity now. He has not had a medal in more than a long time in his mind. He wants it. I know he craves it, and he will be looking to take on every opponent that stands in his way.
It's going to be a very, very interesting matchup, and we're going to see as well, again, some starter Pokemon, which is actually going to be kind of cool as well, with that Swampert on his side as well as the Charizard.
Yeah, Swampert and Charizard, all very, very popular Pokemon, and he is going up against Pataman's very meta team with some adjustments. We saw Pataman use a Wigglytuff earlier today, and he's also got that flexibility in Goodra. Dragon Breath, no longer the fast, damage-dealing fast attack, but actually now more energy-generating, allowing Goodra to reach its Aqua Tail and its Thunder Punch more quickly. This gives Pataman a new tool, a new opportunity to surprise his opponents with. I'm very excited to see how well he does with it.
And we're going to see also on both sides the Wigglytuff again. I think Wigglytuff is going to be one of those Pokemon that you're going to see quite a lot today. It seems to be doing really well so far.
Pataman obviously comes into this tournament off the back of a great season, off the back of a big performance at the World Championships, but we know Pataman very well, and we know that he will be immensely proud of his World's performance, but he will also yearn for gold. He wants to win, and Frankfurt could be a really good opportunity for him to go and get his first gold medal of the 2026 season. There might be Wigglytuff mirrors to face along the way. Shadow Scizor could be a Pokemon that he really leans into. He does need to be aware of this Charizard. Charizard is going to be running Ember, but it's not going to be a Shadow variant, and that might be something that Pataman perhaps hasn't faced too much in his practice.
It's going to be very, very interesting. I really like the Scizor though on Pataman's side. I think it's going to be a very good Pokemon this tournament, especially with those Wigglytuffs coming up, but also the Ferrothorn. Like, it's a Pokemon that we don't really see that often.
Yeah, Ferrothorn is a very peculiar Pokemon in the Play Pokemon circuit, because even though its typing on paper looks very good, its attacks can sometimes feel a little bit clunky, and they are often resisted by Pokemon like Goodra. If that Ferrothorn is running Bullet Seed, Power Whip, and Thunder, then Goodra will resist the entire attack set. And the interesting thing is that Ferrothorn will also resist the entire attack set of that Goodra.
Absolutely. This is going to be a very, very interesting scenario there. I do think that Goodra seems really, really safe here, especially, of course, with its Charizard not running a Dragon Breath as a fast move. It seems like Ember is the one that most people are running here.
I think Ember has been a very interesting option for a lot of players. They want to generate energy as quickly as possible, take that Charizard up to Blast Burn. Pataman will be aware of that threat. The players are locked in for game number 1. We do see Wigglytuff, and it is up against Swampert.
Swampert having access to the move Sludge, though, most likely. This is going to be some super effective damage coming through against the Wigglytuff. It's going to be a very interesting matchup. Sludge only recently being added to the moveset there. It's a very hard-hitting poison-type move.
Yes. Sludge recently added, as you say, last season to Swampert's arsenal, and if it lands, it would do a ton of damage. Pataman doesn't want to let that happen, goes up to the Icy Wind. This will guarantee a debuff of the Swampert's attack stat, but it won't do a ton of damage. It won't knock out this regular Swampert, so Koxchack might be looking to reach one more Sludge and be willing to let the Swampert go down whilst doing a decent amount of damage and taking shield advantage into the mid-game.
Koxchack should be kind of happy maybe even with that, because I think, yeah, again, what we see here right now is that the Charizard is coming in. They really tried to use the Charizard here to their advantage, but the only Pokemon the Charizard didn't want to see is this Goodra.
But with shield advantage, Charizard can always be a very strong option. It's a regular Charizard, so it's not taking quite as much damage from these Goodra's Dragon Breaths. And Koxchack now will be leaning straight into a Blast Burn. This is resisted by the Dragon typing of Goodra, but it is going to do a decent chunk of damage. Nonetheless, Charizard is such a high attack stat Pokemon, and it reaches its attacks so quickly. Koxchack has preserved both shields for it. Will Pataman now use another shield on the Goodra when Koxchack reaches another attack?
It's going to be very, very interesting. We still see also that Wigglytuff in the back there. I'm curious on how this is going to go. Do we see the shield coming up here against this air cutter? This would not be enough to knock out this Goodra. Goodra is quite bulky. Air cutter is not doing that much damage. It's getting close though, and we see now the swap out into the charger bug. Of course, a blast burn is going to be able to knock it out, but we still see a shield here.
A great shield from Paman, recognizing, counting his opponent's energy, and correctly shielding up a blast burn, which would have done a ton of damage. And now Koxchack will respond with a Wigglytuff of his own, a shiny nonetheless.
This is very cool. Honestly, I like the shiny of this Pokemon. But also, we're going to see here that the bug type damage that you usually want to go for would have been resisted, so we have to see the discharge here, which is a little bit of a weaker move compared to the Exeter. But we see the swap out here trying to catch the move onto the Swampert. This did not work out.
Well, in a way, Paman has been forced to throw some energy, so Koxchack has seen some value from this swap. Perhaps another reason to run that regular Swampert. And now the Wigglytuff can come back in. It will reach a Swift before the Charger Bug can reach its next discharge, but this shouldn't be enough to knock out. And Paman still has health and energy available on that Goodra. Only a sliver, but perhaps enough to be the final blow. This is going to be a really close endgame.
It is definitely going to be really close. This is not going to be enough to knock out this Wigglytuff, but we see the other Wigglytuff coming in. And this is going to be the first game now.
No Goodra needed. Paman's own Wigglytuff comes in with the mirror. Charm lands, takes down, and Paman preserves all 3 Pokemon in that game number 1. That will give him great confidence going into the next game. This is a best of 3 format. That means one more win for Paman will see him progress. These are the winners. Semi-finals already. The winner of this match will go through to the group finals.
Such an important battle. There's so much on the line right now. I'm curious on how Koxchack is going to be able to now adjust to that. I'm really curious on which Pokemon I'm going to bring next. The Goodra seems to be so strong, so I don't know, maybe something neutral like the Primal could be an interesting shout here.
Koxchack really needs to try and get this Wigglytuff aligned onto that Goodra if he is able to. And Paman is probably aware of that, and he went for that Wigglytuff lead, perhaps thinking, as long as I can force alignment, then my Goodra will be free. I just need the Goodra to avoid the Wigglytuff. So as soon as Koxchack gave away the Charizard alignment, Paman was in the driving seat. And Koxchack, as you say, he will need to make an adjustment. He can't really afford to waste his Charizard, in a sense, against the Dragon typing of Goodra.
It's going to be very interesting. What I would love to see, though, would be the Ferrothorn as well. Being an option against Paman's Wigglytuff would be very interesting and still quite neutral against the Goodra, with basically this matchup, which you already explained, being resisted on both sides with every move.
The other question that I have, that Ferrothorn on the side of Koxchack, what is its target in this meta? What Pokemon was Koxchack looking for when he brought it into his team? And I wonder if he was spying for Cradling. He's not got one here for Paman, and so the question in my mind is, to what extent is Ferrothorn a viable pick? Is Koxchack looking at this match and effectively thinking, I've only got 5 Pokemon that I'd want to use?
Could very well be the case. Of course, Ferrothorn still has always a little bit of neutral play, but it's not up there like, for example, Corsa should be able to win that battle there. But yeah, maybe he's opting for some other Pokemon that are very neutral. We have the Ferret still on the side. It's going to be a very interesting matchup now.
Leo mentioned Paman is a fan of his bug type Pokemon. He's got 2 available on his team. Will we see one of them in this game number 2? It looks like we might be seeing both. There's the Charger Bug and the Shadow Sizzle. And the Charger Bug is coming in against this Charizard. It's taking Super Effective from the Ember, but dealing a massive amount of damage in return with the super effective Volt Switches.
The damage also got boosted this season from Volt Switch. It's doing even more against Charizard. And Charizard is not really known to be a very bulky Pokemon, but it's known for getting those shields from the opponent. There's going to do so much damage with a potential Blast Burn, but you saw here the bait. Do we see the shield coming up?
This doesn't go shielded. Discharge takes down the Charizard. This time Koxchack wants the shield advantage for himself, and he now brings in this regular Swampert. It does take neutral damage from X-Scissor, but resists the Volt Switches.
It's going to be very interesting, but I'm excited for the Shadow Scissor. I think it's a very smart decision here to bring this Scissor as soon as the Charizard goes down. It is basically free as well. It's kind of similar to what you saw already before with the Goodra. Like, there are not that many answers to it.
This is a great position for Paman. We mentioned earlier that as long as Goodra is able to avoid the Wigglytuff, then it will be in a great position. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see that Goodra come in now while it's locked away. And if the Wigglytuff were to come in, as you say, Shadow Sizzle would come in and absolutely punish the Fairy-type Pokemon. Koxchack is not giving that alignment up just yet, throwing this Sludge into the Goodra. He's not even taken it to half health, and now the Wigglytuff comes in. Paman sits up in his chair. He's read his opponent. He knew the strategies, and he is smiling his way through this series.
Yeah, both players already kind of see on how this game is going to go here right now. Very well done from Paman though. Like, this was an amazing read there. We see here the scissor in action. The fast move pressure is insane. And yeah, now it's going to be down against that Swampert and we actually see a no-shit here against the Night Slash.
Yeah, Paman perhaps could have gone for the Trailblaze, opting for a Night Slash instead. Bullet Punch might just be enough to fully farm down from here. Another Night Slash coming through. Paman really showing just why he is one of the world's best.
This is going to be a Sludge coming through. I think that was the only thing that he wanted to do here, knowing that this is going to be a double resisted move.
I love this from Koxchack. Great sportsmanship. Throwing the double resisted Sludge into the steel typing of that Shadow Sizzle, recognizing that this game was all but over. Paman takes the series 2-0. Goodra closing it out. What a way to see Paman go through to the winners finals of Group A.
This was a very much insane game. That is crazy on how consistent he is though. Like, he really read the team really well there. I'm excited on what Paman can still do this tournament. It's definitely one of the players we have to watch.
I think he's probably, coming into this tournament, the favorite. He finished the leaderboard of last season right at the very top. He had an international championship to his name. He was in through to Championship Sunday, at other international championships, at the World Championships. But this is a new season. This is a new start for him as well. He doesn't come with any points now in this season because this is the first opportunity. One thing I've just realized is he doesn't actually have the pressure of qualifying for the World Championships next season. Paman has automatic qualification as a Worlds finalist, but will that stop him? Absolutely not. He wants to win.
He really wants to win. And of course, you wouldn't really just go ahead and just stop competing then. You really want to win all of those tournaments. And we see it here as well. He's on a really good run so far. Like, it is looking really good for him. The team seems to work out really well as well. And I like the synergy between those Pokemon. And I think it's also quite an interesting team. I like the Shadow Scissor. I like also the Wigglytuff. I think Wigglytuff is such a different Pokemon now.
We saw Galax go Bolton earlier with that Wigglytuff, and he had paired it with a lot of other very bulky Pokemon, Mud Slappers and Astonish users, as well as a Bastiodon. And Paman has a bit of a similar approach. If you look at the left side along the right line of his team, the Wigglytuff, Corsola and Mudslap user Shadow Kanto Marowak as one option, but then we saw also the Shadow Scizor and the Goodra coming in as a much more flexible option. Lots of fast attack pressure, but lots of opportunity to pivot around and really take advantage of the different types and different coverage that his team has.
Definitely has a lot of coverage, especially against flying-type Pokemon, which you saw before as well, with Goodra having Thunder Punch. We have the Power Gem on that Corsola. Very well prepared, but this matters, of course, also around a lot of flying-type Pokemon. We already saw the Charizard. We're going to see most likely something like an Altaria still. There's going to be a lot really here. There are going to be flying types. We have the Moltres. We have hopefully the Murkrow. We haven't seen the Togekiss yet.
One of the really interesting things about this meta, as you say, with so many flying-type Pokemon available, why are we not seeing as many coming into this tournament? And there might just be one Pokemon that you have pinned to your lapel that could be the reason.
There are quite a lot, to be fair, currently that have good coverage. Like, if you take a look at the top meta that we've seen so far, we have basically the Credilli having Rock-type coverage. We have the Marowak having Rock-type coverage. The Flying-type Pokemon seemingly mostly a little bit better in Go Battle League, but yeah, of course, we also have the Bastion, which we saw already. I think it's going to be also a Pokemon that we're going to have to look out for this tournament. I think Bastion has a lot of play.
And Dedenne, the electric fairy-type Pokemon. That's the one that many people were wondering, how dominant is it going to be coming into this tournament? It is such an interesting Pokemon with access to the Charge Attack Parabolic Charge, which guarantees a defense buff. It increases the bulk of the Dedenne, and yet so few players seem to have brought it in this tournament. It didn't make top usage, which was a surprise to many people.
Absolutely a surprise. Like, the Dedenne seem to be like such a strong Pokemon going into this tournament. I still do think we're going to see it today. I would assume we're going to see this Pokemon still today. it seems to be such a strong one. Like, you cannot say, like, you have to prepare for this Pokemon. If you don't prepare for the Dene, you're going to struggle. Let me tell you. The Parabolic Charge is very, very tough to deal with, especially with Shields up. This Pokemon is very, very strong attacking-wise, but also is going to be able to boost its defense the entire time, making it very difficult to get rid of.
One of the nice things about Paman's team that we saw, you recognize he's obviously got a lot of coverage into the flying type Pokemon, but his team is also very well suited and adjusted for Dedenne. He has so many abilities and opportunities to cover that Pokemon in his team, especially with that Shadow Kanto Marowak, but also Shadow Scizor. It has such great fast attack pressure, it can bullet punch its way through that electric and fairy type Pokemon. So a ton of strategies and plays available to our world's finalist, Paman. I would really like to hear a little bit more from him. He's ready now for an interview.
Thank you, casters. I am beyond delighted to be joined by Paman in the interview area. Huge congratulations on that last match. How are you feeling? It's a great start.
Thank you. I feel really well, actually. I was scared about the team of Koxchack because I thought it could be maybe a bit RPS, but I'm glad I was able to manage that matchup.
Which Pokemon were you worried about on Koxchack's team?
Actually, not really about a specific Pokemon. Like the entire team was like really different mons that each one beat one Pokemon on my team or maybe more. So I was worried that maybe that could be tough for me because I have to align the Pokemon. But yeah, I had luck, I guess.
That alignment is so special, and we saw kind of at the end with that Scizor and Wigglytuff combination. And I want to talk about Wigglytuff because you're a player well known for winning Gdansk with Charm, Alolan Ninetales. Now, we haven't got the Alolan Ninetales this time. We've got the Wigglytuff. Can you talk us through why you picked Wigglytuff over Alolan Ninetales?
Actually, the coverage for Corsola is really good in this meta. Also, it does better against a lot of Pokemon in the current meta, so I think it's a really better option right now. Like, I like the change to the Charm because now it's like more energy, it's more spammy, like with the Charm moves. So I think that that's a really good advantage for Wigglytuff in this meta.
Yeah, it's great to see Wigglytuff doing so well, and it's nice and bulky as well. Speaking of bulky Pokemon, one thing that you do so masterfully is you let your Pokemon get quite low, but you still keep them in the game, you switch them and then bring them right in at the end. Can you talk us through as a player how you have that kind of management of your team?
So actually, I just try to think one step away. I don't know how to say.
One step ahead, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. One step ahead. So I make like the plan on mine, and then I try to maybe, I know one Charm move doesn't KO, so I can bank energy. It's also a strategy, but I think, yeah, it's also a way to play.
So you've got to think turns ahead, not just the turn right there. I think that's some great advice for some newer trainers maybe picking up the game. Well, you know I'm pretty much your #1 fan out here. I've been rooting for you for a long time, and you've just come off second place finish at the World Championships. How do you take that incredible run you had throughout all of 2025 and bring it into the 2026 season?
Yeah, so actually it was like, I feel so proud of myself about that run. But like, I always have had the dream to become a world champion, so it's a bittersweet taste. So yeah, but I'm really proud of Belzeboy as well. I hope like the India community also gets more opportunities to get on the Steam, because there are a lot of good players. So yeah, I feel proud of myself, and then I think I want to keep improving my skills, and also trying to get the world champion title next year.
And I think that's a brilliant dream that you definitely are capable of achieving. So I'm looking forward to seeing what you're going to do in the 2026 season. Before we let you go ready for your next match, any shout outs you would like to give?
Yeah, I want to shout out my father, which is there looking at me, as well as Christian, my best friend, and then my girlfriend. Also, I want to shout out you because you made my the picture, the alien
with the
picture.
Ninetales.
I actually really appreciate that. I am like to this moment, and it was so cool. And then like every like all people supporting me because they are a great community on Pokemon Go.
Well, you're definitely an inspiring player. Good luck in the rest of the tournament. Viewers at home, we've still got a lot more Pokemon action going forward, so do not go anywhere.
Truly magical moments getting to watch and listen to Paman, a player that we have known and loved for so many years, and to see him really shine has been a privilege. I'm now joined by Leo. My co-casters are getting taller every single moment. It's good to have you.
Thank you so much. It's good to be here, actually, seeing those amazing trainers so far. Paman has, of course, always been a champion, has had this incredible entrance in the PvP scene where he went second, and then first in 3 consecutive tournaments. And I'm quite curious to see if he can transform to more titles in this very season as well.
I'm really excited to see him. He was the world's finalist from the 2025 World Championships in Anaheim. But our next match features a different world finalist. We have Inadequance coming up, our 2024 Worlds finalist, and he will be going up against a good friend of his in Alessio, also known as a Mind Joke. You can see these players, they coordinated this morning, they are on the same team, wearing the same shirt, but both of them will be looking to take victory in these winners semi-finals.
You know, I thought this was like an awkward moment when they saw each other in the venue. They're like, you're wearing the same thing as me, we should have coordinated this
why
better.
didn't you text me this morning? That's what I was going to wear. But
I always go for black and blue at this tournament.
Well, let's see if Martin can put that behind him, because he knows that this is an opportunity to re-establish dominance in the Play Pokemon circuit here in Europe. He was a caster at the World Championships. We didn't see him play in Anaheim, but perhaps this year he's going to remind everyone just of the caliber he has available.
Yeah. Both of these trainers have signature Pokemon here. You can on this side see a Mind Joke, of course, Gdansk Regional Top 4, Malmö Regional Top 4, and 2 Top 8s as well. Plenty more Top 8s, actually. They just don't fit on the screen because a Mind Joke is such a consistent player.
And look at Martin's accolades. The 2024 Worlds finalist, the Utrecht Special Champion. He's had a top 4 at the European International Championships. He's come top 16 in Worlds even before his Worlds finalist appearance. Martin is a player that has no limit, and every player here in Frankfurt will appreciate just how powerful he is.
And I want to say something. Both of these trainers, they have signature Pokemon. It's like when you're seeing them from far away, they're standing next to it. It's an epic to look at. Martin is here with a Shadow Giratina Altered this time. Has been super successful with the Giratina Origin. And I will say, Giratina Origin, not as strong as Giratina Altered.
Martin is a player that is notorious for bringing legendary dragon Pokemon. The Giratina Origin, as you mentioned, he brought that to the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii. But we've also seen him entering events with Shadow Palkia and taking that to immense success. This is the first event that Shadow Giratina in the altered form is eligible in the Play Pokemon circuit, and Martin, absolutely as expected, has it on his team.
It is bulky, it is spammy, it is everything. Loves those legendary dragons. Even brought Rayquaza to a tournament so far, but also a Mind Joke. He's a master of these steel types. He got very popular with Alolan Sandslash, or Shadow Alolan Sandslash, back before anyone was playing this Pokemon, when it had, I think it was Bulldoze as the only ground type charge attack, and wasn't able to play
even then
Drill Run, and still made it to top 4 of a regional. And then, of course, one of the first trainers to bring Shadow Steelix to the competitive circuit. It is such a powerhouse, and we've seen this earlier in one of the first matches of the day, the dominance of his Shadow Steelix in a matchup.
So let's see if a Mind Joke can get the alignment that he needs going into this match. Giratina with a very interesting defensive profile as well. A ton of resistances on the Ghost Dragon. Alessio might take advantage of the new update that we've seen. It will show you whether your charge attacks are super effective. He might not need it. Let's get started in this game number 1.
and this is a strong lead for Inadequance. You can see the signature nod as well from him. Incinerate damage to the moon with the Shadow Talonflame, and of course brings in the Blastoise, which is a super strong answer to the Azumarill because of Skull Bash.
I really like this play from Martine. He recognizes if I were to go straight into the Blastoise, I would be outpaced to the first attack anyway. So I may as well take as much energy as I can from my Shadow Talonflame, save it for the end game, and come in with the Blastoise a little bit later. This Skull Bash will do neutral, normal type damage, but it will guarantee a defense buff for Blastoise, potentially allowing it to hold on to this next play rough coming through.
But you can also see, because of the Incinerate damage earlier, which is a lot more than Rollout, even though it's resisted, you can actually get the Azumarill now into 2 Skull Bash range. So you're going to reach this before the Azumarill is going to reach the next charge attack. You even have some residual energy left if you want to. Goes for the Skull Bash immediately. Very low HP here, but could still be a big farm down because of 2 defense buffs.
Really nicely played by Inadequance. He's going to then aggressively come straight back with that Shadow Talonflame, recognizing that there are very few answers available to a Mind Joke. And so when this Cradley comes in, Martine already has a ton of energy available, and he's running Flame Charge. This Shadow Talonflame Incinerate is about to do massive damage.
Yes, and the strongest thing about Cradilly is this attack debuff, but it's going to be super negated by these Flame Charges. It's going to rack up the attack, and Inadequance actually going for a fly here. Wants to go for another shield taken away from a Mind Joke.
The really nice thing here for Martine is he might be able to preserve his third Pokemon in the back. He's maybe thinking about it already. If I can incinerate this Cradley down and start to land heavy damage onto the Shadow Kanto Marowak, could I not even show my Wigglytuff in the back? But these Mudslaps are doing a ton of damage already, so he might have to lean into it.
Yep, being Shadow comes at a cost. You're dealing 20% more, you're also taking 20% more, which sometimes leads to farm downs here. Inadequance is not having any of that, brings in the Wigglytuff with the cute little bow here. And if there is no shield on the side of the Shadow Marowak, Icy Wind is going to put an end to this battle.
Really nicely played by Inadequance. He has one shield available. Wigglytuff with more than enough bulk to hold on to this next Mudslap. Martine with an Icy Wind now available. If this lands, if it connects on the Shadow Kanto Marowak, it will be enough to take it out. Martine has played this first game to perfection, showcasing Shadow Talonflame as the MVP in this game number 1.
Yep. Shadow Talonflame dealing too much damage here for a Mind Joke to overcome. I want to put the spotlight on a different Pokemon that we haven't seen Inadequance use so far before. It is the Blastoise, the big Blastoise that is so incredibly versatile in this metagame. If you're looking at the team of a Mind Joke, the only, I want to say, really good answer to it is perhaps Cradilly, which gets outpaced, but also the Shadow Steelix. And you know what? Shadow Steelix, it deals a lot of damage with Thunderfang. If you have some energy on your Blastoise, Hydro Cannon is super effective, as you can now see on the screen in the battle as well.
Yeah, Blastoise is a great option for Martine. A lot of neutral play and a lot of decent bulk as well. It doesn't want to be up realistically against the Shadow Thunderfangs from that Shadow Steelix, against the potential Grass Knots from Cradilly, and Shadow Malamar also has a really strong matchup against Blastoise because those Psy-Waves really do shred. They do a ton of damage, but Martine got the alignment he wanted, sponging the energy of that Azumarill. Now, Azumarill's a Pokemon that we've seen so much of over the years.
Really?
It is almost a staple of PvP. It is perhaps the Pokemon of Pokemon Go. And a Mind Joke is still leaning into it. Here, will it see him success?
I mean, Azumarill has some play. You need it kind of for the Shadow Talonflame. As you said earlier, it was the MVP for Inadequance, and this is almost your only real answer in that matchup, if I'm being completely realistic. But the matchups of Azumarill have changed a little bit. If you're looking at the Wigglytuff of Inadequance, now in the one-shield scenario, Wigglytuff dominates Azumarill. The change to Charm has really helped this Pokemon out. So Azumarill is not looking too safe. Blastoise is rather a hard answer. If you can swap in the Azumarill first and get a little bit of energy advantage, your first play rough is not going to run into higher defense, so that's a good thing. But other than that, it is not looking too great, even versus the Shadow Giratina. If you're playing Shadow Claw on your Giratina, that is not the easiest matchup.
Martine smiling at his opponent. This is a best of 3 format. One more win for Inadequance will see him through to the next stage of this tournament. The players are locked in. We see Shadow Malamar up against Shadow Sizzle. A lot of damage and pressure available to both players, and they are staying in for this early game.
Both are trying to pace quickly to those dark type attacks. Inadequance actually choosing to put up a shield first, maybe anticipating that a Night Slash from this range might not knock out, so you want to maximize your farm or throws here after one more bullet punch, which is really interesting. Mind you, are you choosing to shield this? No, let's it go.
Shadow Malamar holds on, and a Mind Joke is now coming in with this Azumarill. It is a bit of an interesting play because you can see that the Azumarill is taking a ton of damage from these bullet punches, and Martine deploys exactly the same strategy as in Game 1. Getting a ton of energy onto his Shadow Pokemon in the lead, and then coming in with the Blastoise to sponge the play rough pressure.
I'm quite curious if the plan changed just a teeny tiny little bit because of all of this bullet punch damage. Are you now in Skullbash Hydro Cannon range?
It might be the case. We will find out. Martine comes in with this Blastoise, landing that first Skull Bash, getting that defense raise. And now this play rough won't be enough to knock out the Blastoise. And Martine is starting to plot, starting to plan for the end game. We can see the Gastrodon and the Shadow Kanto Marowak in the back. The players don't know that. They will have to think and hope. Will they get what they need?
Wow.
Martine doesn't allow the catch. Comes in with the Shadow Sizzle to punch down that Shadow Malamar. And a Mind Joke now needs to think. He's got 10 seconds to adjust. One more second to pick. And here comes that Shadow Kanto Marowak. And Martine nods his head. That is a Pokemon that he wanted to see.
He has so much energy. With 2 more bullet punches, the next Night Slash will be reached. The timer is nowhere near for Mind Joke to run out to swap in that Azumarill. Azumarill is a decent safe swap of the Blastoise. Just has so much energy now already from that matchup. So much damage and a shield taken away due to the Scizor. There, Inadequance is breathing heavily, and the Gastrodon coming in completely unanswered. No Moltres in sight if you take a look at the sky, and the Mind Joke is trying to throw mud back at the Gastrodon.
Lou the Pikachu smiling backstage as this Gastrodon mud slaps its way through. One of these Bone Clubs will land. It won't be enough to take out the Gastrodon. Look at the amount of mud slap pressure that the Shadow Kanto Marowak has had to endure. It goes down, and Inadequance has already reached a Water Pulse, throwing it not very effective into the Azumarill. A Mind Joke puts up a shield, but we know that the Blastoise has a ton of energy. Here comes the Skull Bash. Inadequance reminding the world that he has everything it takes to be a winner.
We already knew he was one of the best trainers in the entire world. He's proven that time and time again. Had one tournament where he didn't make day 2 and just said coming into this is never going to happen to me again. Absolute dominance from the Dutchman here.
Really, really smartly played, meticulous, but also very confident and very composed. Martine seals this victory up against a very good friend of his. It is not over for a Mind Joke. This is a double elimination tournament. That means Alessio goes down into the losers bracket, and as long as he doesn't lose one more time, he will continue here at the Frankfurt Regional Championships.
Yep, the way on Victory Road is still free if you can take care of your opponents on the way, but at the end there might be someone waiting for you who is extra tough to overcome. Looking at the performance of Inadequance, it looks like he might be unstoppable once again for one of these big regional tournaments.
Martine really looking to put his mark on this weekend. He has said, I want to do as well as I can in every event that I play. I want to get the medals. I want to get the travel awards this season. I want to remind the world that I have what it takes. And he is off to a flying start here in Frankfurt. These winners semi-finals, he has taken victory from a Mind Joke using Pokemon that we have seen him use before. Wigglytuff is no surprise. Takes out this Shadow Kanto Marowak in that game number 1 with the Icy Wind that it's able to reach a little bit quicker following that charm adjustment.
The funniest thing is now that he is again running Giratina and Wigglytuff on his team, but it feels like a completely different style of playing because, of course, the Giratina is absolutely different in comparison to the Giratina origin, and the Wigglytuff. Faster, little less damage, but not too little damage. It's looking really strong here.
Really, really strong. Martine is looking really, really strong this weekend, and he knows that this is just one opponent, one big name that he has had to take down, and there are so many still left in this tournament, but this is the start of a new season, a new story, a new chapter for all of these players. They are willing and ready to make their mark on the leaderboards, they want titles, and they have so many different Pokemon that are available to them. So many different updates have come in this season. And guess what, Leo?
Oh, tell me.
As a result, we've actually had an update to the types of Pokemon that you are able to catch at these regional events. They have been fine-tuned to make sure that you are able to be right at the top of the metagame.
And I see something very interesting right there. For example, a Turtonator, if you're taking a look at LIIC, if you're considering to compete there, Turtonator might actually be a Pokemon that you really want to catch because it could be good in the championships meta. We also have Wimpod, which evolves into Golisopod, which is basically at this point a signature Pokemon of Paman, and so many more. If you don't have a great Togekiss yet, that is also something that's nicely available here.
Yeah, some really nice options for players that are attending these regional events. Make sure that you attend as well, because Leah, there's one more thing that I have to blow your mind with.
Oh, tell me.
I spun a Pokestop here at the Frankfurt Regional Championships.
Yes.
Guess what item dropped this season? Never before.
Rare Candy XL.
A Charged TM.
What?
Charged TMs are now potentially available at the regional stops, at regional events. So one more reason to make sure that you come and join us here for all of this amazing action, amazing opportunities, spawns, items, and a great time all around.
We have a full day tomorrow left, so if you're sitting at home, go book your flight or your train and come join us to get some more Charged TMs. We know how much you and we, quite frankly, just need them and want them.
And these players they are traveling from across the world. They're traveling from across Europe. We heard Zzweilous earlier mention that he will be traveling to North America to take on Pittsburgh, but we also have some players from across the world that are competing here in Frankfurt. One of the players that we know and love, Nighttime Clasher, he is competing here in Frankfurt, one of the best players in North America. And so there are so many opportunities, and already look at who we have on stage.
Yeah, we have Zzweilous versus EeveeQ, two champions from the past, two very dominant players in the present as well, trying to take on each other to become group winners soon. This is the winners' semis. Can't even imagine what the group finals is going to look like.
Well, these are players that are both champions at regional level. EeveeQ is also an international champion, and Zzweilous an international finalist. And so the caliber that we have the potential to see here is really going to not just make a mark on these individuals, but also for this tournament. Every player here will be very interested to see who comes out on top. World champion in the senior division for EeveeQ back in the days when he didn't even have enough experience or dust to build a team. He was desperately building it at the last moment, and it did not matter. He took it all. EuIC champion. He was also the EuIC champion as a senior level.
Bunch of titles, I want to say. This is usually you have players and then you have a big champion in there and some tops. EeveeQ is just full of champion titles.
He's one of the greatest, isn't he? He's also one of the players that performs the best, the most consistently in the Go Battle League. He will want to make his mark this weekend for the start of the 2026 season. But what a player that he has to overcome.
EuIC finalist, Birmingham regional finalist, of course, in the last season, and Barcelona champion, special championship champion in the season before that, and of course also the NAIC top 4. EuIC finalist, NAIC top 4. He is very much on par with Paman, two of the most dominant players in Europe has ever seen. And these successes, I know he wants to trump them, right? He wants to go over, he wants to get one of those titles back. And look at the team of Zzweilous. There is very little spice in there, but that's a familiar face on the team of EeveeQ.
That is a Lantern we see there. A water and electric type Pokemon that dominated the play Pokemon scene a couple of years ago. And EeveeQ has identified that perhaps this is the meta for it to make a return. Will it shine?
Okay, let's just go over the theory right there. Against which Pokemon is it great? Azumarill might be strong. If you're running Water Gun,
It's still absolutely dominant into Azumarill, even with Water Gun.
All right, fair enough. It is. How good is it versus Marowak? You have Water Gun to deal super effective damage, but you're also getting Mud Slap the entire time, and Bone Club.
You are, but Lantern is extremely bulky. It does have even shield win conditions against the Shadow Kanto Marowak as well. We know it resists all of the flying type pressure from that Galarian Moltres. It has neutral opportunity and win conditions against the Galarian Corsola, resisting the bullet punch as well of that Shadow Sizzle, and not taking super effective despite being a water type from the Volt Switch of Charger Bug, because Lantern shares that electric typing. So I absolutely think that we will see Lantern here. And EeveeQ perhaps nodding a little bit because he knows that it has a ton of play coming into this matchup.
Which Pokemon would you even use in this metagame right now to counter a Lantern? I think the closest you'll get to is that Kanto Marowak because of the pressure of Mud Slap, that it's just a stronger fast attack than Water Gun.
Well, I tell you what, this is absolutely the lead that Zzweilous needed. Lantern coming in as a safe swap because there is no immediate obvious answer, but Zzweilous now preserving that Shadow Sizzle for the Cradley in the back. And let's have a look just how this matchup plays out. You noted that the ground typing of Shadow Kanto Marowak gives it super offensive pressure into the Lantern, and it was already dealing a ton of damage. That Pokemon that we said could be so useful for EeveeQ basically reduced to 0 immediately.
Yep, in a heartbeat, but what it could do is get a surf off. It is going to be shielded, and sometimes one shield advantage is all you would ever need. Galarian Moltres now coming in to answer the Marowak. Marowak is going for a bait here, the Bone Club instead of the Rock Slide.
Bait. Will it draw a shield? EeveeQ, he lets it go! That is a massive decision, a massive, massive call, protecting his preserving his Protect Shield, and now he can guarantee this shield for the Rock Slide, but EeveeQ has so much momentum now going into this mid-game.
And he has even shields here with 1.5 charge attacks stored, almost 2 fly already. Zzweilous still has the dominant matchup in the back, so he's got that going from Charger Bug. Of course, is also really, really strong against the Galarian Moltres. This is a Brave Bird. Is Zzweilous going to even shield this up? No, lets it go. Wants to have a shield for the Caesar maybe, but this is going to deal a lot of damage there. Brings in the Shadow Caesar.
Beautifully played by EeveeQ. Zzweilous anticipated perhaps a switch out of that Galarian Moltres after landing the Brave Bird, but EeveeQ stayed in. He draws away the shield from that Shadow Sizzle, which now is completely defenseless. And this Cradley, it can tank the first charge attack, and if it can reach a Rock Tomb, it will do a massive amount of damage onto this Shadow Sizzle.
Yep, Rock Tomb is being reached just before the last Bullet Punch would maybe knock out the Cradilly even. How much damage is this going to do? This is a strong attack against Caesar that doesn't have a lot of defenses. And now, of course, these asses, they ramp up against the Charger Bug. Charger Bug has to throw a charge attack here into a shield, might not even use that because the Galarian Moltres is sitting in the back.
Galarian Moltres comes through, a Pokemon that so many players recognize as a dominant force in this meta, a dominant force from last season coming through to the 2026 season. EeveeQ takes game number 1. That is a huge momentum moment for him. He knows that he has the advantage. One more win and he will win these winners semifinals.
Nobody is allowed to make jokes over Lantern here. Phenomenal safe swap, aligning with the tactics of EeveeQ, going to say, hey, I will bait your Marowak out. I will have an answer for the Marowak in the back, and I will take a shield from you because you just want this alignment so much in the lead.
What I loved about the strategy here from EeveeQ is that he recognized Lantern is extremely safe into Zzweilous' team. He knew that he was able to tank a Bone Club from that Shadow Marowak and get shield advantage. But he's also looked at the team of Zzweilous and identified that not one Pokemon on Zzweilous' team resists flying type damage. And that means a shield advantage Galarian Moltres has the opportunity to sweep. And that is exactly what we saw in that first game. Maxwell used Lantern. He leveraged the great typing and bulk of Lantern to get shield advantage and then swept with the Galarian Moltres. Brave Bird doing a massive amount of damage and the Fly pulling that last shield away from Shadow Sizzle.
This just reminds me so much of the World Championships finals where Belzeboy leaned into this Galarian Moltres so so heavily versus Paman, always coming in with those flies and Brave Birds to deal massive damage there, because sometimes if you let Galarian Moltres run wild, it is just going to run over you in those matchups. Quite curious to see where EeveeQ is trying to position it right now, and if we're going to see the Lantern again.
Zzweilous is a tactician. He's a scientist of his own. He will be thinking of strategies, and he's coming in with a Shadow Sizzle lead into the Galarian Moltres. Although its charge attacks are resisted, when shields are up, the bullet punch pressure of Shadow Sizzle can be enough to neutralize the Galarian Moltres. So Zzweilous is comfortable staying into what is otherwise looking like a difficult matchup.
Yep, that is true. EeveeQ is actually going to give up a shield here against this resisted Trailblaze. So this might be a swap of strategies here, where Zzweilous just says, okay, I'm just going to need a little bit of shield advantage, brings in the Charger Bug, because frankly, there's not too much that resists the Charger Bug as well. Gets in one more Volt Switch to have more energy to sweep in the end game, and now the Marowak is a little bit late with the energy.
Ever so slightly, but Zzweilous had an additional shield available. He uses one of them now. And Maxwell, again, is getting huge advantage from this Lantern. The Galarian Moltres still with a ton of health in the back, pulling that shield from the Shadow Kanto Marowak. Will Maxwell now let this go? Will he realize that Lantern has done its job, or does it have more to play? EeveeQ using his last Protect Shield and forcing the rest of the energy away from this Shadow Kanto Marowak. And EeveeQ, will he now come in with this Galarian Moltres? And will Zzweilous look to immediately respond with the Charger Bug? The switch timer's not up yet, so he's not able to straight away.
Even though the charge timer got reduced to 45 seconds. Oh, that's a full Volt Switch going through here. Zzweilous putting up the Protect Shield immediately here.
Zzweilous now with a ton of energy on this Charger Bug. Let's remember that Bug is super effective against Grass. X-Scissor will do a massive amount of damage to this Cradley, and Zzweilous already has two stored up.
This looks like a complete swap of strategies of both of these trainers, and the trainer who plays for energy just always comes out on top here. Charge attack priority won by the Charger Bug. Does this knock out? It's going to be incredibly close. If this hangs on with 1 HP,
it takes out the Cradley! Maxwell is not able to get the Rock Tomb that he needed. Galarian Moltres doesn't have the health to withstand the Volt Switch, and Zzweilous knows that he played that to perfection. That could have been his only win condition, and he found it. He levels the score 1-1 in these winners group semi-finals.
Very impressive counting by Zzweilous as well. Going for the charge attack priority there, having in mind the exact amount of energy of EeveeQ, having in mind the exact amount of time left until he can switch again to go for a possible catch on the Galarian Moltres, knowing I need every single bit of Volt Switch damage to take this knockout. Because you've seen the first X-Scissor, this did around 45%, and the Volt Switches, they didn't add much to that.
Volt Switch is an electric type fast attack. It did get a damage buff, but it is resisted by the grass typing of that Cradley. Zzweilous landed one X-Scissor. He used Volt Switch to put Cradley in a range of one more X-Scissor. He calculated it perfectly, and EeveeQ recognized that this opponent is exactly who he says he is. Zzweilous, one of the world's best. EeveeQ knows he's in that category too, and we are on the edge of our seats anticipating this decisive game number 3.
I'm curious to see who is going to play for energy now this time around. So we've both seen these trainers go for, I'm going to give up a shield to have some alignment here, but then it paid off for the other trainer as well, because energy management just sometimes, if your matchups aren't that polarizing, it just beats alignment.
I tell you what, Zzweilous is one of the best in the world at reading opponents' strategies, and he will have also recognized the Galarian Moltres and Lantern approach of EeveeQ. He will have clocked that. He will know how strong that is as an option for his opponent, and now he will work out how to counter it, how to take it apart, and how to plot his way through to the winners group finals. Zzweilous still calculating, still looking to lock in his team, because this moment could be massive for the final stages of this day 1 for these players.
He has to probably bring the Charger Bug again, needs to find solutions to deal with the Moltres, because Azumarill is usually the most prominent one, but this is so well checked by the team of EeveeQ. This is a massive lead for EeveeQ. What is going to be the response there? Tries to go into the Charger Bug, taps next to it, goes for some, okay, interesting. And we're going to see some X-Scissor versus Cradley action.
I like this play from EeveeQ because he recognizes that the Charger Bug doesn't have enough energy to be able to take down the Cradilly before the Cradilly is able to use a Rock Tomb. Rock Tomb is a super effective attack. It will likely draw a shield from Zzweilous' Charger Bug, but even if it doesn't, it will guarantee an attack drop. Look at the damage, and the attack goes down. And so even though this X is a lands, it won't do anywhere near as much damage as it otherwise would have.
That is correct. The question is now, how much farm can EeveeQ get from these remaining HPs from the Charger Bug? Zzweilous is now perhaps going to bring in the Kanto Marowak. Smart choice. The Caesar would have been the obvious choice there to counter the typing of Cradilly. However, he wants to make some use of this Kanto Marowak, which is otherwise super walled by the Galarian Moltres.
Really nicely played by Zzweilous because he recognizes if I can mud slap down this Cradilly, I have Rock Slide. It's been buffed this season. It would do super effective damage into the Galarian Moltres. So I'm going to preserve as much health as possible, use both of my shields, and maybe draw them back when this Galarian Moltres comes in. Or if it's the Lantern, he has access to that Bone Club instead.
That is true. So all of these options available. Now throws one Bone Club for perfect timing, or one Mud Slap to throw a Rock Slide afterwards. Almost takes out the Galarian Moltres, which is still sitting there with a decent amount of HP. Now the Shadow Caesar comes in, completely helpless without Protect Shields, and the Brave Bird is going to come down from the sky, takes out the Shadow Caesar.
Look at that Galarian Moltres showing just how dominant it can be, and EeveeQ still has one shield available. The Bone Clubs won't be enough. Zzweilous knows that he has done his absolute best, but this Lantern proves too difficult a foe. EeveeQ nodding his head. He just needs to reach that surf.
Tales of Transformation, that's the story of Lantern in this case, was completely ignored in the last few metas. Didn't get any updates to its attacks or whatnot, but it is just back. It fits into the metagame like nothing else and takes the win for EeveeQ here versus Zzweilous.
I am Lantern the Fish, and I approve of this matchup. EeveeQ seals victory in these group semi-finals against one of the best in Zzweilous. He progresses through to the group finals here at the Frankfurt Regional Championships, and he is beaming. He knows just how much this moment means to him. He wants to be the gold medalist this weekend, and this is one step closer to that mission.
Zzweilous, of course, still not out there, is not running the spice that we usually know from him. Maybe this is something that he could improve on in those next tournaments, because all of his opponents, like EeveeQ here, are running spicy Pokemon. If you want to consider Lantern Spice, I think at this point you can, right?
I think that the really critical thing for Zzweilous wasn't necessarily the softness into Lantern. I think it was the flying, the absence of a flying resist that ultimately cost Zzweilous in the end. It allowed Maxwell to utilize that Lantern in a way that set up one of the best Pokemon in the game, Galarian Moltres, a dark and flying type Pokemon with so much offensive capability, and EeveeQ really did let it shine.
Most trainers try to counter the Galarian Moltres with a Pokemon like Azumarill, and this is where the pro team building of EeveeQ comes in, saying, I am running a Lantern, which is super strong against Azumarill, but I'm also running Cradley, which is also amazing versus Azumarill. So if you want to bring your Azumarill, or if you only have Azumarill to stop my Galarian Moltres from rampaging through your team, you're going to have a tough time bringing it, because there's just so many answers. Also, Galarian Moltres, it's not too bad versus Azumarill. Brave Bird still hits super hard against the water fairy type. As you said earlier, no resistance.
Yeah, Galarian Moltres definitely one that you want in your roster. You can acquire one from a daily adventure incense. Make sure that you are using it. And EeveeQ showing that the bird that took Beelzeboy to victory in Anaheim in those World Championships is just as good, if not better, this season.
That was a huge call in Game 1 there. The no-shielded Bone Club in the Marowak versus Galarian Moltres matchup. Super risky bait, did not pay off for Zzweilous. EeveeQ capitalized on it. And there you could see the Moltres winning against the Charger Bug in the endgame with a sucker punch. And this was the closest moment of Game 2. Does this X-Scissor knock out Cradilly? It does.
Really, really meticulously played by Zzweilous in that game number 2 to even the score, but EeveeQ and the strategy of Galarian Moltres and Lantern proved too strong, and Zzweilous obviously didn't get that game 3 off to the best start, leading the Shadow Kanto Marek into the Galarian Moltres, and EeveeQ took advantage of that advantageous lead position. He used the momentum all the way through that game number 3, and he is smiling his way to those group finals.
I mean, you also have to say that in the first game, Zzweilous had the perfect lead. Shadow Caesar onto the Cradily is phenomenal, but then he couldn't capitalize off of that because there was Lantern as a safe swap in the back. So in that case, the softness to the Lantern was actually a huge problem, because sometimes, you know, there's a saying, you win the lead, you win the game. Sometimes that does happen. Sometimes you have a dominant lead, you are able to keep your switch, you keep the momentum, and you beat your opponent with just keeping this one Pokemon on that other Pokemon that it just beats so hard. But if there is a safe swap, if you can't keep the alignment, winning the lead doesn't help you at all.
I think one of the really exciting things about the way that EeveeQ approached that game is it was very unclear to Zzweilous what the exact strategy would be in terms of shield advantage. We saw in game 1, he was willing to give away alignment. He wanted shields so that Galarian Moltres could sweep. And then in game 3, he opted for a completely different approach. He shielded his Lantern against that Shadow Kanto Marowak. He utilized the Water Gun pressure and the Surf pressure. He was able to put so much pressure onto Zzweilous that the entire strategy of the endgame changed, and yet Galarian Moltres was given the opportunity to shine once more.
It's an absolute powerhouse of a Pokemon. You would think that a Pokemon that only has 2 flying charge attacks as offensive coverage paired with a arguably incredibly strong Dark type attack is not the best coverage, but even in those matchups where Galarian Moltres is not really favored, it gets some profit out of just having Brave Bird. This attack deals massive damage, even if it is resisted onto the bulkiest Pokemon in the game. Even against a Tinkaton, you can dance around the matchup, avoid those play roughs, throw a Brave Bird here and there, and then you're still dealing good chunks of damage. Moltres is maybe the most versatile Pokemon we have in the game right now, despite only having Dark and Flying coverage.
And one of the coolest Pokemon, and we do
definitely
love cool Pokemon, but that Lantern presents a very interesting question for Mud Slappers in this meta. It has super effective damage against the ground typing of Shadow Kanto Marowak, and I suppose it begs the question, what other Mud Slappers could a player use to not take super effective Water Gun damage from a Lantern? And one of the standout options to players this weekend is Gastrodon. With that water typing, it takes neutral damage from the Water Guns and Surfs of the Lantern, dealing out super effective Mud Slaps in return. And now with better coverage, it has access to Water Pulse, which allows it to take down some of the flyers once more.
Yep, it can help at least still. The matchups versus something like a Togekiss is not strong yet, but at least if you have more energy or the Togekiss is at like 40% health, has no shields, you are not helpless anymore, because before that Body Slam spam was just not efficient enough. You can see a key win is a Dedenne, and now you might think, hey, Dedenne wasn't even in the 15% range, wasn't even in the top 12 Pokemon, and that is because trainers know that opposing trainers have found great solutions to answer it. But most of these trainers, they're kind of forced to play something like a Cradily, something like a mud-slapping Pokemon like Kanto Marowak to answer the Dedenne. My prediction, if we don't see Dedenne at all in this tournament, basically, next tournament in Lille, I think it is, Dedenne is on the rise.
It could well be, and Togekiss is another option for players that we've not seen many of, and there might be a key reason why the Shadow Sizzle that Zzweilous brought in that previous match is such a threat to Fairy-type Pokemon. Togekiss is one of its key wins. The fast attack Bullet Punch with the Shadow Pressure, 20% more damage, is a potent force here in Frankfurt.
Even though I will say Shadow Caesar has one downside to it, and that is the zero shield scenario versus basically anything, even if you're playing versus Togekiss and you do not have a shield. We've seen this in the last game. Shadow Caesar was swapped into the Galarian Moltres, just vanished immediately. If you're playing versus a Togekiss, you're dealing a lot of damage with Bullet Punch. You win Charge Attack priority and get a Night Slash off, which is resisted. The Aura Sphere is going to hit you hard.
So many exciting Pokemon, so many exciting players here this weekend. If you're just tuning in, we are already at the stage where players are getting through the semi-finals and through to those group finals. We have one more winners semi-finals that Leo and I are really excited to cast for you, because Galaxco Bolton is back with that Bastiodon, and I cannot wait to see how he gets on against 9 Alfie 2.
I think the young kids call this a villain arc. I will not expand on that. Coming in with Bastiodon and Wigglytuff as well, plus a Mud Slapper and Gastrodon and Superior. Powerful, powerful team. Alfie on the other side is bringing a Dunsparce, which is a formidable answer to multiple threats on Galaxco Bolton's team.
These players are already ready to go, and we see Cradley come up against Gastrodon, the grass typing. The offensive output of that Grass Knot would threaten a one-hit knockout. Galaxco Bolton responds with a Corsola, but it is met by one Pokemon it absolutely doesn't want to see, the normal type Dunsparce, double resisting the Astonishes and Nightshades of this Galarian Corsola. Galaxco Bolton forced to throw an early Power Gem.
Yep, look at this damage that it does not take from Astonish. Astonish is not known to generate an enormous amount of energy, but it is rather there for damage, which it doesn't do here. But also, you have to say that Dunsparce is not pressuring too hard, charges up a little bit more energy there, but can throw non-same type attack bonus boosted drill runs.
Galaxco Bolton reaching another Power Gem. Dunsparce, such a bulky Pokemon. Rock Slide has been buffed this season, but Drill Wren is still the more efficient attack to throw in this neutral matchup. And Dunsparce currently getting a ton of value there for Alfie. We recognize as well that the Cradley, if it can align onto the Gastrodon in the back, will be able to one-shot it. But actually, Galaxco Bolton also has a Talonflame, so Cradley looks like it could be a really strong Pokemon in the endgame.
That is true. I think first and foremost, Gastrodon is very happy to avoid this Dunsparce. It was a very dangerous matchup to come into as well. Perfect energy management by Alfie. Again, going for a drill run here into the Gastrodon. I was worried about a potential farm down, but if you can get a drill run off before, that's fine.
It's okay, it doesn't make too much difference because Cradley would have one-shot the Gastrodon anyway. But this is actually a matchup that Alfie is very happy to see, because you're going to get this Rock Tomb in just as this Talonflame gets its third Incinerate through, and you have to shield this as Galaxco Bolton. Rock is double super effective against the fire and flying of this Shadow Talonflame, and now a lot of that pressure can be sponged on the bulky Water and Ground type of Alfie's own Gastrodon.
If you would say, okay, Mudslap is resisted on the Talonflame, but it is a Shadow Talonflame. It still deals a sizable chunk of damage there. Body Slam is, of course, also a good attack there, because you don't need to deal too much damage to a Talonflame to take it out of the equation. Here, Alfie is going to charge up more. I think at this point, you can do 3 more Mud Slaps, rack up some energy. Do you even throw a Body Slam? I don't think it would be enough, so a Water Pulse might be the right choice here, even though it gets shielded.
I think you pull the shield regardless. You force the shield, and it's a safer play from Alfie. He still has a shield of his own. He still has a Cradley in the back. Now, Alfie needs to think, if I use a shield here, will Galaxco Bolton immediately come back in with his own Gastrodon to snipe? I don't want to risk that outcome, so I'm going to let the Gastrodon go and put this all onto my Cradilly for the endgame. He has a shield available. He'll likely use it here, and Galaxco Bolton has to think, when do I bring in the Gastrodon? How much energy did it have? And is this Cradley in Water Pulse range? It doesn't matter, because Galaxco Bolton's nowhere near it, and we're about to see the damage of a double super effective hit land. Grass Knot takes out this Gastrodon.
Lou, close your eyes. You do not want to see this Cradle. He takes it out, farms down the Shadow Talonflame, and just shows how dominant you can be versus Gastrodon. We've just seen it in the spotlight if you have a grass type attack. Quite interesting to me. In the lead scenario, we saw Cradle versus Gastrodon already, and if there are shields up, I don't even think the matchup is that straightforward, because Mudslap still deals a lot of damage. You have this neutral Water Pulse, and I mean, Acid does nothing to a Gastrodon.
I almost think Galaxco Bolton played his team the wrong way around. And I say that because Cradley has the opportunity to one-shot both the Gastrodon and the Talonflame, but it can only do so, especially in respect to the Talonflame, when shields are down. When shields are up, the Incinerate damage of that Talonflame, if it were in the lead against a Cradley, could give Galaxco Bolton the opportunity to stay in with access to Flame Charge to rebuff any attack drops that are caused by Rock Tomb. But by leading Gastrodon into that Cradilly, Galaxco Bolton was forced to switch out. And so when shields went down, Cradilly had the opportunity in the endgame to one-shot everything on Galaxco Bolton's side of the field.
Absolutely agreed. You might want to also consider preserving your shields there if you see a Pokemon like Shadow Charizard in the back. So those are also Pokemon, if you don't know the backline of your opponent, that you have to take into consideration. If you're going down shields once, you have a potential farm down for your opponent and it's an Ember Charizard. Tough.
It is tough. Galaxco Bolton now thinking he will need to adjust. He is a player that we have seen throughout the seasons lose game number 1, but use it as an opportunity to read the minds of his opponents, to begin to strategize and come up with a plan and a tactic to take down anyone who comes up against him. He's a player that is a regional champion. He has reached top cut in so many events prior. He has a ton of medals to his name, and he does not want this weekend to be any different.
Nope, he didn't have the greatest performance at the World Championships, and I've heard him say that he wants to definitely come back from that. This is a new season, everything's back to zero. Galaxco Bolton can go right back to the top, but Alfie so far is in the lead. Hasn't been seen too many times so far, and now he's showing dominance versus one of the best players we have.
We have a Galarian Corsola mirror, and so much of this matchup will come down to the Galarian Corsola that each player has chosen to build based on their attack stat, based on their defense and stamina as well. The bulk, as well as the charge for attack priority, could be a really key consideration, and immediately we gain some information. Alfie's Galarian Corsola has a higher attack stat, we assume, as it has 1 charge attack priority the first time these players both go for a Nightshade, but they will look to both Astonish down. It makes no difference. Players now randomly choosing, but Alfie is in a pretty good position here because a grass and fire type on either side. However, his grass type can hit the fire type of his opponent's Pokemon, and this means that Alfie is very much in the driving seat, and Galaxco Bolton will need to do something magical to overcome this endgame.
And yes, with Flame Charge you can buff your attack back up, but the damage would be debuffed at first. Brings in the Shadow Charizard, predicts a different Pokemon in the back there for Galaxco Bolton other than Superior, even though you have to say that with Acid, Cradily still has a decent matchup versus Superior.
Alfie recognizes that the Incinerates from the Shadow Talonflame were starting to rack up on the Cradily, so instead he's going to take the resisted fire damage on his Shadow Charizard. It's a squishy Pokemon, but it does look to be holding on all right. An Air Cutter doing a massive amount of damage, a flying type charge attack with same type attack bonus, and when 2 shields are available, this Shadow Charizard is an absolute menace to take down, and Galaxco Bolton recognizes it. Superior comes in, and it has absolutely no way of touching the fire and flying type of this absolute monster in the sky.
I was wondering when the moment would come where Galaxco Bolton regrets running double grass attacks. Oh, and even a catch here. Maybe Alfie thinks that's an aerial ace. Did not need to do that here. Grass type attack comes down on this Cradily. Cradily, of course, is still chilling with this acid fast attack, but it doesn't deal too much damage. Even I think Galaxco Bolton can just take a Rock Tomb here, maybe still deal some damage with a Frenzy Plant. Is that an opening for Galaxco Bolton?
I think the Shadow Charizard has an Air Cutter available. As soon as it comes back in, he will be able to, but Galaxco Bolton might go for a swap and a catch. He doesn't quite get it right because Alfie doesn't look to throw it, and now the Shadow Charizard has a Blast Burn available. Superior in the red anyway. This would have been enough to one-shot. It's more than enough damage, and 9 Alfie 2 is the winner of these group semifinals, taking down the massive opponent of Galaxco Bolton.
With his trusty first partner Pokemon, Shadow Charizard, which is the superior first partner Pokemon there. Little hug there, good sportsmanship from either side, and Alfie is making an entrance here in the new season, already taking down one of the Titans of Europe, previous regional champions, and this is what we love to see, the emotions. He is hyped, and he's looking like someone who's very tough to overcome in a potential group finals there with the Shadow Charizard, with the Cradily. Some very nice additions to the metagame.
I love that Shadow Charizard pick. It is such a flexible option. It's such a fun option. And it has 2 different charge attacks that it's able to use. It has Dragon Breath and Ember. Those are both recommended attacks for it. And we're seeing that most players are opting for Ember. Ember does a little bit less damage than the Dragon Breath, but it charges energy that much quicker. And reaching Blast Burn is the most important thing.
Exactly. Even if you're throwing Air Cutter, you want to threaten the Blast Burn. We've seen this attack. It is so strong. It has been used on Gastrodon today so far, dealing 60%. We've had the Reef piloting it to perfection almost, but here, Alfie, not a Blast Burn, but a Grass Knot against Gastrodon. Honestly, same thing there. Their Shadow Charizard finishing off that game with the Blast Burn in game 2, 2-0ing Galax Colton. Who can say that about themselves?
Well, we've talked about this season being a new opportunity for players, a new story, a new chapter, and 9 Alfie too. He could be a player that is really looking to shine in this 2026 season. He ended the 2025 season with a top cut. He came 7th in the Bologna regional event at the end of last season, and he will be looking to use that momentum going forward into the 2026 season, already taking down one of the big names. Can he get through to day number 2? He's through to the winners group finals already. I cannot wait to see how far he goes.
Going out with a top cut and maybe immediately going back in with another one would be absolutely strong. Just showing that new trainers, new top elite trainers can always emerge from the competitive scene. Every single event we see new faces, players who all of a sudden play against these big names, these players who we've known for years. We've seen them perform on stage countless times. Then you have someone new who comes in and just goes, hey, I can easily beat you.
Well, these players, a lot of them have had all summer to prepare, all summer to learn, to watch the best of the best, and they've been honing their craft in the background, looking to make a big moment here in Frankfurt, and Alfie has made a moment already. He will want to build on that now. He has momentum, as we say, and sometimes, especially when it comes to the mental game for these players, taking out a really high-caliber opponent does make a difference.
Yes, but it's not going to be easier from here because the top cut is waiting. First of all, the group finals is waiting, and we all know that those matches are not only nerve-wracking, but your opponents are never going to be easy. We have seen those players on stage so far. We have seen Zzweilous, we have seen a Mind Joke, we have seen an Inadequance. This tournament is as stacked as these always are.
They are really, really stacked this season. Every single player seems to be improving at such a rapid rate, and it is becoming increasingly difficult. And they are also taking a lot of their learnings from the in-game format, from the Go Battle League, because Alfie is no stranger to the Go Battle League. We might not have seen him a huge amount in the Play Pokemon circuit, but he has before reached the top 10 in the world in the Go Battle League. And I think now more than ever is the time to try and translate those learnings, that experience, bring it over to the Play Pokemon circuit, and you can show the world that you are one of the best.
100%. And also you can see, you were just mentioning earlier how rapidly the players are improving. Every single time you can see a player inventing some new strategies on stream in these broadcasts, in these tournaments, everyone else picks it up immediately, like a charge attack priority catch from an Inadequance back versus Pablondinas. Now everyone can do that, everyone is trying to do that, but we have losers round 5 already. Familiar faces, RGR has been on this tournament already so far, and Secris is of course a very well-known player in the circuit.
Yeah, RGR, he had a great run at the North American International Championships towards the end of the last season, but he also is a player that featured in a grassroots tournament that was hosted last week as a practice, as an introduction to the new Tales of Transformation meta, and he came out on top. He is up against Secris, a player that has been no stranger to the grassroots circuit, one that many of us will know and recognize the name of. He hasn't perhaps had the strength of performance so far in the Play Pokemon circuit, and so RGR could be a great challenge for him. In this losers round 5, they have dropped down already.
Yep, definitely, and we can see some more Spice here, a Pokemon that has been predicted by one of our world champion top 4 players. I think it was even our world champion Belzeboy. The regular Empoleon is here to stay, as you can see there. And let's just look at the matchups a little bit. We have a decent matchup versus the Galarian Corsola. We have a good matchup versus Lapras, even though Lapras does have win conditions. Then it gets a little more tougher with the Pangoro, super effective fighting type damage. Charger Bug, super effective electric type damage. The Shadow Kanto Marowak. And Talonflame, of course, also can deal some damage, even though if both are non-shadow, this is still very good for Empoleon because he will basically never get farmed down. However, there's a lot of answers.
I cannot tell you how excited I am to see this Empoleon in action. It now has access to Metal Sound, a steel-type fast attack that allows it to reach Hydro Cannon in just 5 seconds. It also received a buff to its coverage attack in Drill Peck, a flying-type charge attack that allows it to hit back at the grass-type Pokemon and the dragon-type Pokemon that otherwise can resist Hydro Cannon. And Sickris has opted here for the regular Empoleon. He's not gone for the extra damage output of the Shadow. He prefers the extra bulk of the regular. I'm very excited to see how it fares here against RGR.
Yeah, this extra bulk that you can have has more merits. You have high attack anyways, your Hydro Cannons are going to deal a lot of damage, but you don't get farmed down that easily by Pokemon like the Shadow Marowak, so you can pull at least 2 shields from your opponent while possibly giving up 1 yourself. But also, we're going to see, so far, maybe a little bit the star of the show, Galarian Moltres flying over there, which is going to be tough to bring actually here. There is the Marowak, yes, good target. Corsola, fantastic target. Okay, maybe it's looking quite good. Lapras, alright, I can see that happening, but Charjabug and the Pangoro are tough matchups. Yes, you have flying type damage for the Pangoro, but
I think the key thing here is that Pangoro. As a dark and fighting type Pokemon, you're double resisting the dark type Sucker Punch from Galarian Moltres, but also looking across the rest of the team, Empoleon, Cradley, and Galarian Corsola are also brilliant matchups for Pangoro. Dark and fighting type means you resist the entire moveset of the Galarian Corsola. That could be a great matchup if RGR can get that alignment, but also it really does constrict the teams that Sickris is able to run. It forces Sickris to play Pokemon like Wigglytuff, but also probably Gastrodon. Wigglytuff for the dominant fairy type damage into the Pangoro, and Gastrodon perhaps just as a neutral option to try and suppress the very, very potent threat.
Just because it does something. Tomahawk, when you're in a situation like that where you find one Pokemon on your opposing side that is tough for you, what do?
When I have my Tomahawk UK cap on, I really do need to try and jump into the minds of my opponent when there is a core breaker on their team. And so if I were Sickris here, I would be leaning into Gastrodon as a neutral option. I would have Wigglytuff as an answer available potentially in case that Pangoro looks to come in as a safe swap, but I have to be very wary of the Talonflame. RGR will recognize that Gastrodon and Wigglytuff are the only Pokemon that have neutral to positive matchups into Pangoro. And I'm fully expecting RGR to lean into Pangoro and then 2 Pokemon that have neutral to positive matchups into Wigglytuff and Gastrodon. Those could look like Lapras, for example, and maybe even Talonflame. Talonflame, if it's aligned onto that Wigglytuff, will have a great time. Less so against the Gastrodon, but at least it resists the Mud Slaps.
Yep, now that Water Pulse has been put on many of these Gastrodon, this matchup has become a lot tougher for those Talonflame as well. But it's a big hill for Sickris to climb up on because the team of RGR is just so well constructed. The Pangoro and the entire supporting cast there trying to get Pangoro to go for games here, especially because Wigglytuff, while it is the prime answer for Pangoro, I would pick that matchup every single day of the week. If there is a no-shield scenario and you can get some energy elsewhere, close combat is not resisted because Wigglytuff is part normal type, and then all of a sudden you can see a knockout from the other side.
So much option available to RGR. I'm very excited to see how he uses this Pangoro. If I remember correctly, he is also using a shiny Pangoro, and that just brings a smile to my face. I've brought shiny Pangoro before to the Play Pokemon circuit, so I will absolutely be rooting for some heavy close combat damage. These players looked locked in. They are ready to go for game number 1 of this Losers Round 5.
Sickris is leading with the Gastrodon into Pangoro, so disaster is not spelled yet. The Corsola is very much looking forward to avoiding this Pokemon. However, on the side of RGR, you already know that you might be able to avoid this Wigglytuff. First close combat is going to be charged.
If I were RGR, I would throw a close combat and go straight into my Lapras. It looks like a really neutral option, but RGR has chosen to actually stay in. Is he going to be letting this Pangoro go and saving his shield advantage? No, he is going to shield it up, maybe bank some energy before making a safe swap. The Wigglytuff comes in! It gets sniped! Pangoro goes down and Sycris smiles to himself. That is a great termination of the key threat on the side of RGR.
But at what cost? Now there is a strong Talonflame, which is a win-condition Pokemon against the Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff, of course, now faster energy generation, so you will get to those Swifts faster. But look at the energy ramping up on the side of RGR here. Is maybe Talonflame going to be the best Pokemon for him here instead of Pangoro? Oh, wow! Hangs on here by a thread, but that's even more farm!
Let's remember that Talonflame is not quite as strong of an answer against Wigglytuff as it used to be, because the charms are now giving more energy, allowing the Wigglytuff to reach that Swift quicker, and it has already taken the Talonflame into the red, but Talonflame is running Brave Bird. That threat pulls the shield from Sycris, and RGR now reaching another fly to probably take this Galarian Corsola into the yellow. And will RGR be able to leverage the Lapras in the back to seal out the endgame?
Flying up to the sky. Now the Corsola is coming in here as well, is going to throw a Power Gem immediately, threatening super effective damage here. Last shield is being put up by RGR. Nobody has shields anymore in this game. And now the Lapras is going to outpace before the next Power Gem. I reckon an Ice Beam here would knock out, but would a Sparkling Aria too? RGR throws a Sparkling Aria into the Gastrodon.
And now RGR needs to be very meticulous with his energy management, because he recognizes that there is a Galarian Corsola in the back that is so close to an attack. The advantage he has is that Gastrodon that is no longer running Earth Power is forced to throw Body Slam. Body Slam, although it received a buff, does not do a ton of damage to the ridiculously bulky Lapras. Will another one really threaten? It doesn't matter, because RGR is in the minds of his opponent and catches on this Talonflame, and that could be the pivotal moment in this game.
Definitely a wonderful catch here from RGR. Lapras is going to farm down here, has two Sparkling Aria already. If one wasn't enough already, goes to throw the first one here. That is going to be enough, surely, to knock out this Galarian Corsola here. Deals the necessary damage, takes it out, and RGR leads 1-0. We thought this was all going to be the show of Pangoro, but Pangoro was let go of very early before it could reach the second close combat. But then the next win con came in. Talonflame soaring from the sky with a fly.
Really, really strong performance there from RGR in that game. Number one, Pangoro and Talonflame is a core that has been around for a long time. Not necessarily the most popular core, but definitely one that players need to be aware of. And RGR looks to be taking full advantage despite that snipe from the Wigglytuff, despite Pangoro going down to an aggressive switch and charm from Sycris. RGR able to pull it back with a really, really well-timed catch and the bulk of Lapras to seal the deal.
You don't see that every day, that one fast attack deals about 40% to a Pokemon there, but still this wasn't enough for Sycris to win the game. It was... I'm
somewhat of a Pangoro player myself, and I have received 40% damage from Charm in the past, so I would not put myself in RGR's shoes once more, but he managed to make the adjustment that he needed to and really set himself up for a strong endgame.
Yeah, it was incredible. Even if you get the Gastrodon onto the Pangoro there, and you have this neutral-ish play, Pangoro is just so threatening in neutral scenarios because you are able to swap out so fast. You can bait easily. A Night Slash, what does a Night Slash cost? Nothing. Costs no energy whatsoever. You can always threaten a close combat, which if it's hitting neutrally is going to deal a lot of damage. So even if you have neutral scenarios, is it really neutral?
If I were RGR, I would go for the exact same strategy again. I think the Pangoro lead with Talonflame Lapras in the back is such a great opportunity to him. The players look like they are locked in. We are ready to go. And we do see that same team from RGR, this time with a brilliant lead into Sycris' Galarian Corsola. And Sycris is playing a heavy ABA strategy. He has a Cradily in the back, a Rock-type Pokemon that would take super effective damage. So he is staying in this matchup, and one Night Slash goes through and already takes Galarian Corsola down to near half health.
This could very well be the Pangoro show we've been waiting for. RGR setting up his signature Pokemon here to win this game. Goes for another 4 Karate Chops. Has 2 Night Slashes stored here. I think that is definitely charm range though.
It absolutely could be, and I imagine that RGR will be anticipating a Wigglytuff coming in. He doesn't get knocked out this time because he hadn't thrown a close combat. That means he's able to reach one against Wigglytuff, and Sickris is forced into a shield. This is a great position for RGR as he responds to the Talonflame with the Wigglytuff with a fire-type Talonflame that also has shield advantage.
That is incredible, and also there is still this 1 HP Pangoro in the back for a potential catch later on in the endgame. But first of all, we're going to see the first Swift being launched from this Wigglytuff into the Talonflame. Takes it like a champ, goes to charge the first fly here.
And now Sickris needs to make a decision because it is a Cradily in the back. The Cradily does have Acid, which will do damage onto the Talonflame, but it could result in a massive amount of Incinerate damage coming in the process. Cradily with advantage, though, could have pressure versus the Lapras in the back, but let's remember RGR has 2 shields available.
Throws a fly immediately here, not wasting any time, going for some Incinerate damage here, but decides to rather stay in here. Don't need to throw in the Lapras just yet because you're getting outpaced to Rocktomb anyways. Sickris trying to go for a catch here, doesn't make it there. Cradily is just sitting, taking the fly here, and RGR is looking very, very strong in this matchup.
It looks like Lapras with 2 shields. It won't make any difference. Sickris did reach for that catch, didn't quite make it. RGR brings in this Lapras. Lapras, a super bulky Pokemon. It is an Ice type, however, so it would take super effective from these Rock Tombs. Rock Tomb, remember, it guarantees an attack debuff against this Lapras. Sickris, he's bemoaning that he wasn't able to catch. I'm not sure how much difference it makes. RGR's going to close out the game and win this losers round 5, 2 games to 0. Sickris turns to the judges asking, did that catch opportunity make a difference? And the judges will have an opportunity to consider that moment. But otherwise, really well played by RGR, really dominant display from him with great team strategy, and definitely one that I think was very difficult for Sickris to respond to.
Definitely, the team advantage was on RGR's side, but that's also, every time a question comes up from these players, that's the great thing about our judges that we're having that are supporting us in these Pokemon Go tournaments. Every single time there is something that you don't feel like was correctly happening there, you can just record them if you are not on stream and then show it to the judges. They can review that and make a decision for you, saying this might be a rematch or this might not be a rematch.
Yeah, they have the opportunity to consider whether or not that moment impacted the outcome of the game. RGR, Pangoro, Shiny, and Talonflame and Lapras, a really strong line.
Yeah.
And really well played. And he recognized the win conditions, and you called it. When that charm came through, there was that slight moment of hesitation, because if it takes out the Pangoro, that's a lot of energy lost. Instead, getting to that close combat and forcing a shield, a massive moment.
Yep, that was huge, forcing the Fairy type to shield there. But let's go into Pangoro a little bit more, because this Pokemon hasn't been around too much lately. What do you need to keep in mind when you're building a team around Pangoro? I think you're a very sensible person to ask this question to.
I think the key risk is, of course, Fairy damage. And perhaps RGR used Pangoro, brought it to Frankfurt, hoping, begging that there wouldn't be many Charmers around. Charm has been adjusted. It's not quite as strong as it was before, but it does generate a lot more energy. Wigglytuff somehow making top usage, probably not what RGR wanted to see, but the charms not doing as much damage were part of the reason that Pangoro held on. And close combat, the threat of the hard-hitting, biting type damage with same type attack bonus from a high attack Pangoro was more than enough to force a shield from Sickris.
Yeah, Wigglytuff has a lot of HP, doesn't have the best defenses actually, and one close combat. What do you reckon? Would it do like about 80%?
Not quite 80%, but a decent chunk. Wigglytuff does have a reasonable amount of bulk. It does have a massive HP stat as well. It would have taken it more than into the yellow, and that is enough damage to warrant a shield.
Yeah, because Wigglytuff needs a lot of time to get to these charge attacks. Not as much as before, arguably, but it still is not the fastest Pokemon. And if you are already chipped so hard, charge, you don't always get the time to get to your fast attacks. Who would have thought that if you have less HP, you have less time to get to your attacks? That's another thing to note down, I think.
It's the way the game plays, but Lapras as well. A Pokemon that we saw so much of last season. A really flexible pick. It received access to Psywave last season. Sparkling Aria as well has been a great addition to its moveset. And many players wondered, will Lapras be able to hold its own coming into this new season with so many different Pokemon being buffed? We didn't see it there on that top usage. It's no longer one of the most popular Pokemon in the meta, but it definitely still has its own utility.
I mean, Lapras we have seen in the past, a lot of them were running Ice Beam, then of course as a countermeasure to that people were running Skull Bash to counter the Lapras Mirror Match. Now that Jumpluff isn't around so much anymore because of the changes to Aerial Ace perhaps, I think that you can much rather run a Skull Bash Lapras if you want to. Ice coverage of course always very strong. However, we have seen multiple Blastoise already, which has kind of a similar set to Lapras. Why do you think that Blastoise is better, maybe?
Blastoise is definitely an option. It is one that we saw Inadequance use, but there are so many Pokemon that we want to showcase and spotlight to you. So make sure that you are keeping your eyes peeled as we go through all of the popular Pokemon in this meta. And we will discuss and break down some of the new entries to this Tales of Transformation season.
Yep, there are plenty of buffs. Don't even know how many in total. Talonflame is a Pokemon that has been in the metagame for quite the long time now. This Pokemon with this Incinerate pressure has access to Fly and Brave Bird. We have just seen that from RGR. However, we've also seen multiple people play Flame Charge.
Flame Charge is a great option for Talonflame. We actually saw Inadequance running the Shadow Talonflame with Flame Charge, massively ramping up that Incinerate damage. But regular Talonflame, it doesn't have as much Incinerate pressure, so Brave Bird as an option for it could force shields instead. And the different ways that these players are able to utilize the same Pokemon is a really exciting thing about this Tales of Transformation season, with so many different strategies on offer, and we've seen them already on show.
Yep, and if you are absolutely hyped as much as we are about this tournament and you're like, oh my goodness, how can I get to those tournaments? I want to be part of the excitement. We're going to show you right now how to get started with PvP.
There's never been a better time to get started with PvP in Pokemon Go. I'm Zzweilous, and today I'm gonna guide you through how to get started. Let's start with where you can PvP. Simply head into the game menu, and at the top right, you'll see a battle option. Here you will find the Go Battle League, an online matchmaking game feature with a blind 3 format. Before going into Go Battle League, you'll be presented with two options, a free basic rewards path and a premium rewards path, which requires a premium battle pass to enter. These reward paths represent a series of 5 battles, also known as a set. The more battles you win, the more rewards you will receive from that set. You are limited to 5 sets per day, which is 25 battles in total, and during special events like Go Battle Day, you can do up to 20 cents per day, which is 100 battles. As you compete in Go Battle League, you'll begin to unlock new ranks. These ranks unlock rewards such as catch encounters, cosmetics, elite TMs, and even a chance at a legendary Pokemon. Ranks 1 to 20 are progression based, meaning each time you win, it'll contribute to your overall journey to rank 20. Once rank 20 is unlocked, you will be measured through an ELO rating system, the highest rank being Legend, which is 3000 rating. Each positive set with 3 or more wins will increase your ELO rating. Each negative set with 2 or less wins will lower your ELO rating. Go Battle League also operates through seasons. These seasons rotate roughly every 3 months while providing weekly or bi-weekly leagues and specialty cups to compete in. These leagues are typically divided through the Great League, Ultra League, and Master League, which all have different metagames. While Go Battle League may be a different format to the Pokemon Go Championship, it's by far the best way to practice and learn the fine details of PvP to prepare you for a tournament you'd like to compete in. The Pokemon Go Championship is hosted in the Great League, which provides a wider variety of potential Pokemon to use in competition because of the lower level threshold for battle. These tournaments also provide a fantastic look at some of the top performing Pokemon in the Great League, giving you goals to work towards as you look to build your PvP roster. Speaking of building your PvP roster, here's some tips and tricks that you can use to quickly add powerful Pokemon to your team. Firstly, you'll want to do your best to know about the current events in Pokemon Go. They are by far the easiest and most effective way to gather Pokemon and resources you will need to build your teams. You can stay up to date on all the events and seasonal information from the Pokemon Go website. You'll also want to play during dense spawn events, such as Community Day and Spotlight Hour. They can sometimes provide incredibly strong Pokemon that you might need for PvP. You'll also want to take advantage of the Mega Evolution system to increase the candy and XL candy that you can get for the Pokemon you are looking to build. Raids are also a great resource for getting Pokemon that you need on your team. They rotate with the events and can provide key resources such as TMs. Trust me, once you dive into PvP, you'll begin to use a lot of TMs. 3-star raids provide a guaranteed TM reward, so look to leverage that if you're running low. They can be done in most cases solo and with a free raid pass. Finally, and what might be the most important tip, is to trade with your community. Pokemon that you may have missed, such as Swampert Community Day, might just be in the storage of your local community members. As a battler myself, I always hold on to multiple key PvP Pokemon that new players might need for their roster, so don't be afraid to ask around if there's a Pokemon that you are looking for. I hope this guide was helpful to get you started on your PvP journey. Thanks for tuning in. See ya!
Thank you, Zzweilous. Zzweilous mentioned charge TMs in this very video, and of course, we can now get charge TMs from Pokestops at these regionals, so just come here and join us. But most importantly, right now we have a result from the head judges. And as you can imagine, right now, RGR takes that win. No rematch will be granted there, and RGR advances to losers round 6.
And that was a really, really great win for RGR. We've spoken so much about that Pangoro, the Talonflame as well, and the Lapras that came in as his third option. He opted for that team twice in a row, and it paid off for him. A very young player, a player that, as we said, did well at the North American International Championships last season and really wants to make his mark on the meta this year here in Frankfurt to kick things off.
And I think he's doing a great job at it with this Spice Pokemon. Here you could see the big snipe from the Wigglytuff taking out the defense debuffed Pangoro. And now in the end game of this one, the Talonflame caught the Body Slam as well. Sacrificial catch on top. Talonflame did so much work for that match, and then Lapras here to finish it off. Even in game 2 there, Lapras versus the Cradle in the end. The other Pokemon, Pangoro and Talonflame, just got so much advantage for that Lapras that it could just play 2 shields versus 3 Pokemon. That's super fine for it.
It really didn't. There was a moment in that first game that I thought was really impressive. So what we're going to do is we're going to try something else, something brand new just for you at home. We're going to try and go back to that moment and really try and isolate and identify what made this such a special play. So let's take a look. With this replay, if we were to look here at this Talonflame coming in, this is the moment, right, where the Talonflame comes in to catch the energy of this Gastrodon and preserve all of the health that then was on this Lapras. And if I just pause this moment.
Yeah, you can try to pause this moment.
I can try to pause this
there
moment.
we go.
There we go. Did you see that the Lapras had a ton of energy there? If we take it back ever so slightly.
Yeah.
All of this Lapras energy could have been lost if both of the Body Slams had landed on that Lapras. And one of the key things in this meta is the 45-second switch timer, which we can see getting close to being used up here, if we look in that left moment.
Right now we're not seeing it, but we're just going to get there in just a second, everyone. Right now, I think we can
there we go. There's our
timer
45-second switch timer. And so Citrus is in this position, right, where he knows that he is so close with his Gastrodon's health, right? We can see Gastrodon's health is desperately low. And he's being forced to throw the Body Slam. He throws that Body Slam, but this is the importance of counting your opponent's energy. And I think that that's the real takeaway that you want to consider when you are working out how to improve in this game. by counting the energy to perfection, RGR recognized exactly when to switch into that Talonflame, to take it the body slam on the Talonflame, come back in with the Lapras with enough time that he can Psy-Wave down the Gastrodon, because remember that the Corsola also was very, very close to an attack. So that was just an example of one of the moments that RGR really showcased to me that he has what it takes to go and compete with the best. And I really, really admired and loved that play from him.
He has all the different tools in his box to win tournaments, even counting, time management, and of course also timing, to not let your opponent have more energy than they are supposed to have, because you can basically, when you're deciding when to throw your charge attacks, control if your opponent gets a full fast attack through or not, or if you're minimizing the energy your opponent gets for free.
And ultimately, that composure as well. He had such calm, a steeliness about him. And for a player that is relatively young, not necessarily inexperienced, but relatively new to the Play Pokemon circuit at the top level, to see that from him so early on, I think is really impressive. And I think we're all very excited to see how far he goes.
Yeah, and you said that he is a little bit inexperienced. We have plenty of players who are incredibly experienced players who have been around for ages. One of the people who have been around for ages, who's not necessarily a player right now, is Lou. So we're going to give it over to Lou the Pikachu.
All right, thanks. Hello guys, I thought while we wait for the next battles to get ready, I'd soak up some of the atmosphere here in the arena, and I found two incredible Pokemon Go players, Kufia and Azure, to hang out with and find out how we're feeling about 2026. How's your tournament experience gone in Frankfurt, and how are you feeling for the season?
So my tournament wasn't the greatest. I went 1-2, didn't play at my best in winners. I could have played better, so it inspires me to do better in Deal.
I also went 1-2. I'm a little disappointed, but I was kind of expecting that I wasn't going to do super great, because I'm not very used to these Wild West metas where everything changes. A lot of prep needs to be done, and I didn't do that.
I mean, it's the beginning of the season, right? So there's still so many events to go. It's a new meta. You said it's like the Wild West. Did it feel like that today? Were there any surprises?
My biggest surprise was Scissor only being on 80% usage. For how good it is, I expect it to be like 30 to 35. But I guess it's a read. So that's one of the big surprises. And I think Wiggly and Talon will be rising up after this tourney.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised with how much Charger Bug there is. I really struggled against that. I think that was one of my biggest weaknesses. But yeah, Charger Bug and also a lack of Dedenne. I thought there would be more Dedenne, but yeah.
I mean, I have a reason why Dedenne is probably not around, because Gastrodon is back. It's doing incredibly well, but Mudslap did get a buff out there. What Pokemon on your teams, I know it didn't go to plan, but what Pokemon on your team was like your MVP, and why did you pick it?
So I think my MVP on the team was most definitely Shadow Torterra. It hits hard. It destroys Gastrodon.
I know.
For fun. And yeah, it's a cool pick. I want to try it out. But it can be slightly RPS sometime, sadly.
Yeah, for me, mine was Empoleon. It's one of my favorite Pokemon, and I'm really happy that it got a good buff, that it's much more usable now. Yeah, I think I used it in almost every game, and even against things like Marowak, it beats it in the zeros and beats it in the ones, so it's very, very solid pick.
I think they're both Pokemon that some trainers out there need to watch out for, and maybe some of our newer viewers at home can maybe pick up to compete with. It's been great chatting to you. I believe the action is about to get started again, so I'll let you go and cheer on your friends who are also competing, and thank you for taking the time to chat with me. Pokemon trainers, we're going to kick it back to the main stage very shortly to continue the action here at the 2026 Pokemon Frankfurt Regional Championships.
Thank you, Lou. As always, wonderful to hear from the players in the venue to soak up the atmosphere a little bit. I am now joined by Junkus, and we're both matching the Dedenne vibes.
Absolutely. And we haven't really seen a Dedenne yet, right? Like, this Pokemon is a Pokemon that we expect to be very popular this event, but so far, I don't know where the Dedenne went.
It feels like it vanished. Maybe the strategy of parabolic charge is not the most popular anymore. People are afraid that everyone is going to be bringing Cradily and the Marowak, and those are basically 2 of the top 3 Pokemon right now, so I understand it. However, against people who are not too prepared for Deden, it's incredibly powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, most players are currently running the Marowak especially, which is such a tough matchup for this Pokemon. Marowak got buffed this season as well. Do we see it in the next battles? We see.
Yep, and there is still no Deden here, but a KingOWT and a different electric type that we've seen earlier, piloted by Weedle. Apparently, this Lantern is here to stay, even though this is, of course, one of the later groups. This is winners round 2. Pokesquark versus Ripley. Pokesquark, of course, also a great player. We've seen him plenty of times, and Ripley is one of the best German grassroots trainers.
Yeah, know him for a long time as well. Very nice to see him here today. Talked a little bit with him before as well. He seems very confident in his team. So let's see on how this is gonna go. We're going to see again, of course, that Lantern, which is actually very interesting. We saw it on Weedle. It's an interesting meta pick that I honestly didn't predict. I didn't predict it. We have, but also the Charizard as well. Like the Charizard against this Pokemon, you're so good against it. You resist the charge moves, and we see the Charizard though on the team of the Lantern.
Yep, that is true. Maybe they can work together quite well. We have discussed how Lantern frees up the flying-type Pokemon sometimes and can bait out those Mudslappers as well. And oh my days! There is KingOWT versus Azumarill, which is the worst matchup that you can have. Pokesquark actually staying in this matchup. Perhaps trying to go for a possible catch here?
Most likely tries to go for the catch. It didn't work out. We're gonna see the Lantern coming in, and immediately we see that Credilli coming in. This is not a great matchup for the Lantern. While the fast moves and also Surf is still neutral. While we're facing off against the grass type, it's still part rock, so does some neutral damage, and we see as well Credilli's bulk can soak up that Surf.
Yep, this is getting very close to 50% HP though, and I want to say that maybe it is a little bit tough to win this matchup if you're going straight Grass Knot. This reminds me of the Jellicent matchup, but here, if you're going straight Rock Tomb, you might be able to win the Zero Shield scenario, but it surprises me still. Look at Lantern go!
We need here the Grass Knot down in order to knock it out. A Rock Tomb would have been just slightly not enough damage, and we see the Grass Knot getting shielded here. So now the next Rock Tomb would be enough damage, but we're gonna see, of course, that Surf coming in first. It's gonna be interesting if Ripley wants to use a shield or not. Oh, never mind, we're gonna see the swap out into the upper hand, getting value out of that KingOWT, which is really important because we know there is still this Azumarill lurking, but this also locks the KingOWT in against the Azumarill.
Yep, keep in mind 45 seconds switch timer there. It's almost like a third up already. Pokesquark only has 1 shield left, needs to stall the timer a lot. Let's it go! Oh no, that is heavy damage here. KingOWT going down, and then immediately bringing the Lantern back in. Switch timer for Ripley is not up. Tries not to go for a catch here on the Kanto Marowak versus a Thunderbolt.
Do we see a shield coming up here? We do see a shield coming up here. Also, still in the back there's going to be that Marowak, which is honestly a very smart pick against the last few Pokemon here of Pokesquark. As we see a player of connecting this would knock this Pokemon out, it would knock out the Lantern. Lantern goes down, and we see the final Pokemon, which is going to be the Steelix, running Thunderfang as a fast move.
Yep, Thunderfang not really doing too much. You can see that here. I'm quite surprised it's actually doing more than 1 damage here, obviously. But the Shadow Steelix going for a crunch here. That might deal some damage, but is it going to be enough? I do not think so.
I don't think so either. Both players are laughing. Both players know this game is kind of over at this point, as we see again the power of Marowak. There is a reason why this Pokemon is everywhere, and we see it here right now. Doesn't even need to go for a charge move. So much energy, 90 energy on this Pokemon currently. Yeah.
Just throwing mud at the Steelix is enough to take it out. Ripley wins the first game here. Azumarill on KingOWT. This is sometimes the drawback of playing those interesting picks. KingOWT is really cool now. Has new charge attacks, upper hand, and Clangorous Soul. Really powerful attacks. Dragon Tail also gives you a lot more energy now. But this coverage is just completely walled by Fairy-type Pokemon. Azumarill has been around for ages. And I'm gonna say it, if you get a one-hit KO with Azumarill, you take it every day.
Absolutely. Here, of course, this was very unfortunate for Pokesquark. I definitely think that the KingOWT was a very smart play, but of course, you just don't want to have it against that Azumarill. So I wouldn't be surprised if he brings it again, because if you're gonna take a look at the team of Ripley, there are a lot of targets for it.
It is fantastic. It is absolutely fantastic. You resist Sucker Punch from Moltres, you resist Volt Switch from the Charger Bug. Caesar, we don't talk about it. You resist the charge attacks.
Everything is there. Yeah.
Okay, Marowak is more neutral, but I think your charge attacks are just so much stronger than was like a Clangorous Soul plus a few Dragon Tails. My goodness. And then there's also Cradily, who's famously not the best Pokemon versus these Dragon types. And then there's Azumarill. So
yeah.
I mean,
But this also kind of forces Ripley to always bring this Azumarill because you need to prepare against this KingOWT, which also kind of makes me believe maybe we're going to see even the Moltres here, because still, while the Fast are resisted, the charge move is going to knock the KingOWT out basically in one hit. That's going to be an interesting next game coming up. I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see the Moltres here.
So I really like, as you said, the team building of Pokésquark, because Ripley is forced to bring Azumarill to handle the KingOWT. If you're looking at the team of Pokésquark, there is Thunderfang, Steelix, Lantern, Cradley, and a Corsola, which is also not the best matchup for Azumarill. So you're forcing your opponent into possible bad matchups. But if the bad matchup is happening on your KingOWT, then this whole entire strategy just fell back on you. But this time around, we have the Cradley on the Azumarill. This is already looking good for Pokésquark.
This is looking way, way better than before. And we're even going to see here that this America is coming in, which is going to be able to hold the pace here just barely. But it will not knock out the Cradley. And a Cradley is going to threaten a knockout here with that Grass Knot. So only neutral hits coming through. Here we're going to see either the bait or no, we're going to see the Grass Knot straight away.
Oh, maybe Ripley is tempted to call this a Rock Tomb. Nope, Grass Knot is correctly being shielded by Ripley here. Now has big HP advantage. Timer is super misaligned, I want to say, so maybe we can see Azumarill on KingOWT later in that game. A lot of energy on the Shadow Kanto Marowak, and Pokésquark's HP is dwindling. Yes, you still have your shields, but at what cost?
But Pokésquark actually played quite well there as well, because what he was able to do is get that tiny advantage for the Corsola. Getting the shield already down from the Marowak is going to allow it to basically secure the alignment here, which is, I think, exactly what he wants, because we have the KingOWT still in the back. We don't want to see that against the Azumarill at all, and so making sure that this will never happen, that the alignment never is going to happen, is going to be very important.
Yep, I can see that happening, but your Corsola doesn't put a lot of pressure on this Azumarill, especially at this HP range. And the other answer you have for the Azumarill is your Cradley. And let me tell you what, Ice Beam at this range is very close to knocking out a Cradley, so the Azumarill is putting in so much work against a team where it ideally shouldn't even be brought.
That's true, but also what we're going to see here is that Pokésquark did this really well again, because what you decided to do is, when the Azumarill came in, you still had to wait a little bit before he could swap out, but he didn't even swap out because he didn't want to lock himself into the Cradley matchup to then have the Azumarill swap out later. But now what you see is a charge coming through. I'm curious if Ripley is going to shield this or not.
Oh, it does not shield this. I love this. Forcing the energy from the Cradley, because if Pokésquark now went into the KingOWT there immediately, it would afterwards, after knocking out the Marowak, be locked into the Azumarill. Now Ripley is staying in front of a tough decision. Brings in Cradley, immediate swap into the KingOWT, and this is now looking kind of good for Pokésquark. Upper hand is a strong attack.
It is a strong attack, but we see the no-shield immediately here. This game is not over yet. It's going to be a very, very close one, because we still have that Azumarill there in the back, which has still a lot of potential here, even against the Cradley.
Rock Tomb is being thrown here, calls it. That is not going to be very effective versus my Cradley. Says super effective even, I don't think that was the case. But now there we are still with the KingOWT versus the Azumarill, and the Ice Beam has to be shielded. Azumarill is getting some value in these matchups.
This is going to be a very, very interesting endgame here. We see the shield coming up. Do we see the swap out soon? We see the clanging scales being a double resisted hit against the Azumarill, but look at the damage. Even though Azumarill is so bulky, even though it's double resisted, it's still going to do a tiny bit there, I would assume.
That is actually okay damage for a double resisted charge attack. And now Ripley is racing to that Ice Beam. Azumarill is so dominant. Can you actually take it out with Dragon Tails later on, or will you have to go for an upper hand? There is still a shield left remaining. Is Azumarill going to win this game again? Swaps into the Cradley. That is incredible here. Doesn't go for the full farm down because he can't. Shield is being used here.
That is going to be a very, very interesting scenario now. I wonder if Pokésquark goes for another fast move here, trying to risk it. No, we'll go straight for the charge move. It's going to be now, can you farm down, or can you even get to the move here with the KingOWT? It's going to be such a close matchup. Azumarill, of course, is going to be like one of the best answers to it, but I do think that the upper hand going to get reached in time here.
Yep, the upper hand against the 1 HP Azumarill. Azumarill against this team, almost sweeping here, completely taking out all the 3 Pokemon, but Pokésquark managed to overcome this threat. Goes for the upper hand here.
Honestly, that KingOWT did so much in this battle. We see on how those move updates actually change the Pokemon to be like a real meta threat there. Even though you were aligned sometimes even against the Azumarill in this battle, you were still able to do some damage. And we saw even the double resisted Skull there, I think it's called, doing still some solid damage. Like against an Azumarill, double resisted hit. It's just the damage output of this move. It's such a strong move, and you can only imagine how much damage it's going to do against something even when it's neutral.
Yeah, I mean, it is taking out Pokemon left and right. It's one of the strongest attacks we have in the game in terms of damage to energy as well. Pacing is quite fast, actually. Upper hand also reach within 4 Dragon Tails. I mean, the ideal pacing for those 3-turn fast attacks is most of the time 4 and then 3. Sometimes you can see Pokemon like Castform, for example, reach charge attacks within 3 hexes, but that would be a little bit too fast for an upper hand, let me tell you that.
That would be a little bit too fast, especially as upper hand is such a strong move as well. Having also the option to drop the defense there, it's not guaranteed at all, but it's a very interesting style there of playing. I think KingOWT has a lot of play in this current meta, and I think especially the typing itself is so unique. Yeah. You have the double weakness to Fairy, you have the flying type weakness, which you see quite a lot of flying type Pokemon around right now as well. But you have so many good resistances, especially against that Credilli. You have so much play against this Pokemon, but also you still are not that squishy. Like, it is still having a solid amount of bulk there. So I like this Pokemon, I like this choice. I think this can go really, really well.
I'm also a big fan. Just a little bit worried that you might risk yourself, putting yourself into bad situations where you shouldn't have to be in. If you're taking, for example, the 3 fairy types that are in the meta right now, which are Togekiss, Tinkaton, and Azumarill, Togekiss is much harder even for KingOWT to overcome than Azumarill, but Tinkaton you have neutral damage against, and now the Azumarill is again not on the KingOWT. But where is the KingOWT, Junkus?
KingOWT is not here, and I do think it's a very solid shout there as well, because we saw already on how Credilli deal with the KingOWT. It didn't deal at all last game, and so Credilli is home and KingOWT is home, so both players kind of predicted that they're most likely going to run some different teams today, or like this battle.
The thing is that there is a Cradily that will be really having a hard time versus bullet punches from Caesar, so that is a dangerous game to play. Pokesquawk in this matchup still pretty much depending on alignment here, but this is a kind of good matchup for the Galarian Corsola there.
Absolutely, this is going to be a very solid matchup here. But also, if you take a look at the energy, like if you get energy on the Caesar, it's going to do a lot in this gameplay here, like in this game right now. We're going to see the swap out into the Marowak and a Nightshade coming through. This is going to do some solid damage. It's going to be a very nice chip damage for the Corsair here.
Yep, I like this. If the Azumarill is in the back and is watched out, so you get the alignment, you don't even... Oh, wow! Goes into the Lantern for a possible farm down here. Does not predict the Shadow Caesar in the back of Ripley. Does not even shield this. Wants to put everything on Cradily, and this might be a rude awakening for Pokesquawk later on in this game.
This is going to be scary, but also this farm is going to be scary. I think, no, the Marowak just barely does not get to the move. This is going to be huge. Getting a ton of energy now onto that Lantern. Can he use the energy, though?
I mean, he can use the energy. I think that Ripley might want to bring in the Azumarill in here, throws a play rough immediately, goes unshielded by Pokesquawk, and now he wants to bring in Cradily for a bigger farm down here. Shadow Caesar being swapped in, and Pokesquawk realizes what is happening to him. It's bullet after bullet after bullet punch.
This is so sad to see for the Credilli, at least. It's doing so much damage. Like, Bullet Punch is so insane in terms of the damage that it does, especially even like neutral scenarios, but here we have a super effective Bullet Punch. Steel typing doesn't really have types that it's going to go super effective against, only like really the Fairies and the Rock types really don't see as often, other than like a Zoomer, which can still take neutral hits, but here, look at the damage output.
Yeah. Ripley is not only playing the game, he's playing his opponent as well. Pokesquawk sitting there thinking he got it all figured out, and then the Cradily was faced versus the absolute nemesis of it in this meta, which is the Shadow Caesar. But the game is not quite over yet. 2 shields used from Ripley. None of the players are necessarily celebrating ready. How much energy is there on the Galarian Corsola? None at all!
Not enough for sure. We see even the Night Sash still being reached, and this is going to be Shadow Scissor sweeping through. This Pokemon, it can be so insane if it's played correctly, and here we see exactly how you want to play it. You have perfectly everything kind of got out already. The Lantern is gone. This wolf been resisted damage with a Bullet Punch, but as you saw there, perfectly executed. Well done.
Yep, absolutely fantastic plays by Ripley, just going for a crazier line in the last game, saying, okay, I'm pretty sure that you will bring your KingOWT, so I might want to bring in the Caesar as well. I resist your Dragon Tails. If I put some shields on my Caesar, I might have some advantage there. The KingOWT was not there anymore, but the Caesar found an even better target in the Cradily. This is the matchup you want to play out if you are Caesar. You want to Bullet Punch to get a KO, take over some more energy in the next next matchup, and then Night/the Corsola.
I'm curious on how far Ripley can go with that. This is such a good strategy. It looks so dominant as well. I think he's going to do so well, and he has so much experience already as well.
Yeah. He's a phenomenal trainer, just going further in this tournament, kicking Koxchack down to the losers bracket rather early, so it's going to be a tough run, but he is still not out yet. And I want to say that just in the interview before that Lou had with KingOWT and Linus Azure, KingOWT said one of the biggest surprises in this tournament is not a crazy new Pokemon that has emerged from Tales of Transformation. No, it is the low usage of the Shadow Caesar, because it is just so incredibly powerful. And I think this was a proven statement here.
Absolutely. I'm also very surprised that not more players brought the Caesar. It's such a good Pokemon right now. It's like so neutral against a lot of the current targets. Of course, maybe some are a bit scared over the Charizard as well being now more into the meta. But this might be a bit more of an issue for those Bug and Steel-type Pokemon. Where's your Fortress?
Yeah, I'm missing Fortress right now, but I'll take the Shadow Caesar that we're going to see here. Koxchack here throwing an upper hand on the 1 HP Azumarill. Very iconic. Overcoming the counters is always something we love to see.
Absolutely. Like, this Azumarill definitely didn't really like the upper hand there. But yeah, that was such an interesting one. I think that the Como still is such a cool pick in the current meta. I think it is such a smart idea to bring a Pokemon that really resists all the charge move damage as well from the Credilli and can counter it directly, but also has like the option to support the team with a potential debuff as well from the upper hand. It is such an interesting Pokemon that has so much variety of how you want to play it.
And I like the team from Koxchack as well, with those two fragile Pokemon, KingOWT and Shadow Charizard, paired with 4 really bulky Pokemon that can just give away these shields to these fragile sweepers there. But as you said, if you get a debuff from the KingOWT in the last-ditch effort, Shadow Steelix, for example, or Lantern, with a lot of fast attack pressure, can come in, just farm down a Pokemon, capitalize off that. Did not happen in this case, because Ripley just came out on top, showing, hey, you have some cool Pokemon there, you have some spice brought to this tournament, that's all very nice, but I have Shadow Caesar, and this is the best Pokemon right now. Perhaps, would you agree with the statement actually? Would you say Shadow Caesar is the best Pokemon right now?
I'm not too sure. I think Marowak has to get this, or I guess Corsa as well, but I'm actually not that happy with you. You talked about all the Fairy-type Pokemon. Where's the Dedenne?
Yeah, true. Dedenne is absolutely not here. We talked about 3 Fairy-type Pokemon in the meta, or I talked about it, Togekiss, Tinkaton, and
the Dedenne.
Azumarill. Yeah, Dedenne. It feels so much more like an electric type in the way it plays, right? Because that's the craziest part. In preparation for this tournament, of course, we also look at how these matchups go in theory. And then I've looked at the Dedenne versus Charjabug matchup. If Dedenne goes straight play rough, you actually lose most of these shield scenarios. If you go straight Parabolic Charge, which is a resisted charge attack, you win versus Dedenne because the defense buff is just so massive. Just goes to show how strong Dedenne's Parabolic Charge is.
But we're gonna have here the next players up already. It's gonna be Anico on the left side, and on the right side we have Boom, who is also a regional winner.
Yep, Boom came in, bursting into the scene in, I think it was Lille last season. Just won it. Absolutely dominant performance with his best friend Malamar, with the, of course, great Shadow Dropion and Ariado's core. This is when Pokemon Go PvP started to become super fast with the update that just happened before that. Everything started to become so spammy, and then you would realize, wow, players who are incredibly good at this game, they profit off of that. And then also another player who emerged from those metas is Anicore. Top 4, and top 16. That is pretty strong. Actually played in Sydney 2023.
Oh. That's kind of interesting. But also, what I like the most is there's Greninja on the team. Greninja is exactly the Pokemon that I want to see there. Greninja is my favorite Pokemon, and so I hope Greninja's going to do well here. I think it's actually really good in the current meta.
I think you're not alone with this. Greninja is the favorite Pokemon of many. Has just received a Mega Evolution yesterday, or was revealed yesterday. That was incredibly cool. Look at this. There's just one thing for Boom. Just entered one tournament and
won it.
Won it. What a performance that was, with such cool Pokemon. Can he do it again is the question, though.
Like, honestly, everything is possible. This meta is going to be so fresh, but also it's such a new start for all of the players. It's going to be an interesting battle here. I'm excited for the teams. I'm excited for how this battle is going to turn out.
And I want to say that this team of Boom is an example of how important community and friendship is in Pokemon, because this Galarian Moltres he just received from his friend the Sparklix, who paid 1 million stardust just to get Boom a Galarian Moltres in preparation for this tournament. And if you're having friends like this, you cannot be stopped, right?
This is so cool. We see Galarian Moltres actually on both sides, as well as also on both sides, again, the Corsola, which seems to be like basically everywhere right now.
Shadow Caesar.
But also the Gaston we have as well.
Yeah, Gastron, okay. Yeah,
But
sure, cool Pokemon.
You want to talk
There is a
about?
Ferrothorn.
Yeah.
This Pokemon has already looked incredible in one of the earlier matches, wasn't even brought then by Koxchack, so apparently multiple players are on the Gastrodon technology. Okay, let's look at the matchup. Let's look at what Ferrothorn can do for Anikor here, who is bringing a very spicy team to the table. Okay, versus Galarian Moltres. If you're running Thunder, okay, I can see that, even though Bullet Seed doesn't really give you a lot of pressure. Versus Gastrodon, great. I think Power Whip versus Galarian Corsola can do some damage, but that might be a more neutral scenario. Versus Shadow Caesar. That is interesting.
It's going to be very interesting because Shadow Caesar does, of course, also resist the damage with a fast move. Same goes for Ferrothorn. Ferrothorn's Thunder should do a lot of damage against it, though. Like, Caesar is not really known for the bulk, but yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting one, especially if you maybe get some farm down done against Gaston. I think Gaston has some potential in this battle to come there, especially with the Clodsire there on the other side. One of the best answers to the Clodsire. It's going to be a very, very interesting battle here. I hope we see the Ferrothorn. I hope we see the Caesar. We see what's going to happen, right?
The Ferrothorn also kind of good against the Golisopod. That's not the best matchup, but you're threatening with Thunder, neutral Bullet Seeds. And of course, versus Steelix, I think you have a really decent matchup there because you just do not care about Thunder Fang. So there is play for this Pokemon. Another Pokemon on the team of Anikor is the Clodsire Pokemon that is very much a counter to many of the top 12 Pokemon. But that's a mirror match if I've ever seen one.
That is a mirror match and depends now who has more attack on their... Okay, never mind, it doesn't depend because we're going to see a stop straight away into the Golisopod with the Exa and the Aquajet going to do some nice neutral damage, but the Ferrothorn comes in straight away afterwards, taking still neutral damage from the Exeter and the Fury Cutter.
Yep, Fury Cutter has been changed, not this season, but before that an Exeter has also received a change way in the past, so it is a very strong attack now. And Anikor is actually just going for a Power Whip here, knowing it's same type attack bonus boosted, and your Golisopod isn't the bulkiest of Pokemon, looking very strong. Getting a shield already, Ferrothorn putting in the work.
But I really like what Boom is trying to do here, because what we see already is that there is going to be that Steelix in the bag, and we know already on the other side there's going to be the Moltres. Moltres against Steelix, great matchup for the Steelix, I would say. And as you're going to see here as well, you're going to see the full farm on. Golisopod has a ton of energy, has realignment, and that energy is going to go
everywhere.
Yeah, everywhere here. We got to have the Caesar, doesn't really want to take it. We have the Moltres, doesn't want to take it either.
Yeah, if you're looking at the team, there is nothing that resists the combination of water and bug type attacks. So this makes Golisopod a staple on Boom's team here, I suppose. Goes to throw a first Aquajet here, takes it on the Moltres. Question is, are you going to shield the other one? There's Steelix coming in here now. Alignment given up. The Shadow Caesar is the answer here, but this is looking good for the Steelix. As long as you're doing the neutral damage to the Thunder Fangs, should be golden.
This looks really good for the Steelix. Steelix is in a really good position here with the fast move pressure that it has. It just looks so good against the Caesar. Caesar's fast moves are going to be resisted. And we see actually the Night Slash going through here.
You don't need to shield a charge attack from a Caesar. Which Pokemon can say that? I don't need to shield Caesar. You can just throw me in there and still farm down. That is massive. Shadow Steelix super strong here. It's now going to also jump down on the Moltres. And boom, 20 goes up 1-0 against Anikor.
This was so perfectly played. Actually stopping out of the mirror matchup in the lead there. Didn't want to play it out. Want to go to the Golisopod, recognizing that there's no Pokemon on the Anikor's team which can actually take the hits. Like, there's no Pokemon that can fully take the hits. What I do assume, though, is that we're gonna see him was like that Corsola now, because Corsola is still the best kind of matchup against the Golisopod there.
It's great. You resist those Fury Cutters. Yes, you do not resist the Aquajet, but Corsola is really bulky, and most importantly, you have the Power Gem coverage. Power Gem plus the few Astonishes would be easily able to take out the Golisopod. Why did Anikor not bring the Galarian Corsola in the first game? There's, of course, a Galarian Moltres there on the side of Boom. There is this Shadow Caesar, which is decently fine against it. Shadow Steelix has Crunch, but actually still is not the Pokemon with the upper hand in that matchup.
Yeah, it is going to be a bit of an interesting one. I think that the Corsola definitely has some potential here to come in the next battle. I think it is most likely the best answer there. But also, I want to see that Greninja. Can we finally see the Greninja?
Oh, Greninja looks interesting. It's super good against a Pokemon like Corsola. It's amazing against Galarian Moltres. But there is a lot of fast attack pressure. It's also good against the Shadow Caesar, so it's a 3-3 so far. But if you're looking at the other Pokemon, Gastrodon is not the best matchup. You have good play there.
Yeah.
But Golisopod and Shadow Steelix are not what you want.
Especially Golisopod is not what you want. Steelix, at least you still do some hard-hitting charge move damage there with the Hydro Cannon being super effective. But in the long run, you're just gonna go down to the Thunder Fang. So it's gonna be a very, very exciting next match there. I'm really curious on how the players going to adjust their teams. I really wonder what we're gonna see next. Like, maybe this Caesar again could be a potential option for the lead.
Yeah, I mean, Caesar definitely a good Pokemon. I'm quite curious to see if we're going to see Caesar with the Ferrothorn here on the side of Anikor. Double steal. Very nice strategy there. Anikor, what do you have for us in this matchup? Ferrothorn is such a unique pick here, and the lead is going to be Shadow Caesar versus Moltres.
This is going to be so interesting because we have two Pokemon on the left side that are double weak to the fire typing, but we don't have any fire type on boom side. So this is looking really, really strong. We have here the charge move coming through the fly. Oh no, actually the Trailblaze coming in first. This is going to do resisted damage, but I think Anikor is mainly looking for the boost here to farm down the Moltres afterwards. It still does so much damage.
This is so much damage. You're absolutely right about that. Shield is being put up against the fly here, but just before the next charge attack would be reached, actually way before, you would be able to farm down with the Shadow Caesar, and this is a huge swap by Boom. Resisted fast attacks, but it still deals a lot of damage, and those bullet punches being resisted, they add up.
They add up a lot. Like, it doesn't look like a resisted fast move. We see really why people are bringing this Caesar, and this would have actually been a double boost there as well, but of course the swap out makes a lot of sense here. The Caesar would have been farmed down by the Golisopod, and now we have the Ferrothorn again. Honestly, really cool to see this Pokemon.
It is really cool, however, it does suffer a lot from the pacing and the damage that Golisopod puts up here, especially with the Fury Cutter. It's so much more comfortable to throw your charge attacks every time you want to go for them. With the Shadow Claw, you're a bit more restricted because of some timing issues there. Immediately throws a Power Whip here. Is this even threatening a knockout?
Oh, we see the shield here. I'm actually surprised by this, but now we most likely see a full farm down by that Golisopod, which is going to allow Boom to have a lot of pressure later on. It's going to be very close here. Can we see the full farm down? We can literally see it just before the Power Whip was reached. This is huge for Boom.
This is the closest farm down I've ever seen a Golisopod do on a Ferrothorn. And now Anikor, he doesn't get the switch back. He tries to go for more damage on the Golisopod. That's even more farm. Golisopod is going crazy. Boom, always with the creepy crawlers. Goes for one more Aqua Jet. Already has another one stored.
This is looking really good. With all the energy now from the Golisopod, we see already it does so much damage against that Moltres. And we still have the Moltres on his side as well.
Yes, Anikor might still be in a good position here. Let's see how much HP. Yes, there is the Caesar here. Caesar is going to reach the Night Slash on charge attack priority, I assume, and that is huge because you need that damage. Fly would have taken out immediately. Boom's Moltres is so low. What a pinpoint finish here.
This was huge. Swapping out there was so important, and that was such a dominant win there. Honestly, the Caesar did so much there. It is crazy on how strong this Pokemon is. And again, people were surprised why this usage was so low, and we see why people are surprised.
It was incredibly close, and this is again a team that is running double bug type. I think it's very similar to Patoman's team, actually, with this Golisopod plus Caesar technology. The bug types are on the rise. Fury Cutter, good attack, but also these basically steel technology of Shadow Caesar. The bullet punches through.
Absolutely. The steel typing is really important in the current meta. I think it's kind of what you see on most of the teams of the competitors today so far. There's basically always a steel type, or even two.
Yeah, we have seen multiple, so sometimes even double steel, double bug types. Why don't we just all play Foragers and Shadow Caesar together on one team and just ignore every fire type that is out there?
Just ignore Charizard, just ignore Talonflame. Why wouldn't we?
Yeah, true. Charizard is maybe with like about 20% usage. A bit of an issue for that, but maybe people are also playing Dragon Breath, and then this gets still very bad for you. This is still not a good matchup.
I've seen mainly Ember, which I don't think Caesar realized.
That would make it absolutely catastrophic to play double steel bug against it. But also Ferrothorn is not really helping with that issue there.
That's true. So maybe we see some Charizards also later on. So
yeah,
we saw already a few of them though today.
It has performed quite well, but here we have Anikor versus Boom here, and you could see what kind of a beast Shadow Steelix is in those matchups, just chomping through everything. Doesn't even need to shield the Trailblaze from the Shadow Caesar earlier. And here, Ferrothorn. It is a strong Pokemon. It has some decent bulk to it. It hits hard, but it paces not fast enough to deal with the Goliath support and also Power Whip. There's no damage from Power Whip.
Yeah, Power Whip, honestly, is actually a solid move, but I would have maybe assumed that maybe a Mirror Shot on the Ferrothorn would help with the pacing, but yeah, I guess Thunder is kind of necessary in order to have like the coverage against especially those Steel-type Pokemon that we see everywhere right now.
Or Galarian Moltres. If you're playing Mirror Shot against that, you might actually get a sneaky debuff, which could help, but Mirror Shot, the damage is it's just like Bullet Seed. Yeah. You can't just throw around stuff that does no damage all the time because you like it. I don't think that's how that works, unless you're predicting multiple Fairy-type Pokemon. If you're predicting a Carbink, I think with Power Whip you're still fine with
I'm actually surprised that we don't see any Carbink so far. I think it actually has some potential. I guess like we saw already the Bastion so far, which is kind of similar in what it does, but we're seeing a lot of Flying-type Pokemon, and I think Carbink is kind of cool, but I do think that's going to be a Pokemon that you're going to see in future regionals a little bit more because we have Corviknight then available as well.
Yeah. Carbink is actually quite good against Corviknight. You would say, hey, a Rock Fairy type against the Steel type Pokemon. How would that work? Well, as of next week, I think Corviknight is going to be able to use Air Cutter, and then most of the time the charge attacks that it wants to use are Air Cutter and Payback, and both of those are resisted by Carbink, so Carbink can just absolutely chill and throw rocks at the Steel bird in the sky.
Absolutely, and I think, honestly, it's also such a cool typing. Like, there's no real other Rock and Fairy type. Diancie is there around, but it's so unique in what it can do. But also, Bastion is also very unique in what it can do.
I wanted to just say that Bastion in this metagame is fitting in quite well. It has received a buff, so it deals a lot more damage. It's still, the pacing of Bastion is still basically non-existent, but there's one matchup I want to mention that Bastion performs a lot better in, and that is Cradily. So both of these Pokemon, Carbink and Bastion, while they work similar, they have different matchups in the metagame. Okay, Kanto Marowak, Shadow Marowak, both of them lose those really hard. I think Carbink actually performs a little bit better in that one because it's not double super effective, those Mud Slaps. But against something like a Cradily, you are in a way better spot because you are taking double resisted damage, or triple resisted damage actually, from those acids, and you don't get hit by Grass Knot for super effective damage. You can just chill, you can just smack the Cradily down, and Cradily is a very important Pokemon in today's metagame.
I have actually a question for you.
Please, go ahead.
What Pokemon did you find so far so surprising for this regional? Like, which Pokemon do you think you didn't really think about before and is like so good right now that it takes over the meta?
Charjabug.
Yeah, honestly.
It's been not really a meta staple. There was quite some time where Charjabug was a surprise to no one. It was on many teams, but it has now come back. Volt Switch has been buffed, does a lot more damage, and this helped Charjabug so much with closing out some matchups. You would oftentimes before have issues with farming down Pokemon or not being able to reach a KO because 2 Excisor or 2 Discharge were just not enough damage. But now this Volt Switch really helped. But what I would have loved to see, maybe even instead of Charjabug, if you want to have someone in the Volt Switcher role, Raikou.
Oh, Raikou would be so cool.
Or Raichu.
Or Raichu, but Raikou got access to the move Aura Sphere, which is such a strong move this season. And also, where's Jirachi? We're speaking about Aura Sphere.
Where's Jirachi? Where is Victini? We have so many cool Psychic-type Pokemon that have received a change. Celebi as well. I was really hoping for these to come out on the big stage. Of course, for example, a Celebi in a meta with Goliath support or with plenty of Bug-type Pokemon, it's a tough spot. But yesterday in the Go Battle League, I got swept by a Celebi.
Oh, I swept a Celebi. But yeah, like this Pokemon has that 4-time weakness to Bug. I had my Fortress, trusty friend. Definitely wasn't really too good for that one. Also, Cresselia is actually a Pokemon that I would also like to see. Has Confusion buff. Anyway, we're going to have our next opponents here, or like our next players here.
Yep, we have Nighttime Clasher coming over from NA versus Chris LB7. Chris has also shown some dominance in past tournaments. Here, one of the younger players. And Nighttime Clasher, of course, also very young, but a seasoned trainer. Has been a regional champion in the past. But Chris, top 8 and top 16 before already.
Yeah, definitely 2 very, very strong players here. I'm very curious, and especially what Pokemon we're going to see there. We're going to have, again another Gastron coming up, which is Zzweilous as well. So we're going to see here definitely some very interesting battles. I think Gastron is such a good Pokemon in this meta. We see here as well, Liverpool regional champion, ERIC top 8. That is such great results for Nighttime Clasher.
Yep, he has had a phenomenal last season. He's played so many tournaments, and at some point, he's gotten so many top 8s that he started to post, okay, this is how many tournaments I can top without getting a medal, because he just never got into that 4th spot. Eventually, of course, broke into that top 4 and collected some medals in the last season. Top IC performances. He is just a powerhouse of Pokemon Go, and I think also one of the faces of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, we can maybe take a little bit look at the teams here real quick as well. We're going to have again the Galarian Moltres, which we're seeing quite often, but also instead of the Corsola, we're going to actually have a Dusclops here.
Oh yeah, Dusclops is a very interesting pick. I wonder why it vanished from the meta. Corsola has a little bit more fast attack damage.
Yeah.
Makes the Shadow Caesar matchup a lot easier.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's just the fast move pressure that Corsola provides. They're very, very similar in what they can do, though. They have both coverage for flying type Pokemon with Ice Punch, or here, respectively, of course, on the Corsola. That Power Gem. But also, what I'm really happy about is to see my friend Malamar again.
Yes, indeed. Not quite Mega Evolved. I love that design. This might be my new favorite Mega. I will say that. However, Mega Venusaur is still up there, top.
Mega Venusaur is definitely very cool. I wonder if we're ever going to see Megas here at the regionals also for Pokemon Go. But we're going to have here also again just Shadow Caesar, which I think is going to have some play. But then there is that Talonflame.
Yeah.
We haven't, like we've seen a little bit here already from Talonflame, but the Shadow version is quite a bit different towards the normal version.
Yep, you're relying a lot more on your fast attack pressure. Most of the time playing Flame Charge to just rack up that Incinerate damage more. Feels more like a fire type rather than a flying type, whereas the flying Brave Bird technologies feel the opposite way. However, Shadow Steelix is again on Nighttime Clasher's team, and it is looking splendid versus a team with, for example, a Wigglytuff or a Charjabug or a Malamar.
This is going to be an interesting matchup. We have again that Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff is such a good Pokemon so far this regional. And we have the Gastron again here as well, running the Water Pulse, being able to do some super effective damage there, but also even the Fastness is going to do so much damage, even though it's resisted, just because of the Shadow on the Talonflame. It just takes a little bit more damage now from those Mud Slaps.
And I will say, back in the day, Talonflame was a good answer to Gastrodon. Now Gastrodon is being swapped in here because you don't have Brave Bird, you don't have the power to just knock it out straight up. Nighttime Clasher paces so quickly with those body slams, uses another shield already. I mean, all of the Pokemon on his team are bulky. I would have thought that maybe you want more on the Moltres, but definitely needs to keep the switch alignment if you don't want this Moltres to sit on a Wigglytuff later on.
This is exactly what Nighttime Clasher is trying to do here. We're going to still have, of course, that Steelix, which you saw already, which is going to be the best answer here towards the Wigglytuff. But still, we're going to have no shields now on Nighttime Clasher's side. And we still have that one shield now on Chris' side. So it's going to be interesting because Marowak still has the coverage against the Moltres.
Yep, it does about 70% with a Rock Slide, which is really good, but not enough to knock out at once. The Shadow Steelix will not help you too much in the process as Nighttime Clasher, I would suppose, but it is a Pokemon that you can bring in against this Wigglytuff. Kanto is being swapped in here. The damage of the Mudslap was transferred successfully to this Galarian Moltres, and now you're going to see the first Rock Slide.
I still think it was such a good play though from Chris, being able to get a little bit of an energy advantage there in order to maybe even outspeed to the next move. You're still going to have the shield, which you're going to see most likely straight away here against the fly coming through from that Moltres, but you still have enough in the tank with the Marowak in order to knock out the Steelix as well. And the Gastron, I guess I'm still going to get to like at least one mod step there. Yeah, it's going to be close.
It's not going to be easy. Throws a Bone Club immediately before any more Sucker Punch damage is going to come in. Very smart choice. Does that even knock out? It does take out the shiny Galarian Moltres. And now, of course, there's very close to a Crunch here. Going to see a catch. No, the Crunch is going to connect Shadow Steelix. Very bulky. Is it enough to knock out?
This is going to do a lot of damage, but is it enough? It's going to be super close. It is not enough yet, but you see the swap out straight away into the Gastron, but also the swap out into the Wigglytuff. Both players knew exactly what's going to be happening next, but we see the full Foundry Lure from that Steelix. The Swift not coming through here, and we would need to see that Bone Club, but the Psychic Fangs is coming through first, knocking out that Shadow Marowak, taking the game 1 here for Nighttime Clasher.
That got a lot closer than I was anticipating in the lead when we also saw the answer of the Gastrodon on that Shadow Talonflame. Nighttime Clasher wins game 1 here with Shadow Steelix, a Pokemon that has been performing in past regionals and also in this regional so far. If you're able to utilize this World Champion Pokemon actually, then you might be off to a good start for this tournament season.
Generally, like the world champion core there of the Moltres and the Steelix both did so much in the world championship there. It's an interesting one, but also I still really like to see the Gastron, I have to say. I think Gastron is such a cool pick because it changed the way of playing it. Because before you always kind of had Body Slam plus that Earth Power, so you didn't have that Water type coverage because Water Pulse was just kind of not fast enough to get to, not doing enough damage. But now you have that Water type coverage on this Pokemon, which allows it to hit Pokemon like the Marowak now for super effective damage more often, or like easier. Or even the Talonflame, you're going to have the coverage there. That's why I think this Pokemon is such a good ground type here as an alternative option compared to that Marowak.
You deal so much ground damage with Mud Slap anyways that now you're way more versatile with this Pokemon. If you're playing versus a Talonflame, you charge up to your big charge attack. You can always force a shield with it. You can always threaten a knockout, which was not possible before with the Earthquake.
Earth Power. Earthquake it also would learn, but Earth Power was more used at least. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup here. I think that Gastron is a fantastic pick here as well against Chris's team. There's really not a lot that Gastron has to fear there. Like, there's really not a lot, like, even Talonflame maybe, you're going to have no great matchup. So I assume that we're going to see that Gastron again for Nighttime Clasher there.
I would say the same, and this is always something super dangerous if you're playing versus a player of Nighttime Clasher's caliber who was a regional champion, to see that they have a Pokemon that is super free against you. This is something to perhaps be scared of. The backlines are looking interesting for Chris there, because the Steelix doesn't sound like it has a lot to do. Let's see what Nighttime Clasher is going to do in this matchup. Let's see how this plays out. The zero shield scenario of Wigglytuff versus Gastrodon. Water Pulse hits hard.
Water Pulse hits really hard and also hits before that Icy one comes through. Dropping now the attack of the Gastron could be kind of crucial here in order to maybe farm down. We see, like, if it's even possible for the Gastron to fully farm down. We see the swap out into the Talonflame and the immediate swap out into the Steelix, but look at the fast move pressure of both of the Pokemon.
Yep, are we even going to see the timer being up before this matchup is over? That is crazy damage on both sides. Nighttime Clasher puts up a shield. Sensible here to not get knocked out immediately, even though 2 more Incinerates will do the trick here to take out the Shadow Steelix. Will give up no shield here, will say, okay, I have taken my advantage out of my Talonflame.
Nighttime Clasher kind of had to go into the Steelix here as well, because the other 2 Pokemon don't really have the fast move pressure that you need against the Talonflame. And we see here the Marowak coming in. It's really good for Nighttime Clasher that the Steelix already did its job, basically.
Yeah, but there is now energy advantage on the Kanto Marowak, and it has shield advantage as well, which makes this oh-so-bad matchup versus Golisopod very good, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. And Chris is going to be able to bait here, get the shield, and now it's only 1 Rock Slide in order to get the KO most against this Golisopod, especially with the Rock Slide buff this season. It's going to do more. It's going to be easier for the Marowak to take out those Bug and Flying type Pokemon, which you were struggling against previously.
Oh, and doesn't even consider a catch here. Says, you're trying to fool me. I will immediately throw the Rock Slide here, and this takes out the Golisopod there. There's now only the Gastrodon. As much as we all love Gastrodon here, this is too much to ask from it. And now a Mud Slap down, followed up by a Bone Club to close out Game 2.
This was really, really well played by Chris. I really like to see, like, a lot of players actually currently are opting to keep the Marowak in the back, I feel like, with the 2 shields, and then trying to sweep endgame with this Pokemon because of the fast move pressure, because of the coverage that they have. The Rock Slide buff helps out against the difficult matchup. So, like, you have such a strong Pokemon that, especially if you have shields, is going to be able to do so much for you.
Which one's your favorite Rock Slide Pokemon?
Oh, I do actually think it's going to be the Marowak. I actually like Dunsparce though as well. I wish we would see some Dunsparce here right now. I think Dunsparce is also a great Pokemon, being a normal type, not running any normal type move, but also having a very good typing against the current meta with the normal type and being able to resist those ghost type damage, which you see all the time, but also still breaking the core of Moltres and Corsola.
Yeah, it's just a very nice defensive typing that works wonders sometimes, but in this case, of course, I also like to see a Vigoroth there, because that actually has normal type damage, but counter right now isn't helping it too much. Anyways,
not really.
We have the Shadow Marowak, which was used to perfection here by Chris. It did not look like it had too many places to go there, but the Golisopod was no match for this Rock Slide.
Absolutely not. I'm curious on how Nighttime Clasher is going to adjust now. I feel like Chris did such a good job in this battle. I honestly, like, I'm so curious on what we're going to see. I really hope, though, that we're going to see my friend Malamar.
Oh, yes. Malamar into a team with a Fury Cutter Golisopod is
very unlikely.
Dangerous.
It's very unlikely.
2 bugs, 2 critters on the side of Nighttime Clasher might be scaring away, even though that
Caesar
Shadow
doesn't
Caesar
have-
doesn't
yeah.
really, it can play Fury Cutter.
It can also play X-Scissor.
That is true. Seen that in some grassroots tournaments where this was a favorable strategy there. But also, the Malamar does not want to see the Galarian Moltres. There are some other matchups like the Steelix that you don't necessarily want to have. You have play there, but still it is not the best. But maybe Chris finds a solution to bring the Shadow Malamar to the table. But first of all, it is the damage matchup again.
This is going to be very interesting. I don't know who prefers this more, to be fair. I think that Steelix, especially now where it's equal energy, is going to have a little bit of a better time than last time. As you can see here, the Psychic Fangs comes through first, because you're just going to get there a tiny bit faster. This is not going to be enough to knock it out, though.
Catch on Gastrodon.
We don't see that. But Talonflame at this point is so low, you don't really need to care too much about your Steelix. I think it's best to let it go.
That's true. So the alignment has been given away here. You take one Mud Slap of energy, put it on your Gastrodon, and now the Kanto Marowak comes in here, and I guess you can see what I'm seeing in the back there.
Absolutely, it's going to be a very tough matchup there, of course, with that Moltres still against the Wigglytuff. But also, I do think, though, that this Gastrodon is going to have a lot of play here, and we see that this Body Slam comes through. I don't think this is what Nighttime Clasher really wants to see. It's really tried to get the shield there, now has the shield himself. It's going to be a tough one.
Wants to use the very neutral Gastrodon, but if you are bringing in the wrong Pokemon at the wrong time, then sometimes the alignment in the back is just coming back to bite you. Chris is now going to give up a shield for himself.
Do we see the catch here? We are not going to see the catch. That's going to be another Bone Club coming through against the Gastrodon. Gastrodon, I really think that's a great play from Nighttime Clasher to kind of keep the Gastrodon up there, trying to get the extra energy against the Talonflame first, because there is no answer to Gastrodon on the team of Chris. But Gastrodon is so neutral against everything, it's not going to get out of those matchups with a lot of health energy.
That is true. You can use it to maybe reverse switch or something, but in the end game it is not going to be the biggest advantage for you. But this is looking grim for Nighttime Clasher. Energy advantage, damage advantage, everything is on the Wigglytuff. Look into those eyes. Might be the last thing you see in this tournament.
This is looking so good for Chris right now. The damage is coming through. This fly is not going to be enough to knock out this Wigglytuff, especially after the debuff. Wigglytuff is showcasing again why it's so strong right now. I feel like this is the Pokemon so far that did the best for new Pokemon that didn't really were in the meta before. Wigglytuff is such a good Pokemon.
Yep, goes for the Swift here as well. Takes out the Gastrodon, and Chris advances to winners round 4. Might be the winner semis actually, and takes out Nighttime Clasher, puts him in the losers bracket. Chris from Spain here advancing even further in the tournament. Someone who has played a lot with Paman already. Good practice partner if you ask me. Advances further in this tournament. Congratulations.
Yeah, absolutely congratulations. Well-deserved win there. Honestly, played so well. And again, I think Wigglytuff is the hidden hero for most of the teams currently. I think it's such a good Pokemon, the coverage that they have on it, the typing especially. This is what sets us apart from other Fairy-type Pokemon, and especially other Charmers. You have other Charmers that are also very strong, like Darkspawn, having the Psychic Fangs, dropping defenses, which helps out a lot. But none of them has the typing. None of them has the normal type, which we already talked about Dunsparce before. It's a great defensive type. It gives you a lot of resistance, mainly especially against Ghost, of course. But Ghost is so prevalent in the current meta, it's so important to have.
Dark type as well, Moltres, we have seen it time and time again, how a Moltres goes unchecked and then completely destroys the lineup of its opponent. And it's a very, very interesting scenario here with the Wigglytuff, because the Shadow Caesar is a Pokemon that is not seen that much in the tournament. We've also heard Kerfew say this earlier, that Shadow Caesar is the biggest surprise, being under 20%.
Absolutely. Here we can take a look again at the replay. We said Psychic Fangs knocking out in the first one, and again, I think that the Gastrodon had a lot of play here, but it's just the thing with Gastrodon. It's great against a lot of Pokemon, but it's never going to really destroy a Pokemon unless you're going to face a Bastion, like Bastion.
The Dene.
Oh, the Dene? Yeah, actually. But then again, the Play Rough does also some sort of damage against you. But yeah, again, Wigglytuff just taking those hits, being able to get to the Icy Wind so much faster now, which is such a big advantage for this Pokemon. The Charm buff really helps the Wigglytuff out here.
Wigglytuff for so many years was a hero Pokemon of the Go Battle League and Inadequance, and now many more players are opting to play it. The one charm-using Pokemon that I would have loved to see in this tournament more is Shadow Alolan Ninetales, a signature Pokemon of Paman as well, because it also had the Weather Ball change. It deals so much more damage, and with Charm you're able to generate more energy now, which is why Wigglytuff is used so much right now. So you can actually reach Weather Ball with 4 charms 5 charms and then 4 charms, and that can actually change the matchups quite drastically.
This definitely can change the matchups quite drastically, and we saw already on what Weather Ball can do in the current meta. We saw the Auroras in the first battle of this stream so far, and honestly, Icy Weather Ball seems to be very, very strong with that.
Yep. Another Pokemon that uses Weather Ball a lot is Castform. One of my favorites at the very beginning of the season. Actually, it is still pretty much the beginning of the season. It has Hex, so it only needs 3 fast attacks to get to Weather Balls. It has 2 Weather Balls, Rock type and Normal. Actually, what is Normal Weather? And it's very flexible, it's super spammy, you can dance around the timer a lot, but it just doesn't pack the punch.
What is your favorite Castform though?
It's gotta be Normal type. It is so strong with this Weather Ball Normal. It's such a strong Pokemon.
I do actually think that the Fire one is really cool right now as well, with Ember being buffed, still getting super fast to those Weather Balls, even faster I think than the normal one, and then having access to the move Solar Beam, kind of tricking those Water type Pokemon to come in, and then maybe you can just basically destroy them with that.
Something like a Torkoal as well, but there are all the dominant Fire-type Pokemon in this tournament. We haven't really seen one in the last match, but who is on fire is actually Chris, who won the last match versus Nighttime Clasher, so we're going to go over to the interview.
I am joined by the winner of that winners round 3. Here is Chris, who has gone through taking on one of the best players here in Frankfurt in Nighttime Clasher. How are you feeling coming off the back of that victory?
Feeling so good and confident to take the semi-final, so yeah, very good.
It was really, really nicely played. I think a lot of viewers were admiring the way you used Wigglytuff, which has come into this meta and is a lot stronger now than it was before. I don't think that's a Pokemon that you've used before in the Play Pokemon circuit. How did it feel?
To be honest, I didn't like Wigglytuff like 2 days ago, but I was talking with Leo and Bunny also, who recommended me to use it. And I thought about it, and yeah, I think it has a lot of play on the meta, so I bring it on the team.
It was really, really well played. And you mentioned Leo, that is Paman, one of your close friends, a player that you have watched all the way to the World Championships in Anaheim last season. This season, could it be your moment? Are you looking to make your place in San Francisco next summer?
Yeah, I hope so. Now I have more time, also money to travel along, so I will try to compete this season and see if I can qualify to the World Championships.
Well, I think lots of people at home will be rooting for you. I can't wait to see how far you go. Congratulations on that last match. Good luck for the next. Casters, back to the action with you.
It's always great to get insight from our trainers and seeing how things are going at the tournament as well and soaking up that atmosphere. Now, once upon a time, I had a caster fantasy draft, and this player called Junko was on it, and now it truly is a dream come true to have you behind the casting desk with myself. I'm so excited. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling absolutely excited. I'm so grateful to be here. It's such a cool event so far as well. I love the meta, I love the games, I love casting.
Yeah, it's such a great experience, and everybody out there is enjoying the new meta that we're having here to kick off the 2026 season. Have there been any spicy picks that you weren't expecting to see?
Spicy ones, I haven't really seen that much. Like the Pokemon that definitely impressed me the most is Wigglytuff. Like I have said like so many times already. I didn't really expect this Pokemon would do that well, but it's honestly been such a strong Pokemon. What I like though is the Lantern. Like we saw it already on Zzweilous team, we saw it before as well. It seems like such a good pick in the current meta.
I remember with Lantern back in the day, it was always which fast attack are we going to put on there? Are we going to go for like electric or water and things like that? Did you have a preference back in the day?
I always use Spark. I didn't like Water Gun at all, but now it's always Water Gun. Like Spark isn't as great anymore, but Water Gun has a lot of play in the current meta, especially like neutrally now against that Marowak.
Water types have always been really popular in Pokemon Go. You know, we've had the reign of Swampert in the past, then Feraligatr, and now there are some rumors about Empoleon doing pretty well out there. It's had some great buffs coming into this season.
Absolutely, having the buff to the Drill Peck and getting the move Metal Sound is such a crazy thing for this Pokemon. Like, it's all came back again. It was actually very popular before already as well, when Steel Wing was a bit stronger. But yeah, now it's back. But we have here already our next players.
Yeah, and another water type that's been really rising to the top is Azumarill, and we've got one apiece on Snoric and Hikami's team here. Let's take a closer look at Snoric's here. A lot of Pokemon that I think we're expecting to see coming into this. The Shadow Scissor, the Corsola, the #1 usage Pokemon here in day one. But it's always good to see Pokemon like the Furret doing well as well.
Absolutely, but I'm also quite excited for the Tinkaton. I have seen a little bit on the stream while I wasn't casting. Now it's on here as well. I do think it has a lot of potential in the current meta, but I'm honestly the biggest fan of Totero. Totero was my first real starter that I played when I played Diamond and Pearl, so I can't wait to see it doing well here. It's one of my favorite Pokemon.
Yeah, it's great to see the fairy types doing well. I know Pokemon like Wigglytuff have had the Charm access as well, being buffed. That gives them a lot more flexibility out there on the field. On Hikami's team, though, we've got that Torterra. Now, this was a Pokemon when I was talking to some trainers earlier that they have really rooted for in this tournament. It's sitting front and center on our caster desk as well. Talk to us about Torterra.
Torterra is quite unique because you don't even know exactly which moves that you want to run. Depends on on how you want to play it with your team. Torterra got access to Mudstep this season, which is of course one of the most common moves. But the best thing about Torterra is actually the typing. Being able to resist both the moves set basically of that Marowak is so crucial. But then you have the option to go for Frenzy Plant, one of the strongest moves in the game, super hard hitting. You have the option to go for Sand Tomb, dropping the opponent's defense, making those Mudsteps even stronger. And then you have the access also to Stone Edge to hit those flying type Pokemon that otherwise you wouldn't be able to hit.
And Frenzy Plant is like that move, Hydro Cannon, that we see on the water types, for example. They charge up so fast, and you can be quite relentless with Frenzy Plant after Frenzy Plant, forcing maybe your opponent to have to use up some of those precious shields. Taking a kind of an overview, looking at Snoric's team first of all, are there any Pokemon that you feel like he has to bring to this match?
I do think, again, that this Marowak seems quite solid, but even though we're going to see some good play against it as well, of course, the Torterra I think is going to be very cool there, but I would assume that Azumarill has a lot of potential here as well, but it seems like there's always like some matchups that you really don't want to have certain Pokemon against, so it's quite tough. I do think that Tinkaton has a lot of potential, but then again, you're going to have the Torterra. I do really think that Torterra is going to be an interesting Pokemon here.
Yeah, I would like to see how Torterra is going to face down against a Pokemon like the Azumarill, for example. And I always like, you mentioned the Marowak, and I think it's a really key point. It's something that we've seen often go up against the Moltres, and you play this kind of Rock Slide, Bone Club game of which one it's going to be. But jumping straight into the fray, Tinkaton versus that Steelix for Hikami. Both of them just going to go for some fast attacks and get some energy on the board.
Yeah, we're going to see here a resisted fast move, of course, from the Tinkaton, but has a charge move, which is going to be super effective. While on there, not doing that much damage. We're going to see that all the charge moves of the Steelix, though, are going to be resisted on Tinkaton's type. That Steel and Fairy type has so many resistances, it is kind of crazy. Like, there are a lot of Pokemon that just can't hit it for even neutral damage.
Yes, and the Steelix in prime position to retaliate with that Psychic Fang's not very effective. Scissor's actually going to join the fray now and try and challenge down against this opposing Steelix, chipping away at it. Lots of energy in play on both sides of the field.
Absolutely, and I'm very excited that we see already in the first game now the Torterra. I am so excited to see this Pokemon. I think it's going to do great here as well. We still have the Tinkaton, which is going to be the matchup where you kind of want to have it aligned. But here we see what Steelix can do actually against the Caesar. It's actually doing so much damage, and resisting those bullet punches is so important in the current meta.
Yep, and the Scissor just able to get this Night Slash in the nick of time as the defense drop was leaving it so vulnerable to those fast attacks. It's able to fell that Steelix on the opposing side, and Hikami can now bring that Torterra that we're so delighted to see.
This is going to be interesting. You see the shield coming up here. Torterra is not really known for its bulk, and yes, we see the shield coming up. Getting a bit of an energy advantage on Torterra is going to be crucial, but we see the final Pokemon now as well. On Snoric's side here, we're going to have that, Ferret.
Yeah, the Sucker Punch is just coming through, but just doing minimal damage into the opposing Torterra that's now in a prime position to go for one of these powerful charge attacks. Being the Shadow variant as well, it's able to deal that additional bit of damage and get the defense drop onto that Furret that's looking primed with something like a Trailblaze, but it's a Grass type on the opposing side. You don't want to go for that attack buff and do nothing. You want to hit the Swift.
The Swift is coming through. Swift would most likely do enough to even knock out the Torterra. But as you can see, we see a swap here into the Azumarill. And here is what we had talked about before as well. Those charge moves are just resisted on the Tinkaton. But also, Tinkaton still has 2 shields. So what moves do you want to shield? Mainly, you're going to have the fast move pressure from Torterra, and here the charge moves of Azumarill are going to be resisted. But do you even need to shield is the other question.
Important decisions to be made for sure. The Tinkaton in a prime position to just keep chipping away at this Azumarill, but Azumarill, well, is so happy to farm up all of this energy on the field. It can go here for this player up. Tinkaton is indeed going to be shielding Snoric using one of those precious defensive mechanisms.
The bubbles really are adding up on the Tinkaton, kind of putting it close to the range for a play. player off to knock it out. And so we're gonna see here another player off coming through from the other side though, from Tinkaton. This is not going to be enough to knock out the Zzweilous. Zzweilous is so bulky.
Yes, it's always like a hidden third shield with the Zzweilous as well. It can definitely take a hit as the battles of the fairy types duke it out on the field right now here at the Frankfurt Regional Championships. Another player up coming through from the Zzweilous into Tinkaton, but it can take it now in the red. We're going to see the Furret join now, though. This is interesting. That second shield coming up on Snoric's side, wanting to keep the little Furret in the game, but Torterra is on a rampage, can go for this Sand Tomb, going to be dropping that defense, but Furret has the energy in tow.
This is most likely going to be enough to knock out this Torterra. Let's see, the Swift is not actually going to be enough. 1 HP left, but one more Sucker Punch is going to be all that it takes. And Azumarill is in, and I don't think that Azumarill is going to enjoy the Swift very much here.
Yeah, it can take the Sucker Punches reasonably well, but the Swift coming through is just going to seal game 1 up here for Snoric. Azumarill in, you know, has done incredibly well, has been a Pokemon that's consistently top of the metagame, but Snoric finding a way to get through it here in this first match.
Absolutely, well executed there. I really think Azumarill is such a cool Pokemon. I feel like it's like the comparison to like VGC where you have Incineroar, which has been like so strong for all of the different kind of formats. We have Azumarill in Pokemon Go, which has been strong since the beginning of the Go Battle League. It never really fell off.
Yeah, that's the thing. I remember when I first started, it was all about Medicham, and Medicham and Noctowl were the key Pokemon. But then the beautiful thing about Pokemon Go with all the updates is a lot of the times different Pokemon will rise to the top, but this Azumarill has stayed consistently in those rankings, and you can see why. If you're Hikami now, which Pokemon do you feel like gave him the hardest time on Snoric's side?
I felt like it was the Tinkaton. Tinkaton was quite a tough one to deal with because you had 2 Pokemon where the charge moves just didn't do damage against. Like you had the Steelix where you have Psychic Fangs and Crunch, both going to be resistant moves. You had the Azumarill, we had Ice Beam and Play Rough, both are resistant moves. So I feel like Tinkaton has like such a great defensive typing that that's mostly something that Hikami wants to try to counter now. I could see maybe even something like a Charger Bug to just have some neutral damage there, or even some close combats or something from the Primeape if it runs it. Who knows?
I mean, I think the Mud Slap coming through from Torterra is a really nice play into something like the Tinkaton, but if it's got all that energy up and it's got the pressure of those charge attacks, as you said earlier, the Torterra isn't the bulkiest of Pokemon. It doesn't want to take those charge attacks and force precious shields to come through on Hikami's side.
Yeah, absolutely. I think still for Hikami, the best Pokemon is the Torterra, of course, which we're very likely going to see here right now as well. I'm just curious on where he wants to bring it. I could see that for Snorric, it would be a good idea to lead something like that, what's called the Ferret here, just to have like some neutral play, just to scout out, okay, what is Hikami going to run now? Like, where do I have to align myself?
And I think Furret was pretty consistent throughout that game for Soric as well. It wasn't doing like super effective damage, but it was just consistent. The Sucker Punches do add up over time, but critically those Swifts were just able to apply a lot of pressure, whether it was into the Torterra or even something like the Azumarill. It's going to get some damage on the board.
Absolutely. Like the only real thing that Furret doesn't want to face here is going to be, of course, the Fighter. It's going to be that Primeape. That's going to be a bit of a tough one, but we will see here what's going to happen because we're going to have, you know, the game at number 2.
Yep, jumping into game 2 here of Winners Round 3. Snorric is 1 game up, but now has to face down against that Torterra, and the Furret is going to be the lead.
This is going to be a very interesting matchup. Immediate stop out here, and I like this a lot because now what you're going to get out is going to be the Tinkaton, and this is going to be not the worst matchup for the Primeape because you have that close combat, and close combat is going to be a neutral, even though it's a fairy type, that steel typing makes it neutral, and it's going to do so much damage here right now.
Yeah, Snorric not choosing to shield, letting the close combat, huge damage come through, because I think Tinkaton knows it can go for one of these charge attacks, maybe force a shield coming through on Hikami's side, particularly as it did just take that defense drop coming through, and then you have that fast attack Fairy Wind dealing super effective damage. I mean, look at it, just tearing through this Primeape.
This is going to be now Rage is coming through. I'm curious if we're going to get a shield here, not because, of course, Snorric was already a charge move, but no, we see the no shield, and so Hikami got the alignment, which is going to be very solid for him. And we see that the Rage Fist is not coming through. This is going to be such a crucial play there. Hikami not happy with that. Yeah, over-tapped a little bit there. But now, still Torterra is doing a lot of damage here.
Yeah, Scissor was able to get the upper hand, but the Mud Slaps are doing a lot of work on Torterra's side as well, shielding up from that Night Slash, knowing you can put this fast attack to work, and now Torterra in prime position to retaliate, forcing a shield on Snorric's side.
We're going to see the Sand Tomb here in play. This would be enough to knock out the Caesar, but also it's going to get the defense drop guaranteed here, as we see the swap out into that Ferret, and we have now the Moltres aligned, which is honestly not a bad matchup for that Moltres. We're going to have the resistance, of course, for the fast move, but still, the Swift is going to chunk away a little bit.
Yeah, this is an interesting adaptation on Hikami's side. It was nice to see Torterra get out of there so quickly, doesn't want to run back of game one. And Moltres in a position to take these Swifts. As you can see, the Sucker Punch is doing barely any damage, but Moltres able to utilize the Furret on the field to get these charge attacks set up.
Fly is coming through, getting shielded immediately. Can we see another Fly, though? This is going to be such an interesting play. We're going to have a Charge coming through here. But also, we still have that Torterra. I'm curious, can Torterra still do something? I hope it can.
Hikami just had his head in his hands, maybe trying to focus down on whether we can get to that second fly. Moltres is able to do it. There are no shields now remaining on Snoric's side, so this Furret is going to be vulnerable. The slight undercharge, maybe trying to get one more damage move out, but now it's going to be Scizor versus the Torterra.
We see the immediate charge move here from the Caesar. Go for the Night Slash. Of course, doesn't want to get any more hits on it with the Mud Step there. The knockout is coming up here, and we're going to see the double boost, and this is actually crucial because now the fast move is going to be enough to knock out that Moltres. Otherwise, this would have not worked out at all. It would have been a tie, but like this, Snoric is going to be able to take that win with a boost chance.
What a moment for Snoric there. You saw the reaction from the player on the stage. That was exactly what he needed to close out that game and be commanding in a 2-0 set. Huge congratulations. I mean, break it down for us. What happened there at the end?
This was so close. Basically, a bullet punch would have not knocked out that Moltres in this range, and they both went down at the same time, which would mean we would have had another game then as well, because none of the players were won. It would have been a tie. But with that boost chance, it's just a very small boost chance for Night Slash to give this double attack boost. The fast move pressure just was too much from the Caesar that the Moltres just wasn't able to take it anymore.
So just at the very end, we were able to close out that game for Snoric instead of pushing to, as you say, kind of a tie situation. So what a moment for him, knowing that it was a clean 2-0 set, being able to advance into the next stage of the competition. I mean, incredible play from both of them. Whew, what a match to kick off our little duo-ship here.
That was an amazing match. Like, honestly, also like the amount of damage that Torterra did, I still kind of said that Torterra didn't come through there at the end, but still, very good Pokemon. I want to see it more often.
Yeah, and it was good to see it utilizing that Mud Slap that everybody talks about. We all know I have a favorite Mud Slap user, but it's a critical move in Pokemon Go for a reason. It just gives that really nice, consistent damage, farms up lots of energy that Torterra was able to do its best to utilize. But it wasn't Torterra's story in this particular match. It was really all about the Tinkaton and the Furret on Snoric's side, as well as some help from Scizor right at the end, getting that golden victory.
That Tinkaton was so important for Snoric here. And again, this is a Pokemon that you can only really get currently from hatching eggs, so definitely get your friends together, try to trade one, because you kind of want to have, of course, that low attack stat for PvP. Makes it a little bit more bulky, which is what you kind of prefer. So get your friends together, trade those Tinkaton, because they're so important.
There's that critical moment Jonkers was just explaining to us. Being able to get that attack boost just set Snoric up for success and victory in this set. Obviously, commiserations to Hikami as well. Incredibly well played, and what a position to be in that endgame where you think you're forcing another match, but then Scizor just is able to get the edge.
This is just the thing with Scizor. If you get that boost, it is a completely different game. Of course, it's just a low chance of getting this boost, but you already have Pokemon. There's a lot of fast move pressure, and then getting the +2 attack stage on it, it just completely changes everything for this Pokemon. It can take down Pokemon that you would usually not be able to take down. You're like a Como. Like you would do only resist damage with the charge boost, but the fast move just chunks away.
And it's always hype moments when you have those moves that it's not a guaranteed chance, like Trailblaze, you know you're going to get the attack boost, but on those ones where it's like, I need it right now, please Pokemon, pull through for me, and it does for the trainer. It's always such a rewarding experience. I think it was Ancient Power and Ominous Wind, these types of moves as well have that low chance, but when they get them, it can swing the momentum into the favor of that trainer.
Absolutely. We see Ancient Power maybe on something like a Giratina, which is also now played from Inadequance. This can literally change the entire game, and again, it just kind of makes it exciting. It makes it not predictable, which is something that's so cool to see. Like, you don't really expect the outcome of this battle, and just in a split second, everything can change. So, yeah, it's really cool to see those different kind of moves and how you can utilize them.
And I think it was great to spotlight the Tinkaton as well, because so far, at least on the cast that I was doing with Leo early, we were talking about Steelix a lot, being kind of the steel type Pokemon of the moment. But Tinkaton, I think since it kind of broke out and was accessible within the game, trainers have been desperate to pick it up and utilize it.
Absolutely. I'm still waiting for my own Tinkaton to be good
ready.
for PvP, being ready. But it's such a good Pokemon to get. Like, I definitely already traded with people because it is important. It's such a strong Pokemon. The typing is what makes the difference. Yes, there are other Fairy and Steel-type Pokemon, but having Fairy Wind, having the bulk on this Pokemon, having the option to go for Bulldoze, which even kind of allows you to be solid in matchups like against a Bastion, which usually would be for a Fairy-type, not really an ideal matchup, is so important. Like, this Pokemon is so unique in what it can do, and such a strong one, especially also in this season.
Gives it a lot of flexibility for sure. But we're going to be jumping into our losers round 6 match Koxchack versus Fede. Now, we've got a Tinkaton on Fede's side of the field here, but we've also got some really unique Pokemon. Koxchack we were able to feature earlier on the broadcast. I want to talk about that Charizard.
That Charizard, I really enjoy this Pokemon. I think it's such a cool Pokemon to run. It just makes games so exciting. Like having also now the boost chance on this Pokemon with the Air Cutter. It's not guaranteed, but it happens quite often. And having then the Blast Burn, nothing can take a Blast Burn. It is ridiculous on how much damage this move can do. But also, it's a risk. Charizard has its weaknesses. It has the double weakness to Rock, which we saw already the Bastion in the meta. We most likely going to see eventually something like a Carbink as well coming up. This Pokemon is a very, very much a high risk, high reward Pokemon. If you get the boost, if you get the Blast Runs off, you're going to be golden. But if you're going to be in those matchups, even against the Lantern, you can struggle quite a bit with it.
We've seen in the past, I think, sometimes a Shadow Charizard being able to hit that little bit harder, but also then your defenses are a bit weaker. So Koxchack maybe opting for the one that's going to be that little bit bulkier, maybe be able to take 1 or 2 more fast attacks than its Shadow counterpart would have been able to. Wigglytuff, we know that one's going to be front to center, and a great Pokemon to go into something like the Moltres on the opposing side. But that Ferrothorn, that's an interesting choice.
This is honestly, when you asked me earlier on what kind of spicy Pokemon I didn't really expect, I guess I didn't really think about Ferrothorn. Ferrothorn has been so common so far, and I'm so curious on not directly why. I know why it's so common. It's so good, especially against like Pokemon like the Wigglytuff that we've seen all the time, and against those ground-type Pokemon, even against the Credilli. It's a very, very nice neutral Pokemon that also has then and can farm on a Pokemon like a Gastron, for example. Would have access to the move Thunder, which is going to be great against the flying type Pokemon. So the grass type that can do something against flying type, always kind of cool, which you see as well with the Credilli.
Yeah, the nemesis of Gastrodon always is any grass type Pokemon, any. Doesn't matter how strong they are, if they've got that grass type, and Gastrodon runs and hides. But I think one of the nice things that we're seeing on a lot of Pokemon, as you've said, is the coverage that they have the utility for. We've seen it on Goodra in the past as well, and on Pokemon like Drapion, they have a lot of flexibility. Taking a deeper dive here as well, we've got that Primeape, and Primeape's been a key Pokemon, just being able to hit hard, go for those karate chops as well, and farm up lots and lots of energy. Could be decent into something like the Diggersby on the opposing side.
I honestly do think that this Primeape is going to be a Pokemon that Koxchack is going to mostly bring quite often, because if you go and take a look at the Pokemon here, we have the resistance to Sucker Punch and still like the neutral damage of mostly the Close Combat here. We're going to have Close Combat also being neutral against the Tinkaton. We have the super effectiveness of Rage Fist, which is going to be such a great coverage move against Corsair. Of course, Credilli doesn't want to face it. The Diggersby doesn't want to face it. Normal type doesn't want to face the fighting type Pokemon. And then we're going to have the Marowak, which is also neutral.
Yeah, even if it's neutral damage, something like on the Shadow where its defenses are weakened, it's going to be able to stack up and up and up. And if Primeape, as you say, can get to those Rage Fists, it's going to get that guaranteed attack boost as well. And that makes it so formidable, particularly if it's already got energy in the tank to go for a second Rage Fist straight afterwards. That can be something the little Corsair indeed does not want to face.
Absolutely. And also, like, it's basically, there's only one type combination that can resist the charge move combinations of that Primeape, which is just the normal and ghost type Pokemon of the Assyrian Zoroark. But nobody's really playing it, so it's kind of, there's no Pokemon that can safely go into this Pokemon. We see here Primeape on the left side as well, on Koxchack's side.
Yeah, Primeape is primed and ready for later in this match, but Swampert is out in the lead. Just going to farm up some energy really quickly, as always, against this Corsair. So now it can go for Hydro Cannons all day long. But Corsair is pretty bulky. He can take 1 or 2 of these.
Absolutely. And if we take a look at the backline as well, here we're going to see that there would be some targets for that Swampert. And we see the Swamp Out, which is actually so genius. And we see the Catchy as well. This is absolutely perfectly played there from Koxchack.
Yeah, being a normal type, the Nightshade coming down into the Furret is minimal damage. Furret can able to go for those Sucker Punches and forces a switch on Fede's side. Tinkaton going to be able to take the Sucker Punches much better.
Absolutely, for Fede's side here, definitely a very, very good matchup. The Tinkaton can take all of those charge moves. The Swift is coming through, doing basically nothing, and now we have Player Offs the entire time, and we maybe even see a Fountain afterwards, because the Player Off is going to do quite a lot of damage here.
Yeah, I feel like Koxchack is going to be keeping an eye on that clock and seeing when you can switch that Furret out, because Tinkaton is having a whale of a time. It's going to be easily able to take another one of these Swifts, and then has all of that energy. As you said, it was over farming as well, has plenty in the tank. So now the Furret, without that shield, is going to have to take this player off.
And there's nothing that can really take a player off here as well. We're going to see the Swamp coming in. I guess we see the Hydro Cannon on the CMP tag. This is crucial. But I'm not even too sure if Tinkaton goes down. This Pokemon is so bulky. Do we see the shield? We see the shield. So that's going to definitely go through still.
Yeah, you don't want to run the risk when Tinkaton has all this energy preserved as well. Forcing a shield on Koxchack's side, this play rough would be able to do a huge amount of damage. So I think this is nice from these trainers, just trying to weaken the defenses by utilizing shields.
Yeah, we see here, of course, immediately swap out into that Corsola. This is going to be very, very interesting as they're going to have now the Child coming through. This is going to be enough to knock out the Swampert, but do we see a shield? We don't see the shield. Yeah, that's going to be an interesting play.
Maybe preserving the shield for the Primeape or something in the back, maybe towards an endgame if you're against that Tinkaton that we know is still there for Fede. Primeape doesn't like taking any of those kind of fairy winds or fairy type attacks. Corsola, however, really doesn't mind taking karate chops.
But the Corsola is now in Rage Fist range, and this is going to be so crucial for this Primeape. Getting the boost, but also getting a little bit of energy. Like, Koxchack is definitely played this perfectly. Like, got the most amount of energy possible, and now has the attack boost on this Pokemon. And, like, which Pokemon do you really wants to take here now close combat? I don't think any.
Exactly, Primeape in a great position to start closing out this game for Koxchack. It can keep going for those karate chops, get a Nulla Rage Fist primed up. There is still the shield on Fede's side, but with the formidable offensive pressure that this Primeape is dealing at the moment, it's a difficult choice for Fede when you want to utilize that second attack boost coming up. Marowak is in a tough spot.
But this was an amazing play by Fede, predicting that it was just a Rage Fist. A close combat would have knocked out this Marowak immediately, and now this is going to be a way, way tougher spot for Koxchack here, as you're going to see the full farm down of that Marowak. Marowak is going to be in a perfect position to close up this battle.
Wow, Marowak actually coming right back through. Fede, as you said, had the wisdom to be like, this is a Rage Fist. I don't need to go for the Protect, because as you said, it was a close combat. Very different endgame there.
Absolutely, it will have completely changed the game here. And it comes down to those decisions, but the players who can guess correctly going to definitely go through there. And this is going to be such a very, very strong performance there from Freddy. I'm really excited as well, though, about the Tinkaton. I think Tinkaton is such a good Pokemon, and we haven't really seen that much yet, but now back-to-back battles, basically, showcasing on why this Pokemon is so important, why you should trade for it as well. It's such a good Pokemon. It's also a very cool core together with the Corsola, because Corsola has that weakness to the Dark-type Pokemon, and you have Play Rough, you have the Fairy typing, you resist it. That's going to be a great combination together. I
think that's a great observation, actually, the synergy between these two Pokemon on the team, because we saw in that game one as well, Fede had a beautiful moment where he could just farm up so much energy on that Tinkaton as well, but then as soon as things got a little bit dicey, you had the support of that Corsola in order to help have some decent coverage into things like the Sucker Punches coming through from the Furret, for example. With the Swampert was able to get some Hydro Cannons up nice and quick, but I felt like it wasn't as offensive as Koxchack maybe wanted in this match. Absolutely. I think Swampert just always kind of was a bit unlucky in where it was aligned. It was always kind of up against the Corsola, where it just doesn't really do as much. But if you take a look at the other Pokemon, often actually way, way better against something like the Marowak in the back. But this is a common theme that we've seen so far this regional, that Marowak is always kind of hiding in the back, trying to keep the shields forward, trying to close out the battles with his Pokemon, just with the strong charge moves, the strong fast move there as well, having the coverage, having the boost on that Rock side now this season, being a bit stronger there, being able to take out those counters to it, like something like a Charizard doesn't want to face a Rock side, I think. Very true, and I almost feel like if you're Koxchack, if you're bringing that Swampert, you want it down against the Marowak towards the end, you want those Hydro Cannons primed and ready, but losing the Swampert earlier in that game just put him at such a disadvantage, so again, maybe comes out in the lead, you can use those mud shots to get up lots of energy, but then keep the Swampert nice and safe, for as you say, when the Marowak wants to show its face at the very end of the match, Swampert's there to greet him. Absolutely, and I'm curious if we're going to see the Charizard, because Charizard is the hardest answer to Tinkaton. And so I do think there's a lot of play in this team right now, because there's also not really the hardest answer there. Of course, you don't want to take the Rock sides, or you don't really want to take the Rock Tomb from that Credilli, but I still think that Charizard actually has quite a lot of play here. That's true, if you can get the alignment right and make sure that you're not face down against a matchup where you're going to be dodging rocks in the sky, it's going to make it a little bit easier for Charizard. But again, maybe with shield utility, if you can put Charizard in and maybe utilize the shield to get the energy up, that could always put you into a good position as well. The switch timer as well being a little bit lower can give you a little bit more advantage. But we're going to be jumping straight into this game too. Fede took the first of this set, and Charizard is there. This is going to be a very interesting matchup. We see the Ember coming through. An interesting choice because it's going to allow you to generate energy a bit faster than the other moves with Dragon Breath. And it's going to be so much better here in the matchup against this Marowak. We're going to see the shield coming up straight away. This is going to be a blast burn coming through, getting shield up. And of course, you maybe want to dodge those rocks in the sky, but we're going to see the bait here first. Yeah, bait coming through and Koxchack goes for it, is able to set up a shield, but I think this is wise. You want to keep your Charizard in the game. It's not worth running the risk. As you can see, Air Cutter's there. Blast Burn is just one more Ember away, but Marowak gets there first. Is Koxchack going to fall for it a second time? No. This is a huge... This no shield is going to be so important because now we're going to have that Blast Burn, and we're either going to get a shield advantage here,
or are we going to be able to see a nice knockout? We will see that nice knockout against the Marowak, which is this time around not hiding in the back.
I mean, you said it earlier, nothing really can take a blast burn, and I think Marowak just proved it. The Cradilly comes in and Charizard gets out of there, saves up his energy and keeps itself for later in the game. Swampert able to go for these mud shots, but you still have to watch out for the grass type moves coming through on Cradilly's side.
That's going to be a very interesting matchup. I'm curious on if we want to see a shield on the Swampert to get a little bit more damage in. I don't know, like, because we're going to have still that Wigglytuff in the back, which doesn't really want to go up directly against the Cradilly either. We see the immediate, grass here, but we see the no shield.
Yep. Big damage into that opposing Swampert. Grassnot just able to take it down. Koxchack not looking happy with that, really thinking through who to bring, and it's going to be that Wigglytuff. Just trying to use Charm to maybe farm up some energy, put you into a good position, but Cradilly is on it. There's no stopping him.
This is very, very tough here for Koxchack, but also, again, we have another Pokemon here that cannot hit the Tinkaton with the charge moves. We have the fast moves as well that are going to be resisted. Generally, Tinkaton looks so good right now, and we have here the worst matchup for Tinkaton, but it's still a matchup where it can farm down that Charizard, which is something that you don't see all day there.
I was just going to say, this is where Charizard wants to be, right? Against the Tinkaton, it has the Blast Burn ready, but it was such low HP, it was forced to have to go for the Air Cutter, maybe try and get a bait, and it all just went wrong for Charizard and Koxchack here. The Tinkaton has been the Pokemon that has been so difficult to get through, and it's cleaning up for Fede.
Absolutely, Fede did so well there. This was so nice predicted, and definitely the Tinkaton was the MVP there. This Pokemon was so good at just tanking those hits, being able to especially like then sweep endgame there, being able to put himself into the position that you want to be in, and even knock out a Charizard.
And I think as well, if you're Fede, knowing that Tinkaton is in the back, you see that Charizard straight in the leads and you're like, right, okay, I've got to deal with this now to allow my Tinkaton to shine. And bringing that Marowak in that kind of went toe-to-toe with it, able to apply pressure, burning through the shields in case, you know, a Rock-type move was coming Charizard's way, set that Tinkaton up for success so beautifully in that endgame.
Absolutely, this was definitely a very good showcase of what Tinkaton can do. Again, for the second time. Tinkaton definitely a Pokemon that maybe was also a little bit underrated in this regional so far.
Yeah, I'm spotting a trend from our games so far. Tinkaton really has been rising into the spotlight, and I think you make a great point about how that Fairy Steel typing is a little bit unique out there, and it's really paying off, possibly in a meta where things are a little bit more open-ended. Trainers are trying out new things. There's a whole range of Pokemon out there, so having a really unique and consistent type does give you some advantage.
Absolutely, and this is what I feel like so exciting about this regional. We see like Pokemon that we didn't really expect before to be that good, but we see like those clear Pokemon that's going to have so much potential, and we're going to see here the replay as well again of those two amazing games.
Yes, Koxchack, you know, really focused, locked in for this tournament and played incredibly well throughout this set. I really enjoyed seeing this Prime Up in Game 1, for example, be so formidable with the Rage Fist, getting the attack drops up. But in Game 1, it was really all about this opposing Marowak was able to just find a way through the opposing team. And in Game 2, it also helped set up success for the Tinkaton later on.
Absolutely, like Tinkaton. We see it again here against Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff just cannot do anything there. It is just such a dominant matchup. And honestly, it's such a good Pokemon. I feel like I'm very much surprised that we don't see that as often, because again, it's also a very, very good Pokemon together with that Corsola. Corsola helps out a ton, even with the Rocket type coverage, going to be able to kind of have something for the Fire-type Pokemon.
Yeah, I wonder when we go into day 2 what the statistics are going to look like, because I always love day 1 graphic, you know, who are the top 12 Pokemon out there, what have people thought bringing into the regional. But then when you transition over to day 2, it's not just what people thought, it's what actually is working in the meta, and that's where you get a kind of zoomed in lens of the Pokemon that you should be picking up before your next event.
Absolutely, I predict that, for example, also that Wigglytuff is going to be way higher up now. We see a few Pokemon that can perform a little bit better there as well. I think also the Caesar is going to definitely be a little bit higher up there. We saw a lot of success with this Pokemon. They're definitely also Charjabug. I feel like Charjabug is such a
back,
cool
yeah.
Pokemon. It won the World Championship before, and now it's back again. Maybe wants to win another World Championship.
I mean, I was about to say, don't we all, as if I've won Worlds before, but I feel like it's for all Pokemon. They want to be in that Hall of Fame, as it were. I feel like as well, coming into this meta, with all the changes, Dragon types kind of got a bit of a buff. And I think a lot of people are thinking Dragon types are going to be pretty good. Do you think that's why Fairy types are all the range right now?
Yeah, but then again, where is my Dedenne? Like, honestly...
That is true. Where is Dedenne?
But yeah, there's basically... It's there, but basically there's a fairy type on every single team, I feel like. Like, there's always kind of something that prepares you for those dragon type Pokemon, because I feel like you have to be prepared. You have already a Paman with a Goodra. Goodra is a very, very strong Pokemon. There are a lot of dragon type Pokemon that do like very similar things, but basically what this season highlights are dragon type Pokemon with great coverage. We have like the Como already before, which did a great job. They're having the coverage of the fighting typing, and also the signature move, of course, which does so much damage. It is ridiculous, but yeah, basically there's always some like a Pokemon that's going to be prepared for those dragon types to counter it, but also there are a lot of good dragon type Pokemon that you can use.
I think that's the interesting thing, though. When a meta shifts, there's always some Pokemon that rise to the forefront that people are wanting to bring, but then also people can prepare for it. And we can have a closer look at our next matchup between Zzweilous and EeveeQ. Now, we were talking about Charger Bug. There's a Charger Bug apiece, but on EeveeQ's side, it's a little more angry looking. It's got that shadow form going on.
I honestly like the shadow form mainly because of the eyes. Like, look at the eyes. They're
angry
so
eyes.
angry, but like also they're so big. Like it's it looks so cool. I really like this Pokemon. Yeah, of course, we're gonna see Zzweilous. Don't know this player at all. It's my brother. Sorry. So yeah, you're always in the losers round 6. That's really, really far in already.
Yeah.
We saw already before the matchup where he dropped down against Withered, not really having the best answers against something like a Lantern. Here we don't really see a Lantern on EeveeQ side.
I mean, if you were tuning into the 2025 season at all, Zzweilous is a name you will be familiar with. A lot of incredible accomplishments, top cup finishes, not only at regionals, but at internationals as well. And it does just put him in such good standing coming into this new season. EeveeQ, again, another trainer we're familiar with from the previous season, and bringing a few spicier choices here. Pokemon like the Galax and the Malamar, everybody's best friend.
Everybody's best friend. I do think that Malamar is a very good Pokemon in this meta. Is it against these Zzweilous team? It really needs to have like alignment there. Like we have Pokemon like the Azumarill, which is going to be a bit tough. You have Pokemon like that Galarian Moltres, it can be a little bit tough. So I'm not too sure we're going to see my friend Malamar here either. I feel like Malamar kinda didn't really do that well so far. I think it's a Pokemon that I found a bit more underwhelming, even though I thought it would be very good because basically, it's very good against the core meta. It's very good against Pokemon like the Corsola. Very good against Pokemon like the Credilli, having the coverage for it. But then all the Pokemon afterwards, like, it's going to be a bit tough. Like, you have the Moltres, you have the Azumarill, which are very, very common. Those Pokemon are not really where my friend Malamar wants to be up against.
I think as well, you know, the Psywave can be good, but looking at this team here where you've got dark types and the ghost types, it's not really going to be doing a huge amount. For me, it's really where you start looking a little bit more towards like the foul play, for example. That's where if you can find a way to land that down onto the Galarian Corsola, that's always really nice coverage to have. But the one thing that jumps out about EeveeQ's side is there's a lot more shadow Pokemon than normal. We've got 4 variants on there. So to me, that already screams this team is going to hit hard, it's going to hit fast, but it's also going to be vulnerable.
This is going to be very, very interesting. A very good observation there. We have 4 shadow Pokemon, and of course, those going to have higher attack and a little bit less defense there. And I'm very, very curious, especially with that Charger Bug. I think Charger Bug is going to look very, very good against Zzweilous side. Yeah,
Zzweilous almost looking in shock there at the team, maybe just being like, where are my damage calculations going to be in all those shadow forms? But it's going to be the Shadow Marowak versus the Moltres, first of all. Going to be a switch straight away. Charger Bug saying, I'm going to take down this flyer from the sky, and going for these electric type damage and getting to the charge attacks very, very early on.
This looks very tough for Zzweilous, but at the same time, of course, EeveeQ did very, very well here at predicting what Zzweilous is going to run. We're going to have here on Zzweilous side as well still that Corsa in the back, which also doesn't really want to face up against that Moltres. And here, of course, the immediate answer against the electric type Pokemon with the ground type, the Marowak.
That's the thing, the Volt Switches are doing nothing to the opposing Marowak, but these X-Scissors will be stacking up, forcing a shield early on from EeveeQ's side. Yes, the Marowak is able to stack up lots of energy on its side as well and can apply pressure. Zzweilous letting this go, choosing a shield over the Charger Bug.
I'm curious on which Pokemon Zzweilous is going to go into now. Could be, it's going to be the Marowak straight away, trying to farm up some energy. Like, both of the Pokemon have coverage against that Moltres if they have energy. And so I think this is kind of where Zzweilous wants to be. It's not a great matchup still, don't get me wrong. But like with what he has currently has happening there, he kind of needs to work with the Pokemon he has. They have coverage against it, needs energy against the Moltres. But do we see the Moltres coming in straight away afterwards? We have to see.
I mean, this is the thing, you're so close to taking down EeveeQ's Marowak there, and that's exactly what's gone through. You've got lots of energy up, and you want to try and apply pressure to either of these Pokemon. You can hit either of them for super effective attacks, but you've got to get there quick. and then try and force through the final shield on EeveeQ's side. It's going for the Bone Club, and EeveeQ does not go for the shield.
This is huge. This is a huge prediction here on EeveeQ's side. Being able to take this hit, still Zzweilous is going to be able to go for the rock side, but now can safely shield, going to be able to preserve that Moltres. And this is going to be very, very tough now because we only have that Corsair left. And while it has super effective coverage with the charge moves against both the Pokemon remaining, it is very tough against the Dark type in the Ghost type.
EeveeQ's confidence has to be sky high like this Moltres right now, being able to get those predictions correct, and now finding that alignment with the Sucker Punches down onto the opposing Corsair, forcing this remaining shield from Zzweilous' side.
And we even see that Brave Bird coming through. This is gonna do some massive damage now. I find it a bit sad about the Corsair though. Like, this is so tiny and has to take a ginormous Brave Bird here, taking Needy this Pokemon out already. We have the CMP tag there as well. The charge move priority means that Corsair here has a little bit of a lower attack than the Moltres. Not too surprising. It's gonna be able to take it down, but there's still another Pokemon left which you haven't even seen yet.
Yeah, at least it was able to hang on, get a little bit of redemption, taking down the Moltres, but as you said, Charjabug is just in the back, ready to clean up and take game 1 for EeveeQ.
But it's actually kind of huge stuff for Zzweilous, because what the last kind of interaction helped him with is to see the entire team. You see exactly what EeveeQ really wants to bring here and what he brought in the first battle. If you only have 2 Pokemon, you don't know what the last one, you don't really know on what the other player on the other side is thinking. And so here you have, well, of course, the game disadvantage for Zzweilous. Unfortunate matchup there as well. Generally, not really that prepared for the Moltres in the lead. You still have a little bit more insight than what you would have had otherwise if you just say like, okay, we're gonna let the game go through. We're not gonna try our best there at the end. You were still able to get the last Pokemon out, which is huge for just team building now.
And I felt a little bit for Zzweilous not being able to have the Charjabug against the Moltres, for example, just to try and get some Volt Switches down. Obviously, you have to avoid any potential flying type attacks coming your way, but just being in a position where you can chip away at this Moltres and maybe weaken it up for another Pokemon to try and go for that mind game with the Rock Slide for the Marowak, for example, I think would have given him a little bit more of an advantage.
I'm curious if we're going to see the Moltres now also on Zzweilous side, because I do think it actually looks really, really solid against EeveeQ. The only Pokemon that's kind of a bit more tough is, of course, that Shadow Charjabug, especially with a Volt Switch buff this season. The damage output of this Pokemon with a Shadow bonus onto your Moltres is tough. It's very tough if you go up against it.
I want to see the angry Charjabug.
I really want to see it as well. Yeah, absolutely. Those eyes look so cool though, especially when it goes for a charge move.
And I want to see it in that scenario you've just mentioned, because I do think from Zzweilous' side, adjusting into that Moltres could be a really nice play going into this game too. But then if you're EeveeQ, and we saw how on point the predictions were in game 1, maybe thinking, okay, Moltres is coming, I'm going to bring the angry Charjabug to the match, and then Moltres is going to run right back into his Pokeball.
Absolutely. I'm curious on how this is going to go, of course. I'd like to see the shiny Moltres again as well on Zzweilous' side there.
It's very pretty.
It's very pretty. Using a Boiler Cap onto that is quite an investment, I would say, but he's committed for PvP, and we see it here. We see it in all the tournaments. He's doing well generally, but can he come back from this one? Let's find out.
Yes, we're jumping straight into this game 2. EeveeQ took game 1. Remember, this is losers round 6. Whoever wins stays in the competition. The loser will be knocked out of the tournament. It's a Charjabug apiece. One is angry, one is shiny. Very interesting combination, but they're able to throw some Volt Switches across each other and just farm up that critical energy.
This is such an interesting matchup, just generally to see those ones. Just both the same Pokemon, but both so different.
A little different.
One has a different color, one is a little bit angrier. But yeah, it's going to be a very neutral matchup, of course.
It helps us tell them apart, I guess. That does help us for sure. As we're just going to see the X-Scissors come through. Now on Zzweilous' side, obviously not opting to go for that shield, wants to utilize them maybe onto some of the softer Pokemon in the back. But actually, he's got quite a bulky back line with that Azumarill.
Yeah, absolutely. The Azumarill should be also kind of great. If you're going to take a look here at EeveeQ's back line, it's really good to get rid of that Charjabug here early on.
Yeah, exactly.
Azumarill looks really good there.
Yep, and Galaxpod doesn't want to take that damage, and definitely the Moltres doesn't want to take Volt Switches. So Zzweilous just trying to get rid of the opposing Charjabug here. Is going to see a shield come through from EeveeQ, because I think, as you said, the back line is there. We need to get rid of the Charjabug on the opposing side.
And we see that the Charjabug from Zzweilous has a little bit more attack, being able to get the charge move a bit earlier here, knocking out the Charjabug on EeveeQ's side. This is going to be very interesting now for the next matchup there as well, because we're going to see here 2 Pokemon that don't really want to take that Volt Switch even here.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a lot of damage taken for just a couple of Volt Switches. You can see it already put a little bit of a dent into that Moltres, but now a Pokemon that really likes to go up against Moltres is going to be this Azumarill. You can farm up lots of energy and apply so much pressure with that Play Rough.
Still, of course, the charge moves of that Moltres are going to hurt. And we're going to see a charge move coming through. It's definitely going to hurt. And we're going to see a no-shield onto a Brave Bird, doing so much damage here. Do we see the swap out straight away? We do not. But, oh, I think EeveeQ wanted to swap out, but wasn't able to do it there. We're going to see the shield coming up again for the Moltres, of course, wants to preserve this one.
Yeah, he's shaking his head, not the situation where he wanted to utilize that shield. But again, Zzweilous just farming up so much energy, but Moltres is able to get to the charge attack first of all. Now Zzweilous lets through that Brave Bird earlier. Does he want to use that shield? Yes, onto the precious Zzweilous.
Actually kind of surprised about it because Moltres, like if you're gonna take a look at EeveeQ's team, there is no flying resist. So the Moltres from Zzweilous actually has quite a lot of play there as well. But we see an Ice Beam now coming through against the Galax spot. Don't think that this is what Zzweilous wants to see, but still. The Moltres, especially with a bottle cap there as well, is going to be able to take an awkward jet here and still going to be able to pace to that fly, which is going to, of course, knock out that Galax support.
Yep, Aquajet does come through, but it's not going to be enough into the beautiful, shiny Galarian Moltres in the sky. It's already capped out at that fly. It can apply so much pressure. No shields on EeveeQ side. It's now Moltres' game for the taking.
Absolutely. I'm curious. The shiniest looks so cool as well. It looks like, just like normal Moltres, but can the Moltres... Oh, it still gets to the fly. This is going to be enough. This is going to be enough to tie the games here. This Moltres is going to be able to take out the other Moltres. Again, very easy to see which side between them. There.
I appreciate that, players. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for giving us a Game 3 as well. That's one of my favorite things behind the desk because I love that we can bring even more Pokemon action. And considering we're in the losers bracket, this could potentially be the last game for one of these players. Well, it will be.
It will be, absolutely. And it's such a cool Game 3 though, because like it's going to be the decisive game. Both players now, there is no going back afterwards. Like you really need to lock in here, you really need to win this one in order to still continue your journey throughout this regional. And this makes it so interesting because what is going on in their heads? Like, what Pokemon do you choose? What do they think the other one is going to bring? This is such a crucial moment. Of course, a lot of pressure there also being on the stage, but how can they deal with that? What are they going to bring? What is their adjustments? And also, do we see again 2 charge bugs?
Well, that's the thing. The mind games, I think, from both these trainers was very interesting going into that game too. We spoke about Zzweilous adapting for the Moltres and then EeveeQ adapting for the Charger Bug, and that's exactly what we saw happen. But in the end, it went into Zzweilous' favor, being able to take down that Charger Bug. At the same time, you could see from EeveeQ's side being like, I must take down the Charger Bug of the opposing side because my backline do not want to see it.
Absolutely. And yeah, I'm honestly curious on how how the players going to adjust now. Do we see the Shadow Caesar on both sides? They have them both as well. Could be a very strong Pokemon to break through some of those. But I do think that the Charger Bug is going to be coming up there again.
Yes.
Just the defensive typing of this Pokemon even kind of holds back the Caesar. Being able to resist the fast move, being able to resist that Bullet Punch, even though it does so much damage. It's going to be interesting. We're going to have both players locked in now. Let's see what's going to happen.
Yes, I wonder if Charger Bug is going to be able to find its mark and get some good damage out on the field as we jump into Game 3. One of these trainers will be knocked out, the other will continue. And for Zzweilous, this is a fantastic lead.
This is absolutely fantastic. And we see both Charger Bugs again. Not too surprised, as we're going to have, the swap out into the Marowak. And what we're going to see as well is the swap out into that Moltres, which is an interesting play. Keeping the Zzweilous on the back, knowing, of course, there still is the Moltres on EeveeQ side.
And critically as well, that Charger Bug got off the field with both its charge attacks ready to go. So when it rejoins, it can unleash all of that energy straight away. A shield coming down on EeveeQ side because it doesn't want to have to take the fly from the Moltres and can retaliate with this Rock Slide. Now, is Zzweilous going to shield?
We are going to see no shield. This is not enough to knock out the Moltres though. So Zzweilous is still going to be in a solid spot. Maybe the spot he wants to be in. I am not too sure if he's going to shield this move now, or if he just wants to try to farm it all the way down with the Zzweilous later on. We see another no-shield coming through, and with that, the Moltres goes down, and in comes the Zzweilous.
Yep, just happy to let Moltres go down, and now Zzweilous can go for these super effective bubbles, farm up some energy, and try and be a more formidable threat for something like the Moltres in the back. If you can catch it with a play rough, that would be joyful for Zzweilous.
And to be fair, Zzweilous charge move can go a long way there. We're going to have the Moltres, which of course takes super effective damage, but also the Charger Bug is Shadow. So it's going to take more damage from a play rough, even from an Zzweilous. And so we see the play rough coming through now, and this is going to do quite a bit of damage, especially as it goes unshielded.
Yep, that shield is remaining in the back pocket for EeveeQ into this Game 3. You can see, though, it takes over 50%. The Charger Bug on Zzweilous' side is back with all of that energy, but it gets a little bit more with a few cheeky Volt Switches thrown in against the Moltres. But now he's going to be able to unleash all of that energy. No shield on EeveeQ's Moltres.
This is not going to be enough to knock out the Moltres though, and Moltres can still reach another charge move. But what we see is a lot of energy on Zzweilous' Charger Bug here. This is going to be very, very good against EeveeQ's Charger Bug later.
Even lets that Moltres get up to its charge attacks, knowing it can block it and just be primed with that X-Scissor going forward. And it's going to be able to find its mark onto its Charger Bug counterpart.
And what we saw already in the game previously as well is that Zzweilous Charger Bug apparently has more attack than the other Charger Bug, or at least the same in one Steam Peter then. But as you can see here, We have no shield. It's going to be a good game here already. The Charjabug was able to win this one, and Zzweilous is going to be able to continue his journey here.
Yep, EeveeQ's angry Charjabug is going to be extra angry at the end of that, but congratulations to Zzweilous, able to come back from losing the first game of that set in a very commanding way to advance into the next stage of the competition. Commiserations to EeveeQ, but I'm sure it will not be the last we'll see of him in the 2026 season.
Yeah, Zzweilous at the end looked very, very happy, which is always great.
Yeah.
Not too surprising. But yeah, very interesting battle though. Like, it was very, very close. Both players did their best. It was honestly very exciting to watch. I like the Charjabug matchup though. I think Charjabug is such a cool pick for this meta.
Yeah.
Has great defensive typing, just generally against the Seeders that are around. It's such a good Pokemon, has a lot of good coverage as well. The electric and bug typing is really, really good. Also good against my Melamon.
And of course as well, it got the Volt Switch buff. So it's able to deal even more damage out there. If we thought Charjabug was good before, it's even better in this current meta. And I do really like the way, you know, game one, I think it was the leads were a little bit dicey for Zzweilous, but then in that game 3, facing down against the Moltres, the confidence was already there for the taking, forcing his opponent to have to reset the switch timer straight away, gave him a lot of momentum.
And as you're gonna see as well, game 1, there was a power gem, but the power gem was just not enough from the Corsa. Corsa honestly didn't really do that great in this matchup. I don't think even that Corsa really saw a lot of play then afterwards anymore. We rather saw, of course, the game of the Charjabugs. Charjabug against Charjabug was the main thing here the entire time, trying to see which bug is going to come on top there. But as you're going to see, we're going to have the charge move coming through. The Exer is going to be able to knock out the angrier one. It's really good that, though, there was a shiny Moltres and a non-shiny Moltres, and we have a shiny Charjabug and a non-shiny Charjabug. Great to distinguish.
Yep, Zzweilous kind of opting for the shinies, EeveeQ going for the shadows, but it was great to be able to see the battle of the bugs here. And you mentioned as well the observation about how one had a little bit more attack. Can you talk us through sort of what that means for this match? How was that important?
Basically, if you go up against the same type of Pokemon, the game checks when you have the charge move at the same time, which Pokemon has more attack, this one going to go first. So if you have on the IVs a little bit more attack on your Charjabug there in the scenario, which Zzweilous had, he was able to always get the charge move off before the other Charjabug. So both Charjabugs goes for the Extra at the same time. Zzweilous Charjabug's Extra comes in first, which also allowed him to knock out EeveeQ's Charjabug a little bit earlier.
I think that's the interesting thing, though, because it gets a little bit extra attack, but it's then also speedier, so it's like a win-win for everyone. I mean, it was great to be able to see players who are incredibly accomplished, trainers who have been able to be on multiple stages, regional, internationals, these types of things. And I think it's time to take a little look at some kind of world memories a little bit. So, take a look at this.
Welcome to the 2025 Pokemon World Championships!
This is what Pokemon dreams are made of.
Welcome back, trainers. We are now so close to the end of day one. We've had some amazing matches, some incredible players flying all the way, and finally, I am paired with a co-caster that I'm taller than.
That's my job the whole weekend. That's why I'm here.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you.
I mean, it's been fantastic working behind the desk and seeing all of this competitive action. I think all of us, regardless of which caster pair we're in, have had some incredible matches to behold.
And so many amazing players that we've seen from last season, brand new players for the first time, really shining. And we've been looking at all of the players that are going through to day two already, but there are still some massive names still to play, some massive players who want to put their mark on the Frankfurt Regional Championships this weekend.
I mean, that sets the tone, right? It's the first event of the season. It's Frankfurt Regionals. It hasn't been here since EeveeQ a few years ago. A lot of trainers want to be able to make their mark straight away, maybe even try and get that Worlds qualification early on, and just try and do everything they can to establish themselves as a front runner.
And this is your hometown. All of these players flying in from all over Europe and the world. How does it feel to welcome them here in Frankfurt?
Honestly, it's awesome. Like, the fact that the event is here, and I know, like, the local community, being able to see them also proud and representing here in Frankfurt is really, really lovely. And it also just means that a lot of trainers get to see the city for the first time.
And what a way to kick off their season. These players know that this is the beginning. And I think I'm right in saying that this is the first time, Lou, that you will get to cast in the 2026 season over a Gastrodon.
Look, all of the day I've watched you and the others commentate Gastrodon over Gastrodon over Gastrodon, and now I get to do it. But gotta breathe in. Gotta take a look at what Gastrodon's got to get through first of all. Stone Collection, you were talking about trainers that are formidable and that we want to see. Stone Collection's name is up there.
Yeah, that is a huge player to go up against. We have Stone Collection here on the left. This is a player that we've known for years, a player that's not only succeeded in grassroots, but throughout the Play Pokemon circuit, a top 16 performance in the World Championships in 2022, and his success has continued season on season. Last year's Stuttgart Regional finalist, and that was an incredible match to behold, and he brings spice of his own. Let's remember, Stone Collection, the only player I've ever seen to bring a Stone Edge and Sludge Bomb Clodsire. I cannot wait to see which Pokemon he's brought to Frankfurt.
Well, Stone Collection, Stone Edge, I guess it's in the name, so maybe a trend is sparking there. Boehm, now what I love about this is Boehm doesn't come to many events in person, but the one that he did attend, we've got Regional Champion by that title.
And what a way to kick off your Play Pokemon career. This is a player that many of us also know from grassroots, but who hasn't yet had the opportunity to play a ton of Play Pokemon events. But when he did, he knew how to bring the boom. He took the Lille Regional title. He beat Colin 6 in the Grand Finals, and he is back in the 2026 season to make that mark once more here in Frankfurt. I cannot wait to see how he gets on.
Could be incredible to say that every event you go to, you're able to take the title. And I think for Boom, that's definitely something on the cards for this weekend, really trying to get that victory.
And did you know he has not yet dropped a game?
Absolutely undefeated, 2-0s.
He's 3 matches won, 0 games lost in those best-of-3 formats. Will Stone Collection pose a challenge? Will Stone Collection threaten that record? We are ready. Game 1 of this series. Winners semi-finals for their group. We have a Furret up against a Galarian Corsola. A fantastic lead for Stone Collection.
Yeah, those sucker punches can come thick and fast. So no surprise to see Corsola get out of there, and the Gastrodon is coming front and center. It looks like, though, the Furret is able to go for the Swift here. Gastrodon going to be able to take this if Boehm doesn't want to use a shield.
That is a great call from Boom. He allows this Swift to go through. Trailblaze could do a massive amount of damage on the Gastrodon, but Boom, recognizing that this Gastrodon has a ton of play, I wouldn't be surprised to see it featuring in every game of this series. And here comes Stone Collection Shadow Dragonair. This, of sorts, is a signature Pokemon for Stone Collection. He's brought it before, and the new Dragon Breath adjustment means that Dragonair has a unique place in this meta.
And it's able to hit really hard. That Gastrodon took a lot of damage from Dragon Breath alone. Will now fall to that charge attack, meaning Corsola is back in the fray. But once again, these Dragon Breaths stacking up. Corsola putting in some work, though, using the Astonish to try and get rid of this Dragonair, but it's able to get to the charge attack first.
Shadow Dragonair now pacing extremely quickly to that Aqua Tail. And although it received Wrap as a charge attack last season, Stone Collection is opting for Body Slam instead, which is a little bit cheaper to reach. It gives it an additional coverage option for a little less energy. Furret now coming in to sponge this power gem and start to put super effective sucker punches onto the Galarian Corsola. Boom doesn't want to let that happen. Here's our Shadow Scissor.
Honestly, this Furret is proving tough to get through. Shadow Scissor, I think, could indeed be the key, but first of all, you've got to utilize one of those pressure shields to keep Scissor in the game. And now it's going to be the Tinkaton. This was a Pokemon that's doing so well in the past couple of stream matches we've been able to showcase, and now it's in a prime position for Stone.
Boom using his first Protect Shield on a resisted Swift. That gives the Tinkaton shield advantage going into this endgame. And Stone Collection is going to go all the way up to a Play Rough. Even though Play Rough would be resisted, it's a much harder hitting attack. He's trying to draw the next shield from Boom. He gets the next shield from Boom with that Bulldoze. Will there be a drop? There is that defense drop. That is hugely important. And now Tinkaton reaches another Bulldoze. Will this be enough to knock out?
This Tinkaton is absolutely relentless, and the shield advantage is on Stone Collection side. Boom unable to protect this Scissor, but a quick switch, bringing that Corsola back into the fray to deal with that opposing side. Stone now able to bring the Shadow, able to bring in the Furret here, going for these sucker punches into the Ghost type.
And now Stone Collection is desperately trying to sucker punch down. The Galarian Corsola goes down, but Furret does not have enough health to be able to survive a bullet punch, but it has the Swift. That's all that it needed. And Stone Collection is about to take this game number 1 against one of the best players we've seen in the circuit. His first game lost in this tournament.
Who needs HP when you've got energy? And in this case, the Furret was able, as you said, to take that game and put Boom one step back.
And that was after an incredible call from Boom right at the beginning of that game. We saw he played ever so slightly soft to a Furret lead. Furret led straight into that Galarian Corsola, was met by the Gastrodon safe swap, and Boom recognized that there was a bait coming in. He no-shielded a correct call, a fantastic call. It wasn't enough.
I think that was the thing, the Furret, I said it in the match, it was really difficult for Boom to get through, and it just constantly kept coming back onto the field, applying pressure with the Sucker Punches and keeping that energy regeneration high. You know, Sucker Punch itself does a decent amount of damage, but it also kept finding its mark on that Corsola, so it was dealing super effective damage.
Really interesting mid-game, as well as we saw the two Steel types up against each other. Let's remember that Shadow Scissor with that Steel type Bullet Punch is doing neutral damage into the Tinkaton, but Tinkaton had an energy head start. And now we're going to get started with a Shadow Charizard up against the bulky Ghost type of Galarian Corsola.
I mean, that's one way to deal with the potential Scissor on the opposing side, but we're just going to see the Charizard go straight up here, trying to get a powerful Blast Burn down onto the opposing Corsola that is going to be able to take this.
Boom receives one of his own with Blast Burn landing on that Galarian Corsola. A massive amount of damage. Galarian Corsola straight into the red, and Stone Collection recognizing this Shadow Charizard has a ton more play still to come in this matchup. Gastrodon with those resisted Mud Slaps, and now this same type attack bonus Air Cutter. It will still do a decent chunk, maybe even take Gastrodon into the yellow health. Not quite, but the Dragon Breaths could. Furret comes in first to try and sponge some of this energy.
Yeah, not today. Gastrodon hanging on, but now it has to contend with this Furret that caused it a lot of problems in the previous game. You want to maybe, if you are that Gastrodon, keep the Water Pulse ready to deal with that Charizard, but first you need to face down against this Furret, and that Trailblaze is something scary to contend with. Boom is going to have to utilize shields to keep Gastrodon in the game.
And here comes a Swift from this Furret, which is already doing a massive amount of work for Stone Collection in this series. Swift will be enough to lock out, but Furret still has a lot of energy still to throw. Another Swift now coming into this Galarian Moltres. The advantage for Boom here is that the Sucker Punches are resisted by his Galarian Moltres. He might be able to farm down this Furret and try and unload energy into the backline. Stone Collection has an answer. He has the best answer available. The bulky Fairy Steel type Tinkaton, resisting every attack that Galarian Moltres has on offer.
And yes, Boom had the switch timer line that was able to switch into the Corsola, but then Charizard can just meet it with these powerful Dragon Breaths. It's really not too much gas in the tank for Corsola.
Galarian Corsola just about getting off a Nightshade, but a sliver of health. It won't even get an Astonish through against this Tinkaton. And Tinkaton now has a ton of energy. It is not in a range. This bait could be big. Here comes the first attack from Boom, but Stone Collection, we saw him on charge attack priority, leaning for a Bulldoze. Boom maybe just has to let this go. He doesn't. He puts up his shield, and Stone Collection gets a massive, massive shield from Boom for little to no pressure, but he does get a chance of the drop. He gets the drop as well. Everything going in favor of Stone Collection.
This really is the Tinkaton show right now, able to apply so much pressure, forcing that second shield to come through on Boom's side of the field, so it's now going to be incredibly vulnerable to any of these fairy type attacks that the Tinkaton wants to throw its way.
And Tinkaton now going up for another bulldoze. Galarian Moltres doesn't have enough health to know. Stone Collection is smiling. Boom is also smiling. What a performance from Stone Collection to seal this series 2-0.
Oh my goodness, what a show. Tinkaton on form, Furret being the best defense, Stone Collection looking primed to keep adding to that accolade roster.
Just so nonchalant. It's as if it was another day in the office for Stone Collection. He walks, he shakes his hair, shakes the hands of his opponent, and he is already thinking about the next match in this tournament. A sublime performance from Stone Collection, beating our last year's Lille regional champion. A nod to the crowd, a nod to everyone supporting him, and genuinely, that was a very, very dominant display.
It was the sigh of relief just then as well. You know, sign the match slip and then go, whew, it's over. I did it. On to the next one then, shall we?
That was quicker than I expected, and Stone Collection genuinely read every single movement and moment to perfection. Having that Tinkaton able to suppress all of the energy that Galarian Moltres had on show, and we've spoken about Galarian Moltres a ton this weekend. It's one of the standout Pokemon of the Frankfurt Regional Championships, and Tinkaton has reminded the world that it is absolutely a Pokemon that every Galarian Moltres must fear.
And remember, Boom is not out of the competition either. It's just been knocked down to the losers bracket, where the incredible team with that Scissor, for example, is going to be able to still continue on at the Frankfurt Regional Championships. But Charizard, this was a great adaptation as well. The Charizard just devastating damage with that Blast Burn that Boom let go through at the beginning onto that Corsola already put him at such a deficit early on.
Shadow Charizard, what a weapon. Such a great Pokemon. Now with the adjusted Dragon Breath, giving energy so much more quickly. Most of the Charizard we've seen so far this weekend have been running Ember. Stone Collection opting for Dragon Breath instead. Interestingly, on a team where he already has a Dragon Breath user, we saw Dragonair, Shadow Dragonair in that first game. We saw Shadow Charizard in game number 2. And it's almost like Boom could not keep up.
I think that's true, though. The momentum was constantly, offensive pressure-wise, on Stone's side of the field. And it was just constantly issue after issue for Boom to have to go through, whether it was the Charizard, whether it was the Furret. And as sad as it is to say, I feel like Gastrodon needed a little bit of better alignment, let's say.
And this is one of the playstyles that I, in particular, really love to see. Very, very fast, very aggressive, taking advantage of the new switch timer.
Yeah.
We're now down to 45 seconds, and Stone Collection, almost every single moment that his switch was available, he was in and out and causing chaos throughout. I need to hear more from him. I want to understand what was going through his mind. So Leo is down by the stage for an interview.
Thank you very much, guys. I am now joined by our victor of the latest round, Dragon Breath's #1 fan, Stone Collection. How are you feeling, my friend?
Hi, I'm feeling pretty good. Thank you.
You have an incredible team, a lot of spice in there, and you went back to one of your favorite picks of all time, I want to say. How did you go back to Shadow Dragonair?
I was not really preparing that much for this tournament, and so I just started building the team yesterday, and I was like not having enough practice with all the Pokemon that are currently meta. Like, for example, I mean Credilli, yeah, but the other stuff that it was getting buffed, I was not really familiar with it. So I was like, how can I throw my opponents off? What Pokemon can I bring that opponents probably don't have any practice in? So I was like, yeah, Dragonair looks good. Damage has been reduced, but energy management is more important than ever because the energy gain was increased. So I tried it out for a couple of games, and it was really fun. So I was like, yeah, come on, this is the way to make my opponents unfocus.
Now you have your Shadow Dragonair. I called you Dragon Breath's biggest fan. You're playing Dragon Breath Charizard. Many players are opting for Ember in this tournament. Why did you decide to play Dragon Breath?
I also had some practice in the beginning of the season with Ember Charizard as well. And it always felt like something was missing. Ember, the energy generation is really good. It's really good. The blast burns come super fast, but it lacks damage. And for example, I looked at the matchups against popular picks like Credilli, for example, and saw that because you get debuffed, that the Ember damage is not enough to KO the Credilli, for example, in the 1 or 2 shield scenarios. So I was like, how can I increase the damage and I saw that a lot of people suggested going with Dragon Breath. The energy generation is lower, but it still packs a punch. It's more damage, and I don't really need the super fast pacing of Ember, and so I went with Dragon Breath.
Speaking of damage increase, how many air slash boosts did you get? Or air cutter, sorry.
Air cutter, I think not a single run, right?
All right, then you're still going on to day 2 without a single air cutter boost. I think that means something. Do you think you can take the entire thing?
I don't know, maybe. My chances are, I don't know. I feel confident with the team, although I've not had that much practice, but I can't say for sure. But I'm gonna try.
All right, I mean, you have a full night of practice ahead of you. You are free to go now. Thank you so much for your time, and we're going to kick it back to the desk.
I don't know, maybe, he says. That is the most cool, calm and collected player I have seen this weekend. Quite frankly, I'm surprised he wasn't just there holding a cup of tea.
I mean, there were plenty of pretzels on the stage as well. You could have reached over, helped yourself to the little makeshift bakery we've got going on there. It would have been great.
It really does just feel like Stone Collection is getting by his day, and Boom was simply one more obstacle, and he's ready to go home, chill, maybe have a bath this evening.
I mean, that could be one way to relax and just get focused for the next day of the tournament, because when you're coming into that, you've got to be confident because you've already made it through, but the tournament is not over yet. You cannot afford to drop the ball. And if we take a look here, I mean, there's some interesting Pokemon on this team. My eye is immediately drawn to that Dusclops.
Yeah, some very exciting Pokemon, some very exciting players. We've seen Chris before on stage. He's a player that's very close with Paman, our world's finalist. And Chris was saying to us earlier, he wasn't able to travel to Anaheim last season, but he is desperate to put his name on the ticket for San Francisco next summer. So he will be looking to take advantage in these group semifinals. He will be up against a player called the Mega Junko. The Mega Junko is also a player that we have seen before in Play Pokemon, also a player that's known across the great Go Battle League circuit, the in-game format. He brings a lot of spice. We've seen him before with Pokemon like Pachirisu in the Play Pokemon circuit, and we can see that Pachirisu on stage, the plushie there for him.
Yeah, the sleeping Pachirisu might need to wake up to give a cheer of support, but it's definitely one of those Pokemon, the iconic Pokemon, let's say, across the board. I mean, Chris, it's great hearing your comments on him as a trainer, because if you've got the aspirations and then you're also a teammate with someone like Paman, who is the epitome of inspiration, you've got to be feeling good about 2026 and carving out your mark to try and get your name up there on the history boards.
Yeah, I think Chris is a player that will be looking to showcase that he is so strong, independently of any friendships. He is ready to get cracking in this game number 1 against the Mega Junko, and he is bringing a Shadow Malamar, and he is against his own friend, Shadow Malamar for Mega Junko as well. Both of these players Psy-waving into each other. Let's remember, Psy-Wave is triple resisted by an opposing Malamar. Psychic and Dark resisting the Psy-Waves, double resisting from the Dark typing, single resisting from the Psychic typing, and Chris is the first to throw some of that energy foul play into the opposing Shadow Malamar.
I mean, I want to know who is the closest friend to Malamar, because which one will come out on top clearly has a better relationship with their trainer. Both of them just being able to farm up some energy and whittle away at the opposing side, keeping an eye on maybe what's going to be coming out through on the back lines. First shield pops out here from the Mega Junko.
And what we see that's interesting, Chris immediately, as he reaches that second foul play, goes and throws it. And I wonder if that's an indication of confidence as to the attack stat on his Malamar, that he believes he will win charge attack priority. The Mega Junko didn't even go for it. Is that equally an indication that he has gone for a bulky Malamar without as much attack? Let's find out. We're on charge attack priority here, and actually it's the other way around. The Mega Junko is the one who wins charge attack priority, perhaps goading his opponent into throwing on charge attack priority, only for the Mega Junko to win and let this go.
But this is great information to take through the entire set as well. Remember, this is just game 1. They play a best of 3, and both these Malamars now knowing the scope of what the opposing one is looking like. Chris is able to come out on top here, fells the Malamar, but Mega Junko now has the opportunity to bring in a Pokemon from the back, and it is going to be that Cradilly.
Now this is the thing. The Shadow Malamar that was shielded by Chris is potentially able, yes it is, to get that shield back. from this Cradley. And so Cradley will now have a bit of an energy head start, but Chris will be able to choose the alignment in the backline, and that could be very, very important. What we can see that the players can't see is the Shadow Kanto Marowak doesn't really have anywhere to go. The Mega Junko has an Azumarill in the back forward as well, and after these 2 Rock Tombs land on this Dusclops will put out little to no pressure, and Azumarill should have the advantage in the end game. He's going to make even more of an advantage by catching this Ice Punch onto an Azumarill, and let me tell you, a debuffed Dusclops up against a full health Azumarill is absolutely not where Chris wants it to be, but he can't switch out.
As soon as that Azumarill came onto the field, you saw Chris's reaction. That was not the Pokemon he wanted to see, particularly with the lineup he's got. This Marowak is now in play, but the fact that you've got the bubbles coming through, you've got the Ice Beam here, and there's no shields remaining on Chris's side, it is going to be devastation for this Marowak.
A huge amount of damage, and Azumarill already at another Ice Beam. The thing is, Azumarill has so much health that it can take Mud Slaps and Bone Clubs from this Shadow Kanto Marowak and then still unload its energy into the Dusclops. Chris is getting to throw one attack. The Rock Slide does slightly more damage than the Bone Club. That's why he's opted for the Rock Slide. It was buffed this season, and now Chris is hoping, begging, that this Shadow Punch will be enough to take out the Azumarill. I'm not sure if it will be. Azumarill just way too bulky.
Dusclops known for its bulk more than its brawn mostly, and so now the Azumarill in a prime position to retaliate with this play rough. Dusclops, as I said, it's bulky, it can hang on, it can retaliate, but Cradilly is here.
Cradley arrives on the scene to eat this super effective Ice Punch. Dusclops, it doesn't have a particularly high attack stat, and there's no same type attack bonus on the Ice Punch. It doesn't do anywhere near enough to threaten a knockout on Cradilly, and Cradilly already has an attack loaded more than enough to take out Dusclops, and Mega Junko takes game number 1.
Yes, that Grass Knot just securing up the game, and it was great to be able to see how the pace changed throughout that match. We had the Malamar leads coming out front and center, and we just saw a continuous amount of farming up energy and learning a little bit about the opposing teams in terms of the charge attack priority and how they've maybe been trained. And then suddenly there's this quick fire change up between the Pokemon with the Dusclops and the Cradilly, for example, 2 very different sides of the match.
Really interesting styles from both players where they had the same lead, Shadow Malamar on either side, and they played it differently. The Mega Junko winning charge attack priority, but actually allowing his Shadow Malamar to go down so that he can start to farm up on his Cradilly. He delivers the second shield in return for that Shadow Malamar, so Chris ostensibly gets some value out of it and then is able to pick the backline. The problem is, Shadow Malamar and Shadow Kanto Marowak are Pokemon that I would call shield hungry. They operate best when they have shields to their name, and so leaving that Shadow Kanto Marowak in the back with no shields to protect it almost is a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, it can leave it incredibly vulnerable, and we do actually see this time and time again from the Shadow variants because they do have slightly weaker defenses because they can capitalize on the extra offense that they get being a Shadow form, that often they do indeed need those shields in order to have the longevity on the game. But when both of these Pokemon on Chris's side are Shadow variants, where do you put your shields? You have to then possibly have information on the opposing side to see where your alignment will be best. But as we saw in that previous game, the fact that Malamar stayed on the field consistently meant that you got no insight to your opposition's team.
So the Mega Junko will recognize that Chris lent into 2 of his Shadow Pokemon, and the Mega Junko maybe benefited in that first game because of the bulk that he opted for instead. And I wonder if he will lean further in that direction, continue to rely on the bulk of Cradilly and Azumarill. Let's get into game number 2 to find out. We do see a Cradilly, and it's up against a Wigglytuff. This is a great lead for Cradilly, running the super effective Acid attack, and it will be able to reach a Rock Tomb before the Wigglytuff can reach an Icy Wind. Let's remember, Cradilly is a Rock-type Pokemon. That means it resists Swift. It's also a Grass-type Pokemon, which means it takes super effective from Icy Wind. Chris is not going to go for the Icy Wind. He's going to come aggressively in with the Malamar instead.
Yeah, I think the Wigglytuff there was able to take a couple of those acids to get the energy up, possibly for later on in the endgame. Malamar now in a prime position to just start getting some damage out, but the Azumarill here going to be able to take this foul play so well. The Mega Junko really trying to keep the alignment in his favor.
Shadow Malamar with charge attacks of Dark typing and Fighting typing, both resisted by the Fairy typing of this Azumarill. And the Shadow Malamar, because it has 20% less defense than the regular version, is threatened by an Ice Beam Azumarill doesn't even need to go up for a play rough. The bubbles add up, the pressure is being put on, and Chris is now trying to wait out this switch timer and potentially take better value of Malamar so that it can throw its charge attacks into something more useful.
Yeah, we're going to see a switch though, however. Dusclops is going to join the field. Azumarill still going for a couple more bubbles, getting that energy threshold nice and high, and now can apply pressure with the play rough. On Chris's side, there's no need to utilize the shield. You know that the Dusclops is able to take that, and you might want to leave it for that vulnerable Malamar a bit later on.
And now Galarian Corsola arrives on the scene, using the heavy fast attack Astonish to do super effective ghost-type damage to this Dusclops. Dusclops, however, has a ton of energy. It uses Hex, which charges to Shadow Punch so quickly, and so Chris is able to get a lot of value out of it already, and Galarian Corsola hasn't even reached an attack yet.
It lets it go through, though, going to put it into that red zone, as both these ghost types are going to be trying their best to whittle away at the opposing one. It looks like the Corsola is able to get the edge, and Chris able to let this Dusclops go down.
And I wonder now if Chris comes back in with the Wigglytuff to charm down this Galarian Corsola before the Galarian Corsola is able to put any pressure onto this Wigglytuff. Does Chris recognize this is just a Nightshade? Yes, he does. He doesn't use his shield. Nightshade double resisted by the normal typing of Wigglytuff, and Wigglytuff now has the option either throwing Icy Wind into the Cradily or Swift into the Azumarill. Will he get the call right? Yes, he does, and the Mega Junko doesn't mind. He has 2 shields available. This is what they're for.
But I think if Chris wants to stay in the match, you have to start getting those shields down on the opposing side. So now that's 1 down, just another one to go. And Malamar's here to apply the pressure straight away with the foul play.
I really like this play from Chris because he's able to now pull away the next shield from that Cradily, and he already has another attack loaded. He's not going to throw it straight away. He's going to use a shield. And I wonder now, does Chris start to charge up, and will he throw back-to-back superpowers to try and take down? Look at this! The Azumarill's not going to be able to do enough. Malamar's able to reach 2 attacks, 1 foul play to take out the Azumarill, and I think he has enough energy to throw a superpower onto the Cradily.
This was a beautiful moment for the Malamar. The Cradily and the Azumarill were very energy dry. They were not able to get to these charge attacks to apply pressure to Malamar, and now Malamar has the spotlight. It's able to use its charge attacks with no shields remaining on Mega Junko's side to be able to get the knockouts here.
Malamar gets the knockout. It turns out it's not over until my friend Malamar sings, and Chris takes that game number 2. From the jaws of defeat, it looked like the Mega Junko had it sealed throughout the game, was in the driving seat, and Chris showcasing that Shadow Malamar, when played to perfection like that, really can shine.
Well, there's something you said at the end of game 1 about the shields on Chris's side where, you know, where do you put them? Onto the Shadow Marowak or onto the Shadow Malamar? And coming into that game 2, Chris benched the Marowak. So you only really had to focus on protecting that Malamar when you had Pokemon like Wigglytuff and the Dusclops that can kind of hold their own. And I think that gave him an advantage in that game too. It gave him so much more flexibility.
I think that's absolutely spot on. He recognized that the shield-hungry Shadow Malamar needed to be the focal point of his attacks. And so the Shadow Kanto Marowak in the back was a waste for him. It was letting him down by leaning into the bulk, exactly as you say, of the Dusclops. And also the artificial bulk that Wigglytuff is able to get by Icy Winding its opponents, guaranteeing an attack drop. It really allowed Malamar to make the most of its fast pacing and of its really oppressive attacks, even against something like an Azumarill. The foul play was enough to knock down after the Psywave damage had residually taken that Azumarill into the red health.
And it completely set that Malamar up for success towards that end game as well, making sure that you were forcing your opponents to have to go for those charge attacks, leaving them dry on energy and forcing through the shields as well so beautifully. It was just a beautiful end game situation. And Farid, we have a game 3. You know how much I love to see a game 3. It's more Pokemon action. The stakes get even more intense. I can't wait for this one.
There needs to be an adjustment from these players. They have learnt information. They have elicited the tactics of their opponents in games number 1, games number 2. This is a best of 3. Everything is on the line as these players get ready to lock in. It looks like the stage is set for a showdown. The players are ready. What do we see? We have Wigglytuff on the side of Chris, and it's got the lead it needs. It's up against Shadow Malamar.
Yeah, not a good time for Shadow Malamar on the field right now. It gets straight out of there and replaces itself with the Steelix as adjustments come through on Chris's side as well with the Dusclops to meet it.
And Mega Junko is nodding his head because this might be the response that he was absolutely okay to see. This shiny Steelix is running Crunch. That is a dark type charge attack, which is super effective against the ghost typing of Dusclops. And I think if the Mega Junko wants, he could force switch here.
I think we've spoken a lot this weekend about the importance of coverage, and having that crunch on there does give you such an advantage into the ghost types like the Dusclops, like Galarian Corsola that's out there at the moment. Dusclops fighting back, however.
Yeah, Dusclops paces so quickly to these Shadow Punches, and they do add up, but this is a regular Steelix. That means it takes a little less damage, but it does a little less damage in return. Here comes that next crunch, and it looks like Chris is perfectly willing to let alignment go. My question is, how are you taking out this Steelix? Both of your Pokemon in the back do resisted damage against it, so this Steelix will be able to reach a Psychic Fangs against this Wigglytuff. That will guarantee a defense drop. Chris might not mind. It looks again that he's putting all of his shields and hopes onto the back of his own Shadow Malamar.
Well, there it is. Malamar able to fell that opposing Steelix, gets a little bit of energy to boot as the Malamar counterpart on the opposing side joins it. But of course, thanks to the energy advantage it had against the Steelix, it's able to get the charge attacks first.
And you know what's interesting here? The Mega Junko has an Azumarill available. He knows that Azumarill has a great matchup against Malamar, generally speaking, at least on paper in terms of typings. But also, he cannot afford for his own Shadow Malamar to be up against Wigglytuff, and so he is putting out his Shadow Malamar here. But Chris has 2 shields and an energy head start, so charge attack priority does not matter. And now Chris is in an interesting position, because he's given up a shield, and the Mega Junko still has 2 shields available. So do you just try and throw as much energy into this Azumarill as possible, and then go into your Wigglytuff? Because you could save the Wigglytuff for the Malamar in the back. This is going to be a critical moment of decision-making for these players.
Once again, it's going to come right down to the end game and which Pokemon are going to be preserved to close it out for their respective trainer. Malamar is going to be able to do minimal damage into that opposing Azumarill that's primed with the energy as well. Play rough, Ice Beam, goes for the Ice Beam.
But look at this, Azumarill is so slow to reach its charge attacks, and Malamar is almost taking that to huge advantage. The Psywaves are shredding through this Azumarill, and the Mega Junko might start to be forced to use a shield on his Fairy type, but it looks like he's going to let this one go, and that might just set up Azumarill for a farm down. Now the Malamar comes back in. It does have enough energy for an attack. Chris is going to pull away the first shield, and the Mega Junko is going to try and work out, how can I take out this Wigglytuff before it snipes me and takes me down? And this is a huge Icy Wind!
Yes, we're going to see the Wigglytuff join the fray. The Icy Wind forcing that shield to come through onto the Malamar. And as you said, Malamar has to figure out a plan. Foul Play and the Superpower are not going to be doing too much at all.
But the thing is, the Mega Junko might time this perfectly. If he can reach another Superpower, the question will be, is it going to be enough?
Oh!
No, he can't reach the second attack. Wigglytuff shows that it is just too strong. Not only does it charm down the Malamar, it also generates the energy to reach a Swift against the Azumarill, and Chris takes forward these winners group semi-finals 2-1.
Wiggly might be charming indeed, but it is not a Pokemon to be underestimated. The fact that the opposing Pokemon there, the Malamar, was able to get to the attack, but before you could even click the button to go for that charge attack, it was felled by a charm coming through. Wigglytuff remaining supreme, and I think really justifying why it was on that usage stats this morning.
Such a brilliant display from Chris against the Mega Junko in what could have been a really close, tight matchup. There were so many tiny moments in that game that dictated the outcome of the end game, and I really appreciated the way that Chris never panic swapped. Whenever his opponent was dipping in and out, which is obviously very easy to do now with a 45-second timer, he didn't immediately respond. He thought about it. He gathered as much energy as he needed, and he sniped when the time was right, and it worked perfectly.
Well, I think there's a trend I'm noticing now. We talked about how Stone Collection plays very calm, cool, and collected, but Chris, as you said as well, wasn't jumping ahead of himself and was making sure to make the right calls at the critical moments. There were so many beautiful plays between both these trainers, but for me, it really came down to the way that Malamar was piloted by Chris throughout this entire set.
Yeah, really impressive, and I think that even after moments in that first game that showed that the Mega Junko had so much available to him, that Ice Punch catch on the Azumarill, the dominant display that we saw from Mega Junko in Game 1, Chris made so many adjustments. he tweaked the style. What you mentioned earlier, I think, was exactly spot on, pulling that Shadow Kanto Marowak away so that he could focus shields onto that Shadow Malamar, and we saw there that Shadow Malamar was flying.
Did so incredibly well, and you know, the little Galarian Corsola, I think, had a little bit of a difficult time throughout this match, whether it was facing down against some of the dark type moves that were coming through on the Malamar, or when it had that kind of ghost type showdown against the opposing Dusclops, it made it very difficult. The Azumarill we just saw there, I did like that in the game 3 between the Malamar and the Azumarill, where they both were kind of stalling each other out, but ultimately at the end, Azumarill put in a lot of work, but Malamar was able to gain the advantage.
And this just shows what a Shadow Malamar can do when it has shields. And one of the first times that we saw Shadow Malamar in the Play Pokemon circuit was at the last event of 2025 in Europe. That was in Bologna. And that was where Filbeg used a Shadow Malamar and did not drop a single game.
Wow.
And after that event, I don't really think that Shadow Malamar saw the heights that people thought that it might be able to reach after that performance from Filbeg. And Chris is here to quieten the doubters. He's here to show everyone that his friend Malamar has everything that it takes. It's a psychic and dark type Pokemon. What does that mean? It means you don't have a ton of resistances. You triple resist Psychic, but other than that, you're taking neutral damage from pretty much everything else. What you do have is great coverage, Psychic pressure, Dark pressure, Fighting pressure. That means against almost every Pokemon in the meta, you can somewhere hit it for at least neutral. Want to shield the first attack, because what if the second attack is the superpower that would do more damage? And those decisions can be really, really critical, and they're the exciting thing. Used it perfectly.
We're seeing that a lot with Pokemon that have good type coverage in the back with their charge attacks. A lot of baits going down across this weekend as well. A lot of trainers maybe with the Marowak going for into like a Moltres or a Charizard, going for that ground type Bone Club when their opponent's like, oh, is it going to be the Rock Slide coming through? And that has really been a critical thing, swinging momentum in a lot.
See how far Malamar can go. I do think that there are so many Shadow Pokemon that if used correctly can really shine in this new Tales of Transformation meta. But we have new players up on stage dressed in green representing Pokemon Go, and I'm very excited to see how they get on. They are in the winners semi-finals of their group as well. On the left we have Bats against Ripley, a player that many of us know also from Grassroots and the Play Pokemon circuit. Both of these players, I think they know each other reasonably well as well, and they will be looking to fight it out to try and get to the group finals of Group D.
Well, it's almost like you set this up for success, Fede, because Bats is running this Shadow Fortress. And you've said there's a lot of interesting Shadow Pokemon out there. Talk to us about Fortress.
Shadow Fortress is a really interesting option. I think it's a really fun option as well. It has access to the best attack in the game, arguably, in running Sand Tomb. So this is an opportunity for Bats to choose, do I want to lower the attack or defense of my opponents as I use this Shadow Fortress? This is a player that we have seen on stage before this season, but this is the first time that they will be appearing in the 2026 season here at the Frankfurt Regional Championships, and I think that they will want to put on a big display. You want to get the ball rolling for your season start, and where better an opportunity than on stream?
And it's a great way, as we've been saying this weekend, to set the tone for the rest of the 2026 season as well, to get a tremendous start at the first regional of the season indeed. Bats also has a really interesting choice of that Meowscarada that we actually kicked off this weekend's broadcast with, but the Shadow Charizard is the one that I'm looking at, particularly into the match against Ripley. You've got Pokemon like the Scizor, Pokemon like the Charjabug. They do not want to be taking any damage from the Charizard. If you're Ripley, though, you have to make sure you've got an answer for that, right?
Yeah, we have seen Ripley on stream earlier today. He played against Pokesquark and took victory there. Can he take victory again against Bats? Bats is coming off the back of his last tournament was pretty good. He played in Utrecht last season. He came just outside of that top 8 placement. Could this be the weekend that he makes a change? He looks locked in. Ripley does as well. Let's get things kicked off in game number 1.
Yep, another one of our winners semis here. Charizard front and center against the Azumarill here. So Azumarill in position to maybe start going for some of these cheeky bubbles, but Charizard is still no threat to be uncontended with. Fortress, however, takes its place as the Moltres joins the fray for Ripley.
And this is really interesting because Bug is actually a neutral fast attack into the Dark and Flying type. It's super effective against Dark type. It's resisted by Flying type, so the outcome is neutral. But the Fortress is reaching this Rock Tomb. That is super effective.
Godonhara. History was made. Dancing Rob had just become the first ever Pokemon Go World Champion. Dancing Rob is proof that you need hard work, determination, and belief in yourself to become the best. Thank you so much for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon Go history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back, trainers. That was a recap of our very first World Championships, but we are now in the 2026 season, and the roads are going towards San Francisco. That's where our players want to spend their summers. I'm Fareed, I am joined by Leo, and we have so many more games still to come as these players try and put their place into day 2 of the Frankfurt Regional Championships.
Yep, so many more players that are going on their way to become, maybe eventually at some point, world champion. The foundation is being laid now. This is the first regional that you can get points for, and it is going to be super important to lay out those first bricks for that road that you want to call victory one day.
Yeah, and so many of these players, they come into this event, and the way that it works is that you're playing in a bracket. You're split into groups, and some of the players will start in the morning. That's why we already have a number of players into day 2 already, but there are still players that are much earlier in their tournament. They started later this afternoon, and they will be playing as they move towards the semi-finals and group finals. So this is still really, really exciting. Some players are able to go home, put their feet up, and others are just getting started.
Some people we haven't even really seen on stream that still made it to day 2. So for example, I don't think we've seen the last game of 19 Lawrence 92 who qualified for day 2. However, we now have 2 other players in the winners. Semi's KingOWT has just come back basically from a great performance at Birmingham, and Snoric, who's also had a phenomenal season.
Yeah, I think these players are a bit raring to go. They know that they are just getting their journey started, their season started here in Frankfurt. And KingOWT, he has not played at a Play Pokemon Regional Championships since Birmingham of last year. That was back in January, and he got into the top 8. He came 5th there. Can he improve on that position here this weekend in Frankfurt? First, he has to play against Snoric, a player that we have seen a number of times, perhaps not one that has all of the accolades that he wants to show off, but there is every opportunity that that can change this weekend.
The leads are going to be Tinkaton versus Azumarill. It's not the flashiest lead matchup, however it is a rather positive one for Tinkaton. Bubble is of course neutral, but the charge attacks of Azumarill, they have some typing drawbacks here.
And we have a lot of similarity on these teams, and we're seeing both of them are leaning into Furret in the back, so we both got fairy leads, they're normal type Pokemon in the back. And the interesting thing about this matchup is even though it has a slight advantage into the Tinkaton's favor, if Tinkaton goes down, Furret in the back looks relatively free.
Yep, especially if the Tinkaton still stays there with a little bit of HP and gets farmed down by a shiny Furret, for example. Both Furrets shiny, by the way, really cool.
Here comes the next play rough. This Azumarill versus Tinkaton matchup, it can be very dependent on which Pokemon you have chosen to build. It depends how much damage the bubbles are doing to the Tinkaton, because even though these play roughs are resisted, the accumulation of that damage over time can really put pressure. It doesn't look like KingOWT is worried. This Tinkaton is absolutely holding on just fine. And now over farming, I really like this play. It's reducing the amount of farm that Snoric will be able to get if it comes in with any other Pokemon.
And maybe you can even reach another Bulldoze if you're getting, for example, attacked by Sucker Punches. Furret comes in, immediate swap out into this Shadow Marowak, and I think that's a rather decent matchup for the Furret because you have access to this super effective Trailblaze.
Shadow Kanto Marowak is a Pokemon that we continue to describe as shield hungry. And Shadow Kanto Marowak currently has 2 shields to its name, so that is a brilliant position for KingOWT, who will correctly shield up this super effective Trailblaze. And although Sucker Punch will be doing more damage, let's not forget that Mud Slap is a great fast attack. It will be doing a ton of damage in return.
There's a Trailblaze being thrown after 5 Sucker Punches here. KingOWT gets 2/3 of a Mud Slap for free here. Trailblaze into the shield, so no shields left available for KingOWT. This looks like a decent position for a possible Shadow Caesar sweep.
Shadow Caesar absolutely loves when there's an advantage for it to feed onto the first Bone Club comes through. The thing is, this Shadow Caesar will have to shield once more as the second attack. Another Bone Club puts pressure onto the Shadow Caesar, and now Shadow Caesar could fly. It's got a little bit of a head start, but it still has a whole Furret to get through, and Furret has the bulk, it has the pressure. Will it be able to take down with a Swift?
Trailblaze will deal a lot of damage. Swift also does a lot of damage. The question is, can Snoric knock out, and can he use the little bit of HP remaining on the Caesar afterwards? But this looks like it is Swift range here. Swift is going to come out. Will it KO?
Swift, a normal type attack, same type attack bonus, and it's exactly the amount of damage that it looks like KingOWT needs. Sizzle goes down and KingOWT takes game number 1.
This was massive, because if the Swift did any less damage, it would have been crucial. Tinkaton basically does 1 damage with a Fairy Wind, and Mudslap wouldn't even register the damage before Caesar would knock out the Marowak.
Really nicely played by KingOWT in that first game. As we said, we saw both players leading with a Fairy type and having the Furret in the back. Both of them with Shadow Pokemon to pair alongside. Both Shadow Scizor and Shadow Marowak very shield hungry. We saw the pressure that Shadow Marowak could do when it had shields, and we saw the fragility of Scizor when it didn't have them at its disposal.
That is something Shadow Caesar and Furret make for a good core, for a very decent core at least. But both of them really want shields. Yes, Furret is bulky, but Furret gets so much better when you give it shields. You boost up a lot more, and then those Sucker Punches really start to deal a lot of damage.
Really flexible play available to both players as they lean into Pokemon like Furret. I would really love to see Goodra come out from KingOWT, but let's not forget there is a Shadow Charizard there, and we've seen what Shadow Charizard can do, and it is being invited at this moment because Snoric lent into that Shadow Scizor. Shadow Scizor did put a lot of pressure and threat. It wasn't enough in game number 1, but what can KingOWT do to potentially neutralize it going into game number 2?
So, to neutralize the Shadow Caesar, Marowak is pretty good. The Mud Slaps add up enough that you can get a knockout at some point. Of course, the Ember Charizard in there as well. But then all of a sudden, becomes a little bit more difficult, right? So I think the Shadow Caesar is a good angle for Snoric to go for a win here.
It could be. Perhaps Snoric could entirely adjust and recognize that he brought Shadow Scizor in game number 1. It didn't get him a victory there. Perhaps he'll lean into his own Shadow Kanto Marowak. Let's find out. We are ready. It's game number 2 underway.
Oh, and this is a very interesting matchup because the shiny Shadow Kanto Marowak there can, of course, knock out with Rock Slide. We have a completely different matchup already. Furret was used as a safe swap here. Tinkaton, the answer. Tinkaton resists everything Furret can throw.
This is a brilliant response and positioning from KingOWT, leading his flying type Pokemon into the ground type of Snoric, and then responding to this normal type with a Fairy and a Steel. Fairy typing means that you resist the dark type attacks of Sucker Punch, and the Steel typing means that you resist both Swift and Trailblaze, as you say. And so this is a great position for KingOWT. The question is, if this Marowak comes back in and farms you down, can you reach a Rock Slide to start threatening the shields of the Shadow Charizard?
It's a very good question, but the thing is that KingOWT can take his time with knocking out the Furret, has no worry here because the Furret just doesn't deal any damage, goes into the Shadow Charizard immediately. Snoric recognized that before, and the first Air Cutter is being shielded here.
You get an easy shield from this shiny Shadow Kanto Marowak, and now the Bone Club bait comes through. We say bait, but to be honest, this would do so much damage to a Shadow Charizard that you have to shield it anyway. But KingOWT continues to have the alignment that he's looking for, and look at the amount of energy he has at his disposal.
Oh, he's going to charge up that Blast Burn, and it goes into a shield. Snoric says, okay, there's no reason for KingOWT to bait. Here, Bone Club is being thrown again. KingOWT, are you trying to reach for another Blast Burn here? Shields it up, puts all the cards in the basket named Charizard.
And now Snoric just goes back into the Furret, but KingOWT is far too quick, returning with his Tinkaton and throwing the Bulldoze with no Protect Shields remaining for Snoric. And so much energy still available to this Tinkaton. You can maybe even reach a play rough more than easily because it's a Azumarill that comes back in. KingOWT very much in the driving seat here.
Yeah, this is now just a little bit dangerous because you are switch locked and your Tinkaton doesn't deal that much damage to Azumarill. This might be a possible farm down here, but I'm pretty sure that KingOWT is going to reach the second play rough for extra damage here. HP-wise, he's in such a great position.
And the really nice thing for KingOWT is he still has a Furret of his own at full health, and all this Furret needs to do is start charging up as much energy as possible, sponging the attacks from this Azumarill, because if it can reach a Trailblaze, that will be more than enough to knock out the Shadow Kanto Marowak.
Trailblaze would knock out every single Pokemon of Snoric's team right now. You will have swaps into the Shadow Kanto Marowak. KingOWT overfarms here. Perfect energy management. Goes for the Trailblaze, ramps up the Furret, and Furret is in such a prime position to sweep the entire game too.
I really like this play from KingOWT. The question is, will you be able to reach the Swift? You just miss out. And now this Shadow Charizard has to go for an Air Cutter. I think it has a tiny bit of energy already. It should be able to reach it. Yes, it does. Air Cutter comes so quickly to Shadow Charizard, and it's going to be more than enough to take down the Azumarill.
4 seconds, nothing more for an Air Cutter. Takes out Azumarill. Bubble deals so much damage, but not enough. And KingOWT advances to the next round. What a game.
Yes, we want to see you smile. That was a fantastic victory for KingOWT, and to do it on stream to kick off his Frankfurt Regional Championships, I am nothing but delighted for him. He will be looking to put his name into day 2 as soon as possible, but he still has a number of rounds to go, but this is a great start to the momentum for his weekend.
Birmingham's been a while, but this is 2 in a row now. 2 day 2s in a row, went into top 6 even at Birmingham Regionals, and now the next event he plays, Frankfurt, immediate day 2. It's looking to be someone of the GOATs, perhaps?
Yeah, I think we're looking like we're going to have 16 players potentially playing tomorrow on Sunday here in Frankfurt, and KingOWT is going to be one of them. But it's not over for Snoric. Let's remember, this is a double elimination tournament. That means you're allowed to lose twice before you get knocked out. Snoric's going to go down into the loser's side of the bracket, and it does not mean it's over. Our very first game of this weekend was a player called Lawrence, and he went down in his very first round to the losers bracket. And what happened? He beat every single opponent that came his way, and he has put his name into day 2 for the very first time in his Play Pokemon career, and I think that that is a really special story, a special moment for that special player.
Definitely, we have seen very few of those performances. There are great losers runs, of course. Last year, I think it was also maybe the first event of the season. It was the Dortmund Regional, where we also had a player go undefeated after losing round 1 and then go into top 8. That was also a phenomenal play here, but you can see now the Shadow Caesar not being quite able to finish the HP of this Furret. Goes for a Swift here.
Shadow Scizor was so exciting. Shadow Kanto Marowak was also showing just how strong it is. But Shadow Charizard, this is a Pokemon that so many players are unsure about. It is so fragile, so squishy as we often call it in the PvP community. But the offensive potential, the pressure that it can have with Air Cutter and with Blast Burn is absolutely not something to shy about.
While it is fire and flying, it is still made of paper. Every single fast attack or charge attacks almost threaten a knockout immediately. But if you have ever connected a shadow boosted Blast Burn from your Shadow Charizard, you know how powerful this Pokemon is. This is why in the past it has already won tournaments.
One of the really interesting things about Shadow Charizard coming into the Tales of Transformation season is it is now able to run 2 different fast attacks. Ember has been adjusted. It now generates the same amount of energy as a Thundershock or a Poison Sting. And instead of running Ember, you could also run Dragon Breath. We saw that earlier from Stone Collection. And these 2 options give players a load of different potential play styles for their Shadow Charizard. This one was Ember, resisted by the Water type, and yet Shadow Charizard takes out Azumarill in the end.
Yep, Azumarill is usually one of the biggest threats because it resists Blast Burn, and both of these fast attacks still Blast Burn does a lot of damage, like 30%, maybe even a little bit more. This just goes to show how powerful Shadow Charizard really is if you put it in the right position. No game is ever really lost until your Shadow Charizard has fainted.
And it looks like KingOWT knows exactly how he wants to use his Shadow Charizard. He was generating and managing his energy to perfection. He was drawing shields away with the air cutters, putting pressure on with Blast Burn. As you say, it's one of the most efficient attacks in the game, and Shadow Charizard has one of the highest attack stats of all the Pokemon that we see in the Play Pokemon circuit. So here in Frankfurt, if you're up against one, you better watch out.
Yep, you better save your shields, and this opens up to so many interesting playstyles. When you're playing versus against a Pokemon that has super high attack, that has massive attacks that are also dealing a lot of damage, combined with the attack as well. How are you playing this? You kind of can't really give shields to any other Pokemon other than the Pokemon that are facing the Charizard. So if you're having your Ferret, by the way, and Ferret is playing in a neutral matchup versus something like an Azumarill, the matchup becomes very good for Ferret if you use shields. If your opponent has a Shadow Charizard in the back, do you really want to use a shield against Azumarill?
A really exciting Pokemon, but we have so many really exciting players still to come. Two more have hit the stage. On the left, we have Uden, and on the right, he will be up against Withered. These are players that we have seen time and time again towards the end of the 2025 season, ready to make their mark here in Frankfurt.
Withered just missed out last season on qualifying for the World Championship. That was also due to a team list mess up there, registering a Shadow Claw, Shadow Typhlosion. This time around, the Shadow Caesar has Iron Head.
Do you want to hear something funny?
Tell me.
At the last event of last season, I was sat next to Withered, out in the crowd. And he turns to me and he goes, "Hold on a minute, I'm supposed to be at the cup." And he jumps up and sprints to try and run to this cup competition that he needed the championship points so desperately for. But guess what? This season, it's changed. It's not just the top 50 players that will go to San Francisco. It will be the top 65. Uden wants to be there. Absolutely, yes, he does. He qualified for the World Championships last season. But this year, he is bringing something special, something spicy, something that I've not seen in a hot minute. I see a Piloswine.
Yep, it's not a hot minute because it's an ice type, rather a cold minute here. Has nice coverage into many Pokemon. You see one of the
ice
few
coverage
teams
into many Pokemon.
Oh, very good. It's one of the few Pokemon, one of the few teams that really cover Galarian Moltres well. Usually you can see so many teams that have like one answer, maybe an Azumarill. This time around, we have Wigglytuff, we have Piloswine, we have one on our own, we have a Clodsire, which does well against the matchup, and Charjabug, of course, as well. Still, no Pokemon on Uden's team resists Galarian Moltres flying-type charge attacks.
So let's have a look how this Piloswine is going to be positioned. Both of these players looking to have great runs here. They've done well in the past. They will have medals in their sight. They will have the World Championships in the back of their mind. And sometimes every game matters. Every moment matters. This moment's going to kick off with a Credilli on the side of Withered up against a Wigglytuff for Uden. This is a good lead for Withered. The super effective acids will go through, and Wigglytuff jumps out, met by a Charjabug and Galarian Corsola.
Yep, a little bit of a fast swap out here for Uden. Withered is behind on energy quite a bit as well. Goes for the first power gem, and Uden says, I have to get out of this matchup ASAP. I can't have the lead play out like it is yet. So goes for a discharge. He has to shield up the power gem immediately. Discharge, of course, it is really spammy, but it doesn't hit that hard. It's not so efficient.
Yeah, not a brilliantly efficient attack, but it is going to be the one that does neutral damage into the ghost typing of Galarian Corsola. Galarian Corsola with access to the super effective power gem, as well as a huge amount of bulk, so it's more than capable of holding on here. And now Withered is going to let another discharge come through. Will he put up a shield? Yes, he does.
Got a full Astonish through for that, because Uden had to make sure he is not throwing there, or he's not letting Withered throw here. Withered is now going to go for a Nightshade. And is this the position where you're trying to shield and try to farm down?
I think you might be able to reach another one. I think there's a chance you could reach another Nightshade here, because one is not enough. The damage of the next doesn't register. This is exactly what we mean when we say Galarian Corsola is one of the bulkiest, one of the best. And Withered lets out a wry smile. He knows that he has taken a massive advantage going into this endgame.
Yeah, he keeps the lead and has the shield advantage. That is absolutely huge for Withered here. Now he can decide, do I bring in my Azumarill or do I bring in my old friend Cradley here with the acid, super effective, fast attack. Uden, of course, has a little bit of energy head start here, reaches the Icy Wind, but not before the Rock Tomb is reached.
I really like this play from Withered, throwing just before the Icy Wind comes through. I wonder if you could have just gone for a Grass Knot instead. No! He's going to bully his opponent! He catches the Icy Wind on the Azumarill. Ice is resisted by the water typing of the Azumarill, and Withered is in a massively advantageous position going into the end game.
The energy has been lost on the side of Uden, but now he's in a positive matchup in the end game here. The Clodsire versus Azumarill is usually great. You're down one shield, not that great. But the Azumarill is debuffed. Look at the damage of Bubbles. It does less damage than before. And this Ice Beam, despite being super effective, will not deal a lot of damage.
It won't deal as much as it did before, but it's still a good position for Withered because he has that shield available, and Cradley has a ton of health, as well as the fact that the Wigglytuff has no residual energy left. All of it basically thrown into this Azumarill. Withered's actually using his shield here. He sees the advantage. He's not going to let Uden switch out. That is really smartly played by Withered, ensuring that this Ice Beam lands where he wants it to.
That was one last second. If he went for the perfect timing there would have been a possibility for a catch on the side of Uden. But look at this Cradley. It's possibly even farming down, but Withered wants to make sure that this is not going to reach a move here. Goes for the Grass Knot, takes out the Wigglytuff, and now it's Clodsire versus the world.
Perhaps the Cradley could have just gone and fully farmed it down, but I think Uden recognizes that it's just going to be too much on the back of Clodsire. He lets the Cradley reach another attack. Cradley lands this move, and Clodsire goes down.
Clodsire in a good position in these matchups, but Uden wasn't brave enough to safe swap it into a team that had the Kanto Marowak in there. Would have been a phenomenal safe swap to get out of this disadvantageous lead scenario. Now, Withered is leading one game. Did not bring the Ironhead Shadow Caesar.
And now, Uden needs to make an adjustment. He doesn't want to get knocked out of this tournament. Let's remember, this is losers round 5. Double elimination tournament means one more loss and your tournament run is over. Best of 3 means that one more victory for Withered will see him progress to the next stage here in Frankfurt.
I just love how stone cold Withered is. He keeps throwing some glass at his opponents whenever he is thinking about the team. When he's locked in, especially, he's trying to stare down his opponents. Don't forget, these two players have already met each other in a top cut of a regional before.
Do you know what my favorite thing is about Withered?
Tell me.
There are some times when he looks at his opponent, and I honestly cannot tell for the life of me whether or not he is looking at them with confidence or if he quite simply has no idea what's going on.
There's not a single thought in the head just before the matchup. That's quite possible, but actually then when we're looking at how he plays, it's very shortly becoming clear that there are loads of thoughts.
He really does know what he's doing when he locks into the game, when the teams are locked in. Withered locks in with them, and he will look to lock in one more time if possible to take this series. Uden doesn't want to let that happen. Not only does he need to even the score, he needs to go one step further.
Yep, he needs to take a full reverse sweep here in this best of 3, otherwise his tournament run ends here. And now what is he going to bring to achieve this? Are we going to see the Piloswine finally? I mean, this Shadow Caesar doesn't have the preferred attack set, so maybe it's a little bit safer.
Well, one thing that I'm expecting, you made a very interesting point at the beginning of this series, that Uden's team is so well prepared for Galarian Moltres. So why don't you use the pick that is weakest to Galarian Moltres, knowing that your opponent is disincentivized to bring theirs? I want to see Jellicent on the side of Uden. Will he bring it? And how will Withered adjust? Because he just needs one more win.
Jellicent is such a strong Pokemon when it goes unchecked. Yes, there are some obvious flaws, like Galarian Moltres being in the meta, but you're right. If the team is so strong against it, you might as well try bring it. It is going to be there, but it is not in the lead. It's rather in the back. That is not the best matchup for Charjabug, even though Volt Switch damage buff helps a little bit. Nexus is still quite some damage, trying to catch a possible Body Slam here.
What is going on? Withered says to himself, why have I just thrown a double resisted body slam into this Jellicent? He knows that that might not have been the moment that he wanted, and perhaps that answers the question of exactly what's going through his mind as he approaches these matches, now coming in with the Azumarill to sponge some of this Shadow Ball damage.
Well, that helps Odin with a possible reverse sweep, but this game is far from over. Keep focusing up here. The Azumarill is going to throw another play rough. There is no resistance here in this matchup when it comes to these charge attacks, but Odin, he's pacing faster. He is dealing more damage with those hexes. This is a good matchup for the Jellicent.
Time to recompose, time to lock in and make sure that you are paying attention, because now it is going to be critical as we go through the beginning of this game into the mid game to make sure you make the right decisions. Withered now regains the alignment that he was looking for. Gastrodon getting back onto the electric type of Charger Bug, but Bug is neutral into Gastrodon. Yeah. This will do a decent chunk of damage. Withered now needs to try and get this Charger Bug off the field. His next body slam coming through.
So you don't have super effective damage. You're just resisting the Volt Switches. That is the only advantage that Gastrodon has in this matchup. But this is exactly enough for 2 Body Slam to knock out here. Is doing one more Mud Slap than he had to, because he just can ramp up more energy. But after this, Moltres comes in for a heck of a farm down.
Can Withered reach a Water Pulse against the Moltres? If the Jellicent comes back in, it might be the case that Withered wants to switch out immediately. Here comes that Moltres. Withered does get out, goes into this Cradley, and now it's going to be a race to the charged attacks. Moltres has an energy head start, and that usually gives it a slight advantage.
Odin waited out the timer there. That just helped Withered escaping this Moltres versus Gastrodon matchup so fast. Now Odin still has 2 shields available. I think the point is now, if you want to shield, you will have to here. Maybe this is also an angle. You have the Cradilly rather low. You have a lot of energy on your Jellicent. Do you swap out here and go for a potential combo play?
I think Odin is in the driving seat here. He's put that Cradilly so low that although this next Rock Tomb is coming through, Odin has another shield available. He's not going to use it though. He's going to let this Galarian Moltres go and put everything on the back of this Jellicent. And Jellicent is now going for a heavy farm down of this Cradilly. It's going to throw on charge attack priority. Really smartly played by Odin, because if Withered were to shield, that Surf could knock out. Let's remember, a shield reduces your damage to 1. That Cradilly looked like it might have been on 1 HP, so Withered doesn't want to risk a shield. And now this Gastrodon's just going for a full farm down, and Odin has let this series go. Withered wins 2-0 despite throwing a body slam into a Jellicent. Perhaps he knew exactly what he was doing.
It was his plan all along, and we love it when a plan comes together. Withered, the genius.
You've fallen right into my trap. Withered with a body slam that takes the Jellicent unknowingly into a range where it could just be fully fast attack down in the end game.
Yeah, and I mean, Withered, he had 2 shields at the end of this game, and I think that Odin maybe thought he had 4 shields available, because he did not bother to shield his own Galarian Moltres versus a Rock Tomb. Basically his last Pokemon with any sort of HP, did not throw a fly as well, and then had 100 energy on the Jellicent. I think if you have almost 3 serves loaded, it's worth to throw a fly as well to maybe pull a shield.
I think there are so many players that really look to get into the minds of their opponents, often locking eyes. We mentioned the way that Withered does it, and perhaps he's trying to outside his opponents. And I just wonder, does a moment like that, throwing the body slam completely unprompted into a Jellicent, is that what maybe threw Odin off? And he started to miscalculate how the mid and the end game should go. And really, I was watching your expression for a lot of it, and it was almost confusing. We were trying to work out what the strategy was.
It looked like he hit himself in confusion there after this body slam, which did not look like it was going to be the best play for Withered. Also, the new changes to the Gastrodon playstyle are very interesting in the matchup versus Jellicent, because all of a sudden you're almost getting hard-walled.
Yes, both Water Pulse and Body Slam resisted by the Water and Ghost typing of Jellicent, but Gastrodon leaning into what it knows best, Mud Slap. The fast attack pressure of that ground type move is neutral, did more than enough damage to take down that Jellicent and seal victory for young Withered.
I mean, Lou is just celebrating in the back, dancing around, jumping, because Gastrodon is putting on a heck of a show so far. It's been one of the best Pokemon we've seen. Our next players, I think one of them is also at least running the Gastrodon. Nighttime Clasher has shown how much work a Gastrodon can do in this meta.
Now, I haven't seen these teams yet, but if I know my players, I have a small suspicion that they might be bringing the exact same lines of 6.
Really?
I think they could. But before we do that, let's go back and have a look, because there are a couple of really nice moments in that previous match that I think I want to draw your attention to. So here we are. This is the moment that the Clodsire comes in against the Azumarill here, and Uden has an advantage. We can see that Sludge Bomb is obviously super effective against the fairy typing of Azumarill. Yes. Both of these Pokemon are so bulky. We've seen them for so long. Last season, not so much this season, and Withered is just slowly moving up towards these Ice Beams.
I was thinking in the beginning that the debuff might help the Clodsire a lot. Yes, it puts down the bubble damage a little bit, but still, you're getting very, very close to double Ice Beam range on the Clodsire, so the damage is still there. Super effective fast attacks and charge attacks. It's very, very tough to overcome this with one singular debuff.
And here is the moment that Withered, he doesn't allow for the switch timer to come up. So if we just pause in this moment and come back ever so slightly, one of the key stories for this season is that the switch clock has been reduced from 50 seconds to 49. And I want you to just look there at this little switch clock. I'm going to try and draw a little square around it here.
Good job.
Okay, there we go. Look how close there is the opportunity for Uden to get out and catch that attack onto his Wigglytuff. And if we remember correctly, that Wigglytuff had no energy. That Wigglytuff was almost useless going into that endgame. And Withered, instead of throwing on what we often call optimal timing by going a bubble first and then the Ice Beam, he throws the Ice Beam straight away. He prevents Uden from using that faster switch clock being expired. And I just think that that was a really good moment in that game number 1 that allowed Withered to take this victory.
Do you think he counted exactly how much energy is left on the side of Uden, or if he just threw on not optimal timing to throw Uden off guard, saying, okay, you will never ever just immediately try to catch here, because it's very unlikely that I'm going to throw my bubble first or my Ice Beam immediately.
I think the real thing for these players to be considering is what actually is optimal. Is it optimal to get a tiny bit more energy on your Azumarill, or is it optimal to guarantee that your charged attack goes where it needs to go? And I think Withered recognized that. He goes, I don't need this energy on Azumarill. What am I trying to do? I don't want to reach for another charge attack. What is most important is to take out that Clodsire, and take out that Clodsire he did.
Sometimes people are trying too hard to be technically perfect, because this is in theory the right thing to do. However, if you're losing the game because of that, how could it be the right thing?
Now, if there are 2 players that could be technically perfect, this might be them. We have in our losers round 6, Boom20 up against Nighttime Clasher. And we know these players. These players are quite simply some of the best in the world. Boom20, a grassroots legend, comes into the Play Pokemon circuit last season for the Lille regional event and takes it all. Takes the crown in his first ever event.
And in what manner? Got into the grand finals in the winners final. Lost 1 match to Colton there, so didn't go completely undefeated, but then took it back and started to just win it all. Build a legacy and then vanished for a year.
And Nighttime Clasher is a player who perhaps has a legacy of his own. He is a Liverpool regional champion. He is a player that has received almost every travel award that was available last season, and he will want 2026 to be his year. He knows that there is every opportunity for him to put himself, his name, as one of the best, but he needs the consistency and he wants the medals in Europe. He is back. He is hungry for more, and he has got, as we said, the exact same team as his opponent.
He wants another title. I remember the last title like it was yesterday. His opponent in the finals was technically inferior and had no chance at playing. But who was it?
Thanks, Leo. It was me. I was in that Liverpool Grand Finals up against Nighttime Clasher, and I know that he is a player that you definitely need to be fearful of, that you need to be able to respect, and he will try and get into the mind of his opponent. This is a fearsome opponent for him to get into the mind of. The battles are underway, and it looks like they are on the same wavelength. We're seeing a Shadow, Steelix, Mirror, double resisted Thunderfangs hitting each other. Psychic Fangs are also going to be resisted, so these players reaching up for the crunch, throwing the attack, but Nighttime Clasher has a non-shielded Psychic Fangs. Does he know the strategy? Is this intended?
I was wondering the same thing right here. Maybe 2 crunches really do not knock out, but now afterwards 2 crunches knock out?
Boom saying to his opponent, did you know that at the bottom of the screen it tells you when an attack is not very effective, so I'm going to go for crunch instead. And now Nighttime Clasher reaches for that crunch, which will do slightly more damage because of the debuff after Psychic Fangs, but not enough to threaten a knockout, so I wonder if it's just better to go straight crunch instead.
Do you think it could be beneficial for Nighttime Clasher in this scenario to lose the lead matchup in the Steelix Mirror? Because in the back, he has Moltres for Corsola. Oh, Boom switches in the Moltres. The Corsola regardless, and Moltres is the hard answer to this.
And now this is going to be very interesting because Galarian Moltres is a flying type Pokemon, meaning it would take super effective damage from this rock type Power Gem. Is Nighttime Clasher going to give up an early shield? No, he doesn't! Power Gem lands! It takes Galarian Moltres into the red. That is a huge amount of value that Boom is able to get out of his ghost type Pokemon up against the dark typing of Galarian Moltres. Fly comes through, and now the Galarian Moltres will be able to Sucker Punch down.
And I think it is going to be able to get to another charge attack. Golisopod comes in, goes for the big farm down, will get a shield here. This Moltres is so valuable for Nighttime Clasher. Shield put up immediately. Now what is Boom going to do next? I think it's going to be a few Fury Cutters. Nighttime Clasher also goes into his own Golisopod. It is behind on energy, but up a shield.
X-Scissor is so quick to reach now with Fury Cutter generating energy rapidly, and this Golisopod on the side of Boom has a slight energy head start, but shield disadvantage. So what will that mean for this matchup?
Can you imagine a catch here in this Fury Cutter mirror match? That would be absolutely
I can't imagine
crazy.
it, Leo!
But if you catch an X-Scissor with your Steelix, that might set you up for success. Goes for another X-Scissor here. Nighttime Clasher can actually just chill here. How much energy is on the Steelix, by the way?
This is the moment, Leo. I'm on the edge of my box here. Boom comes in with that Shadow Steelix. Nighttime Clasher forced to throw because the Shadow Thunderfang pressure was putting in so much work against the Golisopod, and now Boom has everything to go with his own Golisopod. He needs to manage it perfectly, but Nighttime Clasher's already at another X-Scissor. He's calculated it perfectly. He has played and not lost a single Pokemon. All 3 of Boom's goes down, and Nighttime Clasher takes game number 1.
What a dominant way to win the mirror match here against one of the best trainers that we have in Pokemon Go in Europe. Actually, Nighttime Clasher is one himself, and you could just see this. This is so complicated for those trainers. You know your team in and out. Means you also know your opponent's team in and out. There's a high chance that if you see 2 trainers with the exact same team, that they have maybe talked to each other a little bit about those teams, and that they actually also know who wins charge attack priority.
I wonder if that is the case. So many of these players have been preparing together behind the scenes. It may well just be the case that Nighttime Clasher could have seen Boom using this team to success and thought to himself, I reckon I can do not half bad with it myself. But here, the critical moment was having the Galarian Corsola up against the Galarian Moltres. That decision from these players allowed Nighttime Clasher to take advantage because it pulled a shield away from Boom's Golisopod, and then Nighttime Clasher's Golisopod was able to sweep the end game.
I will say, though, I was very surprised by Boom just hard swapping the Galarian Corsola in there, because looking at the teams, this is not a team where I would say my opponent is never going to bring his Galarian Moltres against me. I'm very fine to just switch in my Galarian Corsola. I would always think there's a high risk of this happening.
I think you're spot on with that analysis, because Shadow Steelix's biggest threat on the side of Boom would be the Gastrodon. Yeah. Obviously mirrored, they're running the same team. And so if you are running a Shadow Steelix and you are looking to avoid your opponent's Gastrodon, it absolutely does make sense to pair it with a Galarian Moltres and a Golisopod. That would be the very predictable A-B-B strategy.
That's what Nighttime Clasher went for, and it worked for him. Boom gave up the switch there, was heavily punished for it by a almost complete farm down there, reached another fly on the Moltres versus Golisopod, and that was the game-winning moment. Now, game 2 starts. Galarian Corsola on the side of Boom versus the Shadow Steelix.
And immediately I'm looking at those backlines and recognizing that Nighttime Clasher has opted for the exact same team. Boom now does get to avoid the Galarian Moltres with his Galarian Corsola, but Shadow Steelix has access to Crunch, a dark-type attack that will do super effective damage to this Ghost-type Pokemon.
Yes, however, you are still getting outpaced there with the Steelix, so the matchup is not as easy as we would think, just because you have one super effective charge attack. Now the Nightshade, same type attack bonus boosted, is going to connect, and I think if you're just throwing the next one immediately, you might win the Zero Shield scenario here.
And what could be really interesting is Boom's Shadow Steelix into the backline. The Shadow Thunderfangs, the electric type pressure, super effective against both of Nighttime Clasher's bench Pokemon, and this Shadow Steelix is now going for a heavy Thunderfang down, and it makes it. It just holds on, and it will only potentially be able to get one attack off. No, because it's actually a Shadow Steelix that returns, and Thunderfang is double resisted. So Boom's going to soak all of this energy onto his own Shadow Steelix, and Nighttime Clasher doesn't throw the Psychic Fangs as he potentially reached for another Crunch instead.
Was hoping to get another Thunderfang off, did not work the way he planned, and look at this damage from Thunderfang on this Golisopod. Of course, your pacing with Golisopod is incredibly quick, so much quicker than the one of Steelix, but the chompers do hurt. You can look at Steelix's face. Those Thunderfangs gotta deal damage.
And now if you're Boom, what do? You're actually going to go into your own Golisopod in the even one shield scenario, and you are going to try and pace to an X-Scissor first. So you get your first Aqua Jet. You're presumably going to shield up the fly that's about to come from this Galarian Moltres, and then you should reach another Aqua Jet before Galarian Moltres is able to reach another fly. The question is, does the Golisopod from Nighttime Clasher then come back in and bank enough energy to knock out the Steelix in the endgame? And that is what Boom needs to be wary of. So he is going to go straight up to the maximum amount of energy he can to throw on Charge Attack priority.
Showing once again that his energy count is precise. That's what won him a regional already. Can he get a farm down here? No. Nighttime Clasher has to throw the Aqua Jet here. Is this enough HP to get to another Aqua Jet versus the Steelix?
I don't think it matters. The Steelix has a ton of energy. Boom just needs to throw a Crunch now. He's got an attack ready to go. Here it is. Crunch will be more than enough to take out the Golisopod, and the adjustment from Boom going into game 2 is exactly what he wanted.
Boom evens out the playing field. 1-1 versus Nighttime Clasher. Two regional champions staring each other down. With the same teams, they stick to their strategies here, and this time around, Boom was fortunate enough to have the Corsola avoid the Galarian Moltres of Nighttime Clasher. The question that I am asking myself right now, Farid, is, are we going to see adjustments on those teams?
It's been really interesting how important Shadow Steelix has been to both players. Neither player has brought their best answer to Shadow Steelix, perhaps because they are terrified of the Golisopod and the Galarian Moltres that each of them have as responses. And Boom is perhaps thinking to himself that I would rather have a low to neutral matchup than a really negative one. I'd rather not be in a situation where the game feels over because my Gastrodon is stuck against two of the Pokemon that Nighttime Clasher continues to bring.
But then again, if Corsola is locked in against a Galarian Moltres, is that not a similar situation? Galarian Moltres and Corsola are both not spammy. With Gastrodon, you can throw Body Slam after Body Slam and then swap out. You can play more with the timer. Galarian Corsola and Moltres in today's day and age both take an eternity to get to their charge attacks.
Do you know what I wouldn't be surprised by?
Same teams.
I think both of these players will start to make heavy adjustments now. They will start to jump into the minds of each other and perhaps almost think, what would I do if I were in his shoes? Wait, I am in his shoes because I've got the exact same team. And so both of these players will be trying to work out, do I bring the Gastrodon? Do I take the gamble, the risk? Do I make this the moment that Gastrodon will not just make me shine, but Lou proud of me for a lifetime, an eternity? And I cannot wait to see what they lock in. They're still both thinking. I'm so excited.
Boom 20 versus Nighttime Clasher. One more game for them. It's 1-1. Both are regional champions. You can see it on their shirts. They're both rocking the jersey that shows that they have been successful already. And it's a mirror match in the mirror match. The Moltres versus Moltres. The question now is, which one has the higher attack?
Look at this. These players are just such high level. They are so high level that they're both bringing the Galarian Moltres, both making the adjustment to their lead Pokemon. And it looks like Nighttime Clasher is going to be the first to bite. Throwing his attack, it does go shielded by Boom, as Boom charges as much energy as possible. Let's remember that they each have a Shadow Steelix available to them, which will resist flying type damage. You don't necessarily want to lose all of that energy. And so will these players go for charge attack priority? No, they don't. Boom throws his second charge attack first, and Nighttime Clasher has to think, can I tank this? Yes, I can. I know it's not a Brave Bird.
Question is now, Boom has the Gastrodon in the back, wants to have alignment here because he is pretty sure that there's a Steelix in the back. For Nighttime Clasher, it's much more risky here with his Steelix going nowhere. Basically, Gastrodon, the slug, answers the Shadow Steelix, and Boom is nodding.
Boom has arrived at the party. Gastrodon getting its target. Shadow Steelix doing so much for these players in games 1 and 2. But what can it do here in game number 3? Gastrodon mud slapping it down, doing a ton of damage, and it's about to throw a Water Pulse to seal the deal. Nighttime Clasher going to let his Shadow Steelix go down.
He still has a little bit of HP left on the Moltres to answer this. Oh, goes into the Galarian Corsola. It's not enough HP on the Moltres left, and this is a Water Pulse and another bit of energy afterwards. Boom is in a prime position right now.
Gastrodon could be shining here. It's so bulky as well. The Mud Slap's going through. It's done its job. Shadow Steelix comes in. Shadow Steelix also has access to that super effective crunch. But is this now when you just go for Psychic Fangs? Thunder Fang and Psychic Fangs could be all the pressure you need.
It's definitely going to deal a lot. You also have still 30% of your Galarian Moltres in the back. They're threatening with Sucker Punches. Goes for the first Psychic Fangs. Is shielded by Nighttime Clasher. He's shaking his head. But would a Crunch Shield have helped you here, my friend? I am not sure about that. Farms up a lot more energy. Actually is kinda close to 2 charge attacks.
It's not going to be enough because this Galarian Corsola also has to try and take down a Galarian Moltres. But look, the Nightshade doesn't do enough. Boom reaches the next Psychic Fangs as well, and Galarian Corsola's about to go down.
2 Thunder Fangs away from victory. There's the Galarian Moltres just waiting to be jumped down, and Boom 20 advances to day 2, defeating Nighttime Clasher.
He puts his fists in the air, he celebrates, shakes the hand of his opponent, but there is so much joy coursing through his veins. Boom 20 has sealed it against one of the best players in the world, Nighttime Clasher. We've said he is littered with travel awards. He has so many medals and top placements to his name, and Boom 20 wants his victory once more. This is a massive step towards that goal. He proceeds in this loser side of the bracket here at the Frankfurt Regional Championships.
Wants to go for another title, this time maybe from the loser side, but it is still definitely doable. Nighttime Clasher, on the other hand, now is the player who is eliminated from the tournament. Was a good run, definitely got some championship points as well to start his season off right, but did not make it into day 2. Boom 20 on the other hand, congratulations. Massive performances as a player, playing at this level against these players at another same level basically in mirror matches is highly impressive.
And I think both of these players were looking to make adjustments. We saw Shadow Steelix in games 1 and game 2 putting in so much work, and Gastrodon was the key. It was the only Pokemon that had the potential to really shut down Shadow Steelix, and Boom took the leap of faith. He was the only player that thought to, I am going to make this call. I've seen Golisopod, I've seen Galarian Moltres, but I need to take a risk. And what a risk it was.
Rewards for the brave here. Boom 20 goes ahead and takes the win here. We're seeing both of these trainers in preparation. That was the key to victory for Nighttime Clasher. It's a similar scenario that the players feared before, not bringing the Gastrodon to be in against the Galarian Moltres. But this time around, if you have Corsola versus Galarian Moltres, also not that great, huh?
It must be such a huge weight off the shoulders of Boom 20, because prior to his earlier game, not this one, but the one before, he hadn't dropped a single game all tournament.
Yeah.
He then gets knocked down into the loser's bracket, and what happens? He loses the first game of that match, and that must have been terrifying for him. He lost 2-0 to Stone Collection. Was he about to lose 2-0 to Nighttime Clasher? He locked in.
He is so young and yet so stable with his mentality going into these games, saying, okay, I lost 3 games in a row. What do I care? I'm a regional champion. I am Boom 20. Many people fear to play me. I will advance here today to celebrating it as well, beating his friend and at the same time foe Nighttime Clasher.
And let's take nothing away from Nighttime Clasher, a really respectable performance. He's a highly regarded player across the PvP community, and this might not have been his moment, but if there's anyone that you're going to get knocked down to, I don't think Boom 20 is anyone to be worried about. He is a great player. He played superbly in that Game 3, and it's these tiny adjustments, these slight movements in strategy that can make all of the difference.
Yep, and Boom is not only a fantastic player on his own, he is also a player that is popular within the community, has many friends. This Galarian Moltres was traded to him for 1 million Stardust by his friend, the Sparklix. And if you guys want to know which Pokemon are worth to trade for 1 million Stardust with your friends, we have a video coming your way.
Pokemon Go has many different avenues to acquire the best Pokemon for PvP, but one stands above the rest to be very effective at increasing your PvP roster: trading. Trading is by far the best game feature to leverage. It allows you to collect Pokemon from events that you might have missed, reroll stats of specific Pokemon, get exclusive attacks that can no longer be obtained outside of Elite TMs, and even get legendary Pokemon into the Great League like Lugia and Tapu Fini. The best times to trade are during events such as Community Day or Raid Hours, as they allow you to easily meet up with other players and can sometimes provide bonuses to the amount of special trades you can do. This is the time to ask around for Pokemon you need on your roster, especially if they are out of season like Trevenant, which only appears during Halloween events. Another great place to trade is at Play Pokemon tournaments. Trainers there are just like you and likely have key Pokemon you've been looking for, or regional Pokemon such as Tropius and Hawlucha. Now, trading is a two-way street, so it's always best practice to keep Community Day Pokemon and special event Pokemon for future trades, as other trainers might need them from you. Here's a list of some of the top Pokemon used in the Great League for Play Pokemon tournaments. While this meta is ever evolving, it's important to add these Pokemon to your roster as they are consistently performing at the highest level in both Go Battle League and Play Pokemon. The friendship gifting system can also help you lower the costs of trades. For example, someone that you are good friends with will cost you 20,000 Stardust for a new Pokedex entry, while someone you are ultra friends with will only cost 1,600 Stardust. This is fantastic for trainers that can trade with their local community, as you can easily work towards higher friendship levels, while also preparing you for potential costs of trades when you go to special events. The stats of Pokemon traded are also randomized, giving you a chance at better stats for that Pokemon. You can do this by either trading with lucky friends for a chance at better stats, or trading with someone new to have a higher chance at low stats. The lower your friendship, the lower the floor for stats of the traded Pokemon. Pokemon with maximum stats, otherwise known as 100% or Hundo Pokemon, are used and preferred in the Master League. Lower stats, attack in particular, can be useful on Pokemon who don't reach their highest level in a given league, like Lantern in the Great League. So be sure to always leverage the trading feature in Pokemon Go. It's a great way to meet new friends and build your Pokemon Go PvP roster. See ya!
Welcome back, trainers! We are back here as well. I am here with my caster, Lou.
That's me.
And we saw just a little bit about trades. We had a lot of Pokemon today already there where you kind of want to trade to get those better IVs for.
Exactly. Sometimes there's a Pokemon that you maybe don't even have access to if it's kind of a regional variant. So when you come out to these events or whenever you travel around the globe, sometimes there's a great opportunity to pick up some new Pokemon and hang out with some friends and trade amongst yourselves as well. You've got to fill up that Pokedex as well.
Absolutely. We saw a lot of success from Pokemon that you would kind of want to trade for. For example, that Tinkaton definitely was a Pokemon that had a lot of success today already. And there are quite a few more.
Exactly, and I think the wonderful thing as well is, as you said, sometimes resetting for the best one, you always want to make sure you have that competitive edge and making sure that you have a Pokemon that has the right stats in the places that you want them to maybe get that charge attack priority that we were talking about earlier can be a really critical way to be victorious here at the Regional Championships.
Absolutely, and honestly, what a regional it was already. We still have a lot of battles to go, but there are so many new Pokemon that now shined for the first time sometimes, or sometimes Pokemon that we already saw before, but now all of a sudden going to be back in the meta.
For me, it's the fairy types. The fairy types have been the story of day one here in Frankfurt. Wigglytuff, we saw on the usage stats in that 12th place, and it has done tremendously well, unlocking a new buff in Charm. It's been formidable out there on the field, particularly with, I think, a lot of trainers running dark types. We've got, obviously, the Moltres. We've got Malamar out there as well, and having a fairy type has been really nice. But Tinkaton, you know, it's not even running Charm, it's running Fairy Wind, and it's just destroying the competition.
Honestly, Tinkaton is by far the best fairy type in my opinion right now, but honestly, Wigglytuff as well has been very strong. But where is Dedenne? I'm still waiting for the Dedenne.
That is true.
Everybody was trying to prepare for it, and I guess nobody actually wanted to bring it, so I don't know, maybe we still see it, who knows? I
mean, what is it about Dedenne that makes it so good? Why were people expecting it to be here?
Dedenne is a very, very tough Pokemon to deal with if you're not prepared. Dedenne has a lot of pressure with those charge moves, but also with a signature move, kind of like only a few Pokemon learn in Parabolic Charge. It's able to boost up its own defense, but it's gonna get there so fast, and it's also doing a lot of damage with it. So, like, you have a Pokemon that is very spammy, but also is able to survive a lot of hits, even though it's not really the Vulcast without those boosts. It's a very cool Pokemon. I think it's a very, very strong type as well. Electric Fairy, quite a rare type. Definitely has a lot of play.
I think as well, sometimes there are these Pokemon that, as you say, if you don't prepare for them and you see them on your opponent's team, it's a very big uphill battle to climb from. Dedenne is definitely one of those Pokemon. I think in the past as well, sometimes you see that with Pokemon like the Steelix, for example. If you don't have a way to break through its defenses, it's just going to be able to sit out there very pretty on the field.
Absolutely, but also what we just saw as well is Dedenne most likely isn't here because of all the Gastrodon. Gastrodon, we just saw 2 Gastrodon in one set. So yeah, like there are a lot of ground type Pokemon currently available, which maybe also more favors Pokemon like Wigglytuff versus Icy Wind coverage, which we saw already come clutch a lot of times today.
I mean, just because we've seen a lot of Gastrodon so far doesn't mean that I want to run out on that. I want to see more, and I personally want to be able to commentate over some of those games. But I think the reason why Gastrodon is so prominent at the moment is Mudslap. And Mudslap has been a move that we've also seen on Pokemon like Torterra. Why is it so good?
It is just very difficult to counter, especially for Pokemon that have a little bit of an attack investment. Like Torterra is like very attack rated. This Pokemon can just farm down even neutral matchups. Like, give it 2 shields and it's very tough to just get rid of, unless you have, of course, fast move pressure yourself, where people run Mudslap again. So like, you have a lot of times Mudslappers against other Mudslappers, which, yeah, we just see quite a lot of.
Yeah, well, with no Torterra and no Gastrodon in this matchup here, we have got Snoric versus Zone 22. Now, Snoric we were able to feature earlier on the broadcast and is running this really awesome team. There's a lot of variety of that bulk in terms of the Azumarill, in terms of the Corsola, but then you also have these really heavy hitters in the form of that Scissor and obviously the Tinkaton as well.
Absolutely, and on Zone side we also see the Tinkaton.
Not
just amazing, like it is a very, very strong Pokemon as you saw before already, but I am excited for that Charizard. Charizard has been a very, very strong pick so far. And I'm actually not sure, is it Dragon Breath, is it Ember? We saw both variants already on stream today. So yeah, with that Ember, of course, it's one of the hardest answers to both the Tinkaton as well as the Scissor.
Ember can be so formidable. I think when I think of Fire type fast attacks, I always think of Incinerate coming through from a Talonflame, for example, but Ember's a little bit different. It's able to hit a little bit faster, and it can put Charizard in such a great position for those Blast Burns. And as you said earlier, not many Pokemon can take them. We saw one go into an Azumarill earlier today, and that still chunked a lot of damage.
Absolutely, Blast Burn is one of the strongest moves in the game, and we see the Charizard immediately starting off against the Corsola.
It might be raining out on the battlefield, but it's certainly not going to rain on Charizard's terrain if the zone has a chance to be able to do well with it. Now, we're going to see the Corsola just straight away getting up some energy, trying to get to that power gem, but Blast Burn is the first one reached.
This is the thing with Charizard, it gets so fast to this Blast Burn. So even faster than the Corsola gets to the charge moves there, it's going to be able to hit this Blast Burn as well here for a lot of damage early on. And this might even allow Zone to get a full farm down here afterwards against the Corsola.
And Charizard blocking any potential retaliation with that shield. Nightshade is not going to be able to connect, but the Ember's still going to be striking fast into this Furret. And now Furret has a choice to make. Does it want to go for a shield in the face of the charge attack?
Very, very good recognition here from Snoric, being able to no shield here, knowing it's just going to be that Air Cutter. Air Cutter not really known for the damage, but the boost chance and of course the coverage with the part flying typing there, which it also shares with the Charizard, having some step, same type attacker bonus on it. It's just a little bit stronger.
And this is something quite adorable, actually, seeing the two Furrets go down against each other, twirling around on the battlefield, trying to KO the other. Now, Trailblaze is coming out from the Furret on zone side. This is going to give it that attack boost.
The best thing here about this as well is one is shiny, one is not, so we can distinguish it even better. And we're going to see a Swift coming through as well, which is mostly not going to do enough here to knock out the other Furret. So the shiny one is not going to go down. It's going to swap out. It's going to be still in the back there, and the Azumarill is going to try to go for the full farm down here.
Yeah, the bubble's not enough to be able to get the KO, though Furret in a prime position to force a shield out on Snoric's side by going for this Trailblaze. It is going to be burning through a shield, and then it's only going to take a bubble or two to deal with the opposing Furret, but there's actually a switch coming through on zone side. Furret's in the back for now.
This is going to be a very interesting matchup. Of course, Zzweilous doesn't really like to face up against the Credilli, but it had a little bit of an advantage there with the energy, and of course that Ice Beam is doing some super effective damage here. Let's see if you're going to see a Grass Knot or a Rock Tomb coming through.
Yep, looks like it's going to be the Grass Knot and the Azumarill again with that shield. We know it's pretty bulky. It can probably take one of these without needing that shield, but Snoric wanting to preserve as much HP as possible and allow the Azumarill to go on the offensive thanks to all the energy that it has got stored at the moment.
This Ice Beam is coming through now. I expect a shield, but yeah, we're going to see the shield coming up here. And now I wonder if we're going to see a swap out soon from Snoric's side, as the Grass Knot is already reached. But yeah, we're going to see the swap out here. Corsola is coming in, but yeah, Zone very composed here because going to be able to just get some extra energy, get up to the Rock Tomb and get the KO here, but still has some energy for that Azumarill and is not threatened by the bubbles yet.
Yes, just gets one more, maybe it had been 2 acids down there to just get that little bit of extra energy, putting Credilli in a great spot because it knows it's going to be able to have got that knockout. Snoric opting to bring in the Azumarill, and an adaptation here with the Furret in play. It goes down, but that was a lovely little bit of energy Azumarill was able to capitalize on.
Yeah, that was an interesting play. We're going to see here now the Grass Knot coming through. Is it going to be enough? Azumarill is very bulky. Credilli not known for the attack damage there, but let's see. Grass Knot is not going to be enough, just tiny bit more. And the Ice Beam is coming through now, taking out that Credilli.
Fantastic hang on from the Azumarill there, able to go for this Ice Beam in retaliation. Credilli, you are not able to fell me, but I will be able to knock you out in return. And now Charizard actually coming in and getting vengeance for its teammate. Furret as well will go down to this opposing Charizard.
Yeah, as expected, Charizard is doing a lot here. Like this Pokemon putting in a lot of work, being able to hit this Blast Burn early on, getting that bulky Corsola low was crucial here as well. Getting this Pokemon so low that you can farm down is such a big advantage early on for the zone, and he was able to take that advantage all the way to the end of the game.
I think you make a great observation that losing the Corsola means that Snoric didn't have as much bulk on the battlefield as needed. You know, going into Pokemon like the opposing Credilli, for example, would have been really nice to be in play. Yes, of course, Corsola doesn't want to go down against Furret with things like the Sucker Punch, but it could have given you a little more flexibility against that Grass and Rock type.
Absolutely, and I'm curious on how these players are going to now adjust the game. I assume that we're going to see the Charizard again. I think Charizard did so well, and I feel like the only real answer here is going to be that Azumarill, so I feel like Snoric is kind of forced to run this Pokemon.
Yeah, I think Azumarill has a lot of great play, and yes, it has that bulk on the field, but being able to hit with those bubbles into the Charizard is something it really doesn't appreciate taking. When you kind of look at the charge attacks, that's where Charizard has a little bit more flexibility, but even something like an Ice Beam, you are a Shadow variant, you do have that dual flying type as well. You're not as invulnerable as it might look.
Absolutely not, but there's another Pokemon that's kind of invulnerable against the Azumarill with the charge moves, which is going to be, of course, the Tinkaton.
Yes.
So I'm curious if we're going to see this Pokemon there. Any kind of Steel type can kind of resist the damage from the Azumarill charge move. So yeah, Tinkaton, so far one of the best Pokemon this regional.
Yeah, and it can do pretty decent into things like the Furret as well, into Azumarill. You do have to watch out for the Shadow Marowak, though. You don't want to be hit with any of those ground-type attacks.
Absolutely not. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Like, Furret did some great job as well, but we have to see on if Furret is coming back there as well. I feel like the Trailblaze is such a good option on this Pokemon, even making matchups that maybe you wouldn't be looking at that great on paper. Quite solid because of the fast move pressure that you have. And we're going to start off here with the Shadow Scissor against that Corsola.
Yes, remember this is losers round 6. We need to have a winner here to advance. The loser will be knocked out. But we're just going to see some fast attacks exchanged across the battlefield. Scissor is there, ready with the Night Slash to deal some super effective damage, and Zone lets it go through.
This is not going to be enough, and Zone knows that in the Zero Shield scenario, when no one uses a shield, he's going to be able to win this match up there. He's going to be able to go for the Nightshade, but also Snoric knows that and swaps out perfectly into that Furret. Being able to take double resisted damage from that Nightshade is going to be huge here.
Yes, that normal typing really helping out the little Furret, driving it forward in success. It's going for these Sucker Punches, just chipping away at the opposing Cradily here, and is now in a position to go for that Trailblaze.
Yeah, this is not going to do that much damage, but it's going to add up. With the attack boost now, the fast move is going to do a little bit more damage, but of course, Cradily also has the option to go for the Rock Tomb to kind of negate this one and drop the attack again from that Furret.
It's going to be moves and counter moves of boosts across the field here, and I think the Trailblaze is only really helping out that Shadow, a Sucker Punch coming through actually, because as you said, the Trailblaze not doing too much to this Cradily at all, but Furret's going to give it a go. It needs to get that attack boost again.
Definitely. And it's also a bit of a better matchup for the Furret than, for example, that Tinkaton. So I think Furret is kind of happy on where it is. I think it's going to be happy to let this move go through here as well. And we have to see if the Scissor may be going to be able to clean up this battle here. Still has a lot of potential there at least.
Yeah, Scissor can come in and try and just get a little bit of damage on the board, but Cradily gets out of there. We're not going to find out how much it could deal there. Snoric not looking too happy in this state of play, as we're going to be able to see the shield go up on Furret's side.
Absolutely. Snoric is not happy here because he has that Corsola in the back and he just forfeits the battle. What? This is something that you don't really see that often, but he knew the game was over, so...
Sometimes the writing's on the wall, right? And you kind of want to just go through, say, GG, my opponent, you outplayed me, it's your victory. So Snoric will be out of the competition, but Zone 22 will be advancing.
Very well done there, like very, very well done. Great read. And I think also the Furret actually was such a smart play there at the end. Corsola is such a meta threat currently, you kind of need to be prepared, and Zone was prepared.
Yes, exactly, and it was great to be able to see those Pokemon choices coming forward. I really like the way Zone kind of played through this entire set. It was great to be able to see Pokemon like the Charizard rise into the forefront, but again, Corsola has a lot of presence here. You kind of would almost feel like in that second game, when the Furret swapped in and there was the Nightshade coming through, it looked really good for Snoric there, but Corsola just had so much gas in the tank, let's say, that it was able to pull through for its trainer.
Yeah, absolutely. This was a very fast one, I would say.
Yeah, very quick pace.
That was very, very quick pace, but again, here we can take a look at the replay and see some of the highlights of those battles.
And it went a little bit differently to how we anticipated, maybe thinking Tinkaton was going to come in and really rise to dominance here. But if we take a recap here of Game 1, it really was all about this Charizard set up for beautiful success. Yes, the Furret was able to come in, do some good damage with the Sucker Punches, but those Embers, I believe Ember's recently gone through some changes as well.
Yeah.
So it's now in a position where it can show off what it's capable of doing, and Charizard did just that.
Ember does a little bit less damage, but generates way more energy now, which is such a big change for the Charizard. That's why you see it the entire time here as well, because having that energy generation with a move like Blast Burn, we saw already what it can do here today.
Yes, and look at that smile as well from our winning trainer from that last set, Zone 22. Really means a lot to be able to stay in the competition and keep getting one step closer to possibly becoming the champion at the end of the weekend.
Absolutely, and that was such a fantastic showcase again of the Charizard. I just love this Pokemon so much. It is such a good Pokemon to run, and also in a meta where there are so many Fairy-type Pokemon, having this Fire-type is really cool, and also Talonflame was very, very strong before. Now it's Charizard's turn.
Yeah, Talonflame was always one of those Pokemon that I always think is a little bit like a glass cannon, where it does really, really well, but it's very, very frail. And Charizard almost fills the same kind of bracket, considering that it's got that Shadow variant. It can leave itself really, really vulnerable, but it can deal so much damage.
Yeah, of course you're going to have a little bit more, I guess, just a bit of a different Pokemon, because you have more the Flying type damage here from Talonflame, while you have more the Fire type damage from the Charizard. Like, both of them are very, very good, though. I think both of them have a lot of potential in the current meta.
Yeah, really nice to see the flyers and the fire types come to the forefront, because we speak a lot about, you know, Pokemon maybe more on the ground. A little bit we talk about the ground type Pokemon, we talk about the water type Pokemon out there, but really the fire types being able to counter a lot of the steel and grass types out there, it does give you a lot of utility in a match.
And what we see here is another Charizard.
Yes, another Charizard front and center on Bats' team. And on the opposing side is going to be that Torterra, a Pokemon we were speaking about earlier.
Yeah, I love myself some Torterra. This Pokemon is so much fun, having so much fast move pressure, but honestly, the Pokemon I'm most excited to see here is the Meowscarada on Bat's side. This is such a cool and unique Pokemon. Having this, dark and grass type is such a unique like typing generally, and it's going to be so good against the current meta because you have Pokemon like the Marowak, which you're going to be able to resist the fast move while doing super effective damage against it, and then you have that Corsair, where you're still going to have that super effective Night Slash, which also, we saw before already, has the boost chance, which you mainly see on the Scizor.
And the Clodsire. Clodsire is insane. Like, I really enjoyed watching it earlier this tournament against the Azumarill. When it gets that perfect alignment, the Poison Stings can just go through an Azumarill, and particularly if it's pinned in, then that can be very difficult. You have to dodge the occasional Ice Beam or two, but Clodsire, it's got a lot of bulk. It's able to take one of those.
Definitely, and it's a very good core together with that Meowscarada. Meowscarada also got buffed this season with a Leafage, generating more energy. That's why we see it here as well, and of course it has access to the move Frenzy Plant. And we even saw Frenzy Plant against a Galarian Moltres doing so much damage that you were able to even win this matchup.
The fact that Frenzy Plant is one of those moves that's quick to get to and can deal out devastating damage combined with same type attack bonus does just make it so formidable. You cannot underestimate it, even if you're a Moltres.
And I honestly think that Meowscarada looks great here against Hikami's team, where you only kind of really fear, of course, the Moltres or like the Charger Bug if they have energy, but mainly just like that fighting type Pokemon here, the Primeape. And the rest, you actually have a lot of play against especially that Azumarill, you're going to do a lot of damage with that Frenzy Plant.
I think as well the Forretress, the Shadow Forretress in particular, has been a standout on Bats' team. From the previous game, facing down against the Galarian Moltres, Bug Bite was able to do a significant amount of damage, and even though Forretress is a little bit more vulnerable, 20% less defense thanks to being that Shadow variant, it was still able to hold its own marvelously.
Absolutely. I'm curious on if we're going to see this here today as well. There is no fire type. Fortress only has that weakness to the fire typing, so it seems to be quite a safe play here as well on Bat's side. So, yeah. Charizard, I feel like, would be also really, really strong, though, for Bats. Like, there are a lot of Pokemon that are going to have a lot of interesting plays here, but let's take a look at Hikami's team as well.
Yes.
Which Pokemon do you think is going to be the best here for him to choose?
I don't know if it's going to be the best, but I've got an eye on that Charger Bug because we've seen that Volt Switch can do a huge amount of damage into flyers, and Charizard is one of those Pokemon that likes to be in the sky. So Volt Switch can do a lot of damage there. The Azumarill's not going to appreciate it either, and possibly, obviously, with the X6 coverage, Meowscarada's not going to appreciate that either.
Absolutely not. I think that's definitely a great Pokemon to bring here. I do think also that still that Moltres is going to have a lot of play here. So you're going to see, of course, that Corsair. Corsair is needy on every team here, and it's a Pokemon that you kind of need to prepare for, and that Moltres is great for that, especially as we see again on the side here of Bats. There is not a single Pokemon that can resist flying.
Ooh, that's something very good to note kind of going into whether you're going to be able to capitalize on that or not.
Yeah, absolutely. So basically, if you get a little bit of an energy advantage on that Moltres, that could be very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, Moltres could start sweeping through the opponent's team, and that's why you need to make sure you've got some way to deal with it, whether or not it is going to be Frenzy Plant coming through from Meowscarada. Never thought I'd say that before, but it has been proven to be true. Or even something devastating like a Blast Burn, we know can deal a huge amount of damage. That's something Moltres still has to contend with, as well as maybe Ice Beams that could come through from the Azumarill.
It looks like both players are ready now, and we can start right into the first battle.
I love seeing this. Remember, this is losers round 6. The winner of this set will stay in the competition. The other one will be out of the Frankfurt Regional Championships. In order to try and stay in the game, it's Corsair versus Primeape.
Yeah, the Primeape will say try to get the Meowscarada out there, but yeah, meeting up against the Corsair, it's actually not the worst matchup because you still have that Rage Twist, which is going to do some super effective damage. So let's see how it's going to play out, and generally in which kind of shield scenario Hikami is going to want to play in, because of course you're going to have that boost now coming in from the Rage Twist. Do you want to utilize it? Do you want to catch a move here?
I think this shows the bulk of Corsair so well. It's able to take that Rage Fist, and you've also forced out the switch on that Primeape, so it doesn't even get to keep its attack boost. The Forretress is going to be coming in here, going for these Bug Bites, and it does start chipping away, but Azumarill gets its charge attack first.
Yeah, but also all of the charge attacks from Azumarill are going to be resisted here. Not doing that much, but still, also the fast move of that Fortress is going to be resisted. Still fighting away a little bit on the Azumarill.
It's a little bit of a stalemate here, like you said. The charge attacks not doing too much to each other, but the critical thing is they are utilizing time so that switch timers can be open to shake things up in this alignment. The attack will drop onto that Zzweilous. These bubbles are going to be doing even littler damage.
This is going to be a very interesting matchup. It's very, very close for sure. Like, this is not going to knock out this Fortress, but also Fortress is going to be kind of low then afterwards. Maybe it could get bubbled down.
Yeah, Fortress definitely looking in a dangerous spot. It's in the red zone there. Both of these trainers just trying to get energy, and Fortress is going to be the first to move here. It's going to be trying to deal with this Zzweilous and move it from the field once and for all.
Zzweilous didn't really want to stay here with all of those debuffs. And we see here actually the Primate coming in, getting a little bit more energy, which is going to be crucial, but maybe we're going to see a swap here. Immediately, yeah, but it didn't work out. We're going to have now the power gem coming through. I don't think Hikami is going to be happy with that.
Yeah, definitely not. You do get the little bit of energy on that Primate. That's always nice, but a last-minute shield is going to be even nicer for the Moltres, but it does leave you a little bit defenseless going forward, particularly as the Corsola has another one stocked up.
Absolutely, and there is a Charizard waiting in the back.
Ooh.
And now there are no shields on Hikami's side, and there's not a single Pokemon that can resist those blast burns. And so this is going to be a very, very interesting one. Charizard looks like in a very, very good position here to take this game home.
I feel for the Moltres because it's like it's got out of the way of 2 rock-type attacks. It felt like Corsola was the vendetta against it, and then Charizard just comes forward. It's like insult to injury to this Moltres. Blast Burn has now been locked in, and as you said, there's no Protect Shields remaining. This is going to hurt the Moltres.
And we see, yeah, the instant KO here with that Blast Burn is going to be able to knock out that Moltres in now. We have already another charge move start here. This is why Charizard is so strong right now. Being able to get to this move so fast, having the coverage, and yeah, this is going to be a good game here. Don't think that the Primate is going to appreciate this air cutter.
Exactly, is able to take it down, and Bats is going to take a very commanding game 1 here in this set. And Charizard was completely set up for success throughout that. I love the way Bats was able to get rid of the shield on Hikami's side before bringing that Charizard in to just have devastation out there on the battlefield.
Yeah, that was a very, very interesting first battle. And I'm curious if we're going to see now that Meowscarada was more of a safe play. I think did not bring it, and I think Hikami really expected it. I think he was really prepared for it. I think he was a bit surprised that he didn't see it there at the end, because he brought the Primate, and Primate's main target is, I think, that Meowscarada.
Yeah, Meowscarada is an interesting choice, and I feel like if it comes in when it's not against something like the Primate, it can reign really, really beautifully on the battlefield. I felt for the Zzweilous on Hikami's side, honestly, because against that Fortress, we could see what they were trying to do, just stall out a little bit of time, but thanks to all of the debuffs, Zzweilous just wasn't able to gain momentum at all.
Yeah, absolutely not. Zzweilous on both sides as well, only Pokemon that both players have here on their team. And I wonder if we're gonna see some more of this Pokemon. It's a very, very bulky Pokemon, a Pokemon that we've seen the entire time, never really went away. And honestly, yeah, other than the Meowscarada, there's not really anything Hikami has really to worry about. I guess, yeah, Sludge Bomb on that Koxchack can be a bit difficult for that Zzweilous to take, but you're still gonna do damage against it because it's a ground type. So you have the water coverage with the bubbles, you still have the Ice Beam, which is gonna do some super effective damage. So I think Hikami very likely is going to bring again that Zzweilous.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Zzweilous in play. It's also good to have a bulkier Pokemon on Hikami's side, particularly when you've got Pokemon like the Primate and the Moltres that can be hit from some super effective damage on the opposing side. You want something to maybe switch in and be able to take a hit, whether it is a rock or a flying type attack.
Absolutely. I do think that we're going to see that Moltres here as well again, because, again, Bats doesn't have any resistance to the flying type damage that Moltres can provide, and that's going to be a very, very interesting one. But the thing is, Hikami has to kind of get the Moltres aligned. If Bats is going to bring, for example, that Zzweilous, it's going to be a bit of a tough one there. So it needs, like, Hikami needs to have a little bit of an energy advantage on that Moltres to really utilize it well.
And you need to find a way to get through the Corsola before it can get to its charge attacks, because Moltres has that Sucker Punch. We know that it's capable of dealing a huge amount of damage to Corsola, but where unfortunately Primate kind of find its mark on it, it can't deal a lot of damage with that Karate Chop.
Yeah, absolutely not. And we see that both players locked in just now. We can move right into the second battle here.
Well, Zzweilous is back, just like you predicted, and facing down in the leads against this Shadow Fortress. So, Bug Bite's just not going to do too much damage, but farming up lots of energy as Primate switches in, and then there's the Clodsire.
This is going to be a very good matchup for the Clodsire, especially with Sludge Bomb being able to reach this move quite fast and doing some solid neutral damage here. It doesn't really have to worry about the fighting type damage here from the Primate, so Primate can only go for that Rages, but of course, Primate isn't a Ghost type, so it doesn't do as much damage as, for example, for an Annihilate.
Yes, and those Sludge Bombs as well, something critical to think about for the Zzweilous in the back, and Hikami is going to be cognizant of that and trying to get rid of this Clodsire where you can, but Primate is the first to drop. The Earthquake coming through, doing huge damage.
This was very, very smart by Bats, expecting that Hikami would no-shield here, going for that Earthquake, which actually is going to get the KO, while you wouldn't have not been able to do it with a Sludge Bomb.
and the Clodsire is able to get to that Sludge Bomb nice and fast. The Azumarill, however, on that Ice Beam, but Clodsire is going to be first to blink and is going to be able to get this Sludge Bomb down. It's unshielded though. Hikami knows Azumarill can take one of them, but you've got to be careful. It's not going to have a second one following up shortly.
We're going to see the Ice Beam coming through now. I wonder if we're going to see the first Protect Shield here. No, we do not. So we're going to see, again, the Clodsire just taking the hit, being able to take this one as well. Still would be able to get to that Sludge Bomb here against the Azumarill as well. But we see the swap already into that Moltres, getting a little bit of head and energy here.
Beautiful swap here, being able to take the Sludge Bomb much better than the Azumarill would have, and also enabling these shields to stay protected for Hikami. Both of them still intact as this game continues, but now the Flyers are both in the sky. The battlefield moves skyward as the Charizard is in prime position to start getting those Blast Moons off, but instead is going to go for the Flying type move.
I do think that the Charizard is very, very happy to be in this matchup because it was just able to avoid the Azumarill matchup, which is very, very smart by Betsy. Again, very, very nicely executed, very, very nicely done here to align the Pokemon the way he wants to. And as you're going to see here, the shield coming up, this is totally fine. Bets knows that the Moltres is not going to get to the move as fast as the Charizard can go.
This is the thing, both these trainers now applying pressure with their charge attacks and forcing the shields to come out on both Hikami and Bats' side. These are formidable Pokemon for a reason. They can apply so much pressure, and the Azumarill looking nice and toasty in the back for Hikami.
Very nicely done by Hikami here though now. Being able to fully farm that Pokemon down there is going to be so crucial because we're going to see now the Charge coming through, and he really needs to get to another one here though, because the Azumarill cannot hit the Fortress with a Charge Move, where you see the swap out into the Azumarill. Azumarill already quite low. Now we're going to see most likely a Rock Tomb coming through soon as well.
Azumarill has to find a way through this because we know the Moltres isn't going to be able to hold its own against that opposing Fortress if it can hit it with a couple more Bug Bites. There's such low HP remaining on that Moltres, but it's now Azumarill's time. It can go for this player up. There are no shields, but even though it's a Shadow variant, I don't think this is going to be nearly enough.
This is definitely not going to do enough damage here at all. But it's still going to be an interesting one here because we still have the Clodsire with only a few HP left. Do we see a swap here trying to protect it? No, we're going to see the full found out here with Bug Bite. This is the pressure that you're going to have with that Shadow Fortress there. Having that stab Bug Bite got buffed recently in the few seasons ago as well. It's now so much better, and that's why you see it on this Pokemon.
And Bats played incredibly well to take this victory and continue on in the competition. Commiserations, of course, to Hikami. I think battled so tremendously well, but it was so difficult to get through not only the Charizard, but also that Fortress.
I'm definitely a fan of the Charizard. Like with Ember getting to those moves so fast, it seems like if you get yourself into that right position, it's very, very tough to counter it again. You really need like a Pokemon that does a lot of fast move damage, but which Pokemon can really hit this well with good fast move pressure? Like the Mud Slappers, which you usually see, are going to do only resisted damage, so you kind of have to rely on something like a Bastiodon.
That is very, very true. You know, one Pokemon I felt was a little underwhelming in that match was actually the Primeape. I felt like it just couldn't get going. The Karate Chops weren't doing anything, and then it constantly was forced into a position it didn't want to be in.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. I think the Primeape mainly came there for the potential Meowth Karada because it seemed to be like such a threat there. But yeah, never got played, and with that, Primeape just really didn't do well there.
Yeah, and you can see it here, vulnerable without the shields to the Charizard's Air Cutter coming through, and this dealt so much damage, removed it straight away from the game, and cleaned up Game 1 for Bats. And in Game 2, it was a very similar story. Charizard did incredibly well, and then you were able to follow up with this Fortress.
Honestly, Fortress was so strong in the second battle here as well. Just the typing itself was so good when you don't have a fire type on the opposing side. You don't really have to worry about anything. It's just having that weakness to fire is such a good typing there generally. You see it on Scizor, but Scizor doesn't have the bulk that Fortress has. Fortress is so much more bulkier, and so Scizor you can maybe remove with some other moves, but Fortress is here to stay.
And I really enjoyed in that game too, the duel in the sky between the Charizard and the Moltres, and it's kind of hard to tell, but who had the advantage there, do you think?
Definitely the Charizard at the end, because you just had the Moltres already so low, and you just get so fast to those air curls that you can just go for even a little bit of a cheaper move there.
Is there any way that Moltres could have come back from that? Would there have been a better way to set it up?
I don't think so. I think Charizard was just in such a good position. It just gets so fast to those air cutters. It is ridiculous. Like, Ember buff really helps out, and this is also where you see Ember more often than the Dragon Breath. Dragon Breath has a little bit more fast move pressure directly, and is a little bit better in like those matches that you don't want to be in, but in the matches that you want to be in, Ember is so much better.
But it's not even just the air cutter, right? Your Blast Burn gets charged up much quicker as well, thanks to Ember, and it can be so devastating out there on the field. The same type attack bonus really does give that such a credit to Charizard.
And especially like in a fairy type meta that we have currently, this Pokemon seems to be one to watch for, especially tomorrow as well. I do think that a lot of Charizards got through already, and I think it's a Pokemon that's here to stay.
I think this is always one of my favorite parts of the competition. As you're getting towards day 2, you're seeing how the competition is being whittled down. You know, we're losing a lot of competitors that have taken their 2 losses and are knocked out of the competition, but that also means we're losing a lot of Pokemon that maybe were on the statistics at day 1. So day 2, we find out who our kind of top players are, but also our top Pokemon. And I'm always interested to see which ones have actually been top of the meta in Frankfurt.
Absolutely. I hope Gastron still stays on the...
Me too.
Yeah.
I may not, you know, I may leave if it's not. You know, I need my boy here. He's a great Pokemon, and he is doing so well. But when it comes to Mudslappers, he does have competition out there for good choices.
Absolutely. Marowak has been one of the best Pokemon that we've seen so far with a fast move of Mudslap. But also Torterra, kind of sad again. Didn't really do that well there. Didn't even come to the match.
It's here, though.
It's there. I still hope that we're going to see some gameplay with that, and maybe even future regionals. I think it's going to have a lot of potential.
I think that's the thing, though. It does indeed have potential, and there's a lot of trainers who are, you know, bringing it out there and giving it a go. Maybe it just hasn't found its refinement yet in this new meta, and Pokemon like the Marowak that I think have been a little bit more tried and tested before as well are maybe more reliable. Trainers are kind of thinking coming into the new season, let's pick up a Pokemon I'm more experienced with.
I do think that we're going to see some more different picks coming through as well throughout the next regionals as well. I do think, like, yeah, as you said already, a lot of the Pokemon we've seen here so far are Pokemon that we've seen already at the World Championships. Like, some of the top Pokemon are still here. And I do think that there are some Pokemon that can break through, but also the meta is going to change a little bit with Corviknight getting access to the move Air Cutter, starting with the next regional.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Corviknight. That's going to be so exciting coming up. But before we go any further, we have another match, losers round 6 from Group C this time, the Mega Junko versus Withered 9. Now, Mega Junko we got to feature earlier, and the Malamar was a really interesting Pokemon in that previous match.
Absolutely. It was a very, very interesting one. I think he wasn't too happy there with how the last game played out. I think he had a little bit of an opportunity there to take it home as well, but he's here for revenge. He really wants to get through to the next day.
Yes, and also rocking that Charizard, a Pokemon that I think we've really hyped up. We've set the expectations high for. If you've only just tuned in, Charizard is one to watch, but another trainer and Pokemon to watch is Withered on the opposing side. Withered had an incredible breakout season last year at the Stockholm Regional Championships, had an incredible placement, showed great versatility with the switch timer and was able to utilize it incredibly effectively to gain a victory. Now with the switch timer changed, I wonder if Withered is able to take that skill and that wisdom and apply it to the new meta.
Absolutely. Like, he already got through a lot of rounds here as well. A very young trainer here, and also, again, with your Gastrodon.
I know. It might. I feel like it's not the right colored Gastrodon. But I'll forgive you, Withered, because it's here and you're doing incredibly well with it, as well as the plethora of other Pokemon that are there. Some familiar faces that we're seeing, the Scizor, Azumarill, Corsola, and of course, Cradilly.
Absolutely. But I'm very excited for the Charizard again. We saw it the entire time before already. It has so much potential, and I think it has some potential as well. But again, we have the Gastrodon as a water type, and we have also the Azumarill again. Needs to be kind of aligned, and also then again, we're going to have here that Cradilly, which is always a bit of a difficult matchup for it, especially when Cradilly has a bit of an energy advantage.
Yes, and don't forget, trainers, this is our last match of the broadcast here for day 1 at the Frankfurt Regional Championship. So if you're just tuning in, stay, watch this, but don't forget to go back and watch all the action and see the full storyline that has emerged here of day 1 of this regional. Focusing back in on this match, the Mega Junko, I really want him to bring this Charizard, and having a little look at the opposing team, if it can find its mark on something like the Scizor, that's great. But there's a lot of Pokemon with some cheeky rock-type attacks that it's going to have to dodge.
Absolutely, but I do think that Charizard definitely going to have some play here, especially Scizor looks also like a very good Pokemon against Mega Junko, having some potential against that Azumarill, or against the Cradilly, or against that Corsola, and the best answer for that is the Charizard. So I do think that we're going to see some play towards this Pokemon as well, but of course, I also want to see my friend, the Malamar.
Yes, my friend Malamar indeed, using that Psywave to be able to go through with that fast attack, it can really chip through Pokemon even like the Azumarill, and that could be a nice way of breaking through some of the bulk that Withered has on his side. Pokemon like the Azumarill and the Corsola, we've seen them really go through the clock, stay on the field, farm up lots of energy. The issue with Azumarill is, as you said earlier, it takes quite a while to get to those charge attacks, so you've got to give Azumarill room to maneuver on Withered's side in order to showcase it.
Yeah, I do think that on the Withered's side, definitely here that the Azumarill is going to have a lot of potential, especially with the charge moves there. You have to kind of play against all of the Pokemon, as long as you have a little bit of energy. Of course, against Cradilly, you kind of need the Ice Beam, kind of need a lot of energy against Pokemon, but I think that the Azumarill is going to have a lot of potential here. But yeah, also I think Gastron still has some potential there. I do think this has a lot of play against the Mega Junko's team here, especially if you have a little bit of energy there again as well. But also, that matchup against the Azumarill is now a little bit worse because you don't have the Earth Power. You have to rely on the Body Slam damage. So I think Azumarill on both sides actually have some potential.
I mean, you don't have the Earth Power, but you do have access to that Water Pulse, and that's something that the Charizard has to watch out for as well. The issue is, can you get to it before we're going to see something like a Blast Burn come through or an Air Cutter, and that's something that Gastrodon has to watch out for. Shields, I think, are going to be very pivotal in this because on the Mega Junko side, you've got two Pokemon in the form of the Malamar and the Charizard that love those shields. And if you're the Mega Junko, you're going to have to really think about which Pokemon you're going to gift those to.
Absolutely, but Mega Junko is having a very interesting team here, having like two Pokemon that really want the shields, as I said, but also have a lot of bulk around it. They have basically just bulky Pokemon that are non-shadow, and like those two Pokemon that kind of, maybe there's like those two play modes that he has, where he has like those two bulky Pokemon in the back, and then like the one shadow Pokemon that really wants to take those shields, and really wants to use the shields for the most advantage for himself.
At the same time, if on the Steelix's side, you can bring it in with its wonderful move pool that it's got, you know, Thunder Fang for its fast attack, Psychic Fang for the charge attack, but that Thunder Fang can be really devastating into water types like the Azumarill and Flyers like that Moltres. But Flyers indeed are on the field. It's going to be the Charizard, but versus the Galarian Corsola.
As we saw already in the matchups before, we're going to have here the Blast Burn landing before even the Nightshade is going to be reached.
Ooh.
And we saw already before as well on how much damage it's going to do. But the Mega Junko opts to not go for the charge move straight away, rather going to go for an extra fast move.
Yes, really good to be able to see the shield come straight up here. The Nightshade is going to come through instead of something like a Power Gem, so the shield kind of gone through on Mega Junko's side. Great for Withered to see that go down.
Absolutely, we're going to see here the no shield straight away onto that Blast Burn. This is going to be huge, it's going to do a lot of damage, and it's going to put it into now the Air Cutter range, which is going to be not as much energy for the Charizard.
Charizard looking so pretty on the field right now, particularly with all that energy stacked in the back. Corsola on the Mega Junko side is going to come in. It is going to take this Nightshade. It's going to be able to take it reasonably well and try and use those Astonishes to clean up the Corsola on the opposing side. But it switches out for a Gastrodon.
This is actually huge for the Mega Junko because the Gastrodon is something that you don't want to face with its Steelix that's still lurking in the back. So I think he's quite happy with seeing this Pokemon because now he can kind of line himself as best as he can.
That's the thing, you want to try and get rid of the Gastrodon in the face of something like that Steelix. So the fact you've got this opportunity while it's pinned in with the switch timer to do so is great for the Mega Junko. We are going to see the Gastrodon trying its best to deal with the Corsola, but the shield does go up on the Mega Junko side, so there's going to be none of those remaining for the rest of this game one.
This is going to be very interesting. There's still here two shields on the Withered side there as well, so yeah, we're going to see no shield actually coming through. Completely trying to rely on that Credilli, which is interesting. We're going to have here that Steelix being able to resist the fast move, but also still Grass not going to hurt quite a bit.
Bit of a stalemate on the fast attacks though, both of them doing not super effective damage at all. But now we're going to be able to see the Steelix go for the Psychic Fangs. It will connect down, do a tiny bit of damage into the Cradilli, but this is where the action truly is. The Grass Knot, same type attack bonus. The Mega Junko puts his head in his hands as this comes through, calculating whether the Steelix is going to be able to have enough afterwards. Can it take another one, and how many fast attacks does it have still to play?
Steelix is a very, very bulky Pokemon, and also we're going to see here now the Rock Tomb actually coming through. This is a very, very smart play because two Grass Knots are not going to be enough to take down this Steelix, and now we're going to have less damage coming from this Pokemon, putting it into the range for a Grass Knot later on.
That's such a great idea, bringing down the attack, knowing, hey, I've still got to get to another Grass Knot and get a few more fast attacks down on the board. I'd rather that you weren't hitting me as hard as I'm doing that. So really good from the Cradilli there. It's able to take this attack so well, and there's the Grass Knot. Is it going to be enough to get another knockout, though?
I'm actually not too sure. I think it might not be enough here. Just now, I think against the Shadow version, it would have been enough, but it's a non-Shadow Steelix. Very nice as the Shiny done as well. We're going to see the swap trying to clear the debuff, but the debuff is coming back on again, and we have to see on how this endgame is going to work out, because honestly, it's very open still.
This is one trick with it has up his sleeve though. You're able to utilize the shields. That's one down, and you've still got one in your back pocket for later on. And the Corsola on the opposing side has no energy, so you can try and farm up a little bit on the Cradilli side. Sigh of relief. I think that was a wow coming through from Withered there, being able to go for this damage with the Rock Tomb onto the Corsola and KO it.
But we still have the Charizard coming in, and one Ember is all it takes, and the Mega Junko is going to take the first game here.
Forgot about the Charizard in the back there a little bit. It was at the beginning of the game, switched out, and then came back as a lovely surprise to see that game come through. So, Charizard still coming out on top. Game one goes to the Mega Junko.
Yeah, and the Charizard.
Yeah. Well,
which is really, really cool to see, though, on how strong this Pokemon is. And again, like, yeah, kind of forgot about it because it was up very, very early, but it had also a lot of energy. So if Withered would have had no shields anymore, it would have also been able to utilize it there as well. But even just the fast move of Ember is going to be enough there.
Also, it was good to see yes, Charizard was out front and center, but I think the reason we forgot about it is Steelix was putting in a lot of work throughout that game, and it was really making sure that the setup for Charizard was enabled in that endgame.
Absolutely, Steelix was really, really good here, but mainly was able to shine because the Gastrodon was aligned against that Corsola. Otherwise, it would struggle definitely a lot against Gastrodon there. So I wonder on where we're going to see the Steelix next.
But I mean, this is the thing. Steelix was a great partner for the Charizard because it was able to get around that opposing Gastrodon. You had the Corsola also helping out, and that teamwork synergy is what I think led the Mega Junko to this victory. My question from Withered's side is, do you try and bring the Gastrodon again and just try and get the alignment better, or do you go for something that is less alignment needed?
I do think that Gastrodon is actually a very, very solid matchup here against the Mega Junko, so I would be very surprised if we won't see it here again. It just, yeah, it depends on that alignment. I wonder on how Withered tries to really get this alignment done here. Was very tough in the first battle, but yeah, maybe we're gonna see it just in a different position on the team, right?
Okay, so you could still be putting your faith in Gastrodon, let's say, but just hoping the alignment is going to be able to go your way. That's ultimately what Withered needs to do to stay in this competition. If he takes another loss against the Mega Junko, he will be knocked out of the competition and unable to advance into day 2.
Yeah, it's just the Gastrodon is basically the only real answer to the Steelix. So it's kind of a matchup where Steelix is so good that the Mega Junko has to bring it, and with that, also the Gastrodon has to come. So it's going to be interesting. What other 2 Pokemon we're going to see here as well? Maybe we don't see the Steelix as well, we don't know. But we have to see on how they're going to be able to align each other.
Yeah, and our trainers are getting ready. A lot of thought going into picking these particular teams, knowing that there's one game away from Withered being knocked out of the competition or the Mega Junko continuing. So everything is on the line for these trainers. But looks like we're ready to jump into it. The selections have been made, the choices are deemed, and it's going to be the Steelix versus the Gastrodon. This is what Gastrodon wants to see.
Absolutely, Gastrodon looks very, very happy here. And we're going to see the support straight away into the Corsola. What you can see as well that maybe we're going to see Water Pulse coming through first, because you're going to get there a little bit faster and just get a little bit of damage onto the Corsola to make it a bit easier for the other Pokemon.
Maybe the rain on the battlefield has helped motivating this Gastrodon into dealing that bit of damage onto the opposing Corsola. It's going to switch out in the face of the Cradily, just trying to get to something in order to put pressure onto this Corsola. But Corsola's getting there first.
Yeah, Corsola's going to get there first. I wonder if we're going to see here the Grass Knot with just a little bit more damage, or that Rock Tomb. I don't know if the Rock Tomb is going to be enough from this range yet. And looks like it's maybe just barely out of it, but we're going to see another Nightshade come through first. And with that, that Cradily is already very, very low.
Nightshade and no shield, but now this Rock Tomb can come through. We're saying we'll see how much damage it's able to deal, and the Mega Junko is going to let us see that because no shield has been put into play. Rock Tomb taking it down, but it's not KO'd yet. Maybe just one more fast attack came through on the Cradily there.
This is going to be a very interesting match, as you're going to see, of course, that Steelix coming back in again. It's not going to be happy against the Gastrodon, but it's going to be able to take the hits here a little bit, get a bit of an energy advantage there, which can be quite helpful for later on, because they're going to see that Corsola, of course, on Withered's side here, which is not going to enjoy the crunch.
Grass Knot still does a significant amount of damage. This makes it a little bit easier maybe for Gastrodon to try and push through for the knockout, but with all that energy on Steelix's side, it's still going to be a fight.
This is going to be a very, very tough one there. The Steelix is going to go actually for the Psychic Fangs, which I find quite interesting here. Maybe trying to get rid of a shield here already from that Gastrodon, as you're going to see a crunch coming through here. Of course, that Cradily has to put in a lot of work later.
Particularly with that defense drop, it's critical for the shield to go up to keep the Gastrodon in play, not taking the crunch or the additional damage. But now we're going to just see switches left, right, and center. Cradily versus Corsola on the field. Both had full HP coming into this.
This is going to be very interesting because you're going to have that shield advantage on the Mega Junko side. You still have 2 available, while Withered is just going to be able to have that 1 there, and we're going to see a no-shield straight away onto that Rock Tomb.
Yeah, Rock Tomb does come through. The attack is going to drop on that Corsola, meaning the Nightshade is going to be doing less damage. The Mega Junko might even be able to keep these shields safer for longer in this game. Does go at the last second, however, to utilize one, seeing that Cradily maybe needs to stay in play. A good Pokemon with Grass Knot to deal with that Gastrodon, for example, later on.
If you want to shield a move here, you want to shield the first one, because you're just going to get those attack drops with that Rock Tomb guaranteed every single time with the Cradily. And so now it's going to do even less damage from the Corsola, and we mostly are not going to see a shield here now.
Yeah, I really feel for the Corsola. I think that's the second Rock Tomb it's taken, so its attack has really dwindled down. Cradily not even worried in the slightest at this Night Slade. You can take this all day long as it just keeps going for these acids, farming up lots and lots of energy, and you can see the overfarm coming through here as well.
It's going to be a very, very close battle, but we got to see the Grass Knot coming through here, and it's going to get no shielded as well. So the Corsola is going to go down here after taking so many hits, but also we still have the Gastrodon, and Gastrodon has so much health left and so much energy.
That's the thing, it's got 2 body slams in play. It has that shield as well. It's not a grass not coming through, but you're shielding nonetheless, because for Withered, all eyes are on this Gastrodon to try and take through this game too. The body slams are there, the water pulses are there, and you're able to get this Steelix coming in. But the Mega Junko still has a shield, so you need 2 in order to get the damage.
Absolutely, but we have a lot of energy on that Gastrodon. And we're going to see that one more mud step is all it takes to get to the next water pulse, knocking out that Steelix, and with that, Gastrodon is actually going to be able to clean up this battle, it seems.
Yep, Steelix is not going to appreciate taking this water pulse at all. It goes down, and the Cradilly, with very little energy, is not going to be able to do too much of the mud slaps coming its way. We've got a game 3, and Gastrodon has got its redemption.
This was a very exciting game. This was a very, very close one. It was like kind of back and forth the entire time. We had a lot of fast move pressure. We had a lot of Cradilly play here today as well. No Charizard though.
No Charizard, but what did happen is what we were hoping to see from Withered and that Gastrodon, saying you can still bring it has a lot of play, but you've got to get the alignment right, and calling against the Steelix in the leads already set the tone for that.
Absolutely. That was definitely a very tough lead for the Mega Junko, and he was always kind of a little bit behind there with it as well, but still, he did the best he can do there. He tried to get the shield against that Gastrodon, which worked out quite well for him as well, and it still was a bit of a closer matchup then.
Yes, good to be able to see these bulkier Pokemon as well coming to the forefront. I think Corsola was really well utilized throughout the set. I mean, taking a look at Game 3, from the competitive aspect, what would you now go with if you're the Mega Junko? Because the game you won, you brought the Charizard. The game you lost, you didn't bring the Charizard. So do you go for it, or is that super readable and Withered can adjust? What are the mind games saying here?
I do think that he has to bring that Charizard here at this point. He had already success with it before, and you haven't really seen the Azumarill yet at all. Like, you had like basically mainly that Gastrodon as the main water type, but you've also seen a lot of the Cradilly yet. So of course it is a risk, but I feel like you kind of have to take a risk here. But what I definitely think is going to happen is going to be that we're going to see the Corsola again. I think Corsola seems quite solid there. We haven't actually seen the Galarian Moltres yet.
That's true, we haven't seen the Galarian Moltres at all, and it could come in, maybe try and apply pressure with those Sucker Punches into a Pokemon like the Corsola that has been difficult for Withered to navigate through. Another Pokemon that's been really strong has been that Steelix. Yes, it had a little bit more of a difficult time against the Gastrodon in this particular game, but it's still able to take those Grass Knobs reasonably well from something like the Cradilly. It is bulky.
I think that Steelix is also the main reason why you haven't seen that Moltres yet. Moltres just really doesn't want to go up against the Steelix with the fast move of Steelix being super effective and the Flies and the Brave Birds not really doing any damage. So I'm curious on what we're going to have for the third game here.
Yes, the third game and the tournament lifeline for both of these trainers. Who will be victorious? Is Charizard going to come? All the questions are at play, so let's find out the answers. No Charizard, and it is a Gastrodon Corsola lead.
But we're going to have my friend Melima again, and honestly, Melima is going to look really, really good here right now as well. But of course, we have that lead matchup here. We're going to have the Corsola against the Gastrodon. How is this going to look?
First charge attack goes to the Gastrodon. It's going to be able to connect down as no shield goes up on the Mega Junko side, so the Water Pulse will connect, putting it down into that yellow zone. But Corsola has energy of its own to play with too.
The cool thing here about Corsola is it's going to get to this next Nightshade one fast move a little bit earlier, which is going to allow it to outspeed that Gastrodon, which makes the Zero Shield scenario most like the most desirable matchup for the Mega Junko, which we see here.
Yeah, Gastrodon takes a lot of damage very early on in this particular game. The Nightshade is going to be allowed to go through as well, with it thinking, I need to preserve my shields for one of the Pokemon in the back, possibly something like that Cradilly. That is going to jump. It's going to be the Corsola coming into the Cradilly on the Mega Junko side coming forefront.
Very, very interesting here. Of course, like the Corsola was the only Pokemon he couldn't really brought because the Cradilly would have not been able to farm down the Corsola. The Acid is going to be resisted. Corsola is so bulky. Like, look at it. It is tiny, but it can take so many hits. And as you see as well, the Rock Tomb is not going to do that much damage.
Yes, exactly. So those shields can be kept nice and safe on Withered side as you allow this Rock Tomb to come through. We have seen, however, with the Rock Tombs connecting, it can make things very difficult for this Corsola to get going. It has the attack drop, so even the Nightshades are going to be doing pitiful damage into a Pokemon like the Cradilly. The critical thing I'm going to keep an eye on is the switch timers, though.
Absolutely. But also, we're going to have the Melima still in the back. I'm really, really curious when we're going to see this Pokemon switch shows up. We're going to have now the Charge coming through here, still dropping the attack of the Cradilly there is going to be crucial because now we're very likely going to see a Melima.
Yep, and Withered has revealed his third and final Pokemon in this match as the Malamar joins the fray. Look at these Psywaves just going through the Cradilly.
Thing is here as well, you don't even need to go for the super effective move of Superpower, which has a drawback of dropping your attack and your defense. You can just go for the Foul Play at this point because the Psywave is doing so much damage. And yeah, Foul Play is still going to do some nice neutral damage here. And we're going to see the Foul Play coming through here straight away.
Yep, the Rock Tomb tries its best to neutralize that damage coming through from Psywave, but it's still going to be able to hit so hard. We're going to see Foul Play connect onto that Cradilly, and it puts it in such a vulnerable position, but perfect for Malamar to try and farm through. But Cradilly's able to get there first. Mega Junko has to decide whether to utilize this final shield now and decides not to. Rock Tomb is allowed to connect.
I think that was the right decision because we had the debuff already earlier onto the Credilli. So here we're going to have now the Corsair still needing, of course, to use a shield against the foul play. Melma should be able to still get to another foul play, but how do you get rid of that Corsair?
That's the thing, the foul play would be dealing super effective damage, but thanks to the attack drops that it's getting, it's making it very difficult for Malamar to have the same offensive pressure that we're used to seeing it utilize. Another shield comes up as well onto that Corsair, so that is now leaving it a little bit more vulnerable as Cradilli joins the field, but it has such low HP, Corsair can clean up.
The Mega Junko is just running out of HP here on the Pokemon, but it's still going to be very close. The Corsair is super, super low right now. Can we see the Malamar still winning this one? It's going to be super, super close, but no, we're going to see a no shield coming through. The Mega Junko knows this is going to be a good game here, and the Corsair is going to take this game home.
Yeah, even if you could get through the Corsair, there was still that Cradilli on a slither of HP in the back as well, and Malamar might be the best friend, but maybe just didn't have the energy for it. But Withered, able to take such an incredible victory in this set, continuing on in the competition, a trainer to watch out for tomorrow for sure.
Absolutely. What a performance this was. Very, very close battles there though. Like also, Mega Junko played really, really well there. So yeah, it was a very, very nice battle there.
And I really like the Malamar in there, particularly the fact that it could utilize the shields for that additional support. But I think one of the biggest issues for Malamar there was the Rock Tombs coming its way. Even if it's not taking the damage, the shields cannot stop that debuff from coming through, and that meant that it just couldn't deal with what it wanted to do.
The Rock Tomb really was important there. Like Malamar just didn't have the firepower anymore that it needed at the end. Foul play was just barely not enough, and hanging on 1 HP to get to the next move there was the decider for this battle.
I honestly feel like this whole weekend, so many matches have been decided by the tiniest of margins. And I think that's where trainers are getting to grips with a new meta and with new calculations, because a lot of these Pokemon they're so well versed with playing with maybe have had changes amongst a lot of their moves, so the maths is off. And they've got to recalculate all of that. It makes things closer than ever. Absolutely.
We're going to take a look at the replay as well. You're going to see like the highlights of those battles. Here, that charge coming through the Rock Tomb are going to be able to knock out that Corsair in the first battle.
Yeah, Rock Tomb was really the story of this game. Across both of our trainers, the Mega Junko also has the utility for that Rock Tomb, but the Charizard for me was the superstar of that game one. It did so good.
I wish we'd seen more of the Charizard. I think it was such a cool Pokemon to see. But here we're going to have now, of course, the Gaston doing its job, going for the Water Pulse. Very, very nice done, and yeah, being able to knock out also that Credilli here.
In this game too, Gastrodon was the superstar. It was able to pull back the evener for Withered and then enabling this game 3. Malamar, fantastic to see, but Corsair was just able to be so relentless with those Rock Tombs, as well as using its bulk to stay on the field. It just proved too much to deal with for the Mega Junko.
Corsair was such a good Pokemon at the end. You saw the bulk of this Pokemon. It is so tiny, but it's so, so bulky, and was the one that was able to survive all of those hits and take out everything with a fast move. Like, the fast move was astonished just so much damage. How can you be so bulky and doing so much damage with a fast move?
I mean, it's incredible seeing how these Pokemon have done so well. And a Pokemon like Corsair, I mean, it was #1 in the usage stats today. It actually knocked Cradilli off that perch that I think at the World Championships have been #1 quite dominantly. And you can see why. Corsair can hit really, really well. It has good coverage and it has good bulk. It's kind of a little superstar.
Absolutely, but also this allows other Pokemon to shine. For example, that Wigglytuff that we saw already so many times. A Pokemon that can really counter this. And yeah, we have to see on how the player is going to adapt also for upcoming regionals and how they're going to take the new season in now. We saw a lot of Pokemon that have no play. I want to know what's going to happen.
That's the thing, it's only the start of the season. There's still so much on this journey to go, but that journey ends after the regionals, after the internationals, with the Pokemon World Championships. And if you want to know what that's about, check out this video of some impressions of Last Worlds.
What a day! That has been a great start to our 2026 Play Pokemon season here at the Frankfurt Regional Championships, and we have seen some incredible moments all day. Semyon, this was your first cast. How did you find it?
Like, I enjoyed it a lot. I especially enjoyed also the meta, the Pokemon we've seen, the battles that we had, and also all the casters here. It was a lot of fun to do my first shoutout, like my first casting here with you.
Yeah, it was good fun, but the big question, Leo, how did you find Semyon's first cast?
Well, if you're asking me like this, no, it was amazing. It was a lot of fun working with you. I mean, I've previously only known you from your videos, and so I kind of knew what I was getting into, but it was a lot of fun working with you.
I want to say it was a tall order, but actually it was awesome. I've been so inspired this whole weekend, but the games that we had were just absolutely epic. And Charizard fans, we definitely are now.
Yeah, some incredible Pokemon that have been on display this weekend, but they have been masterfully used by some incredible players. Who do you feel have been standing out to you?
Well, I want to go, of course, with Stone Collection as well. You know, I've been a big fan of his for a long time there. The Shadow Dragonair is back. I've been seeing him play for years now. Seeing those trainers going back to their old favorite Pokemon is kind of amazing.
Like, for me, Paman absolutely dominated again, not too surprising.
You stole my answer. I'm always the #1 Paman fan. But I have to say as well, that last game, watching Withered, a trainer who we saw break out last year at the Stockholm Regional Championships, still playing consistently well in this new meta and new format, I thought was truly awesome.
And we've said all day that this is the beginning of a new story, a new chapter for these players as they look to plot their course to San Francisco next summer. But only day one has passed. We've seen a lot of players. Let's take another look at the Pokemon that they chose to bring here to the Frankfurt Regional Championships.
All right, there's the Corsola, of course, on top of competition. On the bottom of competition, I think, is the biggest surprise of the tournament so far. 16% Wigglytuff. It was known as a Go Battle League hero, and now it's a champion of Play Pokemon as well.
Absolutely. Wigglytuff was one of the Pokemon that definitely surprised, but also the Charizard again. Charizard was such a dominant Pokemon in all of those matchups. And also we saw two different movesets. We saw it one time as well with Dragon Breath, which is kind of interesting.
I have to be honest, my heart almost yearns for the lack of Empoleon that we had this weekend.
Yeah.
It was one of the more exciting picks coming into this Tales of Transformation season. A water and steel type Pokemon. It didn't make top usage. I'm not 100% sure if it will be featured in day 2, but if it is, it's going to have my support.
I think as well the steel types have generally been quite interesting to look at. We've got Scizor, we've got Steelix. Empoleon I think was one that we were hoping to see, but it hasn't quite risen to the forefront yet. It's got time.
But Gastrodon, on the other hand.
Gastrodon's done great, I'm not going to lie. I'm so proud of him. He's done incredibly well and really held his own in this new meta. And one to watch out for tomorrow. Only the East Coast ones though. West Coast, well, the jury's out on that one.
So many Pokemon to watch out for, but who are the players that we will be having our eyes on tomorrow? This is the winners side of the bracket, the players that have not yet dropped a match.
Yeah, we can see Paman versus Inadequance. This is worthy of a grand final already. Chris versus Stone Collection as well. All of these big names, and also some newer names. Weedle versus Alfie, who's come fresh off a top cut in Bologna, is continuing the success. And then we have Ripley versus KingOWT. So all of those trainers are either very established or coming from recent success.
So we've got 8 players here on the winner's side of the bracket. We also have 8 players on the loser side of the bracket that will be waiting for them. We haven't yet played our losers semi-final matches. They will play off stream tomorrow, and then the winners finals of each group, they will be the big games on stream. Were there any there that really stood out to you?
in terms of the winners bracket, I mean, Paman versus Inadequance, that's always one you want to watch. But a trainer that we were talking about earlier and that I'm starting to get to know for the first time is Chris. And, you know, I really want to be able to see how Chris is going to be able to keep going in this tournament, trying to get a really good title. And at the same time, Stone Collection. Stone Collection has done incredibly well. He is a German trainer. We're here in Germany. It could be the perfect story being written.
All right, well, when do you need to tune in tomorrow? That's the big question, because we want to see you there. It's going to be a 9:30 a.m. start time. If you are here Central European summertime, 9:30, we will be there. We want to see you there too. But there is so much action this weekend across all of the games. And if you are ever in doubt as to what is going on, make sure that you are following all of the action on our channels /@PlayPokemon, /@Pokemon Go on Twitch as well.
Absolutely. Make sure to subscribe, follow on Twitch especially to get those updates, and tune in.
Right, team, if there's one moment really stood out to you from today, what would you say?
Body slam on Jellicent from Withered.
Like, I felt like just all the blast ones from Charizard. All of them.
It's really hard to pick, but I'm going to actually pick a game I didn't commentate over. It was the one where we had two Gastrodons against each other. So it was always going to win.
I think there were so many magical moments from today. If you missed any of the action, check out this little highlight reel.